The Grand Secretary's Pampered Wife Chapter 74 to Chapter 114. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online, Huang Zhong said. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. This may be a bit abrupt, but I wonder if I can see Jianyang? No. Gu Chonglu rejected without hesitation. If the other party didn't even let him see her, how could he bring her to town and let the Marquis see her? He couldn't knock out the whole family and kidnap the child, right? Besides, he didn't even know who the child was. Huang Zhong felt that it was very likely that the other party was his young miss. Since that was the case, he couldn't offend the family of the young miss's adoptive parents. He softened his tone and said, "May I ask where the child's parents are? I have something to say to them." Madame Wu said, "Her parents passed away. I'm her grandmother, I raised her." "Tell me what you have to say." "She didn't have parents when she was young?" Huang Zhong's mood suddenly became complicated. He thought for a moment and asked, "Can we talk inside?" Madame Wu led Huang Zhong into the house. Huang Zhong asked about the details of the birth, especially why Madame Su went up the mountain with a big belly. It turned out that Madame Su wasn't from the village. She had married far away and her family had sent a letter saying that her father was dying and asked her to find a way to go home. Madame Su was pregnant and her in-laws naturally didn't allow her to go far away. She had no choice but to go to the temple to beg the Bodhisattva. She went without telling her in-laws, saying that she was going to pick some wild vegetables and that she would be back before dark. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden thunderstorm and she would be trapped in the temple and slip? The Marquis's premature birth was caused by twins, but hers was an accident. At first, the Gu family didn't know that she went to the temple. When she didn't come back in the heavy rain, Gu Sanlang wanted to find his wife but was stopped by his two brothers. Going into the forest in a thunderstorm was suicidal. Madame Su came back 2 days later. When she came back, the child had already been born. It was a girl with a red spot on her face. She was so ugly that she didn't look like Gu Sanlang's biological daughter. Gu Sanlang was famous for his good looks. Many people from the surrounding villages were eager to be his wife. In the end, he chose Lady Su, mainly because Lady Su had a large dowry. Madame Wu had once suspected that Madame Su had lost her child in the mountains. She was afraid that her family would blame her, so she picked up a child and brought it back. Su Shi was an honest person. She said that she gave birth to this child in the temple. If you don't believe me, you can ask the abbot in the temple. Madame Wu and her second daughter-in-law, Madame Lu, went to ask and confirmed that Madame Su had given birth in the temple. The baby was born alive, and his cries could be heard all over the temple. "You didn't pick it up?" Madame Wu asked at that time. The monk laughed. "Do you know who was the other female benefactor who gave birth here that night? She is a noble in the capital, who would be able to pick up her child." Madame Wu instantly fell silent. The children of nobles were more precious than gold. Not to mention picking them up, they couldn't even be stolen. Hearing this, Huang Zhong was completely certain that the Su family's child was the one he was looking for. But from the looks of it, Madame Su didn't know that she had carried the wrong baby. Her surname is also Gu. What a coincidence. Huang Zhong suddenly had a feeling of fate. He quickly asked, "Do Madame Su and Gu Sanlang love a child?" What the hell was this? Madame Su and Gu Sanlang almost tied the child to their belts. This was also what made Madame Wu dissatisfied. Madame Su was a hen who couldn't lay eggs. She had such a good husband like Gu Sanlang, but she couldn't give birth to a good child. It wasn't easy for her to give birth to a daughter. Not only was she ugly, but she was also stupid. She was stupid because when she grew up, she found that other children could jump, but she couldn't even walk. She only called her mother when she was 3 years old. However, the couple didn't dislike her at all. They loved the child very much. Gu Jiao's mother's hard life began after the couple died. Of course, Madame Wu didn't say this. Huang Zhong had too many clues to digest in his mind, so he didn't notice Madame Wu's hesitation for a while. He looked at Madame Wu and the others and said excitedly, "To tell you the truth, the noble who gave birth in the temple that year was my wife." The two children may have been mixed up. Madame Wu and the others were stunned. I don't quite understand. Say it again. Madame Wu stammered. Huang Zhong smiled and said, San Lang's daughter is my family's young miss. Madame Wu opened her mouth. Your family is, Huang Zhong warmly said, Marquis Ding An's manor. Boom, everyone in the room was thunderstruck. They didn't understand the rest, but they understood the last two words. Marquis Manor, that damn girl was actually from the Marquis Manor? Marquis Manor has a higher official position than the county magistrate? Madame Lu carefully asked. The Marquis Manor was not an official position. It was a manor. The Marquis was the official. But Huang Zhong understood Madame Lu's meaning. Huang Zhong smiled, naturally. Huang Zhong didn't say the exact difference. Even if he did, they wouldn't understand. In the capital, anyone who dared to ask this question would have already been crushed to death by the Marquis. Comparing him to a dog's Marquis, who were they looking down on, Huang Zhong was rather polite to the Gu family. After all, the Gu family had raised their young miss. He amiably said, My family's Marquis is in town. Can I bring that child to see my family's Marquis? These people were completely scared silly. They couldn't even speak. First, they were shocked. They didn't think that the girl's background would be so frightening. Second, they were frightened. They had bullied the girl many times over the years. If the Marquis knew that they were so harsh to his own daughter, would he send them all to the yamen to eat prison food? Just as the people in the room were in a daze, Gu Zhonghai arrived home. He first noticed the carriage outside the door. Then he saw the room full of frightened birds. He glanced at the powerful Huang Zhong and frowned. He asked Madame Wu, Mother, what is it? Where's your father? Madame Wu looked behind him. Gu Zhonghai said, Father went to granduncle's place. He told me to come back first. That. Madame Wu didn't know how to tell her son. Huang Zhong smiled understandingly and said, Well, I'll send someone to inform the Marquis first. You can discuss how to tell her. If it's not convenient for you to say it, I'll do it. Such a big thing had happened. It was reasonable to give people time to digest it. But it couldn't be delayed for too long. He had to see the child today anyway. After Huang Zhong went out, the three women trembled and told Gu Jiao's background. Although Gu Zhonghai was a man, his reaction was no better than the three women's. His whole face turned pale and his legs were weak. If they treated Gu Jiao well, he would be happy to hear the news. But the point was, they didn't treat Gu Jiao as a person at all, they didn't let her eat or drink well. She did all the heavy and dirty work, such as cutting pigweed, feeding pigs, picking up pig dung. But she was stupid and couldn't do it well. So they gradually stopped asking her to do it. But they often beat and scolded her. Moreover, when she was less than 14 years old, they forced her to marry a cripple and drove them out to live alone. If the Marquis knew about this, would they still have a chance to live? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/116059784. HTML Genius remembered the website address in a second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Dashuan's father, say something. What should we do? Mrs. Zhou was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. She asked who in the Gu family treated Gu Jiao the worst. It was either Mrs. Wu or her. Of course, Mrs. Lu was not a good person, but Gu Xiaoshan took away half of her anger from Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu beat Gu Xiaoshan the most fiercely. There is a saying, anger rises from the heart, and evil grows from the guts. When people are angry to the extreme, they can do anything. Similarly, when people are scared to the extreme, they can do anything to protect themselves. Gu Zhonghai immediately made a bold decision, let you go. What? Mrs. Zhou was stunned. Madame Wu and Gu Chonglu were also stunned. Did they hear it wrong? The first branch wanted to use their daughter to replace the Jianyang? Eldest brother, you can't. Gu Chonglu was the first to object. Putting aside his guilt for the third branch, he was timid and could not do such a thing. Mrs. Lu was also not happy. It was not her daughter who was going to be the daughter of the Lord Protector. She did not enjoy the happiness, but followed the first branch in fear. No, Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Zhou did not say anything. One of them was Gu Yue's grandmother, and the other was Gu Yue's mother. They could directly benefit from it. Moreover, they were not timid. Gu Zhonghai began to persuade the second branch, second brother, second sister-in-law, if you don't think for yourselves, don't you think for Ershun? Ershun is also a very smart child, but Dashun was born before him and went to school first. The family could not support two children, so Ershun's education was delayed. When Yuer goes to the Lord Protector's manor, I will definitely let her take Ershun to the capital to study. With Ershun's intelligence, how can he not make a name for himself? These words touched the bottom of Mrs. Lu's heart. Even in her dreams, Madame Lu wanted to bask in Second Shun's glory. She also firmly believed that Second Shun was someone who could make a name for himself. It was just that Gu Dashun had taken all the opportunities. Gu Chonghai said, third brother's child is not close to us, so we can't count on her. Besides, that child might be sent back by the Marquis's mansion. Don't expect the Marquis's household to compensate us with a sum of money. They also raised third brother's daughter, so we don't owe each other anything. If we really owe them anything, it's us who owe them. How much does the Marquis estate spend on third brother's daughter every year? How much do we spend on Jianyang every year? If we really calculate it, don't we have to compensate them? Hearing about the compensation, the second branch's expression changed. Gu Zhonghai continued, but as long as Yuer goes there and puts in a good word for us, how can the Marquis's estate not go along with her? You watched Yui grow up. Don't you know what kind of person she is? She's closest to her second aunt. Mrs. Lu's back straightened. Gu Yui and Mrs. Lu's relationship was actually not very close, but Gu Yui was obedient, diligent, and had a soft personality. Mrs. Lu did not hate her, and she had never argued with her. Mrs. Zhou hurriedly chimed in, yes, she always tells me that she likes her second aunt the most. She also says that her second aunt is good-looking. Much better than me. In the past, Mrs. Zhou would never admit that Mrs. Lu was prettier than her. But now, she had to coax Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu was successfully coaxed. She smiled embarrassedly, who doesn't like Yui? After successfully persuading Mrs. Lu, Gu Zhonghai turned to look at Gu Chonglu, second brother, I know that you don't like farming. You like doing business. When Yui goes to the Marquis's mansion, let her buy you the best shop in town. You can sell whatever you want. Gu Chonglu was suddenly speechless. It was true that he felt guilty towards the third branch, but he really wanted to have his own business. Father. Mrs. Lu said weakly. Gu Zhonghai knew the old man's character well. It was true that he was fickle to Gu Jiao. It was also true that he favored boys over girls. But if he really asked him to do such a bad thing, he might not do it. I'll tell him later. Mrs. Lu curled her lips and said, then tell him, don't involve us. Gu Zhonghai grinned, don't worry, second sister-in-law. It's my idea. If the old man wants to scold someone, he will only scold me. Will the Marquis's mansion be suspicious? Gu Chonglu suddenly asked. Gu Zhonghai smiled and said, how can it be? Who would have guessed that we have such big courage? What's more, that person asked in the village before coming to the Gu family. He won't ask again. Mrs. Zhou said, what about the blood test? I heard there is such a thing. Gu Zhonghai's smile deepened, that's even easier. Yuer and third brother's daughter are blood relatives. When the time comes, let Yuer think of a way to replace the blood in the Marquis's mansion with third brother's daughter's blood. Naturally, we can deceive everyone. Just like that, the family decided the life of Gu Jiao and Gu Yuer. It was just like how they decided the life of Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. They didn't even think about whether the person involved would agree or not. Gu Yuer cried and didn't want to be a daughter. Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Lu tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. Gu Zhonghai slapped her and she became obedient. Mrs. Zhou changed her daughter into decent clothes. Mrs. Lu took out the jewelry that she took from Mrs. Su and put it on Gu Yuer. Gu Zhonghai's slap just now didn't leave a mark on Gu Yuer's face. But because she cried, her eyes were red and swollen. Regarding this, the Gu family's explanation was that the little girl couldn't accept the fact and was a little sad. Huang Zhong felt that this was human nature. The kindness of giving birth was not as great as the kindness of raising. After so many years, they should have developed feelings for each other. But Huang Zhong didn't expect that the little girl who opened the door for him was his young miss. Just now, she was dressed even more shabbily and looked even more timid. Her movements were full of pettiness. Huang Zhong thought of the dignified and elegant Gu Jinyu and couldn't help but sigh. Gu Yuer kept crying. Huang Zhong couldn't bear it and said, "Master Ho doesn't want to take you back immediately. He came today to see you first." "If you really can't bear to," Mrs. Wu hurriedly said, "no. It's right for the family to be reunited. What's there to be reluctant about? Master Ho is her biological father." Huang Zhong personally opened the curtain of the carriage and said, "Young miss, please get in the carriage." Gu Yuer didn't move. Mrs. Wu urged, "Go, you, cough, Jianyang." Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Lu helped Gu Yuer into the carriage. This was probably the first time Gu Yuer was valued by her family since she was born. The whole family treated her like a bodhisattva, but Gu Yuer couldn't feel happy. She didn't want to go to a strange place and didn't want to leave home. The whole family didn't care about Gu Yuer's life or death. They all started to have their own big dreams. Gu Zhonghai urged, "It's getting late. Go early and come back early." If they didn't leave now, old Master Ho would come back and Gu Yuer wouldn't be able to leave. What they didn't expect was that Huang Zhong and Gu Yuer didn't meet old Master Ho, but met Gu Xiaoshan, who had just returned from the academy. Gu Xiaoshan walked back casually, swinging his bag as he walked. Gu Zhonghai's eyebrows jumped. "Xiaoshan, why are you back so early?" Xiao Lulang went to the provincial capital to take the prefectural examination. Gu Xiaoshan didn't need to take second Uncle Luo's ox cart. He walked back himself. Walking on foot was much faster than an ox cart. At this time, Huang Zhong's carriage was almost out of the village. Mrs. Zhou said, "It's okay. He can't see." Gu Yuer was sitting in the carriage. Gu Xiaoshan couldn't lift the curtain with his hands, could he? "Digression, you can't do anything. Your hands are number one." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1160249556. HTML genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. The Gu family might have forgotten that Gu Xiaoshan grew up with bad hands. Because of this, he had been beaten by the Lu family since he was a child. When the carriage passed by Gu Xiaoshan casually waved his hand. "Eh? Gu Yui?" Gu Yui was only 2 months younger than Gu Jiao. According to reason, she should be Gu Xiaoshuan's older sister, but Gu Xiaoshan only called her by her first name. Gu Yui immediately panicked. Although she didn't want to leave home, she was more afraid of being beaten by her father if she failed. Huang Zhong stopped the carriage. He jumped out of the carriage and came in front of Gu Xiaoshan. He took the curtain from Gu Xiaoshuan's hand and coldly asked, "Where did this brat come from?" Gu Xiaoshan was wearing Tianxiang Academy's uniform, but every strand of hair on his body seemed to be indecent. After studying for so long, people seemed to forget that he was the #1 bully in the surrounding area. Just now, he saw Gu Yui crying in the carriage. He suddenly had a bad guess in his heart. Gu Yui had reached the age of marriage. His family was worried about Gu Yui's marriage. The Gu family didn't like the poor ones, and the Gu family didn't want the good ones. This rotten old man, could it be that he wanted to buy Gu Yui to be his concubine? Gu Xiaoshuan's bad temper rose. You don't even know your grandfather, Xiaoshun, and you dare to come to the Gu family to steal someone? Yui, get out of the carriage. Gu Yui didn't move. Gu Xiaoshun stepped into the carriage and was about to pull Gu Yui down. Huang Zhong was a martial artist. How could he let a brat steal someone from his hands? He grabbed Gu Xiaoshuan's arm and coldly said, "Brat, if you have something to say, then say it." Gu Xiaoshuan unhappily said, "How much money did my uncle ask you? You even sold your own daughter? What do you mean by your uncle's daughter? She was the daughter of the third branch of the Gu family, Gu Jiao's mother." Wait, you're a member of the Gu family? Huang Zhong was suddenly startled, as if something was wrong. At this time, Gu Zhonghai, Madame Zhou, and Madame Lu arrived breathlessly. Gu Zhonghai said sternly, "Xiaoshun, get over here." Gu Xiaoshun ignored Gu Zhonghai and looked at Huang Zhong strangely. She lifted the curtain with one hand and pointed at Gu Yue with the other. "Are you stupid? I don't know my sister. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. She is the daughter of the Gu clan's first branch, Gu Yui." It was a sunny day, and the streets of the town were bustling with activity. Marquis Gu sat in a room on the second floor of the tea house, sipping tea as he listened to the carriage driver's report. The window beside his hand was wide open, and the sunlight and noise came in together. Unlike the bustle in the capital, the town was more lively with the local customs and customs. We went to the village. The family there also had the surname Gu, the driver said. As this was a serious matter, Marquis Gu only used people he trusted, and the driver was no exception. The coachman told him everything he had heard from the Gu family. When he heard that the other party's surname was also Gu, Marquis Gu's reaction was not very big, but when he heard that the child was indeed the baby girl who was carried away by mistake, Marquis Gu's cup fell on the table with a clang. The driver was frightened. "Marquis, are you okay?" He thought that he would be very calm after finding his long-lost child, but he was a little nervous. He asked, "Where is she?" The driver said, "She's on the way. Bodyguard Huang asked me to inform you in advance, and he will bring her here in a while." Marquis Gu was a little excited. He straightened his clothes and asked the driver, "Do I look okay?" The driver was stunned. You're not looking at her face." Marquis Gu's face darkened. "I'm asking you if you'll scare the child." The driver trembled. Marquis Gu took a deep breath and suppressed his ferocious expression. In fact, there was nothing to worry about. Jinyu liked him very much, so the child would definitely like him too. The main thing was that he was afraid that he would scare the child away if he was too imposing. Time seemed to slow down. Marquis Gu gradually could not sit still upstairs, so he simply got up and went downstairs. He had just taken 2 steps out of the tea house when he bumped into a glutinous rice ball who was holding some snacks. The little glutinous rice ball cried out and fell face down on the ground. The box of snacks in his hand fell out, and a drop rolled out. The little glutinous rice ball was stunned when he saw that the snacks he bought with great difficulty were gone. "What's wrong, Jing Kong?" Gu Jiao came over with a candied hawthorn nearby. When she saw the little guy lying on the ground with a confused face, she hurriedly went forward and lifted him up. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at the osmanthus cake scattered all over the ground. He pouted and tears welled up in his big eyes. "The osmanthus cake is gone." Today was the first time little Jing Kong came to town. It was the first time he saw so many people and also the first time he queued up to buy osmanthus cake. He cherished it so much that he could not bear to eat a single one. In the end, it was gone just like that. Gu Jiao looked at the osmanthus cake on the ground and asked little Jing Kong, "Are you hurt? Are you hurt anywhere?" Little Jing Kong covered his little heart and said with an aggrieved face, "I'm hurt here." Gu Jiao was speechless. This was the osmanthus cake from Li Ji. They queued for more than an hour before they could buy it. The little guy was sad. But did you have to be so dramatic? You even put on an act? Gu Jiao wiped his little hands with a handkerchief. Be careful next time. I'm very careful. It's not my fault. He bumped into me. After little Jing Kong said that, he raised his hand and pointed at Marquis Gu, who did not know whether to leave or stay. Strictly speaking, he did leave in a hurry. Little Jing Kong did not move at that time. He held the snacks under the eaves and waited for Gu Jiao to buy him sugar-coated haws. However, Marquis Gu did not do it on purpose. Little Jing Kong was too short and he did not see him at first. When he was about to ask someone to carry little Jing Kong away, Gu Jiao appeared. Why is this girl everywhere? Marquis Gu was puzzled. Gu Jiao looked at Marquis Gu coldly. Marquis Gu felt a little guilty under her sharp gaze, but it was impossible for him, a marquis, to apologize to a child. He coughed softly and said seriously, "Who asked him to block the way? You brought a child out, why didn't you keep an eye on him?" Alright, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll forgive you. This amount of silver is enough to buy 100 boxes of osmanthus cakes. After saying that, he took out a silver ingot and threw it on the ground in front of the two. Ordinary people would have kowtowed to thank him for the reward when they saw so much silver ingot. However, Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong did not move. Marquis Gu glanced at them coldly. "Oh, as you wish." After saying that, he strode away. His clothes were either rich or expensive. Naturally, no one dared to speak up for Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. However, just as he brushed past Gu Jiao gently stretched out her foot and tripped him. He was caught off guard and fell flat on the ground. He was instantly angry. He turned his head and stared at Gu Jiao fiercely. "Stupid girl, do you want to die?" Gu Jiao returned his words to him word for word. "Who asked you to block the way?" After tripping him, Gu Jiao turned and left with little Jing Kong. Marquis Gu was really angry this time. Coincidentally, the county magistrate passed by with the Yaman's constables. Marquis Gu was so angry that he asked the county magistrate to arrest them. Digression Marquis of this chapter. Ha ha ha, Marquis of the next chapter. Woo, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/115990461. HTML Genius remembered the website address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. As soon as the magistrate left, Huang Zhong arrived. Marquis. Why are you here alone? Where's the child? I was almost fooled. The one from the Gu family isn't. Huang Zhong told him the whole story of how the Gu family had substituted one person for another. Fortunately, we met Brother Xiaoshun. Otherwise, we would have made another mistake. Marquis Gu was furious. Very good, these people don't want to live anymore. I'll deal with them later. I asked you a question, are you deaf? Marquis Gu glared at Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong pursed his lips. Weren't they still hesitating at the beginning about whether or not to recognize her? Why are they so anxious now? Huang Zhong took out a lifelike wooden carving. Brother Xiaoshun gave it to me. He said this is the young miss. The wooden carving from last time was given to the old mother of the headmaster. After that, Gu Xiaoshun carved a new one, but he didn't have time to give it to Gu Jiao. Huang Zhong learned his lesson this time and didn't tell Gu Xiaoshun the truth. He only said that his master had received a favor from his sister and wanted to invite her to town to thank her. Gu Xiaoshun was afraid that they would thank the wrong person again, so he gave the wooden carving to him. Marquis Gu felt that the wooden carving looked a little familiar. It's missing something. Huang Zhong searched his chest again and took out a small piece of dough. He smacked it on the left side of the wooden carving's face. Brother Xiaoshun said that the young miss has a red birthmark on her face. Red birthmark. Marquis Gu finally understood why the wooden carving looked familiar. Wasn't this the stinky girl he had just ordered to be taken away? Did you make a mistake? Marquis Gu frowned. There's no mistake this time. In order to verify the authenticity of the wooden carving, Huang Zhong had checked with the villagers. It was the real child of the Gu family's third branch. Marquis Gu felt as if lightning had struck his head, and his whole body began to sway. Huang Zhong noticed his master's strange behavior and asked worriedly, Marquis, what's wrong? Don't tell me you don't like Mrs. Appearance? Xiaoshuan's brother said that although she has a birthmark, it's not ugly at all. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder, and fairies were in the eyes of the younger brother. Gu Xiaoshun had never thought that his sister was ugly. Huang Zhong was just listening to Marquis Gu's words when the next second, Marquis Gu disappeared. Naturally, Marquis Gu had gone to chase after Gu Jiao. He had not expected that the brat was the child he had been searching so hard for. It's over. He had personally sent him to prison. Whether or not he would recognize her was another matter altogether. He was afraid that when the time came, it would be difficult to ask her for her blood as a guiding drug. When Marquis Gu arrived at the county yamen, Magistrate Liu and his entourage had also just arrived. Just now, he had revealed his identity so that the county magistrate obeyed his orders. When the county magistrate saw him, he hurriedly went forward to salute him. However, Marquis Gu didn't even look at him and walked towards the carriage where Gu Jiao and Gu Ruoyun were being held. Something unexpected happened. The carriage was empty, and there was not a single person in it. Marquis Gu's eyes widened. Where is she? Magistrate Liu was also dumbfounded. That's right, where is she? He had seen her and the child get into the carriage with his own eyes. They had not stopped along the way, so how could they have disappeared? Could it be that the brat was a hidden expert? Magistrate Liu wiped away his cold sweat. This official has failed in his duty. This official will immediately send people to capture her. She will be punished. Let's see if she dares to escape. A mere 9th rank official dared to punish the bloodline of the Marquis' household? Marquis Gu scolded, dog official. You even captured 2 children. You even want to punish them. Why don't you go to heaven? Magistrate Liu was dumbfounded. Didn't you tell this official to capture them? Marquis Gu kicked him. You'll capture them just because I told you to? Who is the real official of the people? You don't seek justice for the people, you don't stand up for the people. You only know how to curry favor and curry favor. What's the use of having you? Magistrate Liu, who was flustered by the wind, was speechless. The last ray of the setting sun disappeared into the horizon. The sky was gray and half dark. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and walked on the quiet street at a moderate pace. Although there was no osmanthus cake, there was still candied haws. Little Jing Kong was small, but he was not timid. The series of events just now did not scare him at all. He licked the candied haws very seriously. Gu Jiao paused and could not help but ask him, "Are you afraid?" Little Jing Kong stopped licking the candied haws and looked at Gu Jiao with his big eyes. After a while, he understood what she meant. "I'm not afraid." He said so. Gu Jiao nodded. It was good that he was not afraid. The first principle that Gu Jiao learned was the way of survival. She did not care much about whether people were good or bad. However, after having little Jing Kong, she began to care about it. It did not seem good to let a child learn how to escape from prison. Gu Jiao was thinking about how to educate little Jing Kong when little Jing Kong shook her hand. "Jiao Jiao, you're very powerful." Gu Jiao thought that he was talking about a child. Little Jing Kong said, "I want to be very powerful too. I want to be more powerful than Jiao Jiao. Then Jiao Jiao won't need to be powerful." Gu Jiao paused and looked at him in confusion. Little Jing Kong raised his head and looked into Gu Jiao's eyes with his clear eyes. "Jiao Jiao must be very hard, right? Master said that powerful people have suffered a lot, and they will continue to suffer a lot in the future." In fact, he did not understand why people had to suffer when they became powerful. Master said that it was because powerful people were destined to go up the mountain. Those who went up the mountain had to suffer, so they had to go down the mountain to be comfortable. This was the first time that someone asked Gu Jiao if it was hard. She joined the organization when she was 8 years old. She was whipped, electrocuted, tortured. Every day, she almost went into shock. People only cared about whether she could take on the next mission. No one cared about whether she was hard or not. Gu Jiao did not know how to answer for a moment. Little Jing Kong thought about what happened just now and lowered his head. Did I make Jiao Jiao feel tired? Gu Jiao did not expect him to say that. Gu Jiao touched his little bald head. No, it's not hard to raise little Jing Kong at all. Really? Little Jing Kong looked at her blankly. Gu Jiao saw a trace of hesitation in his eyes. This heartless little guy was actually more vulnerable than anyone else. Gu Jiao nodded firmly. Yes, it's true. Little Jing Kong smiled again. He patted his little chest and said solemnly, Jiao Jiao, wait for me to grow up. When I grow up, I'll carry you up the mountain. If powerful people had to go up the mountain, then he would carry Jiao Jiao up the mountain. Jiao Jiao did not need to walk. He would bear the hardships of Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao did not understand what he meant by going up the mountain and going down the mountain, but she felt the little guy's concern. She squatted down and gently scratched the tip of his little nose. At this time, Gu Jiao did not know that someone had really fulfilled the promise that he made when he was 3.5 years old. This cute little ball of rice actually became such a majestic immortal general one day. In the 6 countries in the world, no one dared to make her suffer anymore. When they returned to the village, little Jing Kong had already fallen asleep. He was lying in Gu Jiao's arms and drooling. There was a carriage parked at the entrance of the village. Gu Jiao did not pay attention to it, but when she approached the carriage, she saw a person standing beside it. It was none other than Marquis Gu, who ordered her and little Jing Kong to be taken to prison. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428266/1159583551. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. There was no one beside Marquis Gu except for his guard, Huang Zhong. Gu Jiao ruled out the possibility that he was here to catch her. But if he wasn't here to catch her, why would he be here? Gu Jiao didn't have a good impression of this Marquis who looked down on commoners like ants. She hugged little Jing Kong tightly and looked at him warily. If he dared to do anything to hurt them, she didn't mind taking his life here. Marquis Gu saw Gu Jiao's hostility. He coughed lightly and said seriously, I'm not here to catch you. I have no ill intentions. Gu Jiao didn't care about this and continued to look at him warily. Marquis Gu's feelings were very complicated. On one hand, he couldn't accept that this girl who had tricked him time and time again was his long-lost flesh and blood. On the other hand, he couldn't bear to look back on their interactions. But no matter what, since he was here, he had to make things clear. Marquis Gu gave Huang Zhong a look, and Huang Zhong retreated. Marquis Gu flicked his wide sleeves and said, My surname is Gu. I'm Marquis Ding and of the Hot Spring Villa. Gu Jiao had guessed his identity long ago. When they first met, Gu Jinyu was sitting in his carriage. She recognized Gu Jinyu's voice. It seemed unlikely that there was a second person who could sit in Gu Jinyu's carriage and call himself Marquis. After meeting him in the forest, she looked at his face up close. It was a face that was very similar to Gu Yan's. If he said that he was not Gu Yan's biological father, she was afraid that she would not believe it. But he didn't say anything and Gu Jiao didn't point it out. Marquis Gu said, Today's matter. Gu Jiao interrupted him, If you're here to apologize, there's no need. I don't care. Marquis Gu glared at her. No, how can you say that? How can you be so impudent? He did come with a trace of guilt, but he was the Marquis. How could he apologize to a girl? Didn't she know that there were no parents in this world? Her parents were gone, ahem, he and Xiaoxia had indeed not taught her. Gu Sanlang and Sushir had left early, so they didn't have the time to teach her. I heard that she used to be a fool, and that she got over it recently. Thinking of this, Marquis Gu felt that he could be more lenient with her. He suppressed his boiling anger and said to her, I came to find you because I have something to tell you. You might not believe me, but you, and sigh, why can't I say it out loud? Marquis Gu was worried. What do I have with you? No matter how hard Gu Jiao racked her brains, she couldn't think of any relationship between this man and herself. However, she had lived for 2 lifetimes and had seen all kinds of weirdos. Don't tell me you have some kind of weird fetish and like me? Although her face was damaged, she was still young. Some men had such strong tastes. Marquis Gu stumbled and almost fell into the well in front of him. What kind of person did this girl think he was? How could she slander her own father like this? Marquis Gu's temper that he had suppressed with great difficulty came back up. Do you know who I am? I am you. A quarter of an hour later, Marquis Gu limped back to the carriage with a bruised face. Huang Zhong walked over and was stunned. Marquis, you were beaten? You weren't beaten by the young miss, right? You can't even beat the young miss? Marquis Gu roared like a storm. I didn't want to argue with her. He wouldn't admit that he couldn't beat her, this was too tragic. Huang Zhong couldn't bear to look at it. He had followed the Marquis for more than 10 years and had never seen him in such a sorry state. Huang Zhong asked, young miss hit you so hard? Didn't you tell her that you are her father? When this was mentioned, Marquis Gu became even angrier. Why didn't you tell her? Huang Zhong didn't understand. What, did you say? Marquis Gu was filled with righteous indignation. I said I am her father. She said I scolded her and then she beat me up. And she beat him up very badly. Marquis Gu had never been wronged like this since he was a child. Huang Zhong, why don't you say you are her father? Is the word father too hot to use? After beating him up, Gu Jiao carried little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly, home. Xiao Lulang was not at home. He had gone to the provincial capital to take an exam and would only be back next month. The house seemed to have become quiet with one person missing. In fact, Xiao Lulang was very quiet at home. Shi stayed in his room most of the time. However, when Gu Jiao opened the door of the west room and didn't see the young man reading at the desk, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Gu Jiao put little Jing Kong on the bed and pulled the quilt over him. Then she went to the kitchen to cook dinner. Little Jing Kong had eaten his fill in town. Gu Jiao didn't wake him up and sat in the central room with the old lady to eat. Gu Jiao asked, Xiaoshan didn't come over? Gu Xiaoshan returned to the old house every night after dinner. He said he would stay at the academy for a while, the old lady said as she picked up a piece of braised pork. Without Lulang and little silly girl, the braised pork was no longer delicious. Gu Jiao asked strangely, why did he suddenly go to the academy? The old lady said, I don't know. He left in a hurry. Gu Xiaoshan ruined the Gu family's plans. Gu Zhonghai, his wife, and the Lu matriarch wanted to beat him to death. In order to avoid trouble, he stayed at the academy overnight. The academy didn't allow outsiders to enter. The only Gu family member who could enter was Gu Dashun. The Gu family could let Gu Dashun beat him up if they wanted, but Gu Dashun couldn't beat him. I'll send him some money tomorrow. Gu Jiao was worried that Gu Xiaoshan wouldn't have enough money to eat. I'll give it to him, the old lady said. Where did you get the money? Gu Jiao asked. The old lady was very down and out when she first came to the house. She didn't even have a copper coin, let alone silver. During the new year, Gu Jiao gave her a big red packet, but it was in silver notes. The old lady snorted, did I tell you for nothing? Gu Jiao was stunned. Did the old lady start a side business at home? The old lady said without changing her expression, and your medicine. Since you don't want it anymore, I'll sell it all. Gu Jiao asked strangely, what medicine? The old lady said, golden sore medicine. You've been messing around at home for a few days. Do you think I don't know? Gu Jiao said, "Oh, you know. She made the medicine during the day. Xiao Lulang wasn't at home. Although the old lady was, she didn't expect the old lady to know about the golden sore medicine, so she didn't hide it from her. She had high requirements for medicine. She made more than a dozen bottles and only kept the 3 bottles with the best effect. She didn't care that the rest of the bottles were missing. She thought the old lady threw them away. Who would have thought that the old lady secretly sold them?" Gu Jiao heard the old lady's tone and said, "Have you done this before?" "You mean selling medicine? Oh, maybe. But I don't think I'm selling golden sore medicine." The old lady thought about it seriously and found a name from her few memories. "It seems to be an aphrodisiac." Gu Jiao, according to later records, the virtuous empress sold aphrodisiac to the imperial concubines and took bribes to control the green head card. The virtuous empress's last words were, "Don't talk about feelings with me, the emperor. The highest bidder will sleep." Digression, the virtuous empress was the title of the empress dowager. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1159288088. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. After dinner, Gu Jiao tidied up the house and went to the west room to put a blanket over little Jing Kong. Then, she went back to her room to sleep. 2 months had passed since the last time she had a dream. Gu Jiao had not had a dream since then. Unexpectedly, she had a dream again that night. However, she did not dream of Xiao Lulang, but of herself. She dreamed that she had become the daughter of the Gu family and met Gu Jinyu from the hot spring villa. She also dreamed that they had returned to the capital together. She moved into a richly ornamented house. There were more than 10 servants serving her every day. There were also family members who doted on her that she had never met before. The servants respectfully called her Miss Gu, but the good times did not last long. Gu Jinyu was beautiful, demure and elegant. She was educated and well-spoken. On the other hand, she was ugly, uncouth, illiterate and clumsy with her speech. Compared to Gu Jinyu, she was a complete joke. Everyone said that the Gu family had brought back a wild girl from the countryside. The servants started to mock her. The daughters started to distance themselves from her. Even the family members who used to dote on her did not seem to know how to face her. In order to get back what was rightfully hers, she did some bad things under the instigation of others. This caused everyone to be extremely disappointed in her. In the end, she was sent to a villa outside the capital. She was depressed and heartbroken every day. Finally, she died of an illness in the cold winter. When Gu Jiao woke up, she wondered why she had such a dream. When she dreamed about Xiao Lulang, she knew that it would happen. However, it was different when it happened to her. It was not because of anything else. It was because the her in the dream was not her at all. She was not ignorant and incompetent, nor was she clumsy with her speech. She did not care about what others thought of her. She would not be jealous of Gu Jinyu. She would not be instigated by others. She would not use those stupid tricks on Gu Jinyu either. If she really wanted to kill someone, she would do it more cleanly than wiping the floor. As for being heartbroken because he couldn't get the love of his family, that was even more ridiculous. So, why did she have such a wild dream? Was there something wrong with his brain? On the other hand, Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin's carriage had finally arrived at the prefectural city, Ping City, after a long and arduous journey. They didn't arrive early, and the inns next to the examination hall were all full. They settled for the next best thing, and chosen in one street away. 2 taels of silver for a room was simply asking for a sky-high price. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked the examinees to wait? He could only obediently hand over the silver. When the capital examination was over, the first batch of failed candidates would leave, and the price would drop by half. When the academy envoys were also over, the price would drop by another half. Feng Lin and the coachman ate something unclean on the road and had a stomachache. Luckily, Gu Jiao had prepared some diarrhea medicine. Xiao Lulang was fine, but he was not used to sleeping every night. 2 days later, the capital examination began. The location of the capital examination was at the Ping City Examination Hall. The examinees entered the hall at 5 a.m. Different from the examination documents of the county examination, the examination documents of the capital examination were given to each examinee. The examination documents were called examination documents by the prefectural government. The examinee's name, examination shed, and seat number were written on it. There were 4 examination sheds in the examination hall in Ping City. Sheds were mostly for the top examinees in the county examination, and Xiao Lulang was also in one of them. The big examination shed was divided into numerous small examination rooms. Each examinee had one room. The space was not big, but there was a desk, a cushion, and a narrow wooden bed. Other than the examination documents, the examinees were not allowed to bring in anything else. The examinees' brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone were all provided by the examination hall. In addition, there were also 3 meals a day and a blanket for the night. If the examinees were tired, they could rest at any time. As long as they did not cheat or violate the rules of the examination hall, no one would interfere even if they slept there for 4 days and 4 nights. The capital examination did not have a one-off situation. Therefore, the examinees had to obediently complete the 3 rounds of examination. Other than when they went to the toilet, they were not allowed to leave the examination hall. Once they left, regardless of the situation, they could not return to the examination hall. The first round was on the scriptures. The scriptures for the capital examination required the examinees to know at least 3 scriptures. The Classic of Filial Piety and the Analects of Confucius were a must. The rest of the examinees could choose from the Book of Songs and the Rites of Zhou and write from memory according to the designated paragraph. This seemed simple, but one had to know that other than the Classic of Filial Piety, which only had 2,369 words, the other 3 scriptures added up to more than 90,000 words. Even if the Rites of Zhou, which had the most words, was removed, there were still more than 50,000 words. The amount of memorization was huge. The number of questions for the scriptures was also very large. The fastest one could finish writing would be in the afternoon. Usually, there would be people handing in their papers one after another at dusk. Xiao Lulang only wrote for an hour before he stopped writing and went to sleep. His paper was covered under the white paper and pressed down with an inkstone. The invigilator was stunned. Was he finished? No, this was impossible. No one could answer so quickly, unless he had memorized the scriptures so well that he could write without thinking. This was not something that an ordinary genius could do. Who did he think he was? The former young chancellor, the young Marquis of Zhaodu. The invigilator felt that he most likely would not be able to answer, so he simply gave up writing. He was even the county examination's top case examinee. He was really an embarrassment to their county. After the examination, there was a person who came up to collect the papers. He would first paste the name and then put it into a special box. Even the invigilator was not able to see the paper. When they saw it, the name had already been masked, so they would not know which paper belonged to which examinee. Maybe it was because Xiao Lulang had left a deep impression on the invigilator in the first round. For the next 2 rounds, the invigilator also paid special attention to him. The second round of essays tested the examinee's ability to write. There were not many restrictions on the wording and style of writing. It could be considered the easiest round of the 3 rounds. Xiao Lulang only wrote for an hour before he covered his paper and went to sleep. Can you not give up on yourself like this? Essays are so simple. You don't even know how to write this? How did you become the county examination's top case examinee? Are the examinees of this batch so useless? The last round was an 8-part essay. It took 2 days to complete, which showed how difficult it was. Especially this time, the questions were personally set by Provincial Governor Zhuang from the capital. Provincial Governor Zhuang had taken two completely unrelated sentences from the Analects of Confucius: poverty without flattery, wealth without arrogance, quick to handle matters but cautious in speech. He had the examinees forcefully put them together to solve the question. In less than a quarter of an hour, two examinees collapsed from the pressure. They were carried out, and the exam was cancelled. The invigilator secretly cursed. Such a difficult exam, why didn't you give this Grandpa Pa? He thought that Xiao Lulang would give up and go to sleep in less than an hour. Who knew that he would sit there without moving? Poverty without flattery, wealth without arrogance, quick to handle matters but cautious in speech. Why did Sir Zhuang give such a difficult assignment? Aheng, help me do it. The young girl's bright smile flashed through his mind. It was vivid in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are also updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115888883888. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. On the evening of the fourth day, the exam ended. Feng Lin had been waiting here since early in the morning. After waiting for an entire day, the other examinees came out one after another. Only Xiao Lulang was nowhere to be seen. He could not help but worry. Just as he was wondering if he should ask the people inside, he saw Xiao Lulang come out with a cold expression. Feng Lin hurriedly went up to him and found that his complexion was not good. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Or did you not do well?" "It's nothing," Xiao Lulang said lightly. Feng Lin heard that his voice was fine and thought that it should not be a problem with his body. He comforted him. "I just heard from the examinees that this time's exam questions were especially difficult. Don't be discouraged, they might not even do as well as you. Let's go back to the inn," Xiao Lulang said as he turned around and walked in the direction of the inn. Feng Lin wanted to say something but stopped. He had never seen Xiao Lulang like this before. Even though he had always been cold, he was not so cold that he did not dare to approach him. Xiao Lulang's body was filled with a chilling aura, as if he would do something terrible in the next second. Lulang, wait for me." Although Feng Lin was afraid, he still gritted his teeth and chased after him. He did not call him Brother Xiao anymore. After all, he was older than Xiao Lulang. The reason he called him Brother Xiao was because Xiao Lulang had saved him. But the two of them had spent New Year's Eve together and had a strong friendship. If he continued to call him Brother Xiao, it would be too distant. Xiao Lulang used his walking stick and did not walk as fast as Feng Lin. Feng Lin caught up with him in a short while. The two of them went back to the inn together. When they passed by a tea house, two middle-aged men wearing brocade clothes walked out. One of them inadvertently glanced at Xiao Lulang. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but he suddenly realized something and turned his head to look at Xiao Lulang. At this moment, Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin had already crossed the street and were heading towards the inn on the other side. His eyes followed Xiao Lulang's back until he completely disappeared around the corner. "Lord Zhuang, what's wrong? Did you see someone familiar? Do you want me to go and greet them?" The person who asked the question was the governor of Pingqing, surnamed Luo. Zhuang Xianji shook his head. "There's no need. He's not an acquaintance of mine. We just look similar." The young marquis was already dead. He had personally dug out the young marquis corpse from the ruins of the directorate. The corpse had already been burned into a charred corpse by the fire. No matter how much time had passed, he would never be able to forget that tragic sight. Or perhaps, they didn't look alike at all, but he was just seeing things. Looking at the young Marquis's appearance and talent, it was impossible to find a second person like him in the entire 6 nations. Do you need me to confirm it? Governor Luo saw that Lord Zhuang seemed to be very concerned about the person who had mistaken him for someone else. He couldn't help but suggest that he go and take a look. Xianxia shook his head again. There's no need. That acquaintance has already passed away. Ah. There was no need to confirm if it was a dead person. Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin returned to the inn. As soon as they entered, they heard someone shouting, "Feng Duanzi." Feng Lin's hair stood on end, the shadow of his childhood instantly appeared on top of his head. He was no longer the Duanzi from back then. He had lost weight. Feng Lin looked over and saw a scholarly-looking youth rushing down the stairs excitedly. He came to Feng Lin and said with a smile, "It's really you, Feng Duanzi. You're good. You've changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize you." Eh? Who is he? The youth's gaze landed on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was even better looking than a girl. People couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of being beaten up by Feng Lin. Just now, the youth was first attracted by Xiao Lulang before noticing Feng Lin, who was beside Xiao Lulang. Feng Lin also recognized the youth and said, in surprise, "Du Ruhan?" The youth smiled and patted Feng Lin's shoulder. "It's me. It's really you." Feng Lin also smiled and introduced him to Xiao Lulang. "Lulang. Do you still remember him? Little Tummy. The 3 of us went to private school together when we were young." The youth looked at Xiao Lulang in disbelief. After a while, he said to Feng Lin, "You must have mistaken him for someone else." "He's not Lulang." Feng Lin said with certainty, "I'm not mistaken. It's Lulang." The youth looked at Xiao Lulang suspiciously. "That little Lulang who moved away after staying for a year?" Feng Lin said, "Yes. It's him. Less than 2 years after he moved away, your family moved away too. Now that I think about it, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. The youth still felt that the other party was not Xiao Lulang. He said to Feng Lin, "If I can recognize you, why can't I recognize him?" Little Lulang was not that good looking. Actually, Feng Lin did not recognize Xiao Lulang at first glance. It was only when he saw Xiao Lulang's travel permit that he knew that he was his childhood neighbor. In addition, Xiao Lulang had saved his life, so he had no doubts about Xiao Lulang's identity. As for Xiao Lulang not remembering the past, that was normal. It had been more than 10 years. Xiao Lulang was not even 7 years old when he moved away. What could a 6 or 7-year-old kid remember? That kid was very timid when he was young. He always hid behind his mother. Xiao Lulang went upstairs first. The youth and Feng Lin followed behind and whispered. The youth was the one who spoke. "Lulang is different now. He is very brave. He even saved me," Feng Lin said. "He is different." The youth glanced at Xiao Lulang's back. He felt that the other party had the aura of a young master from the capital. This aura was hard to detect if one had not seen it before. "What's wrong with his leg?" the youth asked in a bad mood in front of Xiao Lulang. "Half a year ago, he was injured while saving me. He is now receiving treatment." Feng Lin said guiltily and asked, "Speaking of which, where did you go after you moved away?" "I went to the capital," the youth said. Feng Lin's eyes widened. "You went to the capital?" It was Feng Lin's dream to go to the capital. Unfortunately, the capital was heavily guarded. For commoners like them, unless they were going to the capital for the exam, it was impossible to get a travel permit to the capital. The youth chuckled. "My aunt is a concubine in the capital. She brought our whole family over. Now, are you still jealous?" Feng Lin did not say anything. The youth laughed. "I lied to you. Let's go." The 3 of them ate dinner together. From the youth, Feng Lin found out that he was studying in a famous academy in the capital. 2 years ago, he passed the exam and was preparing for the provincial exam in August. This time, he was traveling with his uncle to broaden his horizons. Throughout the meal, only the youth and Feng Lin conversed. Xiao Lulang was a man of few words and did not like to talk to others. This kid was not like this before. After Xiao Lulang returned to the house, the youth pulled Feng Lin aside and whispered. Feng Lin said softly. His mother and brother have passed away. It has not been easy for him these years. Oh. The youth did not say anything else. After a while, he changed the topic. You are going to take the exam this year, right? I will wait for you in the capital. Feng Lin thought for a while and said, I will take the exam with Lu Lang. The youth pursed his lips. How do you know he will pass? That kid's brain is not good. Have you forgotten that he was scolded by the teacher? Even if he could not remember how Xiao Lulang looked like when he was young, the youth did not forget Xiao Liulang's embarrassing past. He was not stupid. It was just that his reaction time was slower than others. This kind of person could work but study would be difficult. Feng Lin said seriously, Lu Lang is different now. He passed the county exam and this time, although the questions are difficult, I believe he will pass the exam. The youth laughed evilly. Let's make a bet. He will not pass. Feng Lin decisively asked him to leave. No one could look down on Xiao Lulang, not even his childhood friends. After being chased out of the inn by Feng Lin, the young man no longer had the mood to stroll around. Bored, he returned to the governor's office. When the guards saw him, they respectfully opened the door for him. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he was stopped in his tracks by a stern voice. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? The young man turned around embarrassedly, smiled, and said, Hello, uncle. Didn't you go to mark the exam papers? How did you finish so quickly? Provincial Governor Zhuang sternly said, Don't change the topic. I'm asking you, where have you been? The youth laughed dryly. I met 2 of my old neighbors in Song County and chatted with them for a while. Dinner. I also ate with them. Provincial Governor Zhuang coldly said, Do you think I will believe you? Did you go and do something indecent again? I promised your aunt to bring you out, not to let you idle around. Guards. Lock him in the room. Without my orders, he is not allowed to take half a step out. The youth cried out, I didn't. Uncle. I really went to meet some friends. They are staying at Yuelai Inn. One of them is called Feng Lin. The other is called Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang is this year's examinee. He just finished your perverted exam questions today. His face turned green. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1158522814. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. After hearing this, Du Ruhan knew that there was no hope for him today. He hated his mouth. Why did he speak the truth at such a critical moment? Sure enough, when Governor Luo came to mediate the fight, Du Ruhan had already been served by Zhuang Xianxia to the point that even his parents couldn't recognize him. Governor Luo asked awkwardly and respectfully, Sir, should we investigate those 2 people? Zhuang Xianxia rejected him immediately. Is that fellow telling the truth? Governor Luo's mouth twitched. Young Master Du said that the questions you set were perverted. He was telling the truth. Gu Jiao knew nothing about what happened in Pingqing. She was on the way to the hot spring villa. This morning, Second Master came to her personally and told her about this month's consultation. Although I know that we were talking about consultation, you know young Master Gu's situation. It is indeed inconvenient for him to go out. Second master did not know that Gu Yan had come to see her not long ago and that she had already given him a follow-up consultation. Gu Jiao paused. Okay. Eh? Second master was stunned. She was so easy to talk to, I have been holding back all this time. Was it all for nothing? The weather was good and the carriage moved quickly. They arrived at the villa in less than 2 hours. The attitude of the people in the villa towards them had changed greatly. Although the guards still looked serious, they were very polite. The servant who came to pick them up was the same person as last time. Her name was Yuya. Yuya led Gu Jiao, the second boss, and the old doctor to a pavilion near the small garden. The young master is soaking in the hot spring. Please wait for a moment. I will go and report to the young master. The hot spring was closer to the pavilion. Yuya was not sure where the young master wanted to see the doctor. If he wanted to go to the hot spring, there was no need to bring them to the main courtyard. Yuya went to ask the young master for instructions and instructed a servant to bring some snacks and tea from the kitchen to serve Gu Jiao and the other two. This treatment was much better than the previous time. The second boss tasted a mouthful of the rose cake and smiled from ear to ear. Is it really that good? Gu Jiao asked. The second boss smiled and said, the things in the Marquis estate are expensive not because they are delicious, but because you can't eat them. He wasn't eating snacks, but glory. Woo. Woo. While they were waiting, the sound of something crying came from the small garden. All three of them heard it. The old doctor followed the sound and asked in puzzlement, what's that sound? The second boss stopped eating and listened attentively, but he didn't hear anything. I'll go take a look. Gu Jiao said. Don't. The second boss wanted to stop her, but was Gu Jiao someone who could be stopped so easily? She got up and went down the steps to the little garden. She followed the sound and soon found the little thing trapped under the fence. It was a little puppy that had just been born. It was unknown how it got stuck in the fence and there was a circle of thorns under the fence. The result was that the more it struggled, the more the thorns pierced into its flesh. It was in so much pain that its eyes were filled with tears. When it saw someone come, it didn't know if it was frightened or excited. It stuck out its little tongue, but it didn't expect to lick the thorns, causing it to whimper in pain. It really is a stupid little puppy. Gu Jiao squatted down and rubbed its furry little head, don't move. The little puppy didn't understand, but it still moved. It was in so much pain. In order to save it, she had to first move the fence and then pull out the thorns from the little puppy's body one by one. Gu Jiao chose the best position and began to pull the fence. At this time, a servant girl wearing an apricot-colored vest came over. Who is it? Stop right now. Gu Jiao didn't stop. Gu Jiao had a small basket on her back and was dressed like a village girl. The servant girl only felt that this dress was familiar, but did not think much of it. She strode over and grabbed Gu Jiao's small basket. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Gu Jiao calmly turned her head. Her cold gaze was like a knife, scaring the servant girl into letting go. Then, the servant girl recognized her. It's you? Gu Jiao also recognized her. It was the servant who had rummaged through her pouch at Rejuvenation Hall and slandered her as a thief. She was Gu Jinyu's trusted aide called Yuru. Why are you here? Yuru frowned. She remembered that she had heard that the doctor from Rejuvenation Hall had come to examine the young master. Her face darkened. You're just a little medicine boy. You don't have to follow me every time. Gu Jiao was too lazy to pay attention to her and moved to pull the fence. Yuru scolded, what are you doing? That place is filled with young Miss Flowers. Are you worthy of ruining it? Woo. Woo. The puppy cried out in pain. Yuru glanced at it and sneered, just because of a mutt? Your dog? Sure enough, like person, like dog. Do you know how much one peony here costs? I'm selling you and your dog. Noisy. Gu Jiao frowned in annoyance and pulled the fence up. Yuru's expression changed and she pounced at her. Actually, when Gu Jiao pulled the fence up, she had avoided the peonies. However, when Yuru pounced on the fence, the end of the fence swept and broke one of the peonies. That was the one that bloomed the most beautifully. Yuru's face turned pale. She suddenly retreated a few steps, far away from the scene. She covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Gu Jiao with the other. You broke young Miss Flowers. You broke it yourself. You're blaming me. It was Yu Ye'er's voice. She came back after reporting to Gu Yan. Gu Yan told her to bring her to the hot springs. She happened to see this scene. Shameless, Yu Ye'er said. Yuru was Gu Jinyu's personal maid. Not many people in the villa dared to speak to her like this. Yuru's face darkened. She broke it. She pulled the fence up. If you don't believe me, ask them. They all saw it. Unknowingly, a few servants had gathered around to watch the show. Yuru asked them to testify. Yu Ye'er put her hands on her hips and said, "All right, tell me. Who broke it?" Everyone lowered their heads. Yuru's backer was Gu Jinyu. It was not worth offending her for a little medicine boy. It was not that Gu Yan was not scary, but Yu Ye'er's attitude was not instructed by Gu Yan. Who did not know that the young master hated these cats and dogs? Yuru sneered. See? She's the one who broke it. Gu Jiao, who was pointed at by Yuru, did not care about the noise around her. She removed the thorns on the puppy's body and wrapped it in a clean handkerchief. The handkerchief was soon dyed red by the puppy's blood. Woo, woo. The puppy was in so much pain that it teared up. The second boss and senior servant Fong arrived at the same time. Senior servant Fong still remembered Gu Jiao climbing into the bed. She did not have a good impression of Gu Jiao, especially when she saw the bloody puppy in her hands. She became even more impatient. Why aren't you throwing it out? These words were not only directed at Gu Jiao, but also at the second boss. The second boss knew that Gu Jiao would not throw it out. Give it to me. I'll put it in the carriage. The second boss reached out to take the puppy. However, Gu Jiao did not give it to him. The second boss face-bombed. The little girl was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Couldn't she talk nicely? Did she have to be fierce to her? He was done for. Senior servant Fong said coldly, "I'll say it again. Throw this little beast out. Otherwise, she will also get out." Who are you telling to get out? Accompanied by an indifferent voice, Gu Yan's sedan was carried over by the servants. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/115817904. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Young master. Nanny Fong and everyone hurriedly bowed to Gu Yan. The second master also cupped his hands and bowed. The social hierarchy in Zhao country was strict. As a businessman, the second master naturally had to bow when he saw the Marquis' son. Gu Jiao was no exception, but she didn't have the habit of bowing to others. She stared fixedly at Gu Yan. When everyone knelt down, she stood out like a crane among chickens, making it impossible for people not to notice her. The second master subtly pulled on her sleeve and motioned for her to bow. Although they were here to treat the young master, they couldn't be rude to him, right? Gu Yan acted as if he didn't see it. He didn't greet Gu Jiao, nor did he force Gu Jiao to bow. He looked at Nanny Fong. Do you want me to ask again? Nanny Fong was so shocked that she forgot to answer. Now that she came back to her senses, she told Gu Yan about Gu Jiao holding the puppy and refusing to throw it out. As for Gu Jiao ruining the peony flowers, she didn't mention it. After all, she didn't see it with her own eyes, so it wasn't her place to say it. Everyone in the residence knew that Gu Yan hated these little things the most. He thought they were noisy. Not long ago, Gu Yan had a rabbit that didn't bark, but it was forcefully thrown out by Gu Jinyu. This girl really hit the knife's edge. She probably didn't even know how she died. Sure enough, when Gu Yan's gaze fell on the bloody puppy in Gu Jiao's arms, his aura suddenly turned cold. Nanny Fong snorted coldly. I told you to throw it out, but you didn't. Did it fall into the young master's hands? Where did the dog come from? Gu Yan asked. I picked it up. Gu Jiao said, it was stuck in the fence and stabbed by thorns. Gu Yan glanced at the fence. The fence that Gu Jiao had picked up had been put back in place, but traces of movement could still be seen on the refurbished soil. Yuru glanced at the broken peony flower. Her mind moved and she said, she also broke young Miss Peony Flower. Just for this dog. Yuya spat, you're the one who broke it. It's her. Yuru coldly pointed at Gu Jiao. It's you. Yuya placed her hands on her hips. Gu Yan's face became extremely cold. Anyone could see that he was angry. He had a heart disease, so he couldn't get angry easily. Otherwise, he would get sick. Otherwise, Master and Marchioness wouldn't spoil him so much. They even gave him such an expensive antique painting, even though they knew that he was tearing it to vent his anger. Both of you, shut up. Nanny Fong sternly shouted. The two maidservants instantly fell silent. Gu Yan glanced at everyone present and then looked at Gu Jiao, who was among the flowers. You all saw that she did it, right? This was the tone of a punitive expedition, so everyone lowered their heads in tacit agreement. No, it's not her. Yuya was a little frightened by Gu Yan's aura, so her voice also weakened. Gu Yan lightly said, they all said that she did it. You're the only one who said that it wasn't her. It's not her. Yuya muttered in a low voice. Yuru proudly hooked up the corners of her mouth. No matter what, the young miss was the young master's older sister. How could the young master not believe her personal maidservant and believe a wild girl from outside? As for this Yuya, she was only a third-rank maidservant in the young master's courtyard. She didn't even have the qualifications to serve the young master. Her words naturally didn't have much weight. Very good. Gu Yan nodded, what's your name? Yuya was stunned, me? Yuya Gu Yan said, other than Douya, drive everyone out of the mountain villa for this young master. It's Yuya. No, drive them out of the mountain villa? It wasn't her. Yuya was stunned. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Why didn't the young master punish Yuya and the little medicine boy, but drive them out instead? The only one who had a normal expression was Gu Jiao. From beginning to end, there wasn't the slightest change in her expression. She only focused on comforting the injured little puppy. Yuru pounced over in disbelief, young master, you're my ass. Two hidden guards quickly appeared and pressed down on her with one finger. They threw her and all the servants who tried to slander Gu Jiao out. The guards who were about to step forward to carry out the order were a little dumbfounded. Where did these two guys come from? Are they trying to steal our jobs in broad daylight? The hidden guards in black thought, you guys don't know anything about our little sweetheart. How could we give you guys such a good opportunity to curry favor with him? In the end, only senior servant Fong was left. She was Madame Yao's concubine, so the mountain villa's guards definitely wouldn't dare to touch her. However, the hidden guards didn't say anything and dragged her out. Senior servant Fong shouted, let me go. I want to see the madam. I want to see the madam. Whoosh, a hidden guard hit her mute acupoint and she instantly couldn't make a sound. The guards all gave them a thumbs up. You guys even dared to touch senior servant Fong. You guys are awesome. After the hidden guards in black finished doing this, they immediately disappeared into the darkness. When the young master needed them, they were hidden weapons. When the young master didn't need them, they were air. The second master's mouth was wide open and couldn't close for a long time. Gu Yan had someone put down the palanquin. He walked down to Gu Jiao and gently smiled, how was it? Did it relieve your anger? The second master thought, wait, what's going on? You threw so many people out just to relieve the little lass's anger? Gu Jiao seriously thought about it and nodded, it relieved my anger. Gu Yan's smile became even wider. He was born handsome, so when he smiled, even the spring scenery in the garden was overshadowed. It lost a lot of blood. Is it seriously injured? Gu Yan looked at the little puppy in her arms and asked. Yes, I need to find a place to stop the bleeding. You can come to my courtyard. Gu Yan brought Gu Jiao back to his room. Douya, bring a clean mattress over. It's Yuya. Yuya put her hands on her hips and roared in her heart. Yuya took the small mattress to Gu Yan's room with a dark face and spread it on Gu Yan's desk. Gu Jiao cleaned the little puppy's wounds with iodophor and applied some self-made ointment. She also wrapped some gauze around some places. Do you have goat's milk? She asked. Yes, Douya. Gu Yan asked Yuya to bring a bowl of fresh goat's milk. The little puppy licked its lips and drank it. After drinking it, it fell asleep. During the whole process, Gu Yan didn't disturb Gu Jiao. He sat cross-legged on the bed and focused on playing with Gu Jiao's stethoscope. He hung the stethoscope on his ear and lowered his head. He listened to his heart and his stomach. Wow, it's so loud. The world-weary and disagreeable young Master Gu had finally become a curious baby. The old doctor routinely checked Gu Yan's pulse. Gu Yan was very cooperative with the old doctor. His attitude was so good that the old doctor was flattered. Gu Yan's pulse also surprised the old doctor. Of course, there was still a lot of difference compared to a normal person, but compared to his past, it was a great improvement. Digression, it will be published tomorrow. The update will be at noon. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115785229. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. The old doctor couldn't help but admire Gu Jiao's medical skills again. There was no cure for heartache. This kind of illness was truly incurable in this day and age. It was already a miracle that it was able to get better. The young master's pulse is good. Continue to take the medicine. He didn't know that Gu Jiao had given the medicine to Gu Yan a few days ago. He continued to act. This old man refined for a long time and finally finished refining the medicine last night. Last Gu, did you bring the medicine? Remember to give it to young Master Gu later. Gu Jiao, I already gave it to him more than 10 days ago. She was suddenly exposed. Gu Yan rolled over on the bed laughing. The matter in the small garden finally reached the head steward's ears. In the past few days, the Marchioness had caught a cold. She was afraid that the illness would spread to Gu Yan. With Gu Yan's health, even a small cold could take his life, so she moved to the orchid courtyard at the back alone. Marquis Gu made all the decisions in the matter. Thus, the head steward reported it to Marquis Gu. He didn't add any details and only described the matter from beginning to end, including how Gu Jiao pulled the fence to save the puppy, the dispute between Yuru and Gu Jiao, as well as how she accidentally damaged Gu Yan's peony, and how Nanny Feng angered Gu Yan. The head steward sighed. Yuru is from the capital and has always looked down on the servants in the manor. This time, she learned her lesson. It's just a pity for Nanny Feng. Marquis Gu coldly snorted, what's there to pity? She chased everyone out. I think she's been a steward for too long and forgot that she's just a servant. Whether or not he recognized that child wasn't someone that a lowly servant could bully. The head steward was a bit confused. What's wrong with being a servant? Isn't that still a higher status than the little medicine boy? What's more, Nanny Feng is the Marchioness's concubine, and the Marquis has always thought highly of her. Why did he suddenly say such harsh words? Marquis Gu asked, aren't they coming in the afternoon? Brought forward? Why didn't anyone report this to me? The post said it was in the afternoon. The second boss planned to come in the afternoon. but he didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so straightforward and leave in the morning. Generally, the doctors among the people would not be able to see the marquis. At most, they would kowtow to the marquis after the treatment to get a chance to show their faces. Therefore, the steward did not report to the marquis in advance. Since senior servant Fang had been scolded, the head steward naturally didn't dare to shirk the responsibility. It's this servant's fault. Please forgive me, Marquis. Where is he? Marquis Gu asked. I think they went to the young master's courtyard. The young master really thought too highly of the people from Huichun Hall. Even if those servants did something wrong, there was no need to drive out senior servant Fang and Yuru, right? If the marquise and the young miss knew about this, wouldn't they be in trouble? This marquis will go and take a look. Marquis Gu said and stood up from the chair. Marquis. The head steward called out to him, those people outside, how should we deal with them? Marquis Gu pondered for a moment, leave senior servant Fang and send the rest away. Senior servant Fang was Madame Yao's escort. If he sent her away, it would be hard to explain to Madame Yao. His son could drive people out, but he couldn't not bring them back. It was hard to be a father, but it was even harder to be a husband. Moreover, other than having a somewhat annoying personality, senior servant Fang didn't have any bad intentions. She was very loyal to Madame Yao and did her job well. Should we send Miss Yuru away as well? The head steward asked. Marquis Gu coldly said, shouldn't we send away this kind of condescending maidservant who framed others for the new year? Will you take responsibility if she leads Jinyu astray? The head steward hurriedly responded, yes, yes, yes. This humble one will do it right away. Also, Marquis Gu ordered, tell senior servant Fang not to go to Yan'er's courtyard after she comes back. Yes. Gu Yan's temper wasn't good. Every month, he would drive away a group of people, so this matter didn't cause a huge uproar in the mountain villa at first. However, when people heard that senior servant Fang and Yuru were also kicked out, they were really surprised. In the past, no matter how angry the young master was, he wouldn't touch the people around the Marchioness and the young miss. What happened this time? The person involved, Gu Jiao, didn't know anything about everyone's doubts. After she exposed herself in front of Gu Yan, she quietly went to the front courtyard to take a breather. She wanted to be alone. It was also her fault for not informing the old doctor beforehand. However, she really didn't expect the old doctor to be so naughty. He actually learned the second boss and shopkeeper Wang's method of bragging. He had just finished decocting the medicine yesterday, but she had already given it to Gu Yan 10 days ago. She had been sold until she didn't even have her underwear left. Gu Yan was looking at her in the corridor with a smile. Gu Jiao, you're still looking, you're still looking. You're still smiling. I don't want my face. Gu Jiao turned the back of her head to Gu Yan. Coincidentally, the cute little puppy woke up at this moment. It started to whimper and look around for Gu Jiao. Gu Yan picked it up. The cute little puppy was scared as soon as it got close to Gu Yan. Its little body trembled and it whimpered. Gu Yan wasn't stingy with his death stare. He didn't have any love. He hated these cute little things, especially when it was in her arms. She hasn't hugged me before. Gu Yan stared at it with jealousy, as if he was going to pinch it to death in the next second. The cute little puppy felt Gu Yan's murderous aura and barked even louder. Ow ow ow. Gu Yan snorted, for her sake, I'll spare you. Although he hated this little thing, since she liked it, it was fine if he didn't hate it that much. When Marquis Gu stepped into the courtyard, he saw Gu Jiao and Gu Yan squatting on the front lawn to make a doghouse. There was a pile of wood scattered on the ground. Gu Jiao was in charge of chopping, Gu Yan was in charge of building, and Gu Jiao was also in charge of nailing. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Often, after Gu Jiao finished one step, Gu Yan knew what the next step was, even though he had never built a doghouse like this before. The two of them had the same taste. The servants brought in all kinds of mattresses to cushion the doghouse. The two of them either liked all of them or disliked all of them. The two of them were like children playing seriously, enjoying each other's company very much. Were they really fraternal twins? Gu Jinyu and Gu Yan grew up together. Marquis Gu had thought of countless ways to get the siblings closer, but the two of them just couldn't play together. Actually, it wasn't just Gu Jinyu. Other people also found it difficult to get along with Gu Yan. This child was full of thorns and would prick anyone who got close to him. Marquis Gu had never seen such an obedient son. His bad temper was gone, and so was that girl. She was much quieter. If that girl was always like this, she didn't seem to be so annoying. I don't want this. It's too ugly, Gu Yan said as he held a roof that Gu Jiao had made. But I don't think it's ugly, Gu Jiao said. This was the last step. Once the roof was nailed up, it would be finished. Gu Yan looked up at the sky. I don't care. I don't want it. Okay. Gu Jiao took apart the roof that she had painstakingly made and made a new one. The second boss was also quite puzzled. The girl was easily irritable. Other than Xiao Lulang, he had never seen her so patient with anyone. Gu Yan's little thoughts couldn't be hidden from Marquis Gu. He couldn't bear to see Gu Jiao continue to stay here after the doghouse was finished. Twins were always special. Even if they were doing the same thing, looking at twins was more interesting than looking at other children. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing to acknowledge them. But if they did, Gu Jinyu would suffer some grievances. Marquis Gu was worried that Gu Yan would bully Gu Jinyu even more. If it was any other son, Marquis Gu could still strictly stop him. But Gu Yan had a congenital illness. If anyone made him unhappy, he could just kill them on the spot. Marquis Gu's head hurt. Marquis. Huang Zhong came over. What are you doing here? Marquis Gu moved outside so that the people in the yard couldn't see him. He didn't want to disturb the two children's play. Huang Zhong said seriously, I heard that Miss is here. I'm here to protect you so that you won't be beaten by Miss again. Marquis Gu gave him a cold stare. Is it because I can't beat her? I'm giving in to her. Oh. Huang Zhong didn't believe him. Thinking of something, Marquis Gu asked, do you have silver needles? Yes. Huang Zhong took out a secret weapon box. What do you need silver needles for? Marquis Gu said, I want to take a drop of her blood. Huang Zhong asked, what do you want Miss blood for? You don't believe that Miss is your biological daughter? Marquis Gu said angrily, am I the one who doesn't believe it now? She doesn't believe it. Huang Zhong thought of Marquis Gu Yan's I'm your father and his mouth twitched. That's because there's something wrong with your way of saying it, Marquis Gu snorted. I don't care. If she doesn't believe it, I'll take out evidence to make her believe it. Huang Zhong said again, then why don't you tell Miss directly? Marquis Gu glanced at him. Do you think she'll give it to me if I tell her? Huang Zhong, she won't. But isn't it too much to prick Miss with needles? Why don't you prick her? Marquis Gu looked coldly at Huang Zhong. You prick her. Huang Zhong broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare. Marquis Gu really went over with silver needles. When the people in the courtyard saw him, they all stood up and bowed. Even the second boss and the old doctor who were drinking tea in the courtyard stood up. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to do what they were supposed to do and not make a fuss. He came to the front of the siblings. The light above his head dimmed. The two looked up at him and ignored him, continuing to bury their heads in the kennel. Marquis Gu, who was ignored, forget it. He was here to take blood. It was good that they ignored him. It would be easier for him to sneak up on them. He stood there and waited for the right time. In a moment, the two looked up at the same time and looked at him with disdain. Marquis Gu smiled. Do you not know where to do it? Let me help you. Gu Yan said with disdain, you're blocking the light. Marquis Gu's face darkened. He silently went behind the two. Soon, he found that this position was better. He could prick anywhere. One needle was enough. Marquis Gu secretly waited for the right time. Gu Jiao was nailing the needles on the roof when she suddenly felt two gazes that could not be ignored fall on her. She turned her head in annoyance and met Marquis Gu's gaze. Marquis Gu was ready to insert the needles. He did not expect Gu Jiao to be so sharp and almost caught him in the act. He put the hand that was holding the silver needles behind his back. Gu Jiao looked at his hand that was retracted and then looked at her own shoulder. She felt that his guilty look was very wretched. Don't get in our way here. Gu Yan sensed Gu Jiao's repulsion towards Marquis Gu and began to chase him away. Marquis Gu was so angry that he fell backwards. Was he still their father? If he was not his biological son, he would have beaten him to death. Marquis Gu would not give up so easily. If he could not do it openly, then he would do it secretly. He coughed lightly and said, "It must have been hard on you all. Regarding my son's illness, I have many things to ask. I see that Miss Gu is tired. Why don't you go to the side room to rest? Hu Erjia and Dr. Li, follow me to the study." Hu Erjia and Dr. Li went to Marquis Gu's study. Gu Yan and Gu Jiao carried the little puppy back to the side room. Gu Yan could not keep watching over Gu Jiao. Taking advantage of the time when he went to the outhouse, Marquis Gu also found an excuse to leave the study. He secretly put some calming medicine in the tea and found a servant girl to deliver it to Gu Jiao. Once she fell asleep, it would be easy to take her blood. His idea was not bad, but unexpectedly, Gu Jiao smelled that something was wrong. She stopped the servant girl. "Who asked you to deliver this tea?" The servant girl said, "It was Marquis Gu." Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. He failed to reach out his perverted pig hands, so he planned to drug her. At this age, he was old enough to be her father. She did not expect him to be so perverted. Gu Jiao clenched her small fists. She went to the window and lifted the curtains. She saw Marquis Gu squatting sneakily under the windowsill. Gu Jiao's murderous aura was like a knife. Marquis Gu sensed that something was wrong from her murderous aura. His heart trembled as he took a step back and said, "Well, listen to my explanation. I actually, Buddha, mountain, no, shadow, feet, boom, bang, bang bang bang, bang. Thump, gulp. I don't know how to swim." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115745103. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Huang Zhong found his master on a large tree about 100 steps away from the courtyard. Marquis Gu had been scooped up by Gu Jiao and hung on a large tree branch. It was like hanging a wet shirt. There wasn't a dry spot on his body and it was dripping with water. When Huang Zhong saw him, he was shocked. Luckily, it was broad daylight. If it was night time, he might have thought that he had seen a ghost. Marquis, why did you hang yourself on a tree?" "Did I do it?" "It was that audacious girl." "And why is your face swollen?" It was still that girl. Every time he saw that girl, nothing good would happen. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't swollen. He finally realized that the girl was here to jinx him. "I don't want to acknowledge her back." Gu Jiao bid farewell to Gu Yan. Gu Yan was very reluctant, but Gu Jiao promised that she would come for a follow-up examination very soon. Only then did he reluctantly let Gu Jiao go. He and Gu Jiao sat in his sedan chair together and sent Gu Jiao to the carriage. This action once again shocked the group of servants, causing their jaws to drop. One had to know that Gu Yan's sedan chair was his absolute private territory. Once, the young Gu Yan climbed in out of curiosity and was kicked down by Gu Yan. "I'll let you sit in it next time," Gu Yan said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay." After Gu Jiao left the hot spring villa, she didn't immediately return to town. Instead, she went to Principal Li's house. Principal Li was at the academy, so there was only old Madame Li and the servants at home. Old Madame Li wasn't awake much in a day. It was said that sometimes she didn't even recognize Principal Li. But she seemed to recognize Gu Jiao and gave Gu Jiao a big handful of candies with a smile. Gu Jiao checked her body. She was fine, but she was old. Her memory was deteriorating and her body was aging. Gu Jiao left a basket of fresh goods for her. She noticed that old Madame Li was drooling at a mulberry tree outside the wall. Gu Jiao went out of the courtyard and planned to pick some mulberries for old Madame Li. But when she got closer, she realized that the mulberry tree wasn't wild on the side of the road. It was planted in the courtyard next door. Because the tree crown was so tall, it poked out of the wall of her house. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then walked over and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Accompanied by a low cough, the vermilion door was pulled open. The one who opened the door was a lady with an elegant temperament. Gu Jiao recognized her at first glance. She also recognized Gu Jiao. She used a handkerchief to cover her mouth and gently coughed. She then revealed a faint smile. "Miss, it's you?" Gu Jiao was stunned. She had come to pick mulberries. How did she run into the madam of the temple? "Madam, you live so far away?" To go from here to the temple to burn incense, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a long journey. "My surname is Gu," Xianxia gently said. Gu, was there a second rich and powerful Gu family in this world? The answer was no. Gu Jiao quickly guessed her identity, but she did not say that she was the Marchioness. Gu Jiao did not point it out. Xianxia invited Gu Jiao in. She had been sunbathing in the courtyard. She had a rattan chair and a table. She pointed at the wooden stool and said, "Sit." Gu Jiao sat down. She found that there was not a single servant in the courtyard. Xianxia saw her confusion and said with a smile, "I wanted to be alone for a while, so I had them go to the front yard. This is the backyard. Does Miss also live nearby?" Gu Jiao said, "I was passing by and saw that the mulberries were delicious, so I wanted to come in and ask. Did I disturb Madame Gu?" "There's no such thing." Xianxia was very happy to see Gu Jiao. She did not know why. "I'll have someone pick them for you." Xianxia called over a servant to pick mulberries for Gu Jiao. She pulled Gu Jiao into the courtyard and said, "I still do not know Miss' name." "Gu Jiao." Gu Jiao said. Xianxia smiled in surprise, "Your surname is also Gu? 500 years ago, we were family." Gu Yan had also said this before. It was no wonder they were mother and son. Xiaoxia's situation was not very good. After saying a few words, she began to cough violently. Gu Jiao looked at her pale face and paused. She then said, "Madame Gu, if you don't mind, can I take your pulse?" "Miss Gu is proficient in the art of medicine?" "I know a bit." Xiaoxia smiled and reached out to place her hand on the table. The servant finished picking a basket full of mulberries and came over to ask Xiaoxia to take a look. Xiaoxia waved her hand to indicate for her to leave. The servant gently placed the mulberries on the table and left. Her pulse was not very good, but her actual situation was worse than it appeared. Gu Jiao calmly pulled back her hand and asked Xiaoxia, "Madame Gu, how is your sleep?" Xiaoxia replied, "Not very good. It's hard for me to fall asleep." Gu Jiao asked, "Appetite?" Xiaoxia slightly shook her head, "I don't have much of an appetite." Gu Jiao paused, "Was it like this before you caught a cold?" Xiaoxia, Gu Jiao, how long has it been?" Xiaoxia, I don't remember the exact time. In short, it's been a long time. Gu Jiao asked a few more questions. In truth, the imperial physicians had also asked her, but Xiaoxia did not want to open her heart. Every time, she would answer half-heartedly. Xiaoxia trusted Gu Jiao a lot and answered all of her questions truthfully. Gu Jiao then said, "Madame Gu, you've seen a physician before, right? What did they say?" Xiaoxia bitterly smiled, "They said that I was overly worried and told me to relax and not think too much. They also prescribed medicine. But it didn't have much effect, so I stopped eating it after that." That was it. The physician had said that she was overly worried. In her previous life, it would be called depression. But at the same time, she also had hysteria. Once it flared up, it would be very dangerous. Gu Jiao took out 2 boxes of antidepressants from her medicine box and replaced them with a porcelain bottle. Xiaoxia sat across from Gu Jiao. She only saw the lid of the medicine box and did not see what Gu Jiao had done. Gu Jiao handed the porcelain bottle to Xiaoxia and told her how to use it. She then reminded her, "Madame Gu, you must take this medicine. Only then will you get better." If the imperial physician's medicine had no effect, how could the medicine handed over by a young girl have any effect? But the young girl had worked for a long time, so Xianxia could not bear to refuse her good intentions. She took the medicine and smiled, "All right." Gu Jiao seriously looked into her eyes, "You cannot throw away the medicine. You must promise me that you will take the medicine on time." Xianxia had not seen such sincere eyes in a long time. The people that wanted to cure her were not curing her. They were curing the madam of the Marquis manor. If she was not the Marquis wife, no one would even look at her. But the young girl in front of her was someone that truly wanted to cure her. Xianxia wanted to pay Gu Jiao for her treatment. Gu Jiao shook the mulberries in her basket. Xianxia smiled. However, Gu Jiao had indeed asked Xianxia for some extra money for her treatment, but it was not money. Instead, it was pastries that she had personally made. Xianxia was very happy. She had not been this happy in a long time. Every time she saw her, she was always lucky. If she was not being saved, she was being cured. This girl, was she her lucky star? Perhaps it was because they were the same age, but Xianxia quickly thought of Gu Jinyu. Although they were mother and daughter, her relationship with Jinyu was not as close as her relationship with Gu Yan. Even if Gu Yan had a sour face all day, she could still feel Gu Yan's need for her. She stayed in the villa and let Gu Yan go to the capital. Gu Yan would not do that, but Jinyu could easily leave. She seemed to yearn for the prosperity of the capital and the liveliness of the Marquis manor. This did not mean that Jinyu did not love her as a mother, but she was not the only mother in Jinyu's world. Without her, Jinyu could still live well. She thought that this might be a good thing. After all, if one day Gu Yan was no longer around, she did not want to live. At least she did not have to worry about Jinyu. On the way back, Gu Jiao asked the second master about the Marquis manor. "What are you referring to?" the second master asked. "The Marquis's wife," Gu Jiao said. Asking about the Marquis's wife was not strange. After all, they had already met 3 of the masters of the hot spring villa. There was only the Marquis that they had never met before. The second master did not feel that Gu Jiao had any motives. He thought for a bit then said, "That Marquis' surname seems to be Yao. Speaking of which, there is a story. She is Marquis Ding and second wife. Her family declined and her father had an idle position in the Ministry of Revenue. It is said that he offended someone and in the end, he could not even keep his idle position. She and the previous Marquis's wife were close friends. Before the previous Marquis's wife passed away, she went to visit her a few times. There were rumors in the capital that she took advantage of the previous Marquis's illness to hook up with Marquis Ding, and Gu Jiao frowned slightly. She did not seem like this kind of person. The second master continued, "The truth is that she never even met Marquis Ding in the Marquis manor." "How do you know?" Gu Jiao asked. The second master faintly smiled, "Our Huichun Hall has some reputation in the capital. The imperial physician that treated the previous Marquis's wife had some dealings with my family." However, the previous Marquis's wife had indeed asked Xianxia to take care of her children. Gu Jiao asked, "The previous Marquis's wife had children?" The second master said, "That's right. She had 3 sons. The last 2 were twins. The previous Marquis's wife had the idea of letting Xianxia be Marquis Ding and second wife. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not agree. Xianxia personally refused. The imperial physician was brewing medicine in the back and heard everything. But after going around in circles, Marquis Ding finally met Xianxia and took a liking to her. Marquis Ding directly proposed marriage to the Yao family and the Yao family agreed without another word. You should be able to guess what happened after that. All sorts of rumors began to slander Xianxia in the capital. The Marquis's wife has been staying at the hot spring villa for the past few years. First, it was to accompany Gu Yan in his recovery. Second, it was because she was not at ease in the capital. Marquis Ding did not have much affection for his first wife. On the contrary, he doted on Xianxia. With Xiaoxia's background, she was not qualified to be his second wife. It was he who insisted on marrying Xiaoxia. But the more he doted on Xiaoxia, the more people felt that Xiaoxia was a fox. In reality, the second master had seen Xiaoxia once. She was a woman without any schemes. Her eyes were as clean as the bottom of a lake. If she was a fox, then there was no one else in the world who was not. 10 days after the end of the capital examination, the government released the results. The examinees all headed to the government office early in the morning to see if they had passed the examination. The number of people admitted to the capital examination was very limited. Out of the hundreds of examinees, only 50 were admitted. They were divided into 2 grades, A and B. There were 10 people in a grade and the rest were in B grade. Feng Lin was woken up by Du Ruahan. Du Ruahan had slipped out of the governor's manor before the sun rose. Feng Lin. Quickly get up. You lost money. Du Ruahan made a one-sided bet with Feng Lin. He bet that Xiao Lulang would not pass the examination. The bet was 10 taels of silver. Feng Lin yawned as he opened the door. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Du Ruahan immediately stuffed a big meat bun into his mouth and pulled him downstairs. Feng Lin took the bun. Lulang also hasn't eaten yet, Du Ruahan said. All right. He has hands and feet. Don't tell me he will starve to death. Du Ruahan pulled Feng Lin to the entrance of the government office without any explanation. There were already many examinees standing there, surrounding the notice board so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Du Ruahan used a Herculean effort to pull Feng Lin to the innermost part. In Du Ruahan's view, the chances of a fool like Xiao Lulang passing the examination were really not high. Wait for the money, Feng Xiaodun. I'm not Feng Xiaodun. I also didn't. Halfway through his words, Feng Lin's gaze landed on the eye-catching name that no one could ignore. He suddenly choked and pointed at the list. You look. Du Ruahan looked in the direction of his finger. In a rather eye-catching position, he saw a name, Capital Examination Head, Xiao Lulang. Du Ruahan's jaw almost dropped. It can't be? That fellow actually passed? And he's even the examination head? How is that possible? What happened to the promised little fool? The fellow who couldn't even finish memorizing the 3-character classic actually became the capital examination head. The capital examination head was much more difficult than the county examination head, it wasn't even on the same level. Furthermore, the examination question this time was set by his perverted uncle. That made it even more difficult for others to even begin with. Feng Lin stretched out his hand. Du Ruahan, what? Feng Lin, a bet is a bet. No, didn't you say you didn't want to bet with me? You've been led astray by that fellow. Feng Lin took all of Du Ruahan's belongings and happily returned to the inn. He gave half of the money to Xiao Lulang. There was no need for him to announce the results. The person who came to announce the good news had already gone to the inn to congratulate him. Digression, there's another chapter. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels that can't be found online can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115744829. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of the book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found online are available here. When the owner of the inn found out that there was a top examinee in the capital examination, he immediately refunded Xiao Lulang and the other 2. He even provided them with the most expensive food and wine. If the inn did not have it, he could even order the waiter to buy it. Although Feng Lin had already passed the county-level examination, his results were not considered top-notch. Naturally, he did not receive such treatment. Following Xiao Lulang this time around, he could be considered to be in the limelight. It was worth mentioning that Xiao Lulang did so well that his essay was circulated on the day the results were released. Naturally, many people came to befriend Xiao Lulang, but they were all rejected by Xiao Lulang. The imperial examination system of the current dynasty was greatly adjusted compared to the previous dynasty. After the capital examination in the previous dynasty, there was a 2 to 3 month wait for the college examination. However, the college examination in the current dynasty was closely scheduled on the second day of the release of the results. During these 10 days of waiting for the results, most of the examinees spent their time in fear. After much difficulty, they were certain that they had passed the examination, but they did not even have a chance to breathe before they had to enter the next round of examination. This undoubtedly increased the pressure on the examinees. There were 2 rounds in the college examination, the 8-part essay and the essay. The essay was as difficult as the capital examination. The 8-part essay was still set by Provincial Governor Zhuang. Xiao Lulang had already obtained 2 top examinees. If he obtained the top examinee for the lower house examination, he would be a junior 3 examinee. There had not been a junior 3 examinee in Pingcheng for almost 10 years. All the officials in the magistrate court had high hopes for Xiao Lulang. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Lulang actually handed in a blank paper. The college examination and the capital examination were not very different in scope. They still required the examinee to pass the 3 examinees. However, there were more questions and the types of questions were more tricky. However, it was not to the extent of handing in a blank paper. Of course, in every round of examination, the examinees could not be excluded from various unexpected situations. There was once when a student smeared something dirty on the paper, causing the entire paper to be invalid. That was the triennial provincial examination. 3 years of hard work by the examinee had gone down the drain. However, handing in a blank script was still too rare. Especially when this blank paper was given to Xiao Lulang, who had left a deep impression on Governor Zhuang during the county examination. If Governor Zhuang remembered correctly, there were a total of 12 examiners marking the papers. 11 of them gave Xiao Lulang's 8-part essay a grade. The only one who wasn't given an A grade was Provincial Governor Zhuang. He gave Xiao Lulang B. But if one knew that Provincial Governor Zhuang only gave ding grades to others, one would be able to see how rare and valuable Xiao Lulang's results were. There were 11 A's. Even if he had written something randomly, he could still be ranked in the top 10. However, Xiao Lulang was ranked 3rd from the bottom. This surprised Governor Zhuang. He pulled out the test paper and found that it was a blank test paper. Governor Zhuang also asked someone to take out Xiao Lulang's test paper for the prefectural examination. If 6th young Master Zhao's script for the prefectural examination had been terrible, this matter might have passed. However, 6th young Master Zhao's script for the prefectural examination had been a complete set. In other words, he didn't answer a single question correctly. And he only used an hour, said the invigilator who came to deliver the test paper. This invigilator was the one who sat across from Xiao Lulang during the county examination. The test paper was masked. After it was handed in, no one knew who the test paper belonged to. However, after Xiao Lulang took the prefectural examination, his 8-legged essay had spread. The invigilator had secretly gone to the inn to see what this prefectural examination had looked like and how he was able to write such a wondrous essay. In the end, he discovered that the other party was the examinee who had only taken an hour to write the essay and essay. Provincial Governor Zhuang's standards were too high. To be able to answer all the questions correctly was not enough to reach the apex. However, if it was only an hour, then it was very amazing. Out of all the people he knew, the only one who could do better than this examinee was the late young Marquis of Zhao Du. Provincial Governor Zhuang immediately sent someone to the inn to find Xiao Lulang and ask him about the situation. I didn't hand in a blank test paper, Xiao Lulang said. If what Xiao Lulang said was true, then someone must have touched his test paper. This was a big matter. The management of the test papers in the imperial examination was very strict. When every examinee handed in their test paper, there would be 2 invigilators who would collect the test paper together. They would also put down their fingerprints when they masked the test paper, proving that they were the ones who took the test paper. If there was a problem with the test paper, only the 2 of them would be responsible. It was worth mentioning that all the invigilators were matched by drawing lots after they entered. They were the same as the examinees and could not contact the outside world until the end of the examination. It was easy to bribe one of the invigilators, but to bribe 2 at the same time was too difficult. This was because no one could guarantee that the two invigilators would coincidentally be assigned to the same test paper, much less guarantee that they would coincidentally be assigned to the same test paper as Xiao Lulang. Even so, Governor Luo still called the invigilators over for questioning. The two of them both said that they did not violate any rules. Is it a blank test paper? I'm not sure. Before handing in the test paper, the examinees would stamp a blank paper on it. This is to prevent us from prying into their handwriting. Provincial Governor Zhuang nodded and turned to Governor Luo. After passing through the hands of the two of them, the test paper would be masked, right? Only after all the invigilators have finished marking will they open the name. Then I'm very curious. How did that person recognize Xiao Liulang's test paper and successfully switch it to a blank test paper? Governor Luo thought for a moment and said, there are two ways, one is to hand out the test paper and the other is to mark the test paper. Xiao Lulang is the head of the prefectural examination. During the academy examination, he sits first. This is the rule. The first test paper to be handed out is his test paper. Then, they can tamper with the test paper beforehand. Even if the test paper is masked, they can still recognize his test paper. Or perhaps, an invigilator obtained Xiao Liulang's test paper from the prefectural examination and took down Xiao Liulang's notes. When they were marking the test paper, they could recognize Xiao Liulang's test paper based on the notes. No matter which one it is, there must be someone among the examiners marking the test paper who is not clean. The examiners for the prefectural examination and the academy examination were not from the same batch. This was to prevent someone from remembering the examinees' handwriting and thus affecting their judgment of the examinees. However, this did not rule out the possibility that someone had secretly obtained the prefectural examination's test paper. After all, after marking the test paper, the secrecy of the test paper would be greatly reduced. Other than Provincial Governor Zhuang, the other 11 examiners were all escorted into a secret room to be interrogated by Governor Luo. Under the heavy punishment, Governor Luo was able to find the real culprit. The culprit was an examiner with the surname of Wu. He had worked in the examination hall for 20 years and was usually as honest as an antique. Governor Luo originally thought that he was the least likely culprit. It seemed that not betraying wasn't because one's morals were high, but because one's bargaining chip wasn't high enough. That person gave me 1,000 taels of silver to destroy Xiao Liulang's test paper. I originally prepared ink and planned to disguise the situation as if Xiao Lulang had accidentally dirted the test paper. I have seen many situations like this, and they all treated the test paper as trash. No one would go and verify it. However, before I could make a move, Lord Wang, who I had sent away, returned. My hand trembled and I spilled the ink on myself. It was too late to find another ink. Coincidentally, I had a few blank test papers with me, so I took one and replaced it. What did that person look like? He was masked so I didn't see clearly. Voice? How tall? I don't remember. I really don't remember. Governor Luo reported the results of the interrogation to Provincial Governor Zhuang. Generally speaking, if there was cheating in the imperial examinations, everyone's test paper would be invalidated and they would have to take the test again. Not only would this hurt the government, it would also cause many examinees to break down. Examinations had always been a combination of ability and luck. No one could guarantee that they would perform better in the next round, and there was no guarantee that other examinees wouldn't take advantage of the situation to surpass them. Of course, to the examinees who failed the role, this was undoubtedly a free opportunity. However, the problem was that even if Xiao Liulang's test paper was replaced with a blank one, he still passed with 11 A's and 1 B's. In other words, those who should have been accepted were all accepted. Those who failed were supposed to fail. The only difference was that their rankings might have advanced by 1 place, while Xiao Lulang had lost his position as the head of the table. Governor Luo sighed. That person probably didn't expect that Xiao Lulang would still be able to pass the examination. It's a pity, Xiao Lulang should have had the chance to become the head of the table. Provincial Governor Zhuang said seriously, this matter can be big or small. If you look at it from a long-term perspective, it is a small matter. If you stop here in your life, then it will be a big matter. Minor 3 yuan was enough for an elementary scholar to be in the limelight for a while, but only for a while. If he really wanted to make a name for himself, he had to continue taking the provincial examination. After becoming a high scholar in the provincial examination, he would then enter the capital for the imperial examinations. The college examination wasn't the end of everything. On the contrary, it was the starting point of the imperial examinations. Provincial Governor Zhuang said, "This matter is up to him to decide. Go and ask him if he wants to take the exam again." If he wanted to take the exam again, he wouldn't be the only one taking the exam. Instead, all the examinees would have to go through both the 8-legged essay and sutra examination again. Governor Luo went to the inn. When he saw Xiao Lulang, he tactfully explained his purpose for coming and asked Xiao Lulang if he wanted to take the exam again. Xiao Lulang didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he opened the window and let him see the students on the first floor who were exchanging their results with each other. The rankings had already been released. Those who didn't pass were covered in dirt, while those who passed were glowing. At this moment, no one knew what he was experiencing in his heart. "These examinees who passed are all innocent, right?" he suddenly said. Governor Luo was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he said hoarsely, "Yes, you didn't fail the examination. Therefore, it doesn't matter if any of them took up an extra spot in the provincial examination." Xiao Lulang looked at the examinees and said, "If they take the exam again, there will be some of them who won't pass, right?" Governor Luo sighed and nodded. This was inevitable. After taking the exam again, one's mentality would collapse and it would be difficult to perform normally. "Then what about you, Governor Luo?" Xiao Lulang asked. What?" Governor Luo was stunned. Xiao Lulang said, "I heard that Governor Luo's term of office is coming to an end. The re-examination is a big matter and needs to be reported to the court. Will it affect Governor Luo's re-election?" Governor Luo helplessly nodded. The court's control over the imperial examination was extremely strict. If he were to take the exam again because of fraud, his official position would be over. Xiao Lulang calmly asked, "How much does Governor Luo think your future is worth?" Governor Luo was stunned. Was this brat openly extorting him? Xiao Lulang calmly said, "Governor Luo is an honest official and can't take out too much money. However, that person should have spent a lot of money to bribe the examiner, right? The victim is me. Shouldn't Governor Luo compensate me with this money? He could buy back his own future without spending a single copper coin. He could also gain a good reputation as an honest official. This transaction was worth it." Governor Luo fell head first into the pit that Xiao Lulang had dug. Of course. I will definitely send 1,000 taels to candidate Xiao." Xiao Lulang continued, "Also, if no one tampered with the exam papers, I would be a grade 3 examiner." Governor Luo, you don't deny this, right? Governor Luo nodded vigorously. Of course. Both the provincial governor and I have witnessed examinee Zhao's strength." Xiao Lulang sighed faintly. "But there's a reward for grade 3 examiners. I won't be able to get this reward now." Governor Luo was speechless. Why did it feel like this pit was a little big? The reward for grade 3 examiners was allocated by the court and distributed by the yamen. The yamen, the tribute court, and the county yamen would give a total of 100 taels. As Peace City Prefecture had not given out grade 3 examiners for the past 10 years, the reward had been doubled. In other words, Xiao Lulang should have received 200 taels. However, with the current situation, he could not use the public account. In other words, Governor Luo had to fork out the money himself. Governor Luo thought, "I actually naively thought that I wouldn't have to spend a single coin. I'm so stupid, really." The cheating incident ended with Governor Luo coughing up blood and forking out from his own pocket. Provincial Governor Zhuang was a distant relative of Governor Luo. Since the person involved did not pursue the matter, he did not report it to the court. Governor Luo's official position was saved, and the examinees did not have to break down anymore. Everyone was happy. As for the person who cheated, it should be an examinee who was jealous of Xiao Liulang's results and wanted to pull him down. Governor Luo said that he would continue to investigate in secret. When Xiao Lulang returned to the village, it was already the beginning of April. The village was filled with the warmth of late spring. The willow branches by the pond had sprouted, and strands of them drooped down on the surface of the water like a floating jade curtain. The crops in the fields had also grown, and they were green as far as the eye could see. He had come to the village around this time last year. Who would have thought that a year had passed in the blink of an eye? Uncle Zhang, who had just returned from the fields, turned his head and said to Auntie Zhang behind him, "Wife, look, isn't that Lu Lang?" Auntie Zhang's eyesight was better than her husband's. She looked over and nodded her head vigorously. "Isn't that Lu Lang? Hey! The scholar is back." She also turned her head and shouted at the villagers who were working in the fields. Xiao Liulan's results had already spread to the village. Even though he had failed in the college examination, he had obtained first place in the county and prefectural examinations. He was also evaluated as a scholar. He was the second scholar in the village after Gu Dashun. Early in the morning, the people from the county yamen had sent over a few dozen caddies of grain. The white rice looked even better than Gu Dashun's. The villagers acted as if it was the first time they had met Xiao Lulang. They wanted to talk to him but did not dare to. After all, things were different now. He was a scholar. Uncle Zhang, Auntie Zhang. Xiao Lulang greeted the two of them. This family was warm-hearted. When Gu Jiao had menstrual cramps, it was Auntie Zhang who lent Xiao Lulang brown sugar. The two of them were so flattered that they could not continue the conversation. After that, Xiao Lulang met a few more villagers one after another. He greeted them, neither too warm nor too cold. It was no different from his usual cold appearance. Finally, he arrived at the door of his house. Because he did not inform his family in advance, his family did not know that he was coming back today. The sound of little Jing Kong's babbling could be heard from the backyard. Xiao Lulang stepped into the house. In the backyard that was filled with sunlight, Gu Jiao was washing little Jing Kong's hair. Little Jing Kong's round bald head had green hair stubs. He proudly asked Gu Jiao how long his hair was and whether it was longer than a few days ago. The old lady was sitting on a rattan chair, watching the little handsome monk come out of the bath while eating melon seeds. Xue Ningxiang's 1-year-old son, Go Dan, was sitting on a small stool beside her. Go Dan was slowly eating corn on the cob. Little Jing Kong was the first to notice Xiao Lulang. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and looked behind his crotch. He saw Xiao Lulang lying on the floor. He recognized him for a long time. "Eh? Bad brother-in-law?" Gu Jiao stopped scooping water and turned her head quietly. She looked at him and he looked at her in the same way. They hadn't seen each other for more than a month. Everyone in the family had changed. Little Jing Kong's hair stubs had grown, and the old lady was getting younger. She seemed to have grown taller and looked more like a young girl. Her birthmark was still on her face, but it didn't look like an ugly red spot. Instead, it looked like an enchanting flower. It bloomed with a bright and moving color in her cold and lonely temperament. She was as beautiful as a peach. He had also grown taller, and the youthful air between his brows had faded a little, and there was a hint of nobility and elegance of a scholar. The two of them looked at each other in a daze. Neither of them spoke. "Lulang, you're back?" The old lady turned around and said in a light tone, "Did you bring any delicious food?" Xiao Lulang came back to his senses. "Yes." He walked forward, but he didn't look at the door sill. He staggered and almost fell. Gu Jiao calmly turned around and continued to bathe little Jing Kong. However, as soon as she dipped the ladle into the water, she heard little Jing Kong cry out, "Aya! It's so cold." Gu Jiao was embarrassed. She scooped the wrong water. Digression, today's total is 12,000 words. It's the usual 6 chapters, so it's considered a small explosion. I wish everyone a happy meal. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/115743352. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. The old lady looked at Gu Jiao and then at Xiao Lulang. Her eyes were full of mystery. She felt that she was going to have a great-grandchild soon. Gu Jiao changed the topic seamlessly and asked Feng Lin. Xiao Lulang answered seriously. He went back to the academy. He went to the prefectural city for a month and missed a lot of classes. It was all thanks to Feng Lin this time. Gu Jiao would remember his kindness. While the two of them were talking, a few yellow chicks swaggered out. Xiao Lulang realized that he had started to raise chickens after leaving home for a month. Gu Jiao was not interested in raising chickens. Little Jing Kong liked the chicks from next door when he saw them. He asked Gu Jiao if he could raise a few. Gu Jiao said that he could raise them, but there was a condition. He had to take care of the chicks himself. He could not ask others to do the feeding and cleaning of the chicken feces. In order to let little Jing Kong understand the difficulty of raising chickens, Gu Jiao asked him to go to Xue Ningxiang's house to feed the chickens for 2 days. Not only were there cute chicks, but there were also mature hens and roosters. Gu Jiao also told him that all the chicks that looked cute now would grow into hens and roosters one day. In the end, even this could not dissuade him. Gu Jiao could only let him raise her. He raised 7 of them, and all of them were chubby. He even gave them names, from 1 to 7. She did not know how he could identify them. Xiao Lulang brought the old lady a specialty of pingqing, candied red bayberries. At this time, the red bayberries had just borne fruit. The fruit was not big and had a strong sour taste. However, this type of bayberries was best preserved with sugar. The sweet and sour taste was not greasy. Xiao Lulang brought 2 jars. One jar had its core removed, and the other jar had its core. Although it was just 2 cans of food, this was the most famous candied red bayberry in Pingqing. Since there were many students taking the exam, it was sold out almost every day as soon as it came out. Xiao Lulang went to line up in the middle of the night and shivered in the cold wind for a long time. The old madam took out a seedless dried bayberry and gave it to Gooden. Gooden was drooling. Gu Xiaoshan hadn't finished school yet. Xiao Lulang had also brought something for him. It was a complete set of wood-carving tools. The Zhao country had very strict control over iron. It was very difficult for ordinary people to buy such fine and complete ironware. Xiao Lulang had extorted money from Governor Luo to buy it. He watched as Xiao Liulang's bag deflated. Little Jing Kong walked his little chick. He didn't seem to care, but he glanced at Xiao Liulang's bag from time to time. Gu Jiao noticed his strange behavior and asked, Jing Kong, are you also looking forward to your gift? I'm not. Little Jing Kong turned his head away. Proudly. Bad brother-in-law would not buy him a gift. Xiao Lulang saw the little guy's awkwardness. They were already on bad terms. After being separated for more than a month, they could not even be considered distant. Xiao Lulang took out a burr puzzle from the bag. It's okay if you don't want it. I'll give it to Gooden. No. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the chair and snatched the burr puzzle. He's small. He can't play with it. Gooden looked at his little brother blankly. He didn't understand what had happened. Finally, it was Gu Jiao's. It was a very exquisite brocade box. Just by looking at the box, one could tell that it was expensive. Gu Jiao thought to herself and measured the length of the brocade box. Was it a hairpin? It was such an expensive box. It should be a silver hairpin at least. Silver hairpins were rare in the countryside. Most of them were wooden hairpins. The more extravagant ones were copper hairpins. Silver hairpins could only be bought by wealthy families. They would only be willing to wear them on very important days. Of course, the most important thing was that if a man gave a woman a hairpin, it would mean something unspeakable. Gu Jiao's face was full of I love it, I love it, I love it. Click. Xiao Lulang opened the brocade box. It was not a hairpin, but a writing brush. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Xiao Lulang said, your handwriting is not good. Other than the way you hold the brush, it has something to do with the writing brush. This is a weasel hair brush made by a famous craftsman in Ping City. It's very suitable for your strength. He introduced her in a serious manner, but Gu Jiao was not in a good mood. Was the hairpin a hot potato? Why did he give her a writing brush? This was like giving a student who only wanted to spend money to play games a set of exam questions. How could she refuse? Seeing Gu Jiao trying to hold back her anger, old Madame Fu laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. There was a need that Lu Ling thought you needed. Gu Jiao hugged the weasel hair brush, her face as black as charcoal. Then Xiao Lulang handed her a copper token with the words Zhou Ji Bank engraved on it. I've saved your household expenses in the bank. You can get it yourself if you need it. Xiao Lulang did not mention the exact amount, and Gu Jiao did not ask. She was still immersed in her emotions of being given a writing brush. What Gu Jiao did not know was that this weasel hairbrush was more expensive than all the other gifts put together. It was not something that could be bought with money. Gu Jiao did not lose her temper for too long. She still remembered the important matter. Before leaving, Gu Jiao had told Feng Lin to keep an eye on Xiao Liulong's walking practice every day. Now she wanted to see the results. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang went to the west room to check on his ankle. The wound from the surgery was almost invisible. Gu Jiao reached out and pinched it. Does it still hurt? Xiao Lulang shook his head. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all? Gu Jiao raised her head and looked at him. He nodded. Yes. Gu Jiao pinched his calf again. It felt good. It seemed that Feng Lin did not slack off. The weakened muscles had basically recovered after 4 months of rehabilitation. In other words, Xiao Lulang did not have any weakness in his legs anymore. He still did not throw away his crutches. The biggest problem might be his psychological state. Gu Jiao had seen many similar cases in her previous life. Some people were afraid of getting injured again and overprotected themselves. However, most of these cases would gradually fade with the passage of time and get better. The other case was more complicated. The patient had a knot in his heart. If he could not untie it, he would continue to live in a state of injury to punish himself or to avoid something. While Gu Jiao was thinking, Xiao Lulang had already pulled down his trousers and walked out with his crutches. Gu Jiao looked at his cold and lonely back and couldn't help but be puzzled. What exactly had he experienced? The news that Xiao Lulang had passed the county-level exam quickly spread throughout the surrounding villages. As a big family in the village, the Gu family had also heard the news. They really did not expect that Xiao Lulang would be able to pass 2 exams in a row and even pass the exam. He was clearly a bad student who almost failed to get into Xianxia Academy. How did he pass the exam? Like Dashan, also, Xiao Lulang was clearly more valuable than Gu Dashuan's rice. Otherwise, the rice given to Xiao Lulang would not be so much better than the rice given to Gu Dashun. 2 exams, just one more to become a junior 3rd scholar. At the dinner table, Gu Changlu said enviously. Was he born unwilling to study? No. It was just that he could not study. Later on, he had 2 sons and hoped that they could study. However, the family could not afford to support those who were willing to study. The one who entered for free was Gu Xiaoshun, that disappointment. The Gu family did not know that it was not that Xiao Lulang could not pass the exam, but that he had given up on it. Everyone at the table had ugly expressions. The ugliest was Gu Dashun. The Xiao Lulang that he had always looked down on had suddenly overtaken him. Gu Dashun was unhappy, with Headmaster Li personally tutoring him. Of course he improved a lot. In the month before the district exam, I saw Headmaster Li call him to Zhongjing Tang every day. He did not believe that Xiao Lulang had relied on his own abilities to soar. In terms of talent, Xiao Lulang was not as good as him. If he was the one being personally tutored by Headmaster Li, then he would definitely be able to achieve better results than Xiao Lulang. To put it bluntly, he lost in terms of resources. If it was in the past, the Gu family would definitely say a few words of jealousy towards Xiao Lulang. But tonight, no one said a word. This caused Gu Dashun to frown slightly. He felt that the atmosphere in the family was different from before. Everyone looked like they had a lot on their minds, except for Gu Xiaoshun. It was not strange that he would think this way. After the Gu family failed in their attempt to woo the Marquis's daughter, Gu Jiao's matter was completely exposed. Marquis Gu did not even need to use any interrogation methods. He only needed to let Huang Zhong walk around the village and he was able to get a clear picture of Gu Jiao's life since she was young. This was the legitimate bloodline of the Marquis' household. How could she be bullied like this? Wasn't this rubbing Marquis Gu's face on the ground? Marquis Gu's anger could be imagined. If not for Gu Jinyu and the third branch of the Gu family, Marquis Gu would have long captured this family and beaten them to death, but they could avoid the death penalty, but they could not escape punishment. Old Master Gu had reached the end of his career. This was the most wronged Old Master Gu had ever been. He had gone to the clan for a drink, and when he came back, his custody was gone. And it was his own wife, son, and daughter-in-law who had caused it to be gone. As for Gu Jinyu, Marquis Gu made the Gu family give up Gu Jinyu's custody and vowed not to appear in front of Gu Jinyu for the rest of his life. In addition, Marquis Gu's lips were sealed. Not a single word was to be leaked. So the Gu family kept it a secret even from Gu Dashun and Gu Xiaoshun. Gu Ershun had unintentionally eavesdropped and knew that Gu Jiao might have been the wrong child. But he did not know anything else. This was one of the reasons for the strange atmosphere. The second reason was that the womenfolk in the family had actually come to the table to eat. Gu Dashun was not used to this. Gu Dashun glanced at his sister, Gu Yue. He thought of something and said, Jianyang is so lucky to have married a scholar husband. His sister was not young anymore. Logically speaking, it was time to talk about marriage. If she married into a good family, it would be of help to him. Gu Yue lowered her head and ate without a word. Everyone thought, was Jianyang the lucky one? It was clearly that brat Xiao Lulang. Did he know who he was marrying? The Marquis family's daughter. This was really a good thing that fell from the sky. Speaking of this marriage, they had been careless. If they had known that the girl had such a background, they would not have married her off. If they kept her at home as a money tree, who knew how much benefits they could get from the Marquis family? The Gu family's intestines turned green. But what could they do? That girl was no longer stupid and easy to fool. Even if they wanted to mend their relationship, it would not be so easy. Madame Wu gave Madame Lu a look, indicating for her to pick up the meat in her bowl. This was real meat. Every slice was especially thick and fat. In the future, only Gu Dashun would be able to eat it. Madame Lu swallowed and picked up the thickest slice. She originally wanted to put it in Ershun's bowl, but Madame Wu glared daggers at her. She quickly put it in Gu Xiaoshun's bowl. Gu Xiaoshun looked at his mother with a strange expression. What? Madame Lu said embarrassedly, it's not easy for you to come back. Eat some meat. During this period of time, Gu Xiaoshun had been living in the academy. Today, he was invited back by Gu Dashun. Gu Dashun did not want to invite him politely, but his father had spoken. Gu Dashun had no other choice. Gu Xiaoshun looked at the meat in his bowl and ate it indifferently. Gu Ershun was so hungry that he drooled. Gu Dashun frowned. Everyone else pretended not to see anything. Madame Lu smiled and said, Xiaoshun, you haven't gone to see your sister yet, right? Gu Xiaoshun asked, why? Madame Lu smiled and said, your sister is so good to you. Why don't you go see her now that you're back? Gu Xiaoshun ate a mouthful of rice and said, I'll go in a while. Madame Lu continued to smile and said, your brother-in-law has become a scholar. Remember to say a few words of congratulations. Gu Xiaoshun said, okay. After a long time, Madame Wu and the first branch did not get to the point. Gu Chonghai said, Xiaoshun, I prepared a jar of good tea leaves and 2 old hens. I'll send them to your sister with you later. Gu Xiaoshun said, I'll go. Why are you going? I'm afraid you can't carry them. Gu Xiaoshun was so angry that he almost went crazy. Gu Xiaoshun was a straightforward person. He did not understand the meaning behind his words. Gu Chonghai decided to be frank and said, there's no overnight hatred in a family. We were wrong before. Today, we apologize to your sister. From today onwards, we'll live a good life as a family. Marquis Gu only said that they were not allowed to get close to Gu Jinyu. He did not say that they were not allowed to get close to Gu Jiao as long as they did not reveal the truth to Gu Jiao. They could roughly guess Marquis Gu's intentions. He was afraid that Gu Jiao wouldn't be able to accept it in a short period of time, so he planned to take things slowly. They only needed to reconcile with Gu Jiao before the father and daughter reunited. You want to curry favor with my brother-in-law because he has become a scholar, right? Gu Xiaoshan put his chopsticks on the table and asked, where are the things? The first sentence made people frown, but the second sentence made the Gu family feel that there was hope. Gu Zhonghai quickly said to Madame Zhou, go and get them. Madame Zhou did not dare to delay. She went into the house and caught the expensive tea leaves and the two fattest hens in the house. Gu Xiaoshan put down his chopsticks, took the things and walked out. Gu Zhonghai stretched out his hand and said, hey. Wait for me. Wait for you, you are the ones who owe my sister. Gu Xiaoshan sprinted out and slipped into his sister's house, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Gu Zhonghai, who had a nosebleed from the slamming of the door. The tea leaves and hens that Gu Zhonghai had spent a lot of money on were gone just like that. He did not dare to make a fuss. How could he reason with them? Gu Zhonghai wanted to knock on the door, but no one answered. He could only grit his teeth and go back. Gu Jiao did not care about the Gu family. The old madam and Xiao Lulang did not care either. If Gu Xiaoshan had not held the door shut, the old madam would have pinned a basin of feces and urine on the Gu family. Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. Sister. Gu Xiaoshan had not returned to the village for a long time and missed his sister. He rushed to the kitchen to greet Gu Jiao, then went to look for Xiao Lulang and the old madam. Xiao Lulang gave him the carving knives that he had brought from Pingqing. Gu Xiaoshan liked them very much. He looked at each knife again and could not bear to part with them. A good knife was to a craftsman, and a good sword was to a swordsman. That kind of joy could not be replaced by ordinary gifts. Gu Xiaoshan felt that his brother-in-law was a good man. Gu Xiaoshan was playing with the knives when the old madam suddenly called him into the house. The old madam waved at him enthusiastically. Xiaoshan, come and try the candied dried red bayberries that Lulang bought for me. Gu Xiaoshan blinked. Great aunt, why? Are you so generous today? It was usually harder to eat one of her candied fruits than to reach the sky. Here. The old madam searched for a long time and gave him the smallest one. Gu Xiaoshan did not pick it and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, he saw the old madam count 7 big candied red bayberries and put them into her small honey pot. She shouted loudly, Jiao Jiao. Xiaoshan ate 8 of my dried red bayberries. Gu Xiaoshan almost choked to death. Did she have to do this for a few dried red bayberries? Gu Jiao controlled the old madam and allowed her to eat 3 bayberries a day at most. She could only eat 5 bayberries during the new year. She saved 7 in one go. It could be said that she had made a fortune. The old madam was very satisfied. She waved her hand and asked Gu Xiaoshan to do what he should do. Gu Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. Did she make use of him just like that? Gu Xiaoshan planned to look for little Jing Kong, but he found that the little guy had gone out. Little Jing Kong went out to walk the chicks. At first, he only walked in the backyard of his house. Gradually, he felt that the backyard was not safe enough, so he took the chicks out. Little Jing Kong's route was from his house to the entrance of the village and back. If he met the villagers, he would politely greet them. The villagers were surprised at the beginning, but now they were used to it. They even started to like the little monk. Other people's chicks ran all over the place when they went out, but his chicks could still form a formation. Little Chi, don't cut the line. Little Jing Kong caught a chick that had sneaked to the 5th line. Little Jing Kong walked to the Gu family's old house. This was the only way to the entrance of the village. He knew the relationship between the two families. He would not go to the Gu family's house, nor would he greet the Gu family. However, today, he was attracted by a strange sound. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428626/115719606. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. It sounded like a man's reading voice. It was intermittent. Every time he reached the same place, he would stop and start from the beginning. Little Jing Kong's OCD couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and saw Gu Dasan frowning under a big tree outside the Gu family's house. Little Jing Kong knew Gu Dasan, but he didn't talk to Gu Dasan before. He didn't understand why Gu Dasan didn't study at home but came to read under a tree. The family was quarreling over the tea leaves and hens. The second branch blamed the first branch for coming up with a bad idea. The first branch blamed Gu Xiaoshun for messing things up. Gu Dasan couldn't concentrate, so he came to the tree to find some peace and quiet. He didn't expect to find some words that he didn't know. Hide. This word is red hide. Little Jing Kong stood behind him and said while looking at the words in his book. Gu Dasan was shocked by the sudden childish voice. He turned around and looked at Little Jing Kong in surprise. Little Jing Kong had been in the village for so long. He had heard of him and seen him from afar, but he didn't communicate with him. Little Jing Kong saw him in a daze and thought that he didn't understand, so he read again, hide. Hide. Gu Dasan didn't believe a 3-year-old kid. He looked away and said, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and said, I'm not talking nonsense. I've learned it before. Gu Dasan said, how could you have learned it before? Little Jing Kong said, I've memorized Vajrasakyamuni mantra a long time ago. Gu Dasan looked at him suspiciously and pointed at another word, what about this one? Ah. The Buddhas of the 3 eras obtained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi through Prajnaparamita. Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. His little mouth opened and closed, saying it all in one breath, so smoothly that there was not even a small pause. Even if Gu Dasan did not understand Buddhist scriptures, he knew that such a difficult sentence could not have been made up by a 3.5-year-old child. So he really knew how to do it. After that, Gu Dasan pointed out a few words to Little Jing Kong. There were words that he knew, and there were also words that he did not know. He did not expect that Little Jing Kong knew all of them and could even accurately tell where they came from. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Dasan bitterly. How did you study? I heard that you are an elementary scholar. Are all elementary scholars so bad? Little Jing Kong suddenly remembered that his bad brother-in-law had also just passed the Shotsai exam. Could he be as bad as him? How was he going to support his family? Could it support him until he grew up? Little Jing Kong, who was worried about his family, suddenly lost the mood to walk the chicks. He brought little one to Little Chi back home. After putting the chicks back into the coop, he immediately went to the west room. He was still not good at writing, mainly because he was not strong enough to hold a writing brush. But he had scriptures. He took out a few scriptures from his small box and went to Xiao Lulang. He casually turned to a page and pointed at a rare word on it. How do you read this? Xiao Lulang glanced at him and read it out calmly. Little Jing Kong frowned seriously and nodded secretly. He read it correctly. Little Jing Kong pointed at another word, which was the first word that Gu Dasan did not know. Xiao Lulang read it out easily. Little Jing Kong was satisfied. After that, he continued to test Xiao Lulang on many words. Xiao Lulang got every word right. He also tested Xiao Liulang's interpretation. Xiao Liulang's explanation was similar to his master's, or even more concise than his master's. It seemed that his bad brother-in-law was studying hard. Little Jing Kong was finally relieved. How could Xiao Lulang know what he was thinking? He thought that he suddenly wanted to learn how to read. The children in town began their education at the age of 7. Little Jing Kong was smarter than the average child and had some foundation in the temple. Perhaps he could be sent to the elementary school earlier. Xiao Lulang secretly engraved the matter of Little Jing Kong's opening of the door in his mind. On the other hand, Marquis Gu's injury was basically healed. He did not say that he was kicked by his own daughter and only said that he fell accidentally. The servants were forced to believe him. Huang Zhong received a letter from his family from the capital. After reading the letter, Marquis Gu's brows furrowed tightly. Huang Zhong asked, "What's wrong, Marquis?" Did something happen in the Marquis' household? Marquis Gu sighed, the Marquis' household is fine. It's a letter from Consort Shu. Huang Zhong was puzzled, Consort Shu? Did she summon you for something? Marquis Gu helplessly folded the letter and sealed it, her birthday is coming soon. Jinyu's birthday is in the same month as hers. She asked me when I would bring Jinyu back to the capital. This year is Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. She asked me not to forget. Huang Zhong sighed, yes, in the blink of an eye, Miss is turning 15. Marquis Gu said, there's still half a year left. The twins' birthday was in October. Huang Zhong smiled, Imperial concubine Shu must be thinking about Mississippi. Consort Shu was Marquis Gu's biological sister and had a good relationship with the former Marquis. She was not very close to Yaoshi, the second wife. She was also indifferent to Gu Yan. Only Gu Jinyu had won her favor with his talent. Marquis Gu had a headache. He could not return to the capital now. Even if he did, he had to bring Yaoshi and Gu Yan along. After all, it was Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. How could he not have his biological mother by his side? Moreover, he saw that Gu Yan's condition had improved greatly and he could return to the capital with him. Then, what about Miss? Huang Zhong was referring to Gu Jiao. Of course, she'll be brought along. Marquis Gu said. So decisive? Are you asking for trouble? Huang Zhong was stunned, you're not going to do the blood test? Marquis Gu exploded, you have to be able to get it first. You're going to get it? Huang Zhong shrunk his neck, this subordinate doesn't dare. Marquis Gu frowned, Yenner is so close to her. There can't be a mistake. As for the catalyst, Rejuvenation Hall's medicine is temporarily effective. There's no harm in delaying the catalyst for a few days. But what? Huang Zhong asked. Marquis Gu pondered for a moment, then said, that child grew up in the countryside and has bad habits. Her words and actions are not feminine at all. When she returns to the capital, she will be criticized. Before she returns, I have to find someone to teach her a lesson. Huang Zhong's eyes darted around. Did you skip a crucial step? For example, Miss herself might not be willing? Marquis Gu flicked his wide sleeves, humph. Is there any room for her not to be willing? This Marquis is her father. Who cares if she believes me or not? If this Marquis really wants to take her away, can she rebel? Huang Zhong curled his lip. Then who was it that Miss hung on the tree? Marquis Gu was not puffing himself up at his own cost. The person he was most worried about right now was not Gu Jiao, but Yaoshi. He did not know how to speak to Yaoshi in order to minimize the impact on Yaoshi. Where's Madame? Marquis Gu asked. Huang Zhong recalled, I think she's in the peony garden outside the hot springs. This subordinate saw Madame when I passed by. Yaoshi was indeed in the peony garden. After Gu Jinyu's peonies had been destroyed, Marquis Gu had people quickly bring over a few more. He also built a new courtyard for Gu Jinyu to use as a peony garden. This could be considered compensation for the loss of Gu Jinyu's servant, Yuru. Gu Jinyu and Yaoshi sat in the center of the peony garden playing chess. Mother, it's your turn. Yaoshi was lost in thought. Gu Jinyu waved his hand in front of her eyes. Mother. Yaoshi returned to her senses and smiled apologetically. Is it Mother's turn? Mother will see how to move. Gu Jinyu took the chess piece she had just picked up and warmly said, You've been playing for a long time. You must be tired. Why don't you rest for a while and eat something? Yaoshi nodded and had the servant girls remove the chessboard. She brought over a plate of freshly cut fruits and a box of osmanthus cakes that she had personally made. Gu Jinyu ate some fruits and also took a small bite of the osmanthus cake. Yaoshi could tell that she did not really want to eat. The reason was that Jinyu's aunt, Consort Shu, had once said that eating too much desserts would make her fat. Ever since then, Jinyu had not touched sweet things. Mother, your complexion has been good recently, Gu Jinyu said to Yaoshi with a smile. Yaoshi touched her cheek. Yes, after using Miss Gu's medicine, she felt much more relaxed. She could eat and sleep, and her mood was no longer so easily depressed. The only thing she could not understand was that she had been thinking about Miss Gu recently. She had been lost in thought just now. She should not have been so absent-minded when playing chess with her daughter. Mother, wait a moment. Gu Jinyu put down the desserts in her hand and walked to a nearby room. She took a robe and draped it over Xianxia. The wind is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. Her daughter was considerate, but Xianxia did not deserve her daughter's consideration. No one knew that she had always had a secret in her heart. She had once hated Jinyu to the core. Ever since she gave birth, she had liked Gu Yan more than Jinyu. When she looked at the infant child, she always felt that she could not get close to him. When they were 3 years old, Gu Yan splashed a bowl of medicine on Jinyu. Jinyu was furious and rushed over to Gu Yan. She pushed Gu Yan to the ground and sat on Gu Yan's body. Gu Yan was pressed down so hard that he could not breathe. When she realized this, she walked over and roughly pulled Jinyu away, then gave her a slap. It was Gu Yan who had hit her first. It was normal for Jinyu to retaliate. Besides, they were only 3 years old. As a mother, she could have just separated the 2 children. There was no need to hit her. She still remembered Jinyu's shocked and hurt expression. Jinyu cried and called for her mother, but she did not feel sorry for her. Instead, she had an impulse to leave her behind. It had been so long since that incident. The 2 children had lost their memories of that time. She finally found her feelings for her daughter after interacting with them day after day. But every time she thought of this incident, she felt that she was not fit to be a mother. Everyone thought that her mental illness stemmed from her relationship with the Marquis and the public's criticism. But that was not the case. Every time she thought of how, as a mother, she did not love her own child and even thought of abandoning her child. She could not forgive herself. Jinyu was a perfect child. Even if she had hurt her in the past, she still respected her and was infinitely tolerant of her younger brother who always bullied her. Mother, why are you crying? Gu Jinyu noticed Xiaoxi's tears. Xiaoxia wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. Do you feel that all these years, Mother has not treated you well enough? Gu Jinyu held Xiaoxi's hand and solemnly said, how could that be? Mother treats me very well, just like father and grandmother. You and younger brother are the people closest to daughter in the world. Daughter will love you all for the rest of her life. On the way back, Gu Jinyu was called away by a servant. Another pot of peonies had arrived. She had to inspect the goods. Xiaoxia walked back to her courtyard alone and did not let the servant girls follow her. When she passed by a fake mountain, Xiaoxia heard the sound of an argument. Do you not want to live anymore? How can you speak nonsense about this kind of thing? Be careful that someone hears and reports it to the Marquis and Madame. They will take your life. Aunt, I am not speaking nonsense. I heard it with my own ears. Xiaoxia recognized the 2 voices. One was Granny Feng from her courtyard, and the other was Granny Feng's niece, Cui Cui. Cui Cui was outside Marquis Gu's study, sweeping the floor. The sound of conversation continued, and Xiaoxia stopped walking. You must have misheard. Granny Feng scolded. Cui Cui loudly said, I did not mishear. That is what the Marquis said. Our young miss was mistaken. She is not the Marquis and Madame's biological daughter. Xiaoxia felt as if she had been hit in the head. She said in a daze, what did you say? Who was mistaken? Madame? Cui Cui and Granny Feng turned their heads and were both startled. Xiaoxia walked in front of Cui Cui in a daze. Say what you just said again. What mistaken? What is not your biological daughter? Granny Feng quickly said, Madam, don't listen to her nonsense. Xiaoxia sternly shouted, shut your mouth. Xiaoxia had a gentle personality, but even a rabbit would have a time when it was forced into a corner. Cui Cui lowered her head and stammered, young miss was mistaken. She is not your and the Marquis daughter. The real young miss was wandering among the common people and grew up in a village. She was ugly and stupid and was often bullied. When the Marquis found her, Xiaoxia did not hear the rest of the words. She only felt her vision go dark and the world spin. Then her eyes closed and she fell heavily to the ground. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. https://www. zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115715966. HTML Genius will remember this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here, in the study. Marquis Gu was hesitating on how to speak to Xianxia when he heard a servant report that Xianxia had fainted. Xianxia had been recuperating and had been living in the small courtyard. She would only come to visit Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu every day. When Marquis Gu arrived at the small courtyard, Xianxia had already been placed on the bed by Granny Fong and Cui Cui. Granny Fong had caught a cold in the past few days and was not present to serve. Granny Fong had taken care of the matters in the courtyard and had personally gone to invite the imperial physician. Marquis Gu looked at the unconscious Xianxia and then at the shivering maidservants in the room. His face sank. Who served the madam today? The two maidservants fell to their knees. One of them cried, "This servant also does not know what happened." When this servant returned to the courtyard, the madam had already fainted in her room. Marquis Gu sternly said, "How did you serve the madam? You actually let the madam stay in the courtyard alone?" The other maidservant also sobbed, "Marquis, please spare us. The madam usually does not like people following her." This servant did not dare to disobey, a group of useless people. While Marquis Gu was venting his anger, Granny Fong had brought the imperial physician over. The two were about to bow to Marquis Gu when he waved his hand. "No need, quickly treat the madam." "Yes." The imperial physician carried a medicine box and walked forward. He placed a silk handkerchief on Xiaoxia's wrist and began to take her pulse. To be honest, the imperial physician was not optimistic about Xiaoxia's condition. Xiaoxia did not seem to have any serious illness, but her body had been exhausted long ago. She also had a mental illness and could not take any provocation. If it was serious, she could have hallucinations and go crazy, doing something irreversible. Marquis Gu was afraid of such a situation, so he had been hesitant to tell the truth. The imperial physician took her pulse for a long time this time. So long that Marquis Gu broke out in a cold sweat. "How is it, Imperial Physician Chen?" he anxiously asked. Granny Fong also looked nervously at Imperial Physician Chen. Imperial Physician Chen furrowed his brows thoughtfully and took Xiaoxia's pulse again. "Strange, very strange." Marquis Gu hurriedly said, "What's so strange about it? Is madam's condition serious?" Imperial Physician Chen shook his head. "It's not serious. Xiaoxia's body had always been very weak, and she could not be stimulated. Normally, when she fainted, it would be very dangerous. However, Xiaoxia's pulse was steadier than expected. That was why he felt strange." "What medicine has madam been taking recently?" the imperial physician asked. Marquis Gu looked at Nanny Fong. Granny Fong was stunned and said, "Isn't it the medicine that you prescribed?" Imperial Physician Chen said, "Take it away and let me have a look." "Aye." Granny Fong arrived in front of the dressing table and opened Xiaoxia's medicine box. She took out the small bottles and jars of medicine that Xiaoxia had been taking every day and handed them to the imperial physician. The small medicine bottle was filled with white pills, colorless and odorless. Imperial Physician Chen had never seen this kind of medicine before. Inside the medicine jar were small bottles of granules. Imperial Physician Chen had never seen this kind of medicine before, but he could smell the familiar scent of traditional Chinese medicine. He could vaguely make out the scent of ginseng, jujube, poria cocos, cinnamon, asparagus, and ripe rehmannia. "Medicine can be made like this?" Imperial Physician Chen muttered. He had only seen medicine made into pills, but had never seen medicine made into tablets or granules. Especially those white pills, he could not identify the ingredients at all. "Where did these medicines come from?" Imperial Physician Chen asked. Granny Fong looked at Imperial Physician Chen in shock. "Didn't you prescribe them?" Imperial physician Chen said, I have never prescribed these medicines. Marquis Gu's cold gaze fell on Granny Fong. When did Madam start taking these medicines? Granny Fong hurriedly explained, as for the specifics, this servant can't remember. It's been a while. Madam had never been willing to take medicine properly before. When she suddenly started taking them, this servant thought that Madam had finally listened to Imperial physician Chen's advice. Was it these medicines that caused Madam to faint? Marquis Gu asked Imperial physician Chen. Imperial physician Chen said in a low voice, it's hard to say, the calming medicine in the medicine jar should not cause any harm to the body. As for the other type of medicine, I have never seen it before, so I don't dare to say anything. Marquis Gu looked coldly at Granny Fong, who gave these things to Madam. Granny Fong said with a pale face, this servant is also not sure. Although the servant serves Madam, Granny Fong serves Madam the most. Granny Fong had gone to recuperate and was not in the mountain villa. Marquis Gu clenched his fists and said, send someone to call Granny Fong here. Imperial physician Chen thought for a moment and said, Marquis, don't worry. Madam's pulse is better than before. Perhaps these two medicines are harmless to Madam. Marquis Gu said coldly, then how do you explain Madam's sudden coma? This? Imperial physician Chen could not explain, Madam should wake up soon. We will know the truth when we ask her later. Granny Fong lowered her head and clenched her fists. Imperial physician Chen wrote a prescription, and Granny Fong took the prescription to the mountain villa's pharmacy to get the medicine. When she was boiling the medicine in the small kitchen, Tsuetsue sneaked in from the back door. Aunt. Granny Fong looked outside vigilantly, closed the door, and said to her, why are you here? Tsuetsue whispered. Huang Zhong suddenly went to see Granny Fong. Did something happen? Granny Fong narrowed her eyes and said, Madam has been taking medicine recently and has recovered from her illness. Tsuetsue's beautiful face turned pale. What? Didn't you say that, with a little stimulation, she will? Madame Yao had been stimulated before. At that time, Madame Yao's illness was not so serious, but she almost couldn't be saved. She thought that this time it would be foolproof, but who would have thought, Consort Shu's letter has arrived. She asked Marquis Gu to bring Miss back to the capital for her hairpin ceremony. Little Gongzi's illness has improved. Marquis Gu will definitely bring Madam and little Gongzi back. As Granny Fong spoke, her cold eyes fell on the steaming medicine pot. Huang Zhong went to Granny Fong's house and brought the sick Granny Fong back to the mountain villa. Marquis Gu personally went to the study to interrogate her. Only the two maidservants on duty were left in the room. Granny Fong brought in a steaming bowl of medicine and said to the two, okay, I'll keep watch here. Go to the kitchen and see if the madam's porridge is ready. Also, don't forget to send the fruits that Miss wanted to Lanting Pavilion. Yes. The two maidservants answered and left. Without a third person in the room, the silence was somewhat frightening. Granny Fong held the bowl of medicine and walked step by step to the bed. She looked down at Madame Yao, who was sleeping peacefully, and said disdainfully, Madam, don't blame this servant. If you want to blame someone for not wanting you to return to the manor. Granny Fong pried open Madame Yao's chin and poured the medicine into her mouth spoonful by spoonful. Today was the day of Hui Chun Hall's follow-up examination for Gu Yan. The second boss had something to do and didn't come. Instead, Gu Jiao and the old doctor came. The two were directly brought to Gu Yan's courtyard by Yu. Gu Yan's current condition was very stable. As long as he continued to take medicine, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live for another 2 or 3 years. The little dog's injuries had also recovered. It still remembered Gu Jiao and ran over to Gu Jiao with its short legs. In the end, it fell and whimpered. Gu Jiao thought of little Jing Kong, who always wrestled. The doghouse from last time was broken. Let's make another one. Gu Yan said without changing his expression. Gu Jiao made a strange sound. The house she made was very sturdy. How could it be broken? The servants all lowered their heads and pretended not to know that the young master had broken down the doghouse in the middle of the night. Okay then. Gu Jiao agreed. Making another one was no big deal. Gu Jiao stayed at Gu Yan's place for 2 hours. After finishing the new doghouse, she got up and left. After leaving the villa, she went to visit old Madame Li as usual. When she visited old Madame Li, she saw the mulberry tree and couldn't help but think of Xiaoshi. She planned to see if Xiaoshi's condition had improved. However, Gu Jiao went over and knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Perhaps they weren't there. Or perhaps they couldn't leave because of other matters. Gu Jiao decided to come again next time. But the moment she turned around, her ears twitched and she heard an extremely painful groan. That sound was soft and far away. Normal people definitely wouldn't be able to hear it. However, Gu Jiao's training in her previous life included a listening skill. She had to be prepared to recognize the other person's breathing under the interference of hundreds of different sounds. After changing into this small body, her body was far weaker than in her previous life, but it was gradually recovering. The sound was the Marchioness's. Gu Jiao was certain of this. Gu Jiao didn't care if the door was closed or not. She took a few steps back and jumped over the wall. When Gu Jiao arrived at Xiaoshi's room, there was only Xiaoshi left inside. Xiaoshi was lying unconscious on the bed. Her face was green and her forehead was dark. Her breathing was very weak. The room was filled with the smell of Chinese medicine, but there was no medicine bowl. Gu Jiao found a few drops of medicine that had not dried up by Xiaoshi's pillow. She leaned over and sniffed. It was aconite. Aconite was a Chinese medicine that was used to relieve pain and cold, but it was poisonous. It was not easily used. Xiaoshi's body was cold, so she could not touch aconite. Gu Jiao was not certain how much Xiaoshi had drunk, but she had to spit it out as soon as possible. Gu Jiao pondered for 3 seconds and immediately opened the small medicine box. She took out a special infusion tube and slowly inserted it into Xiaoshi's stomach through her nose. This kind of infusion tube was specially prepared for the fugitives in the organization. It was harder than normal infusion tubes and could be used to kill people. Gu Jiao did not think that she would use it to save someone. Gu Jiao took out a bottle of sodium chloride and connected it to the other end of the tube. She held the bag and quickly poured the infusion into Xiaoshi's stomach. The first bag was quickly finished. Just as Gu Jiao was about to pour the second bag, the 2 young maidservants who had been sent away by Nurse Feng returned to the room. The 2 did not recognize Gu Jiao and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Who are you? What are you doing to Madame? The 2 of them came back to their senses and pounced toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao could not be interrupted by them. She kicked a stool and knocked the 2 to the ground. Maidservant A, maidservant B, someone come. Someone wants to murder Madame. Outside the room, Nurse Feng's hands trembled. It can't be? She found out so quickly? Marquis Gu had just finished interrogating Nurse Feng when he heard the maidservant's cries. He quickly rushed to Madame Yao's room and saw Gu Jiao pouring something strange into Madame Yao's nose. When he left, Madame Yao's complexion was still normal. But now, it was blue and black, as if she had been poisoned. This girl, could it be that she was trying to poison her own mother? Marquis Gu was burning with anger and walked over with a murderous look. Stop. Gu Jiao ignored him and increased the pressure of the infusion. Marquis Gu saw that not only did she not listen, but she also increased the pressure. He was so angry that he pulled out the whip at his waist and fiercely whipped Gu Jiao's thin and small back. With a crack, the whip landed on Gu Jiao's back. This was not an ordinary whip. It was a military whip used for executions. Gu Jiao still did not let go of Madame Yao. Marquis Gu angrily gritted his teeth and reached out to grab Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked over with a cold gaze. If you don't want her to die, then get out of my way. Marquis Gu was shocked by her murderous gaze. The last drop of infusion was poured in. Gu Jiao pulled out the infusion tube and helped Madame Yao up. She pried open Madame Yao's mouth and used her finger to check her throat. In the next second, Madame Yao's body trembled and she spat out the medicine and the infusion. After spitting it out, Madame Yao's complexion was no longer blue and she could breathe with some strength. At the same time, Imperial Physician Chen also arrived. He had just gone to give the Marquis Madame a pill. Why did it seem like the Marquis Madame had died in just a short while? Eh? Isn't this the little medicine boy from Rejuvenation Hall? He recognized Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not speak. She calmly stood up and put away her small medicine box. Imperial Physician Chen finished checking Madame Yao's pulse and frowned. How did Madame get poisoned by aconite? Marquis Gu frowned. Imperial physician Chen looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at the medicine on the ground. He could more or less guess what had happened. Fortunately, Marquis had this little medicine boy help Madame vomit. Otherwise, Madame Yao would have lost her life. I really did not think that a little medicine boy from Rejuvenation Hall would be so powerful. Marquis Gu did not hear the rest of the words. His mind was filled with the whip he had just given her. He did not say that he had used 100% of his strength, but he had used at least 80%. Stubborn girl, can't you speak properly? Must you take the whip? Marquis Gu would never admit that he had hit her wrongly. It was clearly because she did not explain herself that he had misunderstood, but why did he feel a little unconfident? Marquis Gu looked at Gu Jiao with a guilty conscience. He was about to say something, but Gu Jiao had already carried the small medicine box and left with an expressionless face. The wind of late spring was very warm, but her back was cold. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428266/115685803. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. Marquis Gu began to order a thorough investigation of Madame Yao's poisoning. According to the two servant girls, the medicine was brewed by Granny Fong and was also sent by Granny Fong. The two of them were sent by Granny Fong to deliver something to Gu Jinyu. What happened after that was unclear. Call Granny Fong over, Marquis Gu ordered coldly. After a while, a servant came to report, Marquis, Granny Fong is missing. Marquis Gu's large palm suddenly clenched into a fist. Very quickly, he remembered that Granny Fong still had a niece-in-law in the manor. Where is that servant girl called Chui Chui? Bring her to this Marquis. Yes. The servant accepted the order and left. Granny Fong did not take Chui Chui away in order to not attract attention. When Chui Chui realized that something was wrong, she hurriedly packed her bag and left. Unfortunately, she was one step too late and was caught by the manor's guards. When she was brought to Marquis Gu, she found out that Madame Yao had been poisoned. It was easy to guess who the person who poisoned her was. It was Granny Fong. Chui Chui fell to her knees and trembled. Marquis, please spare me. It wasn't me. I don't know anything. I'm innocent. Marquis Gu said, innocent? Then let me ask you, how did Madame faint? Chui Chui stammered, it's, Marquis Gu said sarcastically, good, there's no use keeping this tongue. It's better to pull it out. Chui Chui's body trembled, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. It was Granny Fong. Granny Fong made me do it. She made me tell Madame what I overheard on purpose. Marquis Gu's heart tightened, what did you say? Chui Chui said fearfully, I said. Miss is not her biological child. She was swapped, bastard. Marquis Gu was so angry that he smashed the teacup beside him. Chui Chui's entire body was crawling on the broken pieces of the teacup. Her hands were bleeding, but she did not dare to move an inch. Master, please spare my life. It was Mama Fong who forced me. Marquis Gu was worried that this would happen, so he never dared to tell Yaoshi the truth. He would rather not acknowledge that child for the rest of his life than have anything happen to Yaoshi. However, he had been careful and had allowed the two lowly maids to reveal the truth. He said sternly, Madame treated her well. Why would she do that? Chui Chui sobbed, I don't know. Auntie. No. It was Granny Fong. She ordered me to do things. She never allowed me to ask for the reason. I don't know why she wanted to frame Madame. If I didn't listen to her, she would let her nephew beat me to death. Marquis, please judge clearly. This servant is telling the truth. Ah, you listen to her more than you listen to this Marquis and Madam. What? Her words are imperial edicts? At this point, how could Marquis Gu not see that Cui Cui's words were half true and half false? It was true that Granny Feng had ordered her, but her wild ambition was even more true. If she did not covet the benefits that Granny Feng had promised her, why would she work for Granny Feng? It seemed that she would not be able to get anything out of her. Marquis Gu waved his hand in disgust. Drag her out and beat her to death. Marquis, please spare my life. Marquis, please spare. The guards did not give her a chance to beat around the bush. They directly used a rag to gag her mouth and dragged her out to be executed. The guards of the villa split into 4 groups to catch Granny Feng. When the sky turned dark, they finally found Granny Feng's tracks. Unfortunately, Granny Feng had already hanged herself on a tree. Dead? In the study, Marquis Gu's face turned cold. Huang Zhong was a martial artist. He was not smart when it came to fighting and scheming. However, when it came to examining corpses, he had stayed in piles of corpses before and had seen countless deaths. How could he not see that Granny Feng had been hung on a tree after she had breathed her last? Marquis Gu's expression was grave. So, she had someone kill her to silence her? Huang Zhong did not dare to say that she had been killed, but he was sure that Granny Feng was killed by him. Marquis Gu was silent for a long time. This Marquis knows. These days, strengthen the villa's security. Other than Granny Feng, everyone else is dismissed. Yes. Marquis Gu went to Madame Yao's room. Granny Feng, who was sick, was guarding the room. Her complexion was not very good. Marquis Gu said to her, "Go and rest. You don't have to come over tonight." Granny Feng did not immediately leave. Instead, she paused and boldly asked, "Marquis, must you bring Madame back to the capital?" "What's wrong?" Marquis Gu asked. Granny Feng said earnestly, "This servant knows that the Marquis's estate dotes on Madame. However, I'm afraid that other than Marquis, no one in the entire estate would welcome Madame back." Marquis Gu clenched his fists. "She is this Marquis's wife. This Marquis will protect her. You don't have to worry." Marquis Gu's eyes were like torches. This Marquis will not let anything happen to her again. Granny Feng did not refute and bowed to Marquis Gu. "This servant will leave now." Marquis Gu blocked the news of Madame Yao's courtyard and did not let Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu know. 2 hours later, Madame Yao slowly woke up. Marquis Gu sat by the bed and held her hand. He asked softly, "You're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Madame Yao weakly shook her head and looked at him. "Where's my child? Where is my child?" At this point, Marquis Gu had nothing to hide. He held her hand tightly and took a deep breath. "She came by just now. She's right here." Madame Yao became agitated again. Marquis Gu was afraid that she would faint again, so he quickly held her shoulders and said, "Don't be agitated. Let me finish. She's fine. I've already found her. When you recover, I'll take you to see her." Madame Yao said without hesitation, "I'm fine." Marquis Gu said, I know. It's just that it's too late today. If you go over, you'll just disturb her rest. Tomorrow morning, I promise you." Only then did Madame Yao lie back down. She looked at him in confusion. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Marquis Gu was silent. Madame Yao frowned. "Is it that you don't want to acknowledge that child?" Marquis Gu was so frightened by her that his little heart trembled. His strong desire to live made him decide between telling the truth and lying. "There's no such thing. Don't think too much. She's my flesh and blood. How could I not want to acknowledge her? It's just, I've already made a mistake once. I don't want to make the same mistake a second time." Marquis Gu told Madame Yao about the medicine. "I wanted to wait until I got her blood and merged it with Yen'er's before telling you. However, Yen'er gets along very well with her. I think that if they weren't connected by blood, Yen'er would not like her so much." Madame Yao's expression froze. "Yen'er has also seen her?" Marquis Gu slowly nodded. "Yes, she's the little medicine boy from the Return of Spring Hall." "Is there a portrait of her?" Madame Yao was impatient to see her daughter's appearance. Marquis Gu hesitated. I'm begging you, Marquis. This was the first time Madame Yao had begged him. For the sake of a stinky girl's portrait, Marquis Gu felt very uncomfortable. However, Marquis Gu still forced himself to draw it. It seemed that he could never refuse Madame Yao. However, when Madame Yao excitedly opened the scroll, her smile froze. What are you drawing? Circles, crosses, 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 crosses? Was this neither round nor square pancake a face? Were the two asymmetrical green beans eyes? Were her nostrils pointed to the sky? Also, her mouth was crooked. Marquis Gu awkwardly coughed and said in a serious tone, "It's because she's ugly." He would never admit that his drawing was ugly. The talented Marquis Gu always had a secret that no one knew. That was, his calligraphy and drawing skills were terrible. Outsiders only knew that Marquis Gu's calligraphy could not be obtained, but they did not know that he did not dare let anyone see it. "You're the ugly one." Madame Yao threw the painting back into his arms and lifted the blanket to get out of bed. Marquis Gu immediately guessed what she wanted to do and calmly said, "Are you going to find Yen to ask for a portrait?" He, his drawing is not as good as mine." Madame Yao, who really wanted to beat him to death. In the end, Madame Yao managed to obtain her daughter's portrait. It was drawn by Gu Jinyu. Marquis Gu did not tell Gu Jinyu the truth and only had her draw the appearance of the little medicine boy. Gu Jinyu's drawing skills were very good. Among the noble ladies in the capital, she was at least in the top 3. Marquis Gu brought the portrait to Madame Yao. When Madame Yao saw the little girl in the portrait, her expression froze. Currently, it was late at night. When Gu Jiao returned to the village, the sun had not yet set. Smoke rose from the chimneys in the village, and the smell of food filled the air. It was like the countryside. The Gu family had been very quiet recently. It was said that old Master Gu had lost his position as the village chief, and the Gu family's dozens of acres of farmland had been taken away. Those farmland had been allocated to the Gu family for planting. Although it was called farmland, the annual rent was only about 100 caddies. It was no different from giving it away for free. This was because they had benefited from old Master Gu and Gu Dashun. But now, it was all gone. The Gu family's days had become difficult. It was said that Gu Dashun was about to be unable to pay his tuition fees. However, this had nothing to do with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao could not be bothered with them. Gu Jiao's back was burning with pain. She did not pay too much attention to it and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Little Jing Kong squatted in the backyard to feed the chicks. Halfway through, he grabbed a little yellow chick and walked over. "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, little Chi doesn't eat. Is it sick? I already said that you don't know how to raise a chicken. See, you're going to raise it to death." It was Xiao Liulong's teasing voice. Little Jing Kong turned his head angrily, put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. "I didn't. Little Chi won't die. I'm raising it well. Let me see." Gu Jiao reached out her hand. Little Jing Kong put little Chi in Gu Jiao's palm with grievance. He said those words confidently, but his eyes were a little red. It was obvious that this little guy was really worried that little Chi would die because of him. Gu Jiao touched little Chick's belly and smiled. "It's full. It can't eat anymore." "Huh?" Little Jing Kong looked at little Chick with his big black eyes. He scratched his head and asked with a bitter face, "Little Chi, did you steal food again?" "Little Chick, gee." Little Jing Kong took back little Chick, stuck out his tongue at his bad brother-in-law, and put little Chi back into the chicken coop. Xiao Lulang looked at him with amusement, then his gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face. He found that her face was paler than usual. "Dinner is ready. Let's eat," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang paused. "Okay." Gu Jiao did not have a good appetite during dinner. Little Jing Kong held the bowl and chopsticks and asked her, "Jiao Jiao, are you full too?" Xiao Lulang looked at her with a complicated expression. Old Mrs. Han also looked at her. Gu Xiaoshan also looked up and said in surprise, "Sister, why do you look so pale? Are you sick?" Little Jing Kong put down the bowl and chopsticks, got up and stood on the stool. "Nonsense. Jiao Jiao won't get sick. I'm not sick." Indeed, she was not sick. She was probably injured. It was painful, but she was used to this kind of pain in her previous life, so she did not take it to heart. She had forgotten that this body had a weak foundation, so how could it withstand a single whip from a general? At night, Gu Jiao's condition worsened. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark night sky, illuminating the room. Little Jing Kong was lying on his small pillow on the bed, drooling as he slept. Xiao Lulang opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the door. He hesitated for a while, then sat up. He pulled up the quilt that little Jing Kong kicked over, then put on his clothes and went to Gu Jiao's room. Gu Jiao used to lock the door. Little Jing Kong woke up in the middle of the night with a nightmare. He came to her with a pillow, but could not open the door. He was so scared that he cried for a long time. After that, Gu Jiao did not lock the door. Xiao Lulang pushed open the unlocked door, and a faint smell of blood assaulted his nose. Xiao Lulang frowned, paused, and stepped into the room. Gu Jiao. He called her, but she did not respond. So he went to the bed. He reached out and touched Gu Jiao's forehead. It was burning hot. Another bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the room as bright as day. Xiao Lulang saw Shui on the chair. His face changed. He picked up the bloody clothes and found that they were underwear. The cheap material was not soft, but it had been worn on her delicate skin. It was covered by the smell of blood, and it exuded a faint fragrance of a young girl. Xiao Liulang's ears were red. He saw the location of the blood and confirmed that Gu Jiao was injured on her back. He took a deep breath and planned to turn Gu Jiao over and get a doctor. His hand was just about to touch Gu Jiao when it was caught by Gu Jiao's cold little hand. She said arrogantly, "Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Xiao Lulang was embarrassed and explained, "No, don't take up too much." Gu Jiao mumbled and fell asleep in a daze. So, was she talking in her sleep? Xiao Liulang's breathing quickened, and cold sweat seeped out. However, this was not the scariest thing. He turned his head casually, and another flash of lightning lit up the door, illuminating the old lady's gloomy figure. His hair stood on end. The old lady entered the room expressionlessly and put a bottle of medicine on Gu Jiao's table. Xiao Liulang's shirt was soaked. He couldn't tell if he was more afraid or guilty. After all, his hand was still on her chest. Although she was the one who pulled him over, it looked like he was the one who took the initiative. "Great aunt, don't misunderstand, aren't we a couple? What's there to misunderstand?" The old lady put down the medicine and went out with a snort. Really, it was a dark and windy night. Hurry up and give her a little great-grandson. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115685636. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. How could Xiao Lulang know what the old lady was thinking? He also didn't know where she got the medicine, but now wasn't the time to think about that. Gu Jiao's condition was very serious, so she had to be treated immediately. Although the two of them had slept in the same bed before, that was when their clothes were still intact. But now, he had to lift her clothes up. Xiao Lulang calmed himself down and gently turned her over so she could sleep on her stomach. His slender jade-like fingertips slightly trembled as he lifted her slightly warm underwear and slowly lifted it up a bit. The whip mark was very long and extended from her right waist all the way to her left shoulder. He had no choice but to lift up all her clothes, revealing her smooth back. Her hands were on the pillow and her body was pressed into a beautiful shape unique to a young girl. In order to see her injury clearly, Xiao Lulang lit an oil lamp in the room, but Xiao Liulang's eyes inadvertently fell on a place where they shouldn't be. His breathing quickened as he quickly turned his face away, not daring to look around. After calming himself down again, he dipped his fingertips in the cool ointment and slowly applied it to the whip mark. She seemed to feel pain in her sleep, but she only slightly knit her brows. The whip mark was very fierce and didn't seem like it was made by a normal whip. She didn't seem like someone who would be bullied, at least not right now. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but wonder how she got this injury. Who did she offend? She didn't seem to care at all, as if she was used to it, which made him even more confused. Although she had a hard time growing up, it wasn't to the point where she was always beaten. Xiao Lulang was full of doubts as he finished applying the ointment and found a clean cloth to cover her wound. Then he pulled down her clothes and covered her with a blanket. After doing this, he planned to go back to the house, but the moment he stood up, he kicked something. There was a thud, as if a box had fallen to the ground. Then, the contents of the box rolled all over the ground. Xiao Lulang picked up the small wooden box and placed it on the table. He also picked up the items on the ground and placed them on the table one by one. Then, he looked at the items piled up on the table and was a little confused. What are these things? Also, why are there so many? These strange things covered the entire table. How could a small crappy box contain all of them? On the day that Gu Jiao fell into the water for the first time, he had come to Gu Jiao's house to look for something. He was very sure that she did not have this box at that time. First, it was the inexplicable injury, then there was the strange box. How many secrets was she hiding? Xiao Lulang looked at the sleeping Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. He suddenly felt a little annoyed, but he couldn't tell what he was annoyed about. But he did not have the habit of investigating other people's privacy. He did not look at the medicine on the table and put them one by one back into the small box. After he finished, he was amazed. What kind of box was this? It was too good at storing things. This time, he really planned to go back to the house. But he didn't put the small box down properly, so it fell off the table with a thud. Once again, the things inside rolled out in a clatter. But what was surprising was that the things that fell out this time were different from before. Are my eyes playing tricks on me or? Xiao Lulang looked at the medicine on the ground strangely. For the first time, he doubted his eyes. He put the things back and planned to knock the box over again to verify it. But suddenly, Gu Jiao turned over on the bed. She pressed on her wound and let out a cry of pain. Xiao Lulang's movements paused. He suddenly realized that it was not right for him to go through the box in the middle of the night. He sighed and put the box back on the table. He turned around and went back into the house. The next day, Xiao Lulang woke up early. Gu Jiao's fever had mostly subsided, but she was still sleeping because she was too tired. Xiao Lulang did not wake her up. He went to the kitchen to make breakfast and told the old madam about it. Then he went to the academy. In the villa, Madame Yao, who had been waiting for the whole night, could not wait to ask Marquis Gu to bring her to the village. Little Jing Kong opened the door. Usually, the village did not lock the door. But today, Gu Jiao was sleeping. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing her, little Jing Kong locked the door. Little Jing Kong poked his round little head out from the crack of the door and looked curiously at Madame Yao and Marquis Gu at the door. He knew Madame Yao. She was the beautiful benefactress who always went to the temple to offer incense. He also knew Marquis Gu. He was the bad guy who ordered him and Jiao Jiao to be taken away. The two of them were together. Little Jing Kong thought seriously. He tilted his head and asked, "Benefactress, were you also taken away by him?" Madame Yao was puzzled. Marquis Gu was embarrassed. Last night, Madame Yao asked Marquis Gu to tell her a lot about Gu Jiao. But how could Marquis Gu dare to tell her everything? At least, he did not tell her that he ordered people to take away Gu Jiao and the little baby next to her. After that, he asked around and found out that the baby was adopted by Gu Jiao from the temple. She could not even raise herself, yet she got a little baby. He did not know what this girl was thinking. Madame Yao did not understand little Jing Kong's words. But she vaguely remembered that he was a little monk from the temple. She squatted down and looked at little Jing Kong gently. "I remember you. You are the little master from the temple. What is your name?" Little Jing Kong blinked his big black eyes and said cutely, "My name is Jing Kong. I am not the little master anymore." I am going down the mountain. Madame Yao patted his little head and smiled gently. I am looking for Jiao Jiao. Is Jiao Jiao home? Little Jing Kong was surprised. Oh, you also know Jiao Jiao? Madame Yao nodded. Yes, I know her. Little Jing Kong lowered his little head and said sadly, you might not be able to see her today. She is sick and cannot see guests. Madame Yao immediately became worried. Why is she sick? Grandaunt said that she is too tired. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said self-reproachfully, she must be tired from taking care of me. After all, I eat so much. Marquis Gu felt a little guilty. That girl might have been injured by his whip yesterday, right? He did not dare to tell Madame Yao about this. Madame Yao looked pleadingly at little Jing Kong. Her tone was urgent, but her voice was very soft. Can you let me in to see her? I promise I will not disturb her. I am not sure if Jiao Jiao wants to see you. Wait, I will go and ask her. Little Jing Kong closed the door and ran into the room. He came to Gu Jiao's bed and asked very softly, Jiao Jiao, the benefactress from the temple came to see you. Do you want to see her? Gu Jiao was fast asleep. After a while, little Jing Kong opened the door and said to Madame Yao, okay, Jiao Jiao did not object. You can go in. Madame Yao went into the room full of excitement. Marquis Gu also wanted to go in. Little Jing Kong reached out a small hand to stop him. You can't go in. Marquis Gu frowned. Why? Little Jing Kong raised a small chin. Jiao Jiao did not agree to let you in. Marquis Gu was confused. Was this a question of whether she agreed or not? It was more like this black-hearted little monk did not ask at all, right? Marquis Gu said seriously, if you have the ability, go and ask again. I don't believe that she will object. She was not awake yet, how could she object? Little Jing Kong thought for a while, okay. Little Jing Kong ran into the room. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, the big bad guy wants to see you. Do you want to see him? What did he mean by the big bad guy? It was fine that the girl was infuriating, but was the little monk she raised also so infuriating? Marquis Gu's face turned black. Little Jing Kong grabbed Gu Jiao's hand and shook it. I know, you don't agree. He walked out with his head held high and said sternly to Marquis Gu, Jiao Jiao has rejected you. Marquis Gu, in order to prevent someone from barging in, little Jing Kong moved a small stool and sat at the door, staring at Marquis Gu like a tiger watching its prey. Marquis Gu, what are you doing? Little Jing Kong, staring at you. Marquis Gu, I will not go in. Little Jing Kong, then who knows? Marquis Gu, if you don't believe me, then lock the door. Little Jing Kong sternly said, what if you climb over the wall? I will keep an eye on you to prevent you from doing anything bad. Marquis Gu, in any case, I am the Marquis of Dingyan in the capital. Is my reputation so bad that I need a little monk to keep an eye on me? One big and one small, just like that, they stared at each other in front of the door. Yaoshi could not care about her husband at this time. Her heart was already filled with Gu Jiao. After she entered the room, she directly sat down beside Gu Jiao's bed. Gu Jiao's complexion was much better than last night, but it was still sickly pale. As the saying goes, the illness is in the child's body, but the pain is in the mother's heart. Yaoshi looked at her own child's illness and her heart ached. Looking at the room she was staying in, Yaoshi's eyes were red. Yaoshi held her hand again. The calluses and wounds on her hand were so abrasive that Yaoshi's palm hurt. Yaoshi could no longer hold back and silently sobbed. The matriarch went back to sleep in the room. When she woke up, she planned to go see how Gu Jiao was doing. In the end, when she entered the room, she saw little Jing Kong sitting at the door like a small stone statue. Eh? He didn't go out? The matriarch was puzzled. Don't look at how little Jing Kong was only a 3-year-old child. He was actually very busy every day. He continued his habit of doing morning and evening classes at the temple. After he woke up, he would recite Buddhist scriptures in his heart. After he finished reciting, he would go to the small forest behind the house to practice. There was once when the matriarch came out and saw him use his hands to grab her legs and wrap her around a thick tree. The matriarch almost thought that she had seen a little snake demon. He only practiced the basics. Occasionally, Gu Jiao would practice with him. If there was no one to practice with him, he would practice on his own. He was the type that did not mix in anything. After he finished practicing, he would go find his friends in the village. At noon, he would come back to eat. In the afternoon, he would help Gu Jiao do some work. Right now, it was time for him to go to the village to cause trouble for his friends. Little Jing Kong replied, Jiao Jiao is sick. I have to accompany Jiao Jiao. He did not allow anyone to disturb his schedule. Only Jiao Jiao could do that. This answer was not unexpected. The matriarch said, oh. Her gaze went past him and fell on the strange man at the door. Who is this? She asked indifferently. Little Jing Kong swallowed back the words big bad guy because he had promised Jiao Jiao that he would not tell his family that they were taken away. He did not want his great aunt and bad brother-in-law to worry. He's alone. Little Jing Kong said disdainfully. The matriarch thought, how can I not recognize this person? The matriarch did not think much of it and walked towards the door. At this moment, Marquis Gu also noticed the matriarch who was walking towards him. Marquis Gu was very clear about Gu Jiao's current situation. Not only did he know that she had adopted a little monk, but he also knew that she had a crippled husband and a great aunt who came to seek refuge with them. Great aunt was from the man's family. No, she was already so poor. Why did she keep bringing people into her family? Would she be able to get a grand secretary or an empress dowager? Didn't she know her own worth? Marquis Gu was furious when he thought of this. However, when the old lady got closer and he saw her face clearly, it wasn't that he didn't want to vent his anger, but that he couldn't breathe at all. Madam, 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 Empress Dowager, Marquis Gu's knees went weak and he fell on the threshold, prostrating himself on the ground. The matriarch looked at the stranger who fell at her feet. She touched her chin and said, there's no need for that. Little Jing Kong turned his head and said, he's here to look for Jiao Jiao. The benefactress has already gone in. I'm here to guard and not let him in. There was nothing wrong with not letting a man into Jiao Jiao's house. The matriarch did not suspect him and did not bother to ask who Marquis Gu was. She yawned and went to the backyard to eat melon seeds. Marquis Gu held his head that almost fell off and got up. From his angle, he could clearly see the matriarch sitting on the bench outside the back door of the central room. She was wearing a country bumpkin's clothes and had an old village woman's headscarf wrapped around her head. Marquis Gu felt that she did not look like the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang married the late emperor at the age of 13. She was awarded the title of Virtuous Empress when she entered the palace. She commanded the harem for decades and held court for 17 years. Although she did not give birth to any children for the late emperor, she was the one who supported the current emperor to the throne. Her position in the harem and the court was unshakable. Ordinary people could not see Empress Dowager Zhuang. Marquis Gu was lucky enough to see her twice. The first time was at the palace banquet during the Hungry Ghost Festival. He only saw a figure from afar, but Empress Dowager Zhuang was so domineering that even the emperor next to her paled in comparison. The other time was when he went to the palace to visit the pregnant imperial concubine Xu. He bumped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. He retreated to the side and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. He only dared to take a glance, but that sharp gaze almost made him breathless on the spot. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a good person. Otherwise, she would not have been called the Poison Empress and the Demon Empress behind her back. The matriarch in front of him, other than her appearance, did not have the slightest bit of Empress Dowager Zhuang's aura. Great aunt, are you secretly eating again? Little Jing Kong suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the sound of the matriarch cracking the melon seeds. He turned around and saw that she had unknowingly picked up the jar of candied red bayberries. The matriarch decisively turned around and shook the back of little Jing Kong's head. Don't talk nonsense. Where would I have it? As she spoke, she grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her purse. By the time little Jing Kong came to collect the jar, she had already stolen a lot. Marquis Gu saw everything and was even more certain that this person was a foodie and not the vicious Empress Dowager Zhuang. Inside the room, Gu Jiao slowly woke up. She could have woken up earlier, but in order to let her sleep peacefully, Yaosher made a curtain at the last minute to cover the window. The dim light really made it easy to sleep, so Gu Jiao slept until noon. She opened her eyes and found someone sitting by the bed. Alarm bells suddenly went off in her heart. She pulled out the dagger under the pillow and put it around the other person's neck. She put the tip of the dagger against the other person's neck and locked the other person in her arms. Jiao Jiao, it's me. Xianxia said. Gu Jiao heard the familiar voice and paused. The vigilance between her eyebrows disappeared. She took the dagger and let go of her. Madame Gu? Just now, Xianxia was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. She turned around and calmed down. She reached out to touch Gu Jiao's forehead. How do you feel? Gu Jiao subconsciously turned her head to avoid her hand. Xiaoxia's expression froze and she said embarrassedly, did I scare you? The light in the room was a bit dim. Gu Jiao did not see that her eyes were red and swollen, but she saw the blood on her neck. It was from when she was holding her hostage. She was in a high fever, so her strength was not as precise as usual. She had accidentally injured her. But her first reaction was not to notice her own injury. Instead, she paid attention to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at her with a complicated expression. Xianxia noticed Gu Jiao's gaze and used a handkerchief to cover the wound. She smiled and said, I'm fine. Jiao Jiao, how do you feel? This was the second time she had asked. Gu Jiao thought for a bit before replying, I'm also fine. What is Madame Gu doing here? I came to see you. Xianxia said as she walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The strong light shined through the paper window. Gu Jiao slightly closed her eyes. After adjusting to the light, she said, Madame Gu has just been poisoned. You should rest in bed. Xiaoxia's gentle gaze fell on her small face. I know. I came today because I have something to say to you. Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoxia and suddenly found that there were tears in her eyes. Xiaoxia stepped in front of her step by step and held her hand. She carefully looked at her thin face. Her body was very weak, but this time, she had a lot of strength. Jiao Jiao, I am your mother. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/115650548. HTML Genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. The novels that cannot be found online are all available here. Marquis Gu waited outside for a long time. He was about to fall asleep from waiting when Xianxia finally came out. Xiaoxia's face was full of tears. Her eyes were red and swollen. It seemed that she had cried quite hard. Marquis Gu strode forward and held her shoulder. Wife. Xiaoxia nodded and held back her tears. She turned to look at the matriarch in the backyard and bowed to her. Elder, I'm leaving. Jiao Jiao, please take care of Jiao Jiao. Xiaoxia had never entered the palace, so she naturally had not seen the matriarch. But before she came, she knew that Xiao Liulong's grandaunt was at home. She treated Jiao Jiao very well. The matriarch looked at her strangely and did not speak. Xiaoxia had Marquis Gu bring down the pastries that he had forgotten in the carriage and personally handed them to the matriarch. I made these pastries myself. I don't know if they are to your liking. Oh, the matriarch's expression improved. The moment Xiaoxia turned around, the matriarch suddenly gave her an N. Xiaoxia was stunned for a long time before she reacted. The matriarch was responding to what she had just said. Was it because she saw the pastries that she was willing to acknowledge her? But it seemed that she did not acknowledge her. It was just a tone of voice. Xiaoxia made pastries for everyone in Gu Jiao's family. There were also pastries in little Jing Kong. After this, Xiaoxia and Marquis Gu sat in the carriage to return to the manor. Marquis Gu could not wait to know what the mother and daughter talked about. What did that girl say? What did she say? Xiaoxia recalled the scene after she had told the entire truth. Gu Jiao's reaction was very calm. At least, it was calmer than Xiaoxia had imagined. It was as if what she had heard was not her past, but someone else's. Then she made a sound of confusion, and a trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. She was clearly in front of Xianxia, but at that moment, Xianxia felt that her daughter was very far away. From beginning to end, Gu Jiao only said one thing that confused Xianxia: if you were a bit earlier, even if it was half a year earlier, how good it would have been. Xianxia did not understand. The Gu family Sanlang couple had passed away 9 years ago. His daughter had gotten married a year ago, and she had also separated from the Gu family a year ago. Why did he hope that they would arrive half a year earlier? Did something happen half a year ago that they don't know about? Was she hurt? Xianxia left with this sort of feeling. On the other side, Xiao Lulang asked for half a day's leave from the academy and went to the Huichun Hall to get some herbs. On the way back to the village in second Uncle Luo's ox cart, he happened to pass by Marquis Gu's carriage. The curtain of the carriage was blown up by the wind. Marquis Gu took a casual glance and unexpectedly saw Xiao Lulang on the ox cart. He was so shocked that he stumbled again and hit his head on the wall of the car. The bump that had gone down with much difficulty started to bulge again. He rubbed his eyes and wanted to take another look, but the ox cart had already gone far away. He stuck his head out of the car window and looked back eagerly. "What are you looking at?" Xianxia asked. Marquis Gu retracted his head. Nothing. What happened today?" Did he not check the almanac before leaving the house? First, he met an old woman from the countryside who looked like the Empress Dowager, and then he ran into a poor scholar who looked like the young Marquis of Zhao Du. The Empress Dowager was recuperating in the temporary imperial residence, and the young Marquis of Zhao Du had passed away long ago. No one could appear here. Marquis Gu muttered to himself, "I've really seen a ghost." Xiao Lulang also saw Marquis Gu's carriage. He did not look through the window, so he did not know who was sitting inside. But he saw and noticed the horse's horseshoe. Those were not normal horseshoes. They were used by the Marquis of the capital. The carriage seemed to have come from the village. Xiao Lulang's first reaction was to find him. Especially when the two carriages had already passed each other and were heading in opposite directions, the man in the carriage actually stuck his head out to look at him. Xiao Lulang did not turn his head. His gaze was cold as he said to second Uncle Luo, "Second Uncle Luo, please hurry. Jianyang is sick." "Okay." Second Uncle Luo agreed. After Xianxia and Marquis Gu left, Gu Jiao was in a daze in the room for a while. She remembered that unconstrained dream. It was actually real. She really was the flesh and blood of the Marquis Fu. Oh, then that means I misunderstood him that day. Marquis Gu said he was her old man. So he meant it literally. She had thought he was looking for a beating. That was not the main point. That guy was so hateful. If he was beaten, then he was beaten. The main point was that dream. In the dream, Xianxia did not come to her door to acknowledge her. It was Marquis Gu himself. Xianxia and Gu Yan did not appear from beginning to end. Based on Xianxia and Marquis Gu's relationship, it was not likely that Xianxia had been abandoned. Combining Xianxia and Gu Yan's illness, Gu Jiao guessed that Gu Yan and Xianxia had died before she returned to the Marquis Fu. Gu Yan died of a heart attack. Xianxia might not have been able to withstand the shock of her son's death. She might have died of illness or hanged herself. Without the protection of her mother and younger brother, she was like a rootless duckweed in the dream. She had the title of the Marquis Fu's daughter, but she lived like an outsider. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong raised his injured little finger and walked in pitifully. Gu Jiao came back to her senses and turned to look at little Jing Kong. "What's wrong?" Little Jing Kong walked in front of Gu Jiao and let Gu Jiao see his bleeding little finger. "It's injured." Gu Jiao pulled his little finger and looked at it. "How did you get injured?" "I smashed walnuts." Little Jing Kong said pitifully. The walnuts were brought back by Gu Jiao from the market. Some people used vegetables to exchange for her mountain goods. Some people used eggs to exchange for her mountain goods. She was usually too lazy to care. Sometimes, she would be shocked by the things inside when she carried them back. Be careful next time. Gu Jiao did not forbid him from smashing walnuts again. It was inevitable for children to stumble. She was not a parent who would give up eating for fear of choking. Gu Jiao took out iodophor and cotton swabs from the medicine box to disinfect little Jing Kong's wound. "It's okay. It's not serious." You don't need to apply medicine. I want to blow on it. Little Jing Kong blinked his big eyes and said. Gu Jiao blew on his wound. Little Jing Kong was not a delicate child. Compared to the pain from practicing martial arts, this small injury was not painful at all. He just wanted to rub on Jiao Jiao's wound. Little Jing Kong went out happily after he got the chance to blow on his wound. Gu Jiao threw the used cotton swabs into a special basket and put the unused iodophor back into the medicine box. She was so focused on cleaning little Jing Kong's wound that she did not look at it carefully. Now that she looked at it, Gu Jiao realized something was wrong. Why are there so many medicines suddenly? There were 2 types of medicines in her medicine box. One was first aid medicine, which she put in when she was a doctor in the research institute. She risked her life in the organization and these medicines could save her life. The other type of medicine appeared after she came here. For example, Gu Yan's anti-heart failure medicine, Madame Yao's antidepressant medicine, and the anesthetic medicine that was used for Xiao Liulong's surgery. But no matter which one it was, she could use it to treat her illness. Now, these, 6-flavor Rehmannia pill, 7 steps aphrodisiac tea, nourishing kidney energizing pill, these strange tonics were one thing, but in the most eye-catching position in the center, there was actually a box of bright, shiny, raw, medicinal products, lying on the floor. Gu Jiao, who touched her medicine box? Why did it suddenly become so indecent? After Madame Yao returned to the hot spring villa, she decided to tell Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu the truth. Marquis Gu hesitated. Isn't it too hasty? It was nothing to tell Gu Yan, but he liked Gu Jiao so much. If she told him that Gu Jiao was his biological sister, he would be surprised and happy. Jinyu was different. She had always been the only daughter in the family and was used to being pampered. If she suddenly found out that she was not her parents' biological daughter, she would definitely be devastated. Jinyu will be sad, Marquis Gu said softly. Madame Yao frowned. She will be sad, but won't Jiao Jiao be sad? Jiao Jiao also just found out that she is not Gu Sanlang and his wife's biological daughter. Marquis Gu said sternly, how is that the same? What kind of family is the Gu family, and what kind of family is the Marquis family? That girl, Jiao Jiao will be very happy when she finds out about her identity, but Jinyu will be devastated. Happy? Madame Yao shook her head, I can't tell. Gu Jiao's reaction was so calm that it was almost cold. When she did not know about her identity, she was not so cold to her. When she suddenly became her mother, she seemed to have opened a door in her heart. Madame Yao thought that Gu Jiao was unable to accept her because her relationship with Gu Sanlang and his wife was too deep. She did not suspect anything. Marquis Gu saw that his wife's expression was not very good and quickly softened his tone, saying, Jiao Jiao is our child, and so is Jinyu. Jiao Jiao must know the truth because she has to return to the manor. Jinyu does not need to return to the Gu family, so why tell her? Madame Yao had seriously considered whether to send Jinyu back or not. To be honest, she had raised Jinyu for so many years and had long developed feelings for him. She naturally could not bear to send Jinyu away. Moreover, Gu Sanlang and his wife had already passed away. Jinyu would be an orphan if he returned. But the final decision was not made by them, but by Jinyu and the Gu family. After all, Jinyu was a member of the Gu family. Even if his parents were not here, his grandparents and uncles were. They had the right to take Jinyu back. Then there was Jinyu himself. If he insisted on going back, she could not stop him. Madame Yao treated Gu Jiao the same. She completely respected Gu Jiao's decision. When it came to the issue of recognizing each other, she treated the 2 children equally. But in Marquis Gu's eyes, Gu Jiao returning to the manor was a gain, but Jinyu returning to the manor was a loss. This was a bit unfair to Jinyu. I do not agree. Marquis Gu said. Madame Yao said, the more you want to recognize Jiao Jiao, the more the Gu family wants to recognize Jinyu. Marquis Gu thought, I don't want to recognize that girl. Why would I want to recognize her? To beat myself, Marquis Gu only said half of the Gu family's matters. He only said that Gu Jiao's childhood had not been easy, but he did not dare to say that the Gu family had bullied her terribly. He was afraid that Madame Yao would be sad. But if he did not mention it now, he was afraid that Madame Yao would fall into that family's trap. Marquis Gu deliberated for a moment, then said, I think that family has some bad intentions. It's best if we don't interact with them. What happened? Madame Yao asked. Marquis Gu told her about how the Gu family had used Gu Yuer to replace Gu Jiao. There was such a thing? Madame Yao frowned, then didn't Jiao Jiao suffer a lot in their home? Marquis Gu quickly said, I've already taught them a lesson. Madame Yao was now impatient to recognize her daughter. Thinking of the hardships she had suffered these years, Madame Yao wished she could give her life to her. Marquis Gu coughed lightly and said, Look at the Gu family's situation. We cannot let Jinyu go back and suffer. Madame Yao said, Of course I won't let her suffer. She is also my child. There were times when she had not treated Jinyu well. She did not understand why she could not be a good mother. Now that she knew the truth of her birth, she was relieved. Jinyu was not her biological child, so she could not dote on Jinyu as much as she did on Gu Yan. But from today onwards, she would continue to dote on Jinyu as a foster mother, with the love of Gu Sanlang and his wife. Madame Yao said, regardless of whether Jinyu returns to the Gu family or not, she will still be my child. Hearing Madame Yao say this, Marquis Gu was relieved. As long as Madame Yao did not insist on sending Jinyu away, Jinyu would not leave them. That night, the husband and wife called Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu to their room and confessed to them about the mistake. Marquis Gu said seriously. You also know that child. He is the little medicine boy from Return of Spring Hall. As expected, Gu Yan's eyes lit up. Originally, when he heard that Gu Jinyu was not his biological sister, he did not have much of a reaction. But when he found out that his sister was Gu Jiao, he was so happy that he could fly. Although Gu Yan forced himself to remain seated, Marquis Gu already had an image in his mind. Gu Yan raised his hand like a charlatan, running around the room excitedly. Ugh. Marquis Gu held his forehead. Stop thinking. In contrast to Gu Yan's excitement, Gu Jinyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She did not expect that she was not her parents' biological daughter. That wild girl that everyone looked down on was the real one. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/115646208. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are all available here. Gu Jinyu felt as if she had fallen from heaven to hell overnight. Shock, fear, sadness, and the grievance of losing her parents intertwined in her heart. It was like a huge net that trapped her. Mother wants to find a time to arrange for you to meet with the Gu family. Madame Yao said a lot more after that, but Gu Jinyu did not hear a single word. Yao Shi gently took her hand and allowed her to rest properly. That night, Gu Jinyu lay on the luxurious and soft bed. It was the first time she had experienced sleepless nights. A strong wind blew outside the room, rustling the branches and leaves. Gu Jinyu lifted the blanket and got out of bed. She opened the door and a gust of wind blew her robes and hair. Ah. Miss, why did you come out? It's so windy. Be careful not to catch a cold. The young servant girl on night duty hurried forward to help Gu Jinyu into the room. Gu Jinyu calmly said, I can't sleep. I want to go out for a walk. Ah, but it's so late. The young servant girl said. Seeing that Gu Jinyu had no intention of returning to the room, she swallowed her words of advice. Then miss, please wait. I'll get you a cloak. Okay. Gu Jinyu nodded. The young servant girl found a soft cloak from the wardrobe and put it on Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu looked down at the cloak she was wearing and suddenly murmured, 5 flowers, a golden fur coat, the wind will be exchanged for fine wine. The young servant girl asked in a daze, Miss, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly reciting poetry? Do you want to compose a poem? The young servant girl did not understand poetry. The original Yuru did, but unfortunately, Yuru had been chased away by Gu Yan. Gu Jinyu lifted a corner of the cloak and murmured, do you know what a golden fur coat is? It's what I'm wearing. Some people can't afford this kind of clothing even if they don't eat or drink for several lifetimes. The young servant girl understood. She giggled and said, of course. Miss is the Marquis's daughter. You can't be compared to those commoners outside. What's your name? Gu Jinyu asked. My name is Shaoli, the young maid replied. After Yuru left, Gu Jinyu's servants were selected by Marquis Gu. The ones who were transferred over recently were all unfamiliar faces. Are you from a nearby village? Gu Jinyu asked again. Yes. The young maidservant answered with her big, bright eyes. Gu Jinyu looked her up and down. You look younger than me. How could your family bear to let you be a servant? The young maidservant laughed mischievously, young miss, you must be joking. Being able to enter the manor as a maidservant is a wonderful job that many people in our village can't even dream of. This servant has 4 sisters at home, and this servant's job is the best. Gu Jinyu was stunned. The 4 sisters, all have to do something? Don't you have an older brother? The young maidservant nodded and said, there is an elder brother and a younger brother. The elder brother is going to get married, and we are trying to get betrothal gifts for him. The younger brother is going to get married in the future, and he has to get his share as well. However, if we all marry well, the betrothal gifts we receive should be enough for them to get married. There was no complaint in her tone, as if she was born to live for her brothers. Gu Jinyu felt that her worldview had been turned upside down. She had been raised in the Marquis Fu since she was young. She had 3 elder brothers and 1 younger brother. Although the younger brother was mischievous, he only bullied her and did not squeeze her dry. The 3 elder brothers were all young and promising. Even if they did not like their branch, they had never thought of sacrificing their stepsister to pave the way for them. Gu Jinyu heard the young maidservant talk about some of the family matters and found that Marquis Gu and Xianxia were the best parents in the world. She could not bear to part with such good parents, and she could not bear to part with everything in the Marquis Fu. The next day, Marquis Gu and Xianxia came to see her. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts. The young maidservant explained, young miss cried the entire night last night, you can leave, Xianxia said. Yes. The young maidservant fearfully retreated. She was very worried that she had not served her young miss well and had caused her to be sad. She did not want to be chased out of the manor. Marquis Gu and Xianxia came to the bed. Marquis Gu stood by the side, and Xianxia sat down on the edge of the bed. Mother, Gu Jinyu threw herself into Xiaoxia's arms. Large drops of tears fell onto Xiaoxia's chest. Don't abandon daughter. Daughter can't bear to part with you, can't bear to part with father. Daughter doesn't want to leave you. Gu Jinyu's crying completely messed up Marquis Gu's heart. His heart ached as he said, silly child, when did father and mother say that they did not want you? Your mother and I have already discussed it. The decision is yours. If you want to go back, Gu Jinyu sobbed and interrupted him, daughter will not go back. Daughter will be filial to mother and father for the rest of my life. Poor child. If she went back, she would be an orphan. Xiaoxia could not bear it either, especially after learning that Gu Sanlang and his wife had doted on Jiao Jiao so much. She could not treat Gu Jinyu unfairly. She caressed Gu Jinyu's face and said, but, even if you don't go back to the Gu family, you should go burn incense for your birth parents. Yes. Gu Jinyu agreed with tears in her eyes. Xiaoxia nodded in relief. She stood up and went with Marquis Gu to visit Gu Yan. Gu Jinyu suddenly grabbed her sleeve and said in a choked voice, it's my fault. I've occupied elder sister's identity for so many years and even snatched away the best mother and father in the world. When elder sister comes back, I will definitely dote on elder sister well. Along with what father and mother have given me all these years. I will dote on elder sister. Xiaoxia patted her head. The husband and wife went to visit Gu Yan again. Gu Yan did not sleep the entire night. He was as excited as a little bullfrog and croaked the entire night. Yuya was almost annoyed to death by him. The quiet and indifferent young master was still the cutest, Gu Yan was so happy that he even forgot to roll his eyes at his father. Gu Yan said, "She likes me." Xiaoshi looked at her son dotingly. "Mother knows." Gu Yan said again, "I also like her." Xiaoshi smiled and nodded. "Yes." Gu Yan sat up straight. "I want to go find her." Xiaoshi held her son's hand and softly said, "Give her some time to digest this." Gu Yan suppressed the 10,000 little ants in his heart. "Oh, okay." In the village, Gu Jiao did not hide her identity from her family. Xianxia was also present. Because Gu Jiao was injured, the matriarch could not eat Xiao Liulong's cooking. Thus, she called Xianxia over to help cook. After she finished cooking, the matriarch asked her to eat with Go Hua. The old madam asked about Yao Shi and Marquis Gu at the dining table, so Gu Jiao casually told her about their identities and the fact that she had been swapped. Everyone in the room, except for Go Hua, understood that Gu Jiao was actually Gu Jinyu, and Gu Jinyu was actually Gu Jiao. Their identities had been swapped. However, Gu Jiao's tone was too calm. Those who did not know would have thought that she had said something like eating cabbage tonight. Xianxiang's jaw almost dropped. The neighbor that she had been living with for so long was actually the Marquis's daughter? She was eating at the Marquis's daughter's home? Xianxiang felt that she could not hold her chopsticks steadily. She looked at the matriarch, Xiao Lulang, and little Jing Kong. She found that other than being surprised when they heard that Gu Jiao had been swapped, they were very calm. Don't you think that Jianyang's identity is very powerful? Her father is the Marquis, the matriarch. She once beat up the most powerful man in the country of Zhao. A mere Marquis is nothing, Xiao Lulang, second-rank Marquis. He only has a title but no real power. Little Jing Kong, a big bad guy who only knows how to bully women and children. How powerful can he be? Xianxiang stared at the table full of calm neighbors, dumbfounded. She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. After dinner, Ningxiang asked Gu Jiao to go back to the room and lie down. She would clean up. Gu Jiao was indeed a little weak, so she did not argue with her. After thanking her, she went back to the room. Xianxiang went to wash the dishes. Little Jing Kong went to walk the dogs. Xiao Lulang boiled the medicine he got from Huichun Hall and brought it to Gu Jiao. The door was open. He hesitated for a moment, but still knocked lightly. Gu Jiao closed the medicine box and looked up. "What's the matter?" Xiao Liulong's gaze swept past her small medicine chest without leaving a trace. He said with a stern expression, "The medicine is ready. It's for reducing fever." "Oh." Gu Jiao pushed the small medicine box to the side and reached out to take the medicine from him. She didn't like to drink bitter medicine, but seeing that he had personally brewed it, she still forced herself to drink it without leaving a single drop behind. She returned the medicine bowl to him. "Thank you." Xiao Lulang said lightly, "It's nothing." Gu Jiao looked at his back and said with a smile, "I'm talking about the medicine you applied for me last night." Xiao Liulong's back stiffened. When Gu Jiao woke up, she found that her wound had been treated. Her whole body smelled like medicine, not to mention that there was a piece of cloth covering her wound on her back. The old lady would not be able to do such a meticulous thing. Xiao Lulang didn't turn his head, but he could feel her gaze on his back. He couldn't help but think of her naked back and the curved shape of her body pressed against his. Seeing this kind of thing at a young and vigorous age really made him want to die. Xiao Liulong's throat became dry. He calmed himself down and said with a serious face, "It's nothing." After he finished speaking, he took the empty medicine bowl and ran out with his hands and feet. Looking at his back as he ran away, Gu Jiao sighed and muttered, "It seems like he saw a lot." Today, Xianxiang helped Gu Jiao apply the medicine. The door was actually closed, but Xiao Lulang looked at the closed door and felt uncomfortable. He grabbed a bucket and went to the entrance of the village to get water. When Gu Jiao was halfway through applying the medicine, someone knocked on the door. "I'll go take a look." Xianxiang put down the medicine and walked out of Gu Jiao's room. He closed the door for Gu Jiao and opened the door to the central room. He looked at the middle-aged man with a scholarly aura and asked, "Who are you?" Principal Li smiled, "I am the principal of Tianxiang Academy. My surname is Li. May I ask if this is Xiao Liulong's home?" When Xianxia heard that it was the place where Xiao Lulang studied, he politely said, "So it's the principal. Are you looking for Lulang? He went to get water." "Eh? When you came over from the entrance of the village, did you not see him?" Principal Li's carriage stopped at the entrance of the village, but he walked over. The sky was a bit dark, so he did not pay too much attention to it. Xianxia said, "Wait, I'll go find him." Principal Li suddenly stopped Xianxia. May I ask if Jianyang is here?" Xianxia tilted his head, "Eh?" Gu Jiao invited Principal Li into the central room and poured a bowl of herbal tea for him. Little Jing Kong was a bit heaty these days, so Gu Jiao bought some chameleon plant from the mountain and boiled it for him to drink. Principal Li had never drunk such a disgusting tea before, but he still forced himself to drink a big bowl of it. Gu Jiao saw that he liked it so much, so she poured him another big bowl. Principal Li, who found it hard to refuse such kindness, was speechless. After drinking 3 big bowls of tea in a row, Gu Jiao shook the teapot and said, "Eh? There's no more." Principal Li, who almost vomited, thought, "Thank God, there's no more." Gu Jiao asked politely, "Is there a reason why Principal Li specially came here today? You've visited my mother many times, and I haven't thanked you properly yet." Principal Li said and handed the bundle in his hand to Gu Jiao. "The peach tree in the backyard has borne fruit, and my mother asked me to bring some to you." Gu Jiao took the bundle. "Thank you, old madam." Principal Li said gently, "My mother is old, and sometimes she doesn't even know how many sons she has, but she always remembers you." "How many?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "Ah." Principal Li blurted out his family's affairs, and he smiled awkwardly. "I have 4 older brothers, and my mother had me when she was old." No wonder Principal Li was not even 40 years old, but old Madam Li was already so old. "My brothers are all in the capital, and I haven't seen them for many years." Principal Li didn't say anything else. Gu Jiao didn't ask any more questions. Principal Li said, "There's another thing about Lulang today." Gu Jiao asked, "What's wrong with my husband?" Principal Li replied, "I'm sure you've heard that he passed the imperial examination, but there's something else that I'm not sure if you know about. He originally had the chance to become a Junior 3 scholar, but someone bribed the examiner to change his script, causing him to hand in a blank script for the 3rd round." Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. This was the college entrance examination in ancient times, and there were actually people who cheated. Principal Li continued, "Retaking the examination is a serious matter, and I'm not sure why he didn't retake the examination. Maybe he didn't want to, or maybe the government intervened." Principal Li had a student who worked in the examination hall of Pingqing Prefecture, so he was able to find out some information, but he didn't know everything. Principal Li asked, "Did he mention this to you?" Gu Jiao shook her head, "No. His character is not strange, he keeps everything to himself." Principal Li said, "I asked him about it after the incident, but he refused to say. Actually, it's not a big deal that he didn't get into the Junior 3 scholar examination. As long as he passes the county-level examination, he will have the opportunity to take part in the provincial examination, and that's the real beginning." Gu Jiao asked, "But?" Now that the atmosphere had reached this point, it would be unreasonable if there wasn't a but. Principal Li sighed and said, "He doesn't seem to be very willing to take the provincial examination." After thinking for a while, he corrected her, "That's not right. When I mentioned the provincial examination, he didn't have much of a reaction, but when I mentioned that he would have to go to the capital after the provincial examination, his face darkened. I don't know if this is accurate, but it seems like he didn't study hard in the past because he wanted to avoid going to the capital to take the imperial examination." "He didn't want to go to the capital?" Gu Jiao rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. Principal Li went to look for Gu Jiao to understand the situation, but he didn't get much out of it, so he left helplessly. He really didn't want such a good seedling to waste his talent in a small village. As he was thinking about this, Principal Li accidentally bumped into Go Wa, who had rolled out of the courtyard. Go Wa rolled down from the haystack. Fortunately, he managed to stop himself from bumping into someone, otherwise, he would have rolled into a puddle. Principal Li hurriedly picked the little guy up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. "Are you okay? Did I hurt you?" Goa looked at him with wide, dark eyes. Goa had been teething recently, so he had a lot of saliva. As he drooled, he looked at Principal Li in confusion. Suddenly, he opened his small mouth and called out, "Father." Principal Li's body trembled. Xianxia, who came out of Gu Jiao's courtyard, also trembled. Guo was learning how to speak. When he saw a woman, he would call her mother, but he hadn't called her father yet. After all, he didn't have a father. Xianxia's heart was filled with awkwardness. She wanted to find a hole to bury Guo and herself. She quickly walked over and carried Guo over. She said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. This child doesn't know anything. Please don't take offense." Principal Li smiled, "Ah, it's fine." Xianxia hurriedly carried Guo away. Unexpectedly, Guo turned his head and called out to Principal Li, "Father." Xianxia was so embarrassed that she wanted to cry. "Child, don't mention that your father is dead. Even if he isn't, you can't be the principal. What are they? What are you? Where did you get the ability to blindly call someone your father, calling you Guo? You really do have the guts of a dog." Xianxia carried her son and ran back to the house. She closed the door and bolted it. Principal Li laughed and shook his head. "Father, in this lifetime, he probably wouldn't be able to be a father." Xianxia carried her son back to the house and placed him on the bed. She sternly corrected him, "Guo, you don't have a father." "Guo, father." Xianxia, not father. Father. Xianxia, I said I don't have a father. You're not allowed to call me father. I don't. Guo crawled out, "Father." Xianxia was about to go crazy because of her son. "If you blindly call someone your father again, I won't be able to hold down your father's coffin." Xianxia was so angry that she kept shaking her pillow. As she shook it, a hard object fell out and smashed onto the chair. Xianxia picked up the object. At first, she couldn't remember what it was. After thinking for a long time, she frowned, "Eh? Isn't this?" The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115615001. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. When Xiao Lulang came back from fetching water, Gu Jiao was sitting in the living room waiting for him. Gu Jiao said, "Dean Li came just now." Xiao Lulang took the water to the backyard and poured it into the water jar. I met him at the entrance of the village. Gu Jiao came to the back door of the living room and lightly leaned on the door. "Aren't you going to ask what he said to me?" "What did he say?" Xiao Lulang casually asked. Gu Jiao lightly said, "He said you have a concubine in the capital." Cough. Xiao Lulang almost choked to death. No? No. No what? No concubine. It was not that he had never been to the capital, but he did not have a concubine. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh, when a normal person hears that sentence, their first reaction would be, "I have never been to the capital, how could I have a concubine in the capital?" You only denied the second point. So, you have been to the capital? Xiao Lulang calmly said, "So what if I have?" Gu Jiao asked, "How did you get a pass to the capital?" The capital was the capital of Zhao country. The most important people of Zhao country all lived there. The security was very tight and normal people could not get a pass. For a commoner like Xiao Lulang, unless he passed the provincial examination, it was impossible for him to enter the capital. Then what about you? Xiao Lulang did not choose to directly answer Gu Jiao's question. Instead, he changed the topic and pointed the spearhead at her. "What is the matter with your box?" Gu Jiao's pupils shrank. Good fellow. He learned to use her secrets to block her mouth. Xiao Lulang walked towards her step by step with his cane and stopped half a step in front of her. Tell me where you got your box, and I will tell you how I got a pass to the capital. This was the first time he was so close to Gu Jiao. His breath fell on Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao found that he had not only grown taller. Gu Jiao could feel his youthful aura. It was clean and pure, but not only that, he was slowly growing up, he was about to become a real man. His aura was cold and dangerous, like a ferocious beast baring its fangs. Gu Jiao blinked and suddenly reached out her little index finger to poke his small chest. Xiao Lulang, ah. I didn't mean. Xianxia, who had just arrived at the door, covered her face, indicating that she did not see anything. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's posture was indeed a little too intimate. At first glance, she thought that Xiao Lulang had pressed her against the wall and was about to do something to her. It felt good. Gu Jiao poked him again. Xiao Lulang. His chest was filled with the soft touch of her fingertips. Xiao Lulang's beastly aura disappeared, and he went back to the room with red ears. Xianxia was in a daze. This is the first time I've seen Xiao Lulang like this. What's the matter? Gu Jiao walked over casually. Shui. Ningxiang's gaze fell on her face. They were obviously doing something intimate, but why was Xiao Lulang the one blushing and not this girl? Was there a mistake somewhere? That. However, Xianxia did not forget about the matter at hand. She handed a metal tablet in her hand to Gu Jiao. This is for you. For me? Gu Jiao took it and found that it was a bronze metal tablet. There were no words on the tablet, only a strange emblem. Yes. Xianxia nodded and said with some embarrassment, I found this at the place where Xiao Lulang fainted. At that time, you were too busy picking him up and didn't notice this in the bushes. I secretly hid it and planned to sell it at the market, but my mother-in-law said that it was neither gold nor silver, so it couldn't be sold for much, so I put it aside. If it wasn't for today. Xianxia awkwardly skipped the matter of Go while acknowledging his father, which made her so angry that she shook the pillow. It suddenly fell out of the pillow. I forgot that I had seen such a thing. A year ago, Xiao Lulang fainted at the entrance of the village, and it was Xianxia and Gu Jiao who found him together. Xianxia went to the village to call for help, and Gu Jiao directly carried him back. When Xianxia brought people over, Xiao Lulang's figure was long gone. However, Xianxia saw a heavy tablet left in the bushes. Xianxia said, I'm not sure if this belongs to Xiao Lulang, why don't you ask him? Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something. On the first day she transmigrated, Xiao Lulang sneakily rummaged through her room. Could it be that he was actually looking for this thing? Ha ha ha, young man, let's see who reveals whose secret first. Gu Jiao took the bronze tablet back to her room. She was very sure that Xiao Lulang had touched her medicine chest, possibly last night. Her medicine chest could not be opened by outsiders, but she was confused by the fever last night and forgot to lock it. Did those strange tonic pills and birth control products appear after Xiao Lulang touched her medicine chest? Gu Jiao stared fiercely at the medicine chest. If you dare to make such a mess appear again, I'll burn you. A cold wind blew, and the medicine chest was as quiet as a chicken. After breakfast, Gu Jinyu packed her things and prepared to leave. She had promised Madame Yao that she would burn incense for Gu Sanlang and his wife. Before leaving, she went to see Madame Yao and Marquis Gu. If I go to the village, I should be able to see elder sister, right? I want to see her. Madame Yao did not object. But Marquis Gu was worried that Gu Jiao's temper was too fierce and would bully Gu Jinyu. After all, the two children had some friction before. Marquis Gu had Huang Zhong and an experienced nanny accompany her. Gu Yan had been excited the entire night and had only fallen asleep during breakfast. He was now sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly. He was completely unaware that he had missed the opportunity to go to the countryside. Gu Jinyu sat in the carriage. The servant girl and nanny sat in another carriage. Huang Zhong led a few guards on horseback to protect Gu Jinyu. On the way, Gu Jinyu lifted the curtain of the carriage window and looked at Huang Zhong, who was riding beside her. She said amiably, Lord Huang, you've seen my elder sister. What kind of person is she? This. Huang Zhong could not say. An unfilial daughter with a violent temper who pressed the marquis to the ground. Huang Zhong clenched his fists and coughed a few times. Although I've seen eldest miss, I haven't spoken to her. Gu Jinyu smiled regretfully, me too. I haven't spoken to her seriously. If I had known that she was my elder sister, I would not have treated her that way. I'm so foolish. I don't even recognize my own elder sister. Huang Zhong thought, she's not your biological daughter. Of course you don't recognize her. Look at the young master. Didn't he get close to eldest miss after just one time? It's not the same whether you're her biological daughter or not, he did not dare to say these words. Currently, the matter of the two daughters had not spread in the manor. Only he and his masters knew the truth. But the truth could not be concealed. It all depended on how the Marquis and Madame told the outside world. Huang Zhong had been here several times and had already heard all the news in the village, including the location of Gu Sanlang and his wife's grave. Gu Sanlang had died a violent death. According to the village rules, he was not allowed to be buried in the ancestral grave. His grave was very far from the Gu family's treasured land. Madame Su was buried next to him. It was said that Madame Su had requested it before she died. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the village. The procession was rather grand. In addition, the fairy-like Gu Jinyu had come. It inevitably attracted the attention of the villagers. Gu Jinyu had brought along an aide and was accompanied by a respectable maid and granny. The villagers had never seen a daughter of a wealthy family from the city. Their eyes could not move. Miss, be careful of your steps. The village roads were not easy to walk on. Huang Zhong was afraid that this delicate daughter would trip and fall. Gu Jinyu held on tightly to the maid's arm. This kind of bumpy dirt road was really a waste of her wealthy feet. After the group of people walked away, the villagers began to discuss. Eh? Who are they? I don't know them. That man seemed to have come to our village a few times and asked around about the Gu family. Eh? Look, they're heading towards Gu Sanlang's grave. Could it be the Su family? The Gu family did not have such respectable relatives. The villagers could only guess that it was the Su family. Madame Su was not from the village. Her family was better off than the Gu family and could be considered half a city dweller. But after Madame Su passed away, the Su family had cut off all ties with the Gu family. When Gu Jinyu arrived at the grave, she saw a person standing at the grave. She was dressed in coarse hemp and had a slender figure. She wore a bamboo hat and carried a small basket on her back. Sis? Sis? Gu Jinyu asked tentatively. Gu Jiao paused in the act of bending down to remove weeds. She calmly straightened her body and turned her head to look at Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu immediately revealed a joyful smile. Sister, it's really you. Gu Jiao glanced at her strangely. She ignored her and continued to bend down to remove weeds. Ever since Gu Jiao had discovered that there was a lot of weeds at the grave on the anniversary of Gu Sanlang and his wife's death, Gu Jiao had regularly come over to remove weeds. Gu Jinyu was ignored, but she did not back down. She let go of the maid's hand and walked towards Gu Jiao. However, her pair of exquisite embroidered shoes simply couldn't walk on the path of the tombstone, and she almost sprained her ankle. Miss. Be careful. The young maidservant and the old maid both supported her. I'm fine. Gu Jinyu glanced awkwardly at Gu Jiao and motioned for them to let go. After that, she became more careful. She lifted her clean skirt and came to Gu Jiao's side. She extended her hand to Gu Jiao. Sister, let me do it. I'm not your sister. Gu Jiao said, you can't do it either. This kind of dirty work was not something a spoiled young lady could do. Gu Jiao would only use a shovel if she needed one. She would directly do the weeds that she did not need. Gu Jinyu copied her and reached out to pull the weeds. The result was obvious. The maid and granny did not know the truth, but the servants of the manor always knew the rules. They would not ask about things that they should not ask about. But although they did not ask, they were very curious. This little village girl was so arrogant. Their miss had lowered herself to call her sister. Not only did she not appreciate it, she even gave their miss a hard time. You can leave first. Gu Jinyu ordered. The maid and granny retreated 3 feet away. You can leave too. Gu Jinyu said to Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong, who was pulling weeds, clapped his hands and also retreated far away. Only Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu were left on the grave mound. Gu Jiao continued to pull weeds as if no one else was around. Gu Jinyu placed the straw mat and paper money she had brought on the ground. She burned the paper money with a match and knelt on the straw mat, kowtowing 3 times to Gu Sanlang and Madame Su. After that, Gu Jinyu maintained her kneeling position. As she burned the paper money, she murmured, "I heard that they were good people when they were alive. They were very good to sister." Gu Jiao finally reacted. She said calmly, "Does calling them father and mother burn your mouth?" Gu Jinyu choked. Gu Sanlang and Madame Su were very good parents. If they knew that the child was swapped, they would be very sad. They would want to hear their biological daughter call them father and mother. Gu Jiao glanced at her. "You don't have to burn paper money. I can still afford to burn this little bit of paper money." Gu Jinyu lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Sister, do you hate me? I know it's my fault. I stole your identity, stole your parents, stole everything that should have belonged to you. You should hate me. I don't blame you." Gu Jiao ignored her. The person who had everything stolen from her had already passed away. Furthermore, it was not appropriate to steal. Gu Jinyu was innocent. She was also the one who had been swapped. She did not hate her, nor did she like her. This person had nothing to do with her. Gu Jinyu did not understand Gu Jiao's thoughts. She only felt that Gu Jiao was blaming her. It was understandable. After all, she had taken advantage of her. She said sincerely, "Sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you. You are the eldest miss of the Marquis' household. When you return to the Marquis' household, I will move the courtyard out and return it to you. But father and mother have raised me for so many years. Sister, please allow me to be filial to father and mother." Gu Jiao was a little irritated. "Are you done? If you are, hurry up and leave." Gu Jinyu pleaded, "Sister, come back to the Marquis' household with me." "I'm not going back." "Sister, what will it take for you to be willing to go back with me? Tell me. I'll agree to anything." Gu Jiao looked at her and smiled faintly. "Including you leaving the Marquis' household with nothing?" Gu Jinyu's expression froze. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/11561240. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Gu Jiao was taller than Gu Jinyu. Even though Gu Jinyu was wearing thick-soled embroidered shoes, Gu Jiao could still look down on her oppressively. Gu Jiao said calmly, "If you don't even have this much sincerity, don't try to persuade me to go back." Gu Jinyu's eyes reddened. "If you want to chase me away," Gu Jiao said coldly, "I don't care. Take whatever you want. Just don't bother me." This was the most Gu Jiao had ever said to a stranger. She was only so patient with people she cared about. After that, Gu Jiao used her strength to demonstrate what it meant to treat Gu Jinyu as heir. Gu Jinyu forced herself to burn all the paper money. Until the end, she still couldn't call Gu Sanlang and his wife father and mother in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jinyu had been kneeling for too long. Her legs were numb. It was the young maid and granny who helped her up. She bowed to Gu Jiao. "I'll leave first. I'll visit you again when I'm free." Not long after she left, little Jing Kong skipped over from another path. "Jiao Jiao." He saw Gu Jinyu not far away and asked curiously, "Eh? Who are they?" Gu Jiao said, "Strangers." "Oh. Strangers? Then little Jing Kong didn't have to bother about them. Why are you here? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong said, I went home and you weren't around. Grandaunt said you came to visit the grave. Little Jing Kong had to do morning classes, practice martial arts, and make trouble for his friends in the village every morning. After making trouble for his friends, he went home and found that Gu Jiao wasn't around. So, he asked Grandaunt where Jiao Jiao went. Whose grave is this? Little Jing Kong asked with his eyes wide open. Gu Jiao looked at the two old tombs and said, My father's and mother's. This is my father and this is my mother. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back, tilted his head and thought for a while. If they are Jiao Jiao's parents, then they are also Jing Kong's parents. Little Jing Kong said as he knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Sanlang and Su Shi. He kowtowed especially sincerely. His head was knocked into the ground, and he even called out for his parents. His voice was childish, but his little face was solemn. His little body knelt in front of the desolate grave, and people couldn't help but tear up. An adopted child could behave like this, but as her own biological child, she could not even call them father and mother. Gu Jingyu felt a little stifled in her heart, as if she had been slapped in the face. Miss, are you all right? The young maid sensed that something was amiss with Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu closed his eyes. I'm fine. Let's go home. Yes. Gu Jingyu and the others got on the carriage and returned to the mansion. On the other hand, Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong walked back together after clearing the weeds on the grave. Jiao Jiao, have you recovered from your illness? Little Jing Kong held Gu Jiao's hand and asked. Yes, I'm fine. Gu Jiao nodded. Her fever had subsided, which was good news for her. As for the scab on her wound, it was a common occurrence, so she didn't take it to heart. Little Jing Kong heard Gu Jiao say that she was fine, so he believed that she was really fine. He cheered excitedly, I just talked to my parents. Oh? What did you say? When Gu Jiao was weeding, she did hear the little guy mumbling, but she didn't know what he was mumbling about. Little Jing Kong raised his chin and said proudly, I asked my parents to bless Jiao Jiao so that she won't fall ill again. My parents must have heard it, so they let Jiao Jiao recover from her illness. Gu Jiao thought, is that possible? Little Jing Kong firmly believed that Gu Sanlang and his wife had shown up in the netherworld. Obviously, he was the one who made them show up, so it was actually his effort, not his bad brother-in-law who brought the medicine back. He could be said to be a little monk who was constantly fighting with his brother-in-law for favor. After Gu Jingyu left the village, she hurried back to the villa. She had just reached the town when she realized that something was missing. Stop. She ordered. The coachman stopped the carriage by the street. Huang Zhong rode on the horse and asked, Miss, what happened? Gu Jingyu rummaged through her sleeves and purse carefully and frowned. I dropped something. What did you drop? Huang Zhong asked. A letter, Gu Jingyu said. Then I'll ask them to come over and help you look for it. Huang Zhong called the young servant girl and granny from the carriage behind over and helped Gu Jingyu search through the carriage. In the end, they searched through the cabinets and chests but could not find what Gu Jingyu had lost. Is it a very important letter? Huang Zhong asked. Yes. Gu Jingyu nodded. It was a letter that Consort Shu had written to her. There was a question in it. It was originally meant for the princes, but Consort Shu's son, the fifth prince, could not solve it, so he sent a letter to Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu was exceptionally smart, much better than the fifth prince's study companions. Since young, she had always secretly solved the fifth prince's questions and said that the fifth prince had done it himself. The emperor did not know the truth and really thought that the fifth prince was smarter than the other princes. The emperor doted on Consort Shu, and it had something to do with the fifth prince. Hence, Consort Shu especially valued Gu Jingyu. The question this time was set by the emperor himself. It was said that it had stumped all the princes. Everyone in the country of Zhao knew that their emperor did not like poetry and eight-legged prose. He loved to study arithmetic and astronomy. In the letter, Consort Shu had repeatedly instructed Gu Jingyu to help the fifth prince solve the question, and she had to do it quickly. Whoever could solve this problem first would be able to please His Majesty. Gu Jingyu carried the question with her every day. Whenever she was free, she would solve it. But the question set by the emperor was too difficult. She had racked her brains and many geniuses had barely solved half of it. But even if it was only half, she had only managed to solve it after a huge amount of calculation. Today, she had lost the result of all her hard work. Gu Jinyu felt suffocated. She was afraid that she would go crazy if she had to calculate it from the beginning again. Gu Jinyu pressed her chest and said, "Could it have been left in the village? I was kneeling there and burning paper money just now. It might have fallen out of my sleeve at that time." Little Jing Kong held Jiao Jiao's hand and skipped home. Gu Jiao went to cook while he went to feed the chicks, shovel the chicken droppings, and clean up the chicken coop. However, before he even started, he discovered something. Eh? He looked down at something stuck to his heel and blinked strangely. He bent down to pick it up. It was a small folded envelope. There was no name on the envelope. He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. There was still no name or signature on the letter. It was a large piece of white paper filled with numbers. This seems to be a question. Little Jing Kong looked confused. This was a field that he had never studied before, so he did not know how to solve it. More importantly, why did it appear at his feet? He was very sure that his shoes were clean before he went out. Could it be? Father and mother gave it to me? The more little Jing Kong thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Father and mother must have heard his prayer and responded to him. He thought for a moment, put the letter into his pocket, and ran into the kitchen. He squatted down and looked at the soles of Gu Jiao's shoes. Gu Jiao was confused by his look. What are you looking at? Little Jing Kong shook his head like a rattledrum. Nothing. Nothing. Father and mother did not leave a letter for Jiao Jiao. They only left a letter for him. Jiao Jiao did not talk to father and mother just now. He was the only one who spoke. Little Jing Kong was more certain that this letter was written to him by father and mother in the netherworld, but because he did not tell father and mother about his learning level, father and mother overestimated his ability. In order not to disappoint father and mother, little Jing Kong decided to ask for help. Little Jing Kong returned to the kitchen with a pen and paper. Jiao Jiao, I don't know how to solve this question. When little Jing Kong went down the mountain, he brought with him a lot of Buddhist scriptures and some strange questions that were said to be set by his master. His master did not solve some of the questions, but he did not solve some of the questions. When Gu Jiao saw this question, she did not think much about it. She just thought that it was a question left by his master. There was crispy meat in the pot. The temperature of the oil was just right. It could not be too tender or too deep fried. Gu Jiao took some time to solve the question for him. Then, she took out the crispy meat that was fried until it was golden brown. The whole process took less than a minute. Little Jing Kong took the question that he solved and went to Gu Sanlang and his wife's grave. Little Jing Kong was an honest child. He did not hide the fact that he asked Gu Jiao. At the same time, he also recited the Buddhist scriptures that he had learned to Gu Sanlang and his wife. He hoped that they could come up with a question from these scriptures the next time they tested him. Father and mother, have a good rest. I'll leave first. I'll come and see you another day. Little Jing Kong placed the question that he solved in front of the grave. To prevent it from being blown away by the wind, he even found a small stone to press it down. Gu Jinyu and the rest arrived at the entrance of the village. Miss, wait in the horse carriage. We'll go and look for it, the elderly maid said to Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu's body was precious. It was best that she did not appear in such a lowly place frequently. Gu Jinyu thought about it and did not refuse. The elderly maid, the young maid, Huang Zhong and the rest went along the road to look for it. You guys look here. Lure and I will go to the grave to take a look. After the elderly maid finished speaking, she brought the young maid to Gu Sanlang and his wife's grave. The young maid suddenly pointed at a stone on the ground. Elderly maid. Look. There's something under the stone. The elderly maid's eyes lit up. She hurried forward to remove the stone, only to find that there was only a pile of burning ashes and a piece of paper money that was not completely burned under the stone. That's right. On the way back, little Jing Kong suddenly remembered something. The paper money for his parents had to be burned before they could receive it. It was the same for the question, hence, he turned back and burned the question that he had solved. This way, his parents could receive it. I'm really a clever little devil. Digression, little Jing Kong, quick, praise me. Praise me. Praise me. Oh, asterisk, asterisk, oh, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that you can't find online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115580472. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. The servant girl and the nanny brought the ashes back to Gu Jinyu with a handkerchief. Gu Jinyu could see some handwriting on the ashes, but it was just a little. It was just enough for her to recognize that it was her question, but she couldn't figure out the complete solution. Gu Jinyu certainly wouldn't guess that little Jing Kong had burned it all. She even thought that she had accidentally left the paper in the paper money, causing it to be burned along with the paper money. Her heart ached at the thought of this. She wanted to vomit blood and faint on the spot. It was still early after dinner. Gu Jiao planned to take a walk on the mountain she bought. She had been going up the mountain recently when she had nothing to do. Besides picking herbs and mushrooms, she also memorized the topography of the entire mountain. Now, she only needed a little more information to construct a topographic map of the entire mountain. Little Jing Kong heard that she was going up the mountain. He tilted his head and asked her, "Can I go with Jiao Jiao?" Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Do you want to go back and see your master and senior brothers?" "Mainly, I want to stay with you." "But that's fine too." Little Jing Kong jumped down from the stool and said to Gu Jiao, "Then I'll go and see them." The place they were going to this time was quite close to the temple. It was actually on the way. Gu Jiao carried a small basket on her back. Little Jing Kong looked envious, so Gu Jiao made him a small basket too. The small basket contained the gifts he brought for his friends. There were vegetarian meatballs, fried by Gu Jiao. There was osmanthus cake, bought by Gu Jiao. There were wild fruits, picked by Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong carried the same small basket as Gu Jiao's and was very proud. He went to his grandmother's house to show off, then went next door to show off in front of Xianxia and Go Hua. Then, the siblings went up the mountain. Little Jing Kong might be young and small, but he could endure more hardship than most children. He had to walk such a long way to the other side of the mountain, but he still persisted. On the way up the mountain, he kept running forward with Gu Jiao following behind him unhurriedly. When they were halfway up the mountain, he finally ran out of energy and collapsed on the steps like a little salted fish. Gu Jiao carried little salted fish Jing Kong up the mountain. At the entrance of the temple, little Jing Kong, who had recovered his strength, waved at Gu Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, go ahead. I'll look for Jing Fan, Jing Xin, and Jing Shan myself." "Yes." Gu Jiao watched little Jing Kong enter the temple and greet a monk warmly. He even called him senior brother Jingchen. Only then did she feel relieved and went to measure her own mountain. She spent a lot of money to buy this mountain, but the more she went there, the more Gu Jiao felt that it was worth it. There were so many wild herbs and beasts all over the mountain, and they all belonged to her. She was probably lucky today. She dug up 2 ginseng along the way. They were not very big ginseng, but they were enough to make chicken soup. For some reason, Gu Jiao suddenly remembered the trap she set in the forest. However, no one should be so unlucky this time. Unexpectedly, just as this thought flashed through her mind, there was a movement in the forest. It seemed that something really fell down. Over there was the trap she set. It can't be so coincidental. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Maybe it was a big worm, a wolf would be fine too. Gu Jiao was full of expectation to harvest her prey, but when she went there, she took a look. This time it was a person again. Gu Jiao was a little confused. She set traps to catch wild beasts. Why was it always a person who fell into her trap? However, this time it didn't seem to be an ordinary person, but a monk. He was wearing a grayish-white monk's robe and had a slender figure. He was holding something in his arms. His wrist bone was exposed outside his sleeves, and it was as white as jade. Perhaps because he heard the movement on the ground, he raised his head, and an unworldly face entered Gu Jiao's line of sight. This monk had a pair of long and narrow peach blossom eyes, and there was a mole under his right eye. She couldn't tell how old he was, but he looked very young. Gu Jiao sighed inwardly. In this world, even monks were so beautiful? Could it be that the monsters in the forest had turned into spirits and came here to charm women like her? Gu Jiao looked at him warily. He curved his thin red lips and smiled. Young benefactor, can you pull this poor monk up? His voice was also very pleasant to the ears. There was a kind of ethereal feeling that came from a deity. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then took out a rope from her basket and pulled him up. Only then did Gu Jiao realize that he was holding a white and tender little rabbit in his arms, and in the trap he had just been in, there was the corpse of a venomous snake lying there. Gu Jiao looked at the poisonous snake, then looked at the little rabbit in his arms. Did you fall into the trap to save this little rabbit? He nodded with a smile. His smile was very gentle, but it wasn't the motherly gentleness of Yao Shi. It was a gentleness that made people feel dizzy and blush. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao wasn't shy by nature. Because he was handsome, Gu Jiao looked at him a few more times. However, Gu Jiao's heart was very calm. Gu Jiao heard him say this and said, "You're quite kind." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the other party pull out a dagger and kill the wild rabbit with one slash. Gu Jiao, after the monk killed the rabbit, he asked Gu Jiao for some water and washed the rabbit. Then, he started a bonfire and began to roast the rabbit. Gu Jiao was a little confused. Killing and eating meat, was he a fake monk? Do you want it? He cut off the fattest piece of rabbit meat and skewered it with a dagger. He handed it to Gu Jiao. Everyone who sees it will have a share. Gu Jiao, shouldn't you be thanking me because I saved you? Gu Jiao didn't eat much for lunch, so she was a little hungry now. She took the rabbit meat and took a bite. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't delicious either. It was a bit of a waste of food. I forgot to add salt. The monk patted his head and took out a small bamboo tube from his wide sleeve. He removed the lid and sprinkled salt on the rabbit meat. This should be much more delicious. He cut another piece and handed it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took the rabbit meat. With the salt, it indeed tasted much better. She asked, "You saved it just to eat it?" The monk said matter-of-factly, "What else?" Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Which monk in the temple is this? Why haven't I seen him before? The monk pointed at the trap beside them. Do you eat snake meat? If you want to eat, go and fish it up. Gu Jiao said, "Why don't you fish it up yourself?" The monk sighed. I'm scared. Gu Jiao said strangely, "You're scared that you'll beat it to death." I didn't beat it to death. The monk paused and corrected her. I bit it to death. Gu Jiao, why did you bite it for no reason? It bit me first. The monk said sternly. He pulled up the left side of his trousers, revealing his swollen calf. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. A snake bit you, and you bit it back. What kind of operation is this? The snake probably didn't expect that it would be bitten to death by a human one day. Moreover, you were bitten by a snake like this, and you're still in the mood to eat roasted rabbit. Don't you know that you're going to die soon? The monk seemed to have seen through Gu Jiao's thoughts. He sighed and said, I know. After saying that, he fell to the ground with a thud. He spat out black blood and lost consciousness. Gu Jiao, what kind of weird monk is this? The snake that bit him was a highly venomous many-banded kite. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had antivenom for the many-banded kite in her medicine box. The antivenom was a type of horse serum. It contained foreign proteins and could easily cause allergies. Time was tight, so Gu Jiao gave up on the desensitization injection. She painfully gave him 2 shots of anti-allergy medicine. When the monk woke up, he was no longer on the lawn. He found himself sitting under a big tree. It was raining. He glanced at Gu Jiao beside him and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't you know that you can't hide from the rain under a tree during spring?" Gu Jiao looked at him casually and said, "You can still roast rabbit calmly after being bitten by a snake. I thought you weren't afraid of death." The monk choked and coughed softly. "I thought that I couldn't live, so I had to die with a full stomach. Speaking of which, did you save me?" He pulled up his trousers to take a look. The wound was bandaged and the pain was basically gone. The edema was also gone. "You can even cure snake venom. Are you an expert?" he asked strangely. Gu Jiao didn't answer him. She just sat quietly on the side to hide from the rain. Probably feeling that he owed her 2 favors, the monk felt embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Benefactress, what is your surname?" Gu Jiao said. She didn't look at him. She kept looking at the rain. The monk smiled and said, "This poor monk knows a little about physiognomy. I can read Benefactress Gu's palm." "No need." Gu Jiao faintly refused. No woman could refuse such a handsome monk. Gu Jiao was the first. The monk couldn't help but be curious. He looked at her a few more times. Gu Jiao had already put on her bamboo hat. He couldn't see her face clearly. He could only see her delicate chin. The monk curled his lips. He was about to withdraw his gaze when he suddenly saw Gu Jiao playing with a bronze token. He raised his eyebrows in confusion and said, "So Miss is from Marquis Xianping's household." "What?" Gu Jiao turned around. The monk's gaze swept over the birthmark on her left cheek. He didn't show any abnormality and said, "The token in your hand." Gu Jiao looked at the token and then looked at him. "You know it?" The monk curled his lips and smiled. He stretched his slender legs and raised an arm behind his head. He leaned against the tree behind him and looked at the heavy rain. "Yes, this poor monk knows it." "Tell me," Gu Jiao said. The monk looked at Gu Jiao playfully. "So you don't know it? Then how did you get this token?" "I picked it up," Gu Jiao said. "Phew." The monk's expression became more playful. His beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons. It was like the spring water, full of charm. "Then your luck is really good. You were able to pick up such a valuable thing." As he said this, he withdrew his gaze from Gu Jiao and continued to look at the heavy rain that would stop at an unknown time. Marquis Xianping's household is an aristocratic family with hundreds of years of history. It is a relative of the imperial family. It is a tyrant in the capital. It has produced 3 emperors and an empress. What does Benefactor Gu want to hear? Gu Jiao didn't ask him how a monk deep in the mountains could understand the situation in the capital. She only said, "Anything is fine." The monk smiled and said, "Then you want to hear everything." Unfortunately, the matters of Marquis Xianping's household can't be finished in 3 days and 3 nights. Does Benefactor Gu want to ask about people or interesting things? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "People. Master or servant? Up to you." The monk's smile deepened. "You are clearly the one asking for information. How can you ask me?" "Fine, if you really want to ask about servants, I don't know either. Let's start with Marquis Xianping. This Marquis title was inherited from the old Marquis. Marquis Xianping is the eldest son of the family and also the son of the first wife. It is only natural for him to inherit the family business. There is nothing to say. He has a younger sister of the first wife and a younger brother born of a concubine. The younger sister is the current empress and the younger brother is the great general of Wei Yuan. Ah, I forgot to mention. He also married the princess of Xinyang. He and the princess of Xinyang had a son. That was an amazing son. It is a pity that he died young." "Just these people?" Gu Jiao asked. "There are also a few sons of concubines. They are not enough to reach the apex." As the monk spoke, he once again looked at Gu Jiao with a smile. This time, there was a hint of warning in his smile. "Girl, if you picked up this token, then so be it. Don't flaunt it everywhere. It will easily attract a fatal disaster. Also, don't get involved with the people of Marquis Xianping's household. It will also attract a fatal disaster." When he became serious, even the way he addressed her had changed. Gu Jiao did not pay attention to his warning. She was never a person who would allow others to judge the risks. However, this Marquis Xianping's household sounded very powerful. Why would Xiao Lulang have the token of Marquis Xianping's household? What was his relationship with Marquis Xianping's household? Then if... Gu Jiao was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something. Turning her head, she discovered that the monk who was chattering beside her had suddenly disappeared. What was even more bizarre was that Gu Jiao did not know when he left. Gu Jiao had been in this strange world for so long, and this time she had really met an expert. Gu Jiao looked at the place where the monk had just sat. There was a word written with a finger, Xiao. Gu Jiao pondered, Marquis Xianping's household, is surnamed Xiao? Xiao Liulang's surname was also Xiao. How could it be so coincidental? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/115578200. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. The novel was updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found on the internet were available here. Not long after the monks left, the rain stopped. Gu Jiao went to the temple to pick up little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong spent a happy and fulfilling day at the temple. To be exact, it was half a day. He met the gentle and considerate senior brother Jing Chen, several other senior brothers, the abbot, and his former playmates, Jing Fan, Jing Xian, and Jing Shan. As the abbot and his senior brothers were busy, he spent the most time with the three little monks. Since there was no Jing Kong to fight for food, the three little monks were well nourished and were all rounder than before. Little Jing Kong was no longer the little Jing Kong he used to be. He had changed out of his monk robe and was wearing the clothes of a commoner. Little hair also grew on his little bald head. He was actually the youngest among the little monks, but he was the first to speak, and he was the best at it. In the end, even the abbot could not outtalk him. He proudly showed his little face to the little monks. Do you see little Yaya? Jiao Jiao gave it to me. I see it, I see it. Jing Fan said. I see it too. Jing Xian said. Jing Shan was confused and thought for a while, then said slowly, then. I see it too. Little Jing Kong was very satisfied. Will Yaya grow into little Fafa, flower? Jing Fan pointed at his little face and asked. Little Jing Kong paused and shook his head, I don't think so. They will only grow into kisses and stay on my face forever. Can they be eaten? Jing Fan asked. No, little Jing Kong said. Since they could not grow into beautiful Fafa, flower, and could not be eaten, the three little monks instantly lost interest in kissing little Yaya. However, there was something else in little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong decisively took out a can of vegetarian meatballs that Gu Jiao had packed for him. After opening the lid, a crisp smell of scallion oil drifted out and almost filled half of the courtyard. The young monks were all stunned. Jing Fan's eyes widened. What? What smells so good? The three of them were drooling. Little Jing Kong wanted to eat meat, but he couldn't. Gu Jiao thought of a way to make vegetarian meat with tofu and other ingredients. He could eat whatever his family ate. For example, when his family ate roast duck, he also had roast duck. When his family ate sausage, he also had sausage. When his family ate braised pork, he also had braised pork. Recently, his family had been eating meatballs, so he had his own Jing Kong meatball. Little Jing Kong ate a small meatball in front of his friends. His strength shocked them. The young monks were stunned once again. Why you? Are you eating meat? You're not dizzy anymore? Oh my God, this is too scary. Senior brother, I want to go home. Little Jing Kong was not a mischievous child. After showing off, he confessed the truth about the meatball. It's vegetarian meat. Xiaojiao said that monks can also eat it. The three young monks were hesitant at first. They were afraid that they would be tricked by Jing Kong into breaking their precepts. In the end, the eldest of the three, Jing Fan, had a taste of the meatball with the spirit of sacrificing himself. Then, it was out of control. Little Jing Kong, who had always been snatching food from others, encountered the first snatching of food in his life. He was stunned on the spot for 3 seconds. He, the little expert of snatching food in the temple, who had been focused on snatching food for 3.5 years, was snatched by others one day. Not only were the vegetarian meatballs snatched, but even the pastries and wild fruits were not spared. The three defeated opponents in the past seemed to have mastered all their skills in an instant, and little Jing Kong was defenseless. Little Jing Kong beat his small chest with his small fists. Sooner or later, he would have to pay for what he had done. The three young monks only found out today that the food at the foot of the mountain was so delicious, they suddenly wanted to go down the mountain. What should they do? Putting aside the snatching of food, the four of them got along quite well. Little Jing Kong described his life at the foot of the mountain to them. After learning that he was taking in his brother-in-law every day, Jing Fan asked, "Whose brother-in-law?" "Your father?" They were still young, and they were not as smart as little Jing Kong. Therefore, they did not understand what brother-in-law meant. However, the male head of the family seemed to be their father. Little Jing Kong sighed, "He's a temporary father. Jiao Jiao can change him at any time." Little Jing Kong called Gu Jiao Jiao Jiao, but in his heart, he treated Gu Jiao as his mother. However, he could not guarantee that Xiao Lulang was his father. After all, according to his observation, this father of his had not been officially promoted yet. He could be fired at any time. As they chatted, they somehow talked about their own homework. Jing Fan said, "We memorized a lot of Buddhist scriptures while you were away." "You didn't memorize any of them, right?" Jing Xian agreed, "That's right." Jing Shan nodded. Little Jing Kong raised his eyebrows. "Oh? What did you memorize?" Jing Fan said, "Prajnaparamita Sutra." Little Jing Kong spread his hands. "I memorized it when I was 2 years old." Jing Xin, Buddha's Medicine Guru Tathagata Sutra. Little Jing Kong shrugged. "I memorized it when I was 2 years and 3 months old." Jing Shan said, Rong Yen Sutra." Little Jing Kong picked his ears and sighed helplessly. "It's the Rong Yen Sutra, idiot. You even said the wrong name. Are you really memorized it?" The little monks' faces turned red. How were they really memorized it? All they did was memorize the names, and it took them a few days to memorize the names. They were so tired that their little heads were about to explode. "Sigh, it's boring to talk about scriptures with you. I'll go look for the abbot." Little Jing Kong jumped down the stairs and went to look for the abbot with his short legs. The abbot had just sat down in the hall and was about to preach scriptures to the monks. Suddenly, a young novice monk rushed over. "Abbot, bad news. Jing Kong is here to look for you. He wants to talk about scriptures and Zen with you." The abbot's body swayed and the prayer beads in his hands fell out of his hands. That little troublemaker wants to talk about Zen with me. He wants to kill me." Little Jing Kong had been studying Buddhist scriptures since he was a child. He was curious about everything about Buddhist scriptures. If the abbot said one sentence, he would ask 10 questions. In the end, the abbot couldn't answer him. Everything that has a form is fabricated. If everything that has a form is fabricated, then is the abbot also fabricated? If the abbot is fabricated, then what the abbot said to me is also fabricated. Then I can't believe the abbot. If I can't believe the abbot, then I can't believe the Buddhist scriptures that the abbot told me. The Buddhist scriptures are also fabricated. The abbot thought, although you are twisting words and forcing logic, I actually feel that it makes sense. The abbot regained his composure with his professionalism and patiently explained the situation to him. After listening, he said, "I think what you said is wrong." The abbot said, "What's wrong?" "You are too young to understand." Little Jing Kong said, "Buddha is so smart. He must have a way to make me understand. You didn't convey his meaning properly." "This is not my problem, it is the abbot's problem." There were many similar conversations. Usually, the abbot didn't persuade him, but he used his own logic to lead the new monks in the temple astray. The fear of being dominated by little Jing Kong welled up in the abbot's heart and made him feel uncomfortable. When Gu Jiao finally came to pick up Little Clear Sky had successfully questioned all the monks in the hall with her own strength. Black smoke was rising from their heads. "Abbot, I'm leaving. We can discuss this next time." Little Jing Kong turned his head and waved his other hand at the abbot. One of his hands was held by Gu Jiao. The abbot, who wished he could die on the spot, was ashen-faced. "Please, don't come." The brother and sister went down the mountain hand in hand. Little Jing Kong was restless and wanted to run down the mountain. However, it had just rained and the road was slippery. Gu Jiao was worried that he would roll down the mountain like a little winter melon, so she didn't dare to let go. "Did you have fun today?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. "Yes." Little Jing Kong said cutely and raised his little hand to count. "Today I saw Jing Xin, Jing Fan, Jing Shan, Senior Jing Chen, and the abbot." He said a lot of things, basically telling him everything he saw in the temple. "You didn't see your master?" Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong sighed. "He appears and disappears mysteriously. He is rarely on the mountain." "Old man," Gu Jiao thought of the strange monk in the forest. That monk was very young, so he couldn't be the old man that little Jing Kong was talking about. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that little Jing Kong was only referring to his own age. His master was actually not that old. He was more than 20 years younger than the abbot. Gu Jiao asked again, then, "Are there any good-looking monks in the temple?" "The best-looking ones." That monk was almost as good-looking as Xiao Lulang. There was probably no other monk like him in the world. "Yes." Little Jing Kong raised his head solemnly and pointed at himself. "Me." Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao said, "Except for you." Little Jing Kong said firmly, "Then there's no one else. I'm the best-looking monk in the world. Except for me, no one else is good-looking." His master wasn't good-looking either, because his master said that he was the best-looking monk in the world. Little Jing Kong thought that he was the best-looking monk, so he would never admit that his master was good-looking. Gu Jiao said, Was that person not a monk in this temple?" "Digression, monk, little brat, who are you saying is not good-looking?" The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that you can't find online are available here. https://www. zhbqg.com/8964289642826/115546733. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. When Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong went down the mountain, Xiao Lulang had already returned from the academy. Gu Xiaoshan had been living in the academy recently. First, he had completely fallen out with the Gu family. Second, he was obsessed with the knives that Xiao Lulang brought him. Every night, he would carve in the dormitory by the light. As for Xiao Liulang's safety, he didn't have to worry about it. Recently, second uncle Luo sprained his ankle, so his son, De Zhuang, drove the ox cart. De Zhuang had a close relationship with Gu Xiaoshan, so he promised to take good care of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was carrying buckets of water into the house. It was obvious that he was struggling. His legs were inconvenient, so Gu Jiao rarely let him do this kind of heavy work. Gu Jiao walked over and took the wooden bucket from him. "Let me do it." "I can do it," Xiao Lulang said. "You go and make a fire. I'll cook later." Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to refuse. She decisively took the wooden bucket, carried it with a shoulder pull, added another bucket, and turned to the entrance of the village to fetch water. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest and said, "I also want to help Jiao Jiao to fetch water." After that, he found his personal tools in the backyard, a mini shoulder pole and 2 mini wooden buckets. He imitated Gu Jiao and carried them on his small shoulders, and valiantly went to fetch water. This set of tools was made by Gu Jiao for little Jing Kong. The reason was that he wanted to help, but he couldn't carry a big wooden bucket. So, Gu Jiao made a pair of small, light, and sealed wooden buckets for him. They were also equipped with a small shoulder pole. The amount of water he brought back was less than a big bowl. On the other hand, Gu Jiao spent a lot of time and energy making tools for him. When they arrived at the ancient well, Gu Jiao first filled the small wooden bucket in little Jing Kong with water. Although he was allowed to carry water, Gu Jiao explicitly forbade him from drawing water from the well. Little Jing Kong was very obedient and never went near the ancient well. One adult and one child carried the water back home. Gu Jiao poured 2 big buckets of water into the water tank, and the water level in the tank immediately rose a lot. 2 small buckets of water from little Jing Kong went down. It was as if there was no water at all. However, when little Jing Kong looked at the full tank, he still felt that his 2 handfuls of water were very effective. He was very proud of himself. "What are you laughing about?" It was Xiao Lulang. As soon as Xiao Lulang entered the kitchen, he saw a certain little monk standing on a wooden stool, looking at the water jar with a proud expression. He was just looking at the water ripples. Those who didn't know would think that he was looking at his own small kingdom. Hearing his bad brother-in-law's voice, little Jing Kong's little face became serious. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. He snorted coldly and said, I'm working. Xiao Lulang was amused by him and wanted to laugh. "You still know about working? What can a 3-year-old kid do?" Little Jing Kong jumped down from the wooden stool and said angrily, "I can do a lot of things. Much more than you. I can fetch water. I can feed chickens. I can even help Jiao wash clothes. Half of the clothes at home are washed by me. I do more work at home than you do. I'm not a kid. You are." Xiao Lulang glanced at his toy carrying pole and toy wooden bucket, and said with a smile, "Then you really know how to work. Let others work. How tiring it is to work these things." Humph. In order to prove that he was indeed a little expert at home, little Jing Kong decisively walked to the wooden tub where the clothes were soaked. He pulled up his trousers, kicked off his shoes, and jumped into the tub. His little feet stepped on the school uniform that Xiao Lulang had just changed out of. Xiao Lulang was stunned. The clothes at home were all washed like this. Little Jing Kong's little feet stepped on the tub happily. He could enjoy the pleasure of stepping on water even without the rain. He could also wash the clothes while he was at it. He was really a smart and hard-working kid. Gu Jiao walked out. She originally wanted to wash the clothes, but seeing that little Jing Kong was still stepping on the tub, she didn't go over for the time being. Xiao Lulang asked in disbelief, "The clothes at home are all washed like this?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Not only the clothes, the salted vegetables that you eat every day are also stepped on by him." Xiao Lulang was instantly speechless. "Haha." Gu Jiao burst out laughing. She rarely laughed so hard, but Xiao Lulang's expression, which looked like he had swallowed a fly, really hit the funny spot of her 2 lifetimes. "I'm lying," she said. "Why would I let him step on the salted vegetables?" Xiao Lulang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Gu Jiao continued, "He's so weak, he can't step on the salted vegetables well." Xiao Lulang was once again speechless. "Isn't it because the salted vegetables can't be eaten? If that's the case, when the little monk becomes stronger in the future, won't he be able to step on the salted vegetables for me to eat?" The scene was so beautiful that Xiao Lulang couldn't bear to look at it. Gu Jiao bent over laughing. Phew. Little Jing Kong was tired and sweating after stepping on the salted vegetables. He went back to his room to drink water. Only then did Gu Jiao walk forward to wash the clothes that had been wrinkled by him. Little Jing Kong wanted to work, so Gu Jiao never discouraged his enthusiasm. At most, she would clean the clothes again every time he finished. Gu Jiao didn't raise him to the level of scientific parenting. She just felt that it was fine as long as he had fun. At this time, Gu Jiao didn't know that the courage and strength of a certain immortal general who would conquer the 6 countries in the future came from Gu Jiao's strong childhood. "You don't have to spoil him so much," Xiao Lulang said expressionlessly. I spoil you a lot too. Gu Jiao smiled and took out a clean wooden basin. She took out Xiao Lulang's clothes and put them in. Then, she gently rubbed them with her not-so-delicate hands. You don't usually wash your clothes like this. Today, you put them in the basin yourself and he saw you. The clothes of the three of them were made of coarse linen, so it didn't matter if they stepped on them. Xiao Lulang's school uniform was made of silk and cotton. Gu Jiao used a special wooden basin to wash his clothes and used very little strength. Because it was light, it was slow. Washing one of his clothes was equivalent to washing the clothes of the whole family. But Gu Jiao never said these things. Xiao Lulang was still immersed in the huge impact of her words, I also spoil you a lot. Immediately after, he saw her carefully and seriously wash his clothes. Her small hands, which had turned white from soaking in the honey locust water, didn't seem to be grabbing his collar, but his heart. For a moment, he felt that the relationship between the two of them seemed to be developing in an uncontrollable direction. Xiao Lulang was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. No way. They were only husband and wife in name. There would be a day when they would have to part ways. The two of them definitely couldn't have anything that shouldn't happen between them. During dinner, Xiao Lulang sat on the bench. His white school uniform, which had been dried, fluttered in the wind, making him a little upset. After dinner, Xiao Lulang gave little Jing Kong a bath. Then, he took an axe to the backyard to chop firewood. Gu Jiao was tidying up the kitchen. Old Madam was secretly eating dried bayberries in her room. Rain began to fall from the sky. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong suddenly ran out of the west room with a small pillow in his arms. The roof is leaking. Gu Jiao went to the west room with him. It wasn't raining heavily at the moment. The rain in the afternoon should have accumulated on the roof tiles and leaked down because of the wind. The leak was facing their bed, so it wasn't easy to fix it. Moreover, if it rained heavily in the middle of the night, the roof tiles might break. The roof wasn't stable to begin with. It would be bad if it collapsed because of the heavy rain. Gu Jiao said, we can't sleep here tonight. Sleep in my room. I'll fix the roof after the rain stops. Little Jing Kong hugged his small pillow and happily went to Gu Jiao's room. Of course, Xiao Lulang could only fall asleep as well. Fortunately, Gu Jiao's bed was big enough for the three of them to lie down. Little Jing Kong didn't want to share the bed with his bad brother-in-law. After all, his bad brother-in-law was so big that he had to take up a lot of space. He was so small that he could just snuggle in Jiao Jiao's arms. I'm so happy that I can sleep with Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong lay down on Gu Jiao's bed happily as he wished. He spread himself out, he was covered with a Jiao Jiao quilt, lying on a Jiao Jiao mattress, Jiao Jiao pillow, Jiao Jiao pillow, Jiao 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 Jiao. Little Jing Kong was so excited that he rolled around on the bed. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and a demonic palm reached out towards him, grabbing his waistband and lifting him up. Little Jing Kong was so shocked that his hands and feet fluttered. Great aunt? The old lady said, you'll sleep with me tonight. Little Jing Kong, I don't want to. Old Madam, you want it. Little Jing Kong, why? The old lady said, for my little great-grandson. Old Madam mercilessly took the little guy back to her room. Little Jing Kong's dream was shattered just like that. First, he had an unreasonable brother-in-law, and now, he had an even more unreasonable great-aunt. His life was so miserable. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang finished their respective tasks, little Jing Kong had already exhausted all his energy in the battle of wits and courage with the old lady. He tilted his head and started snoring. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She took a shower and went back to her room to lie down. She had been tired the whole day, so she fell asleep very quickly. After a while, she started to breathe evenly. When Xiao Lulang came back after his shower, she had already fallen asleep on the pillow. An oil lamp was left on in the room for him. Now that the weather was getting warmer, the thick quilt couldn't cover her. She covered half of it and kicked the other half. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment, then walked over and pulled the quilt up for her. Then, he extinguished the oil lamp and slowly lay down beside her. At first, he had his back to her, but his body would easily become numb after a long time. So, he turned around. But what he didn't know was that Gu Jiao also turned around and moved her head to rest on his pillow. His lips rubbed against her face without warning. His mind buzzed for a moment before it went blank. It was raining heavily outside the room, and the sound of the rain hitting the roof tiles was loud. However, he didn't hear anything. His mind was filled with the sound of his heartbeat. He subconsciously raised his hand and wanted to push her away, but he didn't push the place. He felt an unfamiliar warmth and softness, and his mind exploded. Gu Jiao slept very well that night. Perhaps it was the effect of the golden sore medicine and the herbs that Xiao Lulang brought back. When she woke up, she felt that her wound didn't hurt at all. However, she found a few drops of dried blood on her pillow. Eh? Whose blood is this? Xiao Lulang had already woken up and was preparing the holy fire in the kitchen. Gu Jiao also went to the kitchen after washing up. The sky was brighter than in the winter, so the kitchen was no longer pitch black. Gu Jiao was able to see Xiao Liulang's face clearly. She looked for a long time, then blinked and asked, "You didn't sleep well?" Xiao Lulang had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. His expression didn't change as he said, "I started reading a little late." Oh. Gu Jiao slept early, so there was no way to know what time he was reading. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao said, "Oh right, are you hurt? There's blood on your pillow." Xiao Lulang said seriously, "It's not my blood." Gu Jiao was puzzled. "Then is it mine? My wound healed a long time ago." Xiao Lulang gave her a deep look and said in all seriousness, "You're heaty and have a nosebleed." "I saw it all." Gu Jiao was very puzzled. "I drink chameleon herb tea every day. How can I be heaty?" Xiao Lulang said expressionlessly, "Who knows?" Xiao Liulang's expression was too serious, so it was hard for anyone to suspect him. Gu Jiao nodded and went to the central room. She pinched her nose and drank a big bowl of Hatuinia tea. After drinking so much, he finally wouldn't be heaty anymore. Xiao Lulang closed his eyes guiltily and broke out in a cold sweat. During breakfast, Xiao Lulang suddenly remembered something. "I forgot to tell you yesterday that I found a primary school in town. I can bring Jing Kong to school today." Little Jing Kong, who was going to school, was stunned. So sudden? Gu Jiao served a bowl of sweet potato porridge to the old lady and little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong looked at his bad brother-in-law vigilantly while slurping the porridge. He felt that this was his bad brother-in-law's scheme. "I forgot to tell you yesterday." He was teased as soon as he came home. He really forgot. Xiao Lulang continued. "Children from rich families will hire a tutor at home when they are 5 years old. They will study until they are 6 or 7 years old. After they can read the 1,000-character classic, they will be sent to the family school or a private school. Although he is young, he is smart and has attended classes in the temple. It won't be a big problem." Little Jing Kong became more vigilant when he was praised by his bad brother-in-law for being smart for the first time. Conspiracy, it was definitely a conspiracy. "Where's the primary school?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Lulang said, "It's near Xianxia Academy. It's a private school that has been open for more than 10 years. There's a primary school there. His class time is similar to mine. He can go to school with me every day." Here it comes, here it comes. Bad brother-in-law is going to separate him from Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao had a kindergarten in her previous life. Therefore, she was very receptive to 3-year-old children going to school. When Gu Jiao was not at home, little Jing Kong was a loudspeaker spirit. He would blabber all day long. Although the old lady suffered from it, she was happy to see him go to school. Gu Jiao turned to little Jing Kong and asked, "Jing Kong, do you want to go to school?" No, little Jing Kong was careful. If he said that he did not want to go to school, wouldn't he become a school-weary child? Bad brother-in-law really knew how to set a trap for him. Fortunately, he was smart. Little Jing Kong said cutely, "If I go to school, Jiao Jiao won't see me for a day." Gu Jiao patted his little head and said, "It's okay. I'll send you to school in the morning and wait for you at the village entrance at night. If I'm free, I'll go to the private school to pick you up." At this point, little Jing Kong wouldn't be a sensible child if he continued to refuse. He swallowed the sweet potato porridge in his mouth without tasting it. He squeezed out a cute smile and said, "Okay. Since Jiao Jiao wants me to go to school, I'll go. He definitely had to go to school. However, in order to make up for the loss of not being able to see Gu Jiao for a day, little Jing Kong asked for 2 little kisses. Primary school was not cheap. It cost 2 taels of silver a month for tuition and lunch. If he did not go to school in the middle, he would not get a refund. Gu Jiao put the 2 taels of silver into little Jing Kong's pocket. He insisted on paying the tuition himself. He did not want his bad brother-in-law to help him. The 2 of them went to school on the ox cart. Gu Jiao was thinking about how to fix the roof at home. She went up to the roof to take a look. She found that there were a lot of broken tiles. If there was a few more heavy rains, the 3 rooms would leak. She decided to fix the entire roof and build 2 small rooms in the backyard. That way, Gu Jiao would not have to worry about not having a place to stay when she returned to the village. She had some money on hand, but it was not enough to do so many things. She went to the Zhouji private bank in town and withdrew 20 taels of silver. She also asked how much money was left in the bank. The manager of the private bank told her, 1,100 taels. Gu Jiao was stunned for 3 seconds. Did you make a mistake? Not 110 taels? 1,100 taels? The manager smiled and said, our Zhouji private bank is trustworthy. We can't go against our conscience and cheat you of your money. When Xiao Luling gave her the cards, she did not think much about it. She thought it was 180 taels. She did not expect it to be so much. Actually, it was more than that, but he spent 100 taels to buy Gu Jiao a brush. It was really the work of a master in the whole of Zhao country. Poor Gu Jiao, who had complained for a long time because of his straight taste. The other 20 taels of silver were the travel expenses that Gu Jiao gave to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang did not spend all of it and saved it in the private bank. Gu Jiao doubted her life and asked, did he really go to take the exam? She was sure that he did not go to the prefectural city to start copying books. Then, Gu Jiao suddenly recalled that Dean Li had mentioned to her about the cheating in the college entrance examination. Dean Li had said that he didn't know why Xiao Lulang didn't retake the exam. Gu Jiao thought that she probably knew. After receiving the money, Gu Jiao returned to the village to repair the house. She hired a few craftsmen in the village and told them her requirements. She wanted them to finish repairing the house in the shortest time possible. As long as there was enough money, there was no need to worry that they would not work quickly. Moreover, this was Scholar Zhao's house. They were still hoping that when Xiao Lulang graduated from high school, they would be able to put a few mu of free land under his name. While Gu Jiao was busy repairing the house, Gu Jingyu suddenly fell ill. She had felt that something was wrong the night she returned from Qingchuan village. She thought that she was tired and did not think much of it. However, she had a high fever in the middle of the night. The old servant in the villa said that she had bumped into something unclean when she went to visit the grave. The imperial physician prescribed medicine, but it was not very effective. Marquis Gu was burning with anxiety. If I had known, I would not have let Jinyu visit the grave. Cough cough. Gu Jinyu covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. She asked weakly, I'm fine. How is younger brother? These 2 days, Gu Yan had not been feeling well. It was mainly because he was born with a weak body. After a night of excitement, his body was exhausted. To prevent him from running around, Yaosher had no choice but to stay by his bed at all times. He's fine. When she mentioned this, Marquis Gu was very gratified. His son's body was much stronger than before. If he had dared to do this in the past, he would have lost his life long ago. Now, after lying in bed for a few days, he was alive and kicking again. However, to be safe, he and Yaosher both felt that they should let their son rest in the room for a few more days. It's good that younger brother is fine. Gu Jinyu said as she coughed. Marquis Gu's heart ached. Aya, you're already so sick and you're still worried about your brother. Gu Jinyu smiled slightly. After all, he is my only younger brother. Marquis Gu thought of his unfilial daughter, Gu Jiao. He gritted his teeth and said, if only that girl was half as sensible as you. I heard about what happened that day from Huangzhong. She gave you a hard time, didn't she? I think you didn't run into anything dirty. She just fell ill from anger. Gu Jinyu quickly said, Father, don't say that about elder sister. Elder sister grew up in the countryside all these years. That family did not treat her well. She just suffered too much and doesn't know how to interact with people. If it were me, I wouldn't have done better than elder sister. Marquis Gu said, You're just too kind. Gu Jinyu shook her head. My illness this time really wasn't caused by elder sister. It's my own fault. After a pause, she told Marquis Gu about losing the question paper. Aunt had high hopes for me, but I lost the question that I had solved with great difficulty. In my anxiety, I fell ill. Marquis Gu patted the back of her hand. Silly girl, what's there to be anxious about? Even if you can't solve it, your aunt won't blame you. Really? Gu Jinyu's face was full of disbelief. Marquis Gu smiled mysteriously. Your aunt sent a letter again. Guess what she said in the letter? Gu Jinyu thought about it seriously. She wants father to bring me back to the capital quickly? Marquis Gu said, of course. What else? Gu Jinyu frowned slightly. I can't guess. Marquis Gu looked at her dotingly and smiled proudly. Your aunt has prepared a big gift for you. She had intended to give you a surprise when you returned to the capital. There's no harm in telling you earlier. Your aunt has asked His Majesty for grace. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, His Majesty will personally issue a decree to confer you the title of County Princess. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/115544409. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. In a room filled with the smell of medicine, Xianxia was guarding her son's bed. She was so tired that she leaned against the bedpost and fell asleep. Gu Yan quietly opened his eyes and sneakily looked at Xianxia for a while. He reached out his slender hand and waved it in front of Xiaoxia's eyes. After confirming that Xiaoxia was really asleep, he smiled wickedly. He slowly pulled back the quilt and tiptoed out of bed. Growing up, he was used to calling the wind and drinking the rain. This was the first time he was so careful. It was quite refreshing. Gu Yan sneaked out of the room like a thief. Xiaoxia's body swayed. Gu Yan was so scared that he almost fell ill. Fortunately, Xiaoxia did not wake up. She straightened her body and went back to sleep. Shi, the maidservants on duty outside, had been lured away by the secret guards. He only needed to walk out of the courtyard to meet up with them. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Yuya as soon as he walked into the front yard. Yuya was holding a newly sewn quilt. She looked at him strangely and said, "Young master, what are you doing? Didn't the madam tell you to lie down on the bed? Why did you come out without wearing your shoes?" Gu Yan cleared his throat. "Would you believe me if I said that I came out for a walk?" Yuya's face darkened. She held the quilt with one arm and put her other hand on her waist. "Are you thinking of running away again?" Gu Yan blinked guiltily. Yuya glared at him. "You really want to run away?" "No. You can't go out." Gu Yan's dangerous eyes narrowed. His murderous aura instantly overflowed. "Do you believe that this young master won't kill you?" Yuya faced death calmly and said, "Even if you kill me, I won't let you go out." Gu Yan helplessly held his forehead. This girl was stubborn. She would rather die than submit. Back then, she had spoken up for Gu Jiao. Now, she was blocking him in the backyard. Gu Yan would rather break than bend, but that was in the past. Now that he was going to meet the most important person in his life, he didn't care about his pride anymore. Gu Yan's murderous aura a moment ago had turned into a Sichuan opera performance in a second. He put on a weeping expression and looked at Yu with an aggrieved expression. His appearance was as pitiful as it could get. If he held again, Yu would think that he was possessed by a puppy. Little young master. What's wrong with you? Yu could not handle such a weak and easily bullied young master. Gu Yan bites her red lips, feeling wronged. I just want to go out and get some fresh air. Just for a while. Yu suffered a critical hit from her cuteness. Just once? Really just once? Gu Yan nodded coquettishly. Yes. Yu clutched her chest. All right then. Go ahead. I'll stand guard here. No way. If she stayed any longer, she would reach out and rub the young master's head. Gu Yan successfully deceived Yu. The moment he left the courtyard, his expression turned cold and the corners of his lips curled up wickedly. He successfully arrived at the small garden and met up with the hidden guards. The hidden guards brought him out of the residence and into the carriage that had been prepared beforehand. They sped towards Qingchuan village. Huang Zhong sensed Gu Yan's whereabouts and hurried to Lanting Pavilion to report to Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu let him speak outside the door. Huang Zhong said, little young master slipped out of the residence. It seems that he went towards the town. Town? Marquis Gu frowned. Gu Jinyu looked at his father and said, Father, did younger brother go to look for elder sister? He most likely went to look for her. Marquis Gu knew that he could not keep his son locked up, so he was not too surprised by this outcome. Then do you want to find younger brother and bring him back? Marquis Gu shook his head. You know his character very well. Other than your mother, who can stop him? To put it bluntly, in the entire residence, Gu Yan only gave face to Madame Yao. If he sent people to capture him, there would only be two outcomes. One was that they would be defeated by Gu Yan's hidden guards, and the other was that Gu Yan would be angered to the point of collapsing. Marquis Gu waved his hand. Forget it, let him be. In any case, that girl would not bully Gu Yan. Besides this, he had another consideration. The siblings were close. Perhaps Gu Yan could make that girl return to the Marquis's residence willingly if he made an appearance. It was not that he desperately wanted to acknowledge that girl, but Madame Yao and Gu Yan both liked her very much. He could only accept her. It was just past noon and there were not many people on the streets. The carriage arrived at Qingchuan village without any obstructions. Recently, there had been a lot of carriages coming to the village and the villagers were already used to it. However, when they saw a young master who was as beautiful as jade light from the carriage, they were still shocked. Gu Yan had a clean and pure temperament, as if he was a piece of refined jade without any impurities. The most handsome person in the village was Xiao Lulang, followed by Gu Dashun. However, there was still a world of difference between the two. The difference between this young man and Xiao Lulang was not big. It could even be said that there was almost no difference. The villagers' eyes were fixed on him. This. Which family's young master is this? Who is he looking for? You think he's looking for you? Of course he's looking for Lulang and Jianyong. The villagers who were fetching water at the entrance of the village began to banter with each other. If it was in the past, such a noble person would definitely come to the Gu family. However, old Master Gu suddenly stopped being the village chief a while ago. Madame Wu said that old Master Gu was old and could no longer take care of the villagers, so she took the initiative to resign. However, there were rumors in the village that they had offended someone and were punished by that person. As for who they had offended, the villagers guessed that it was Xiao Liulang's family. Xiao Lulang had passed the examination to become a government official, and his grades were even better than Gu Dashuan's. The county magistrate thought highly of him, so it was not surprising that he would punish the Gu family for him. Gu Jiao's family had recently been renovating their house. They had built 2 new large brick houses, which had just been completed this morning. Gu Jiao and the craftsmen were currently moving the newly added furniture into the new houses. When they finished moving the last wardrobe, Gu Jiao felt that someone was coming from behind her. The man poked her lightly on the shoulder. With Madame Yao as an example, Gu Jiao was no longer so paranoid. She calmly turned around and saw Gu Yan, who was about to poke her a second time. Gu Yan did not expect her to turn around so quickly and was immediately stunned. That dazed and bewildered appearance was very similar to that of the little puppy in the countryside residence. Gu Jiao chuckled. "You're here?" Gu Yan returned to his senses and smiled, "I came to see you." Gu Jiao looked at his sweaty appearance and could roughly guess how anxious he had been on the way here. She pointed to the chair in the central room. "Sit down, I'll go pour you a cup of tea." Gu Yan sat down on the chair. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to pour him some hot tea. He began to look around the room. Gu Yan, who had lived a life of luxury since childhood, had never been to such a dilapidated residence. Not to mention the Marquis Fu, even the woodshed in the mountain villa was much larger than this place. Gu Yan's initial excitement gradually cooled down, and he felt a great heartache. His heart was truly in pain. The fetters of the twins made his heart ache for Gu Jiao more than anyone else. When Gu Jiao came over with a large bowl of hot tea, Gu Yan suddenly hugged her waist and pressed his head tightly against her stomach. Ever since he was 3 years old, he had never been this intimate with Yashir. But in this moment, his heart was in extreme pain. Gu Jiao was a very observant person when she was on a mission, but she was a bit slow on a normal day. However, there was a person in this world who did not need to guess or think to be able to feel his emotions. This was probably the reaction of the twins. He was feeling heartache for her. Gu Jiao placed the tea bowl on the table and gently patted his head. "I'm very good." Gu Yan buried his face in her body. A tear suddenly fell from the corner of Gu Jiao's eye. Gu Jiao strangely wiped it with her index finger and said to Gu Yan, "Oh? You're crying?" "I'm not." Gu Yan denied in a choked voice. Gu Jiao patted his head and gestured for him to look at the tears on her fingertips. "You're crying." Her eyes were crying with him. So the twins could shed tears for each other. Gu Yan firmly refused to admit that he was crying. After wiping his tears, he raised his head and looked at her as if nothing had happened. "I'm hungry." Gu Jiao said, "I'll go make something for you to eat." Gu Yan asked, "Can I take a look?" He was referring to the residence. Gu Jiao nodded and thought of something. She pointed to her great-aunt's room and said, "Great-aunt is sleeping. Just don't disturb her." Gu Yan wandered around the residence. It was a little far-fetched to call it a residence. It was just a courtyard. After entering, there was a bright and spacious central room. On the two sides were the east room, the west room, and the old lady's small east room. After passing through the central room, there was a backyard. To the north was a kitchen and a woodshed. To the east were 2 new rooms. To the west was a chicken coop and a small vegetable garden in Little Jingkong. "It seems that no one lives in this room." Gu Yan pointed to a room in the east and said. Gu Jiao picked vegetables in the small vegetable garden and said, "That's Xiaxuan's house. It was just built. He's at the academy and will only come back during the holidays." "Is he the younger brother of the Gu family?" Gu Yan asked sourly. Gu Yan had heard about the Gu family and knew that they were not good people. Only Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Jiao had a good relationship. "Yes, that's him." Gu Jiao nodded. "What about this?" Gu Yan pointed to a brand new chicken coop. This chicken coop was much bigger than the doghouse in his yard. Gu Jiao said, "That's the chicken coop in Jingkong. He has a few chickens. He went to school and will only come back at night." Of course, Gu Yan knew about the little monk she brought back from the mountain. Gu Yan only felt a sea of jealousy surging. Just who was her biological brother? Gu Jiao paused and asked him, "Do you want to live here? If you want, you can live in Xiaxuan's." Let him live in Gu Xiaxuan's house. Gu Yan was very angry. He snorted and said with disdain, "I don't want to live here." Gu Jiao said regretfully, "I see. Okay then." Gu Yan pointed coldly to the house next to Gu Xiaxuan's house and asked with a sour face, "Which brother's house is this?" "My biological brother." Gu Jiao said. "Biological brother? Huh. Wait, what did you say? Biological brother?" Gu Yan pointed to himself with uncertainty. "Mine?" She didn't let him live in Gu Xiaxuan's house, but next to Gu Xiaxuan's? "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded, "But don't you, yes, 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 Before Gu Jiao could finish, Gu Yan slipped into his house, slammed the door, and bolted it. No one was allowed to get him out of the house. From now on, he was going to germinate here. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1155136664. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. The two hidden guards were speechless. Was this a golden house or a silver house? Was there a need to be this excited? You're still afraid that someone will fish you out. Look at your legs. Did you forget that you have a congenital heart disease? Did you forget that your own wooden hut is bigger and more luxurious than this small farmhouse? Who was it that complained that the villa's environment was not good, that it was not high-end enough? Humph, double standards. Even though the two secret guards were complaining in their hearts, they couldn't really pull their little master out from inside and take him away. He didn't know what he was doing, but they couldn't help but know for him. They could not hit him, could not move him, could not get angry. This was their family's sick little darling. Hidden guard A, what do we do? Hidden guard B, what can we do? Guard him. Hidden guard A, I'm talking about the villa. Not going back is not a solution. They will send people to look for him. If they looked, they would disturb the young master and young miss. That way, the young master would get angry, and when he got angry, it would be easy for his illness to flare up. The two sighed in unison. How did they end up with such a delicate young master? After some discussion, the two decided that one would stay here, and the other would go to the villa to report. Inside the villa, Marquis Gu was directing the servants to renovate Gu Yan's courtyard. The main thing was to prepare a clean and tidy room for Gu Jiao, build a small flower shed, and put in new and expensive furniture for her. Acknowledging that girl was already an established fact. He could not resist. He had to establish the image of a good father. For Yao Shi. Make the shed wider. Marquis Gu sternly said. The servant said, Marquis, if it's any wider, it will crush the young master's pear tree. Marquis Gu scoffed, he won't say anything even if you chop him up. As long as it was for that girl, Gu Yan wouldn't say a word even if Gu Yan had to tear down her own house. Thinking about how he had accidentally chopped off a pear tree branch and that brat had been angry with him for an entire month, Marquis Gu felt a bit sullen. Huang Zhong pondered, Howie, isn't it too early to repair the house? Would eldest miss really come to stay? What if she doesn't come? Wouldn't you have touched the young master's pear tree for nothing? Marquis Gu chuckled. Don't worry, she will definitely come. The relationship between the siblings is so good, there's no way she would reject Yan. Huang Zhong seemed to understand, but he didn't. He thought for a while and said, what if the young master didn't ask? Marquis Gu glared at him. How could he not ask? Don't you see how much he likes that girl? In the past, I didn't know that she was his sister. Now that I know, how can I not bring her home? As the two of them spoke, Shadow Guard B arrived in front of Marquis Gu. Huang Zhong drew his sword from his waist. Shadow Guard B flashed his token, I am the young master's Shadow Guard, I am here to report to the Marquis. Gu Yan's Shadow Guards were arranged by the old Marquis. When the old Marquis was young, he had trained his own army. Later on, the army was absorbed by the imperial court and some of the soldiers who could no longer fight were left by the old Marquis. These Shadow Guards were their descendants. They were skilled in martial arts and their movements were mysterious. There weren't many of them and Marquis Gu didn't even have one by his side. This was the first time Marquis Gu saw the old Marquis's Shadow Guard. He narrowed his eyes and said, Yan asked you to report? Why? Do I have to make preparations in advance just to bring back a servant girl? Shadow Guardby said. Marquis Gu misunderstood. The young master didn't ask me to come. The young master didn't have time to care about me. I am here to tell you that the young master won't be coming back. What? Who won't be coming back? Marquis Gu suspected that he had heard wrongly. Shadow Guardby also suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He thought for a while and said clearly, your son, Gu Yan. Marquis Gu was stunned. Why won't he be coming back? Shadow Guardby calmly said, he's staying at the young miss house. He paused, worried that he didn't hear clearly, and said word by word, it's your daughter, Gu Jiao. Marquis Gu exploded, I don't need you to say it. I know it's that girl. Shadow Guardby looked at him strangely, it's really strange. When I said the young master, you didn't realize it was your son. When I said the young miss, you realized it was that girl. Aren't you being too biased? Marquis Gu, I can't believe it, do you understand? Shadow Guardby didn't understand. It wasn't taught in the assassin course. Marquis Gu was so angry that his heart hurt. I told you to kidnap that girl back, who told you to be kidnapped by that girl? The news quickly spread to Xiaoxi's side. Xiaoxi had already moved back to Gu Yan's courtyard. Actually, she had woken up not long after Gu Yan left. Sure enough, she still couldn't keep an eye on her son. Xiaoxi helplessly shook her head. She didn't let her son go out not because she was worried that her son's body wouldn't be able to take it. She was also worried that her daughter hadn't fully digested her past, and if her son suddenly went to find her, she would be troubled. When she learned that Gu Yan was staying in her daughter's village, Xiaoxi was relieved. Her daughter was willing to accept Gu Yan, which meant that her daughter didn't feel that she was disturbed. Perhaps she had already accepted her past. But Nurse Fong was a little worried. Madam, the conditions in the village are so bad. The young master is so precious, how can he get used to living here? Nurse Fong was a little headstrong and self-opinionated, but her loyalty to Xiaoxi and Gu Yan wasn't fake. As for Gu Jiao, Nurse Fong still didn't like her. Xiaoxi smiled and said, Jiao Jiao will take good care of him. Nurse Fong said, he's also not used to the food. Xiaoxi warmly said, Jiao Jiao is a doctor. She knows more than us and knows what Yan'er can and can't eat. Moreover, as long as she makes it, Yan'er won't dislike it. Nurse Fong disagreed, she's just a little medicine boy who happened to treat Madam's illness twice. It doesn't mean that her medical skills are good. Xiaoxi held Nurse Fong's hand and said gently and solemnly, Nurse, you still don't understand Jiao Jiao. Once you understand her, you will also like her. Nurse Fong secretly shook her head. As servants, how could they talk about liking or not liking their masters? Since she was the madam's daughter, she would also treat her as her own little master in the future. If she had offended her in the past, she would apologize to her in the future. However, that child's heart was too cold. She was afraid that the madam wouldn't be able to warm it up. When Marquis Gu came to find Xiaoxi, she was packing things. Marquis Gu asked doubtfully, what are you doing? Xiaoxi said, packing a few sets of clothes for Yan'er and sending them over. Her tone could be considered gentle. She still didn't know that Marquis Gu had injured Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wasn't someone who liked to complain. Even if she did, she wouldn't reveal the grudge between her and Marquis Gu to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi had severe hysteria and depression. As a doctor, Gu Jiao would do her best to avoid provoking her. Xiaoxi was in a good mood after finding her daughter. Even her attitude towards Marquis Gu was much better. Marquis Gu's heart was comforted, but when he realized the meaning of these words, he wasn't too happy. You want to send clothes to Yan'er? Do you really plan on letting Yan'er live there? Can't I? Xiaoxi asked back. Marquis Gu wanted to say something but stopped. It wasn't easy for Xiaoxi to stop giving him attitude. If he didn't know how to behave, Xiaoxi would ignore him again. He smiled and said, you can, but I'm worried that Yan'er won't be used to living without you. That's true. Xiaoxi nodded. Marquis Gu's heart was filled with joy. Unexpectedly, he heard Xiaoxi say, how about I also move over? Marquis Gu. Stop, how could you move over? Forget it, I shouldn't be in such a rush. I'll scare her. Last time, Xiaoxi had felt her daughter's rejection might not be the right word. Either way, her daughter did not seem to have any intentions of accepting her. Marquis Gu let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could completely relax, he heard Xianxia say, "How about I still go and ask her?" Marquis Gu shook his head like a rattle. Suddenly, Marquis Gu had an idea. Grabbing the portrait on the table, he said to Xianxia, "Aya, she suffered for so many years before we appeared. She definitely won't accept us so easily. If we go like this, we'll scare her. Let Yan'er persuade her for a few days first. If you truly miss her, just look at her portrait more often." You saying it like this seems to make a bit of sense. Xianxia truly did miss her daughter. The portrait was placed on the table. Looking at it day and night, she could never get enough of it. Xiaoxia's gaze fell on her daughter's portrait, and her expression became gentle. "Marquis," Xiaoxia suddenly spoke, "what do you think is going on with the red spots on Jiajia's face? Is she sick?" She had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but in the past, she and Gu Jiao had been strangers, so she did not ask. Later on, although they were reunited, she did not have the chance to ask. Marquis Gu said, "She's not sick. That family said that she was born with it. She had it when she came back from the temple. It was not this obvious when she was young. The older she got, the more the birthmark spread." "That's not right." Xiaoxia frowned and shook her head. "I saw her when she was born. She was no different from a normal baby. If she really had a birthmark, I would have remembered it." Marquis Gu glared. "You couldn't have made a mistake again, right? Could it be that the girl was not his and Xiaoxia's flesh and blood? Jiao is my daughter. I am certain of it, but I do not understand why her face became like this." The midwife had passed away, and the servants had retired. For a while, they did not know where to find the person from that night. Xiaoxia pondered for a while, and a thought flashed through her mind, "That's not right. There was another person who saw Jiao." "Who?" "The abbot." The two immediately set out for the temple. After hearing the reason for their visit, the abbot did not feel very well. "What are the two benefactors saying?" "You were mistaken? The girl with the birthmark is the Marquis Fu's daughter?" Yaosher's warm voice carried a trace of urgency. "That's right. The abbot should have seen her. She came to the temple to find you twice. If the abbot could not guess who that person was, then it would not make sense. Could it be that the faintly discernible memory was not a drunken dream? Could it be that his hand had trembled and he had placed a large lump of chastity sand on the child's face? Sin. The abbot blushed with shame as he explained the matter. The daughters of large families in Zhao would all have their midwives place chastity sand on them when they were born. Yaosher's servant had told the midwife that Shi had done this. But no one in the countryside would do this. The midwife did not have the skill, and she could not say that she did not know how to do it. She was afraid that she would not be able to get the money, so she went to find the abbot. If the abbot was sober, he would not have agreed. But he had been tricked by his unruly Shidi into drinking a mouthful of pear blossom wine. That mouthful had made him drunk. He said that he had never placed chastity sand on them. The midwife said, "But you have placed chastity on the monks in the temple. Isn't that about the same?" The drunken abbot felt that the midwife's words were very reasonable, thus he went. Thus his hand trembled. After that, he seemed to have wanted to find his Shidi, but he fell to the ground and fell asleep on the way. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, the first thing he did was to find Yaosher to apologize. In the end, he saw Yaosher holding a white and tender baby girl. The baby girl's face was white and clean. Where was the slightest trace of chastity sand? The midwife also went down the mountain and they did not meet again. This poor monk always thought that it was a dream. Marquis Gu asked, "Then what about Susher? Did she not notice that there was something on the child's face?" The abbot said, "Benefactor Su fell into a coma after giving birth and only woke up the next day. This poor monk dares to guess that when she saw the child had already been swapped. It was because Susher was in a coma and could not take care of the child that the midwife placed the 2 children in the same room. Gu Jiao was born first, and Gu Jingyu was born 2 to 4 hours later. The child used swaddling clothes from Yaosher's side, so at first glance, it was easy to confuse. The midwife had also been present, but she had to go to the latrine because of a stomachache. When she returned, the chastity sand had already been placed. Although they could not ask the midwife for confirmation, it was not difficult for Xianxia and the Marquis to guess what had happened. The child's chastity sand had been placed on the child's face. The midwife knew that something big had happened and found an excuse to leave the mountain that very night. When the servants of the Marquis Manor came to pick up the child, they saw a red birthmark on Gu Jiao's face. The young Miss Face did not have anything. They naturally thought that she was Susher's child. After that, the baby girl did not have chastity sand on her arm. Xianxia thought that it had fallen off because she had not placed it properly. After returning to the capital, she found someone to place it on Gu Jinyu. That should be the entire story. After the husband and wife left, the abbot was unable to calm down for a long time. With a cold expression, he went to his junior brother's courtyard and found a certain monk who was lying under a tree and basking in the sun without a care for his image. He angrily told him about the mistake. "Do you know that you caused me to make a big mistake?" The monk took off the sutra covering his face, revealing a handsome face that was both enchanting and charming. Under the sunlight, a pair of peach blossom eyes sparkled like a pool of spring water. On the stone bench next to his hand, there was a silver mask with the top half of his face. There were not many people who had seen his true appearance. The senior brother of the abbot was one, and the little girl in the forest that day was another. He innocently spread his hands and said with a smile, "How can you blame me? I didn't know that the wine I brewed for the first time would have such a strong after effect." The abbot's anger was not light. "You're still denying it. You lied to me and said it wasn't wine." He sighed and said, "How old was I at the time? I was still a child." "Senior brother, you were fooled by a child. Isn't it because you weren't smart enough? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. I really wasn't sure if I had successfully brewed the wine. I was a child and couldn't drink, so I could only ask senior brother to try it first." The abbot was furious. "Are you asking me to try the wine or the poison?" The monk said innocently, "Cough, senior brother, don't expose me. Save me some face." The abbot was about to die of anger. Also, who would call himself a child at the age of 12? "Jing Kong is like you, that's why they can torment people so much." At the mention of Jing Kong, the monk was silent for a few seconds, as if he couldn't refute the fact that little Jing Kong was especially tormenting people. In fact, this junior brother was a genius since he was young. He always liked to tinker with some strange little inventions. No one taught him, he would go down the mountain to look and then tinker with them himself when he came back. Wine was not the scariest thing. Once, he mixed insect repellent powder, which turned into arsenic and poisoned all the monks in the temple. He almost died himself. The abbot asked him more than once, "How did you grow up to this age?" The monk curled his lips into a smile. "All right, I tricked senior brother abbot once, but you also sold my disciple, so we're even." The abbot said, "Aren't you happier than anyone that Jing Kong is gone? How can we be even?" He spread his hands and sighed faintly. "Senior brother, didn't you say you would save me some face? How can I be that happy? I'm just a little bit happy, the rest is sadness." The abbot coldly glanced at him. "Oh, is that so? Then this old monk will go and bring Jing Kong back." He jumped up like a carp and stood up. "Aya, please don't." After Xianxia went down the mountain, she had a carriage go to Qingchuan village to deliver things to the two children. There were clothes for Gu Yan and clothes that Xianxia had chosen for Gu Jiao. Gu Yan thought that they were here to bring him back to the manor, so he refused to come out of the room. Xianxia had no choice but to give all the clothes to Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong went to school, so no one stopped Marquis Gu, but he was blocked at the door by a few chickens. A few chirping chickens jumped on the doorstep and lined up in a row, forming a formation. The chickens stared at him like tigers watching their prey, pecking at him as soon as he got close. Marquis Gu wanted to kick them away, but as soon as he lifted his foot, the chickens began to chirp. Xianxia looked at him. He withdrew his foot, straightened his body, and smiled. "Marquis Gu, in my lifetime, this marquis actually lost to a few chickens." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/11550940. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. That's not right. Other people's chickens all chirped, so why were these chickens all chirping? The saddest thing in the world was that the chickens could speak the language of birds, but he still did not know the Turkic language. Xianxia found that her daughter's residence had been renovated. The roof tiles had been replaced with new ones, and the backyard had been fenced in. There were 2 more rooms built. Jiao Jiao. Xianxia said to her daughter, who was pouring water into the pot, "Can I also stay here for a few days?" After Gu Jiao finished pouring the water, she placed the wooden bucket to the side and looked at Xianxia with a bit of confusion. Xianxia quickly said, "I can help you with the work." Although Xianxia was born in a large family, her family had declined from a young age. She had not developed a spoiled personality. Of course, if she wanted to do farm work in the countryside, it would be too far-fetched, but if her daughter could endure such hardships, why couldn't she as her mother do the same? No need. I can do it myself. Gu Jiao refused. A trace of disappointment flashed through Xiaoxi's eyes. She understood that her daughter was not refusing to do the work, but rather her. Then. I can cook. My cooking skills are very good. Didn't you say last time that my desserts were delicious? I will make them for you every day. No need. Gu Jiao said. Then what about washing the clothes? Look at how many people there are in the family. How can you handle it all by yourself? Gu Jiao paused and looked at Xiaoxia. She did not say anything and just stared at her. Xiaoxia suddenly understood. It was not that her daughter did not need her to work, but she did not need her to live here. It was not that she had not guessed this result, but she did not give up. In the end, she had been too anxious. Xiaoxia suppressed the bitterness in her heart and smiled as if nothing had happened. Then I will leave Yan'er to you. It's not early anymore. You should go do your work. I will also be going back. After saying this, she smiled and turned around. Her expression and tone of voice were impeccable, but her uncontrollable trembling body betrayed her sadness. Gu Jiao looked at her back and said, "It's not your fault." Xiaoxia stopped in her tracks. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment. She was not good with words when it came to expressing her emotions. It's mine. With her saying it like this, she did not know if Xiaoxia would be able to understand. She once had terrible parents, which made her reject all parents in the world. After growing up, she had her own life. She thought that she did not care anymore, but Xiaoxia's appearance made her realize that the hole in her heart had never healed. She could accept Xiao Lulang, little Jing Kong, and her great-aunt and Gu Yan because they would not become her parents. But she could not say these words to Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. In the past, she had believed that her daughter did not accept her because she could not forget Gu Sanlang and his wife. Now, she was not so sure. Something must have happened to her daughter, but since her daughter was not willing to talk about it, she could not bear to ask. Xiaoxia reluctantly got into the carriage to return to the villa. Gu Jiao continued to light the fire to cook. The rice steamed slowly. She did not know if it was Xiaoxia's arrival that made her remember something she did not want to remember. She thought of herself when she was 2 years old. At that time, she was wearing thin pajamas and holding a doll as she stood barefoot in the cold winter night. She was forced out of bed and was not even given a pair of shoes to wear. Her parents had a fierce argument over a very small matter, but the argument had gotten out of hand. In the end, the argument had landed on her head. She was pushed around and fell a few times. Her hand was broken. At first, the man who called her father left in a fit of anger. Later, the woman who called her mother also left. She was abandoned in the crowded square. She watched as one giant after another walked past her. She felt like a tiny ant. Mother, Wuwa, mother, she was frightened. She burst into tears. But the woman who called her mother did not come back. The man who called her father also did not appear. The rice was not ready so quickly. Gu Jiao first gave Gu Yan 2 sunny-side-up eggs. Gu Jiao went to his room to call him. Did the two of them leave? Gu Yan pricked up his ears to ask. They left. Gu Jiao said. Only then did Gu Yan open the door. However, he did not open it completely. He only opened a small crack and stuck his head out to look around. After confirming that his father and mother were not around, he confidently walked out. The matriarch woke up. Gu Jiao also cooked a bowl for her and then told her about Gu Yan's stay. The matriarch looked at the delicate young man in front of her. She did not know why, but she felt like she had seen him somewhere before. That's right, the emperor really liked the twins in Marquis Xianping's foo. He had consort Xu bring the twins to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, so the matriarch had indeed seen little Gu Yan before. However, the matriarch did not like children. She casually gave them some gifts and dismissed them. Now, she could not even remember this. Little Gu Yan was still young at that time and did not remember what the Empress Dowager looked like. Thus, when the two of them sat across from each other, neither of them recognized the other. The matriarch looked at the bowl of sugar water in her own bowl, then looked at Gu Yan's bowl. She smacked her lips, I'll exchange with you. The matriarch wanted to avoid certain foods. Gu Jiao's bowl of sugar water was not sweet enough. Gu Yan's bowl was sweet. Gu Yan did not know the truth, so he generously exchanged with her. After the exchange with Gu Yan, the matriarch ate the sugar water egg of her dreams. Oh, it was so delicious that she wanted to cry. Before Gu Yan came to the house, the matriarch liked Gu Xiaoshan the most. This was because Gu Xiaoshan was the easiest to trick. She could help her save a few candied fruits at any time. As for Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong, one was too smart and the other too principled. The matriarch could not trick them. Gu Yan's battle prowess was obviously stronger than silly Gu. The first day he came, he made the matriarch eat the sugar water egg. For the sake of her sugar water egg business, the matriarch decided that she would protect this young man. After Madame Yao and Marquis Gu went down the mountain, they kept feeling that something was wrong. However, they kept thinking about going to see Gu Jiao and did not realize it. It was only when they returned to the villa and took out Gu Jiao's portrait that Madame Yao's mind buzzed. Marquis. She stared blankly at the birthmark on her daughter's face in the portrait. What's wrong? Marquis Gu came over to look with her, but he did not see anything. Madame Yao said worriedly, the abbot said that Jiao Jiao's birthmark is the mark of virginity, but Jiao Jiao is married. Why did they? Could it be that they are not on good terms? Madame Yao was really complaining about the Gu family now, they married Jiao Jiao off so early. If she was in the Marquis household, I would definitely keep her for a few more years. In the country of Zhao, women became of marriageable age at the age of 15. Women from wealthy families usually only began to choose their husbands after they became of marriageable age. Marquis Gu did not have Madame Yao's worries. After all, he did not intend to acknowledge this marriage from the start. A poor scholar was not worthy of his daughter. When he returned, he would give that poor boy some money to send him away. When he went to the capital, who would know that the girl had married before? When the time comes, I'll just find her a good man of equal social status. Although that girl's character and appearance were far from Jinyu's, she was still the daughter of the Marquis household. She would not be unable to marry. On the other side, Xiao Lulang, who did not know that he would be sent away by his father-in-law with a sum of money, had just finished school and was about to go to the nearby school to pick up little Jing Kong. But he had only taken a few steps when he was blocked by a carriage. This was not an ordinary carriage. The wheels were different from those seen on the streets. They were bigger, taller, and sturdier. The body of the carriage was made of high-quality yellow pear wood. The silk on the canopy was bright and vibrant. There were also 8 large luminous pearls inlaid. Each pearl was worth 100 taels of gold. The coachman was a black-clothed man wearing a bamboo hat. His arms were thick, his figure was tall, and his aura was strong. The horse was also very powerful. It was a completely black Mongolian horse, as if it had experienced the slaughter of the battlefield. Its entire body exuded a murderous aura, scaring the nearby carriages so much that none of the horses dared to approach it. A scholarly man walked down from the carriage. He was about the same age as the second master of the Rejuvenation Hall, but his aura was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. From time to time, people around looked over. The man did not seem to care at all. He walked in front of Xiao Lulang and carefully looked at Xiao Lulang. He smiled and said, "Are you Xiao Lulang?" Xiao Lulang looked vigilant. "Who are you?" The man raised his hand and smiled gently. "Don't be afraid. My surname is Lu. My master asked me to come and find you." After he finished speaking, he took out a token from his waist and said to Xiao Lulang, "Do you recognize this token?" Private school. The students of Meng Shui class were dismissed from school. The teachers and the students all heaved a sigh of relief. The students carried their school bags and ran out of the classroom with pale faces, as if there was a ferocious beast chasing after them. But the teacher could not leave because little Jing Kong did not leave. The teacher took the 108th deep breath of the day. If his son was not a student of the Tianxiang Academy, he would have expelled this annoying little guy 100 times. Although little Jing Kong was always chattering at home, he was actually very quiet in class. However, he didn't make a sound, but once he did, he would take the lives of the teachers. Little Jing Kong had a strong background. His brother-in-law was the direct disciple that Dean Li had unilaterally announced. Driving him out was equivalent to Dean Li making things difficult for his son. But the teacher's eyes hurt when he looked at him. Little Jing Kong held the 3-character classic with both hands. He pretended to be chanting, but glanced outside from time to time. "Jing Kong, is your brother-in-law not here yet?" the teacher in the lecture asked. "Yes." Little Jing Kong responded in a low voice. The teacher said, "Do you want me to take you to the entrance?" Little Jing Kong snorted. "He doesn't care if he comes or not. I don't want to see him." That being said, the number of times he glanced outside with his small eyes had obviously increased. "Bad brother-in-law doesn't want me anymore, does he? Just like those families who had promised to adopt me but abandoned me in the end." Jing Kong. The teacher came to him and patted him on the shoulder. "Your brother-in-law is here. It's finally here. It's finally here. Master's nightmare for a day is over." "Really?" Little Jing Kong stood up and quickly realized that he had overreacted. He quickly adjusted himself and put on a calm expression. He packed up his things and said goodbye to the teacher. Then he went to meet Xiao Lulang outside the private school. "You are late today." After getting on the ox cart, little Jing Kong said to Xiao Lulang with dissatisfaction, "Did you not study hard again and got asked to stay by teacher Zhang?" Xiao Lulang glanced at him in surprise. "You know that my teacher's surname is Zhang? Xiao Shun told me." Little Jing Kong thought to himself, "I know a lot of things. Not only do I know that your teacher's surname is Zhang, but I also know that Gu Dashuan's teacher's surname is Chen and your dean's surname is Li." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "You haven't answered my question. Were you asked to stay by the teacher? Don't be arrogant and complacent just because you are a scholar. Don't forget that you are still a student in Class B." Well, he even knew about Class B now. Xiao Lulang looked at him with anger and amusement. "Why are you so talkative?" Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips. "You are the one who is late, but you don't allow me to say anything. You adults are so unreasonable." Xiao Lulang said, "Do you mean that you are reasonable?" Little Jing Kong crossed his arms. "Of course I am." Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, "Then who was the one who talked back to the teacher in class and embarrassed him?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, "That's because he was wrong. I was correcting him." Xiao Lulang laughed and said, "Then who was the one who skipped class in the middle of class?" Little Jing Kong said sternly, "He wanted to hit me. I didn't do anything wrong." He is not allowed to punish a child who is not in the wrong. The teacher had a ruler, and he would hit a disobedient child twice in the palm of his hand. Little Jing Kong questioned the teacher in class and argued with him until his face turned red. The teacher was so angry that he took the ruler and wanted to punish him. In the end, he carried his school bag and ran away from the private school. Xiao Lulang said calmly, since you think you are reasonable, why don't we bring this matter to Jiao Jiao and let her be the judge? Little Jing Kong did not say anything. Although he firmly believed that he was on the side of justice, at the same time, he instinctively felt that Jiao Jiao would not agree with his way of doing things. Xiao Lulang laughed and said, why are you not saying anything? Are you afraid that you are not reasonable, or are you afraid that Jiao Jiao is not reasonable? Little Jing Kong said righteously, of course Jiao Jiao is reasonable. I am also right. However, if they are not convinced by Jiao Jiao's reason and my reason, it is a matter of reason, not a problem between me and Jiao Jiao. Xiao Lulang, I don't know you very well, but I was almost confused by you. The two of them arrived at the village while arguing. The two of them got off the ox cart and walked towards their house. As soon as they entered the house, they found that there was another person in the house. This person was dressed neatly and looked good. At first glance, they could tell that he was not a villager. Who are you? Little Jing Kong tilted his head and asked. I am Jiao Jiao's younger brother, Gu Yan emphasized, biological younger brother. Little Jing Kong's small body swayed. No matter how much he thought about it, he forgot that Jiao Jiao had a biological younger brother. Didn't this mean that his position was higher than Gu Xiaoshuan's? Little Jing Kong could not help but feel a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Xiao Lulang was not afraid of making things worse. He patted the little monk's head with a faint smile and said, who is Jiao Jiao's most beloved younger brother? Little Jing Kong decisively removed the evil claws of his bad brother-in-law. He secretly warned himself not to panic. So what if he was his biological younger brother? He came first. Moreover, he had his own advantages, didn't he? First of all, he was small, cute, and adorable. Coincidentally, Xianxia brought a few roasted sweet potatoes over at this time. She also noticed that there was an additional beautiful young man in the house. Compared to her previous self, Xianxia was calmer now. After all, this family was strange. They acted as if nothing had happened to the daughter of the Marquis mansion. Even if the Empress Dowager appeared, she would not be surprised. Gu Yan looked at her for a while and took the initiative to greet her. You are Sister Xue from next door, right? I heard my sister mention you before. I am Gu Yan, Jiao Jiao's biological younger brother. His voice was as clean as his temperament. His tone was very gentle, and he was smiling wholeheartedly, revealing a trace of innocence and brilliance unique to a young man. Xianxia was completely stunned by his cuteness. Little Jing Kong's small fists pounded his small chest angrily. He is already so old, but he is still acting cute. He is even better than me. Shameless. The secret guards on the roof could not bear to watch anymore. How could he be so shameless? Didn't he know what the Marquis mansion was like? Could he be a green tea just because he was painted green? Little Jing Kong held his breath, and even his dinner was not delicious. After taking a bath, Little Jing Kong suddenly thought of a great advantage. He was a monk, and a monk knew how to chant scriptures. He could go and chant scriptures for Jiao Jiao. Master said that he was the best little monk in the world at chanting scriptures. Jiao Jiao would definitely like to listen to him chanting scriptures. Little Jing Kong took out his small wooden fish from the small box, put on the wooden fish, hung the prayer beads, and valiantly went to find Gu Jiao. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the backyard, he heard a mellow and melodious sound of a flute. The sound of the flute sounded like weeping and complaining. Even little Jing Kong, who did not understand music, could hear a faint trace of sadness. Little Jing Kong covered his little mouth. After the song ended, little Jing Kong's eyes were filled with tears. Sob, 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 this was the best song in the world. It was better than a monk chanting scriptures 100 times, no, 1,000 times. In the second round, little Jing Kong lost again. However, little Jing Kong did not give up. He still had one last trump card, and that was, he knew how to raise chickens. He was the super little Jing Kong who could raise 7 chickens. He did not believe that Gu Yan was better than him. Little young master, I brought your dog here. Shadow Guard handed the little puppy that he had brought from the villa to Gu Yan's arms. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Gu Yan and Gu Jiao played with the little puppy in the backyard. Little Jing Kong lived in the mountains all year round. There were no dogs in the mountains. He had only seen a few when he came to the village, but those were all fierce big yellow dogs. unlike the soft and cute little puppy in front of him. Woof! Little Jing Kong staggered. It could even bark. Gu Jiao threw a small bone into the vegetable garden. The little puppy ran over and picked up the bone, then put it in front of Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong already felt that it was difficult to raise chickens. He did not expect Gu Yan to know how to raise dogs. How did he manage to do such a difficult thing? Little Jing Kong's logic was that in all things, the small ones were easy to raise, but the big ones were not. For example, he was easy to raise, as long as he was full. But his brother-in-law was not. He had to worry about his exams and walking every day. It's too difficult for me. Little Jing Kong finally turned into a little salted fish, stranded on the bed in the west room without a soul. When Xiao Lulang finished cleaning up the woodshed and went back to the west room, little Jing Kong was already snoring with his limbs in the air. Xiao Lulang covered him with a quilt, then put his little wooden fish, little Buddhist beads, and little Buddhist scriptures back into his box one by one. After doing that, he went to the central room. Gu Jiao had just entered the central room. When she saw him, she asked softly, "Are you asleep?" Xiao Lulang nodded and said softly, "Yes, I'm asleep." "Where's Gu Yan?" Gu Jiao said, "He's asleep too." The two of them sat on the chair and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It felt a bit like a pair of parents asking, "Is little Bao asleep?" "Yes, what about De Bao?" "De Bao is asleep too." Then, as parents, they could finally start doing their own things. Gu Jiao said to him, "Go for rehabilitation." There was a cobblestone path in the backyard for him to do rehabilitation. Even if she knew that it was caused by a knot in his heart, she could not give up any effort. Xiao Lulang said self-deprecatingly, "I can't walk even if I practice." Gu Jiao pointed at his legs and said seriously, "At least the muscles won't degenerate. If you want to walk one day, they can support your dream and take you anywhere." Xiao Liulang's heart was touched. But the next second, he laughed at himself again. Dream? He had no dream. But her sentence, "if you want to walk," sounded ordinary, but it seemed to have another meaning. Did she mean let him walk or let him walk? Xiao Lulang looked at her quietly. Gu Jiao did not explain further. She smiled and said, "Let's go." She took his crutches and helped him to the backyard. It was late at night, and the whole village fell asleep. The moonlight was quiet. She held his arm and walked step by step on the cobblestone path in the backyard. The path looked very long, but they accidentally reached the end. She wondered if it would be the same between him and her. The next day, Xiao Lulang woke up early to go to the academy. The private school in Little Jing Kong was closed today, so Gu Jiao accompanied him to the ox cart. It was still early. It was rare that Little Jing Kong did not have to go to school, so Gu Jiao thought that he would sleep early. Who knew that he would wake up right after Xiao Lulang left? He first went to the backyard to practice the horse stance for a while, then practiced the skyward stirrup for a while. He raised his feet above his head and asked Gu Jiao to put a bowl of water on his feet. The little monk looked serious and cute when he practiced. When he finished practicing, Gu Jiao had just cleaned up the kitchen and was about to go up the mountain to pick some mushrooms. It was rare that Gu Yan was still sleeping, so the little monk could have the Jiao Jiao all to himself. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity and asked to go up the mountain with Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao agreed. The two of them carried their own small basket. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a carriage parked in front of their house. A kind-looking young man walked down from the carriage. He saluted Gu Jiao and said with a smile, "Is this Xiao Liulang's house?" "Who are you?" Gu Jiao asked. The young man said with a pleasant expression, "Are you Mrs. Xiao? My housekeeper asked me to invite Mrs. Xiao to town for a chat." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/115482732. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. In order to prove his identity, the young man took out a token of his mansion. It was not a bronze token, but an iron token engraved with lines. Gu Jiao had not been here for a long time. Usually, she was in contact with the villagers in the village and had little contact with the big families. However, she also knew that such tokens were strictly controlled in the Zhao kingdom. Ordinary wealthy families could only use wooden plates, and above that were fish bone plates. Only officials could use iron plates. However, the iron tokens of officials had the emblem of the Zhao kingdom on the back, but this iron token obviously did not. So, there was only one possibility. Although the other party was not an official, his background might be even more powerful than an official. Jiao Jiao? Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao with confusion. He was still young and did not understand what was going on. Gu Jiao touched his little head and said to the young man, "Okay, I'll go with you." Then she said to little Jing Kong, "Let's go find Grandaunt." "No, no." Little Jing Kong shook his head like a rattledrum. These days, he had been going to school every day and had no time to play with Jiao Jiao. He finally had a day off, and he wanted to be Jiao Jiao's little tail. Gu Jiao looked at his big black eyes full of expectation and finally did not refuse. "Okay." The young man smiled and made a gesture, "Please." Gu Jiao went next door to tell Xianxia and asked her to take care of the house. Then she and little Jing Kong sat in the carriage prepared by the young man. The young man himself rode the horse and followed them. The carriage soon arrived at the only tea house in the town. The owner of this tea house was from the provincial capital. It was said that he had a powerful background. Usually, people who visited the tea house were famous people in the town. However, the tea house was empty today. It seemed that it had been booked. The other party was really generous. Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong were led into an elegant and unique room by the young man. The young man ordered the servants to serve tea and snacks. He seemed to be very attentive to Gu Jiao. If it were a normal person, they would have been smug, but Gu Jiao was very calm. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. There must be a demon behind this abnormal situation. With her current status, she could not afford to be served like this. The young man said, "Madam Xiao, please wait for a moment. I will go and ask Steward Zhou to come over." Gu Jiao nodded. The young man's politeness to her was actually superficial. Gu Jiao could feel the contempt in his bones. However, Gu Jiao did not force him. Some people went blind at a young age. It was his loss, not hers. The young man really didn't think much of a village woman, especially when Gu Jiao was so ugly. He was even more disdainful of her. However, the steward had told him that he must be very polite to Madame Xiaotsai and must not show any disrespect. The young man turned to ask his steward. Steward Zhou came quickly. After all, he was a steward. He was much better than the young man in terms of facial expression. At least, the smile on his face looked very sincere. Little Jing Kong took a plate of snacks from the table and handed it to little Jing Kong. "Go and play in the yard for a while. I have something to talk to someone." "Okay." Little Jing Kong jumped down from the wooden stool, took the plate of snacks, and went out quietly. The window was open. Gu Jiao could see the whole yard from where she was sitting. Little Jing Kong found a small stone stool and sat down. He swung his short legs while eating. He probably noticed that Gu Jiao was looking at him. He turned his head and smiled sweetly at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao also smiled. He was so happy that he flew up and continued to eat the snacks. Steward Zhou patiently waited for them to finish their interaction. Then he stepped forward and bowed to Gu Jiao. "Nice to meet you, Madam Xiao." Gu Jiao didn't get up to salute him. She wasn't flattered. She just nodded calmly. Steward Zhou was a little surprised. He sized Gu Jiao up from head to toe. It was as if she was just an ordinary village girl in terms of clothes and appearance. In fact, because of her appearance, she should feel even more inferior and embarrassed than ordinary women. However, she didn't feel that way. Instead, she gave people an illusion that she was unattainable. Steward Zhou calmed down and said to Gu Jiao, "Madam Xiao, I'm from the Lin family in the provincial capital. Have you heard of the Lin family?" "No." Gu Jiao said concisely. Steward Zhou was surprised. Was this girl a local? How come she hadn't heard of the Lin family? The Lin family was the local tyrant in Yuzhou. Even the prefecture overseer had to give the Lin family some face. The Lin family was originally in the salt transportation business. In the early days, they sold illegal salt and established their own salt gang. The imperial court sent an army to attack the salt gang. In the end, both sides suffered losses. Later, the imperial court adopted a policy of enlistment and incorporated the salt gang. Although they were incorporated, the salt gang was still managed by the Lin family. It was just that the silver earned from the salt transportation was equally divided with the imperial court. Moreover, the salt gang was no longer allowed to oppress the common people and rob them of their wealth. When necessary, they had to assist the imperial court in eliminating water bandits. Steward Zhou gave a general explanation of the Lin family's background. Then he began to wait. Gu Jiao was shocked. In the end, Gu Jiao was still very calm. Was this girl stupid? It's good that she was stupid. Steward Zhou smiled and said to Gu Jiao, "I came to Clear Spring Town this time because of your reputation. Little brother Xiao hasn't congratulated Madam Xiao on passing the exam. This is a congratulatory gift. I hope Madam Xiao will kindly accept it." As he spoke, he gave a look to the servant outside the room. A maidservant came in with a heavy box. After putting the box on the table, Steward Zhou waved his hand and let the maidservant withdraw. Steward Zhou opened the box, revealing the shining silver inside. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the silver ingots. She asked indifferently, "Steward Zhou, if you have something to say it directly." A country person seeing so much silver was unexpectedly so calm. Steward Zhou became more and more suspicious of this Madam Xiao. However, he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Madam Xiao is really a straightforward person. To tell you the truth, little brother Xiao took the first place in both the county and capital examinations. His results are outstanding. After my family's master read his essay, he very much admires little brother Xiao's talent. He wants to invite little brother Xiao to the provincial capital's Lin family as a guest." Gu Jiao didn't hurry to respond. Steward Zhou continued, "My family's master sincerely wants to make friends with little brother Xiao. He also asks Madam Xiao to make things convenient." Gu Jiao said indifferently, "Why don't you go directly to him? Or did you say you went to him, but he refused?" Steward Zhou choked. Gu Jiao said, "It seems like he refused." After saying this, Gu Jiao stood up and left. Steward Zhou was stunned. So direct and efficient? She didn't even give him a chance to bargain? Was she still a woman? No, was she still a person? Steward Zhou hurriedly called out to her, "Madam Xiao. Madam Xiao, please wait. Do you think I'm not sincere enough? These are only congratulatory gifts. Everything can be discussed." Gu Jiao still didn't move. Steward Zhou caught up with her and said with a head full of sweat, "Seeing that the provincial examination is only a few days away, little brother Xiao will go to the provincial capital. Why don't you stay in the provincial capital first? Our Lin family will take care of everything for little brother Xiao." The date of the provincial examination was indeed close. Gu Jiao paused and turned around to look at him. Then what does he need to do? Pack up his things, move in, and leave after the examination? Steward Zhou was almost choked by Gu Jiao's straightforwardness. "It's like this. My family's young master is also about to take the provincial examination. I'd like to ask little brother Xiao to give some pointers to my family's young master during his short stay." Gu Jiao said, "Oh, so it's to be a teacher. But since he already refused." No. He didn't refuse." Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Steward Zhou said embarrassedly, "To be exact, he didn't refuse my request. Originally, when Steward Zhou went to Tianxiang Academy to find Xiao Lulang, He said that as long as Xiao Luleng guaranteed that the Lin family's young master could pass the provincial examination, their master would reward little brother Xiao with 2,000 taels of silver. Although he knew that provincial officials were very valuable in ancient times, he didn't expect it to be this valuable. Wasn't it better to be a rich second generation that ate and drank for free? Did he have to break his head to take the provincial examination? This had always been the Lin family's sore point. To put it nicely, the Lin family came from the salt gang. To put it bluntly, they were salt merchants. They had once been in cahoots with pirates and snakes. The Lin family was so poor that they only had money left. Why did the imperial court recruit the Lin family? Wasn't it because the Lin family's descendants were useless and would decline in 2 or 3 generations? At that time, the salt gang would completely fall into the hands of the imperial court. It wasn't that the Lin family didn't expect the family's crisis. It was just that they looked brave at that time, but in reality, they didn't have the strength to fight against the imperial court. Even if they fought with their backs to the river, at most they would kill a few thousand of the imperial court's soldiers. However, the Lin family wouldn't have a single person left alive. Being recruited would at least give the Lin family several decades of stability. The Lin family hoped that their descendants would have some prospects and be able to support the Lin family in the future. As a matter of fact, after the Lin family had produced more than a dozen good-for-nothings, they finally had a 6th son who passed the county-level examination. The 6th young master was born from a concubine, but he was diligent and studious. Master Lin and Madam Lin both valued him highly. The entire Lin family treated the 6th young master as a treasure. In order to nurture him, the Lin family had spent a lot of money. Xiao Luleng was recommended by a teacher in the Lin family. The Lin family's master was a boorish man. How could he know anything about 8-legged riding? However, he trusted the teacher from the capital. The teacher said that Xiao Luleng's literary talent was better than any other teacher in the Lin family. With him teaching the 6th young master, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/115477863. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Steward Joe said, I thought about it last night and felt that the request I made to little brother Xiao was too much. As the saying goes, the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. Whether my master can pass the provincial level examination or not depends on his own luck. However, we sincerely want to ask little brother Xiao for advice. My master said that as long as little brother Xiao is willing to go to the provincial capital, everything else is negotiable. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, in other words, it's not our fault if he doesn't pass the examination? Steward Zhou hurriedly said, not bad, not bad. Gu Jiao said, money? Steward Zhou said, give it to him. Give it to him when he goes to the provincial capital. I won't go back on my words. Gu Jiao said, you can go and talk to my husband directly. Steward Zhou said helplessly, why didn't I go? But little brother Xiao doesn't want to talk to us anymore. I hope Lady Xiao can do me a favor and take this money first. It's all yours whether he passes the examination or not. Gu Jiao took the brocade box from him and said coldly, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. I just want to ask for your help. Steward Zhou, can you not say greedy for money in such a fresh and refined way? Steward Zhou thanked her profusely. Gu Jiao repeatedly emphasized that she was just a messenger and not a lobbyist. Steward Zhou smiled and said, of course. Of course. Gu Jiao took the money and little Jing Kong back to the village. She counted the money. It was a total of 500 taels. This messenger fee was really not small. After Xiao Lulang finished school that night, Gu Jiao told him about her meeting with Steward Zhou during the day. She didn't hide a word and didn't add any details. Xiao Lulang listened and frowned. Of course, he wasn't complaining that Gu Jiao went to see Steward Zhou, but he didn't expect Steward Zhou to not give up and come to his house. He said, in the future, if someone comes to visit, don't leave with them easily. Steward Zhou is not a difficult person to deal with, but what if? Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. You seem to be worried about something. Could it be that someone will come looking for you? Xiao Lulang opened his mouth but hesitated. After a while, he said, I just want you to be careful. Got it. Gu Jiao smiled, then looked at the box of silver on the table and said, what do you plan to do about the Lin family? Xiao Lulang was aware of the Lin family's situation. It was exactly as what Steward Zhou had said. If no one in the family could become an official, no one would be able to protect the Lin family after 30 years. Of course, the Lin family could buy an official position, but the position they bought wouldn't be high enough, and no one would dare to sell the position to the Lin family. Thus, the imperial examination was the only way out for the Lin family. He had heard that in order to have more useful sons, the master of the Lin family had almost turned himself into a breeding pig. Xiao Lulang muttered to himself for a moment and said, if you don't insist on results, there's no harm in going. After all, it was 2,000 taels of silver. Gu Jiao also felt that it was feasible. The provincial capital was farther than the prefectural capital. If it was the provincial examination, they would have to leave more than a month in advance. It was hard to say if they would be able to find a suitable place to settle down. If they lived in the Lin manor, it would be much more convenient. Moreover, if they went earlier, they would be able to acclimatize sooner and wait for the exhausted. Gu Jiao asked, will it delay your studies? Xiao Lulang said, it won't. Gu Jiao remembered that the principal had said that Xiao Lulang was an extremely intelligent person. It was just that he didn't want to go to the capital for the imperial examination. Letting him travel around wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Gu Jiao nodded. Then it's settled. Xiao Lulang said, yes. She originally thought that the matter of going to the Lin family was settled. Unexpectedly, that night, Gu Jiao had a dream. She dreamed that Xiao Lulang had agreed to Steward Zhou and was escorted to the provincial capital by Steward Zhou and the Lin family's guards. The Lin family was indeed sincere in seeking advice and didn't plan to play any tricks. This matter was supposed to be foolproof, but man proposes and God disposes. Halfway through the journey, Xiao Lulang's group ran into a once-in-a-decade rainstorm. The relay station that Xiao Lulang lived in was flooded and the group was separated by the water. Xiao Lulang hugged a piece of driftwood and his life was saved, but he fell seriously ill. By the time Steward Zhou and the others found him and brought him back to the Lin family, he had already lost a layer of skin. Fortunately, they had set off early. Even if they were delayed for so long, there were still 2 months before the provincial examination. Xiao Lulang recuperated in the Lin family while tutoring the Lin family's 6th young master. The Lin family's 6th young master was a well-behaved person. He wasn't extremely smart, but he was diligent and persevering. Xiao Lulang got along well with him. However, something big happened when the provincial examination was approaching. A cousin of the Lin family came to the Lin family for a short stay. She was the niece of the Lin family's matriarch. That cousin of the Lin family fell in love with Xiao Lulang at first sight. Xiao Lulang was still a cripple, but she still fell in love with him. It could be seen that this man's appearance was very troublesome. However, she was a girl with status and couldn't recommend herself to sleep with him. Coincidentally, the Lin family's 6th young master had caught a cold. The cousin of the Lin family's 6th young master came up with a plan and persuaded her aunt, cousin probably won't be able to pass the examination like this. Why don't we let Xiao Lulang take the examination instead? Cousin will write his name and he will write cousin's name. This way, the chances of him passing the examination will be higher than cousin's. The cousin of the Lin family told her aunt that she was willing to be Xiao Lulang's concubine to express her gratitude. Madame Lin was an experienced person. How could she not see through it? However, these words did indeed strike a chord in her heart. Although she didn't give birth to the Lin family's sixth young master, this concerned the future of the entire Lin family. Madame Lin agreed. Xiao Lulang sternly refused and even reprimanded the two of them. Madame Lin had an attitude of giving it a try. If it didn't work, then forget it. However, that cousin of the Lin family was a ruthless character. In a fit of anger, she actually drugged Xiao Lulang. In all fairness, that cousin of the Lin family's sixth young master wasn't bad. It could even be said that she was as beautiful as a flower. However, even so, Xiao Lulang relied on his strong willpower to overcome the effects of the aphrodisiac. However, he also fell ill from then on. After waking up, Gu Jiao was furious. What a messy cousin of the Lin family. How dare she have such a bad idea about Xiao Lulang? She even used such a despicable method to harm him and the good fortune of the rest of his life. Moreover, it wasn't only his good fortune, this was intolerable. It seemed that he couldn't go to the Lin family's mansion. That cousin of the Lin family was a frequent visitor. As long as Xiao Lulang moved in, he would definitely meet her no matter how careful he was. The sky was slightly bright. Gu Yan and old Madame Lin were still sleeping in their rooms. Gu Jiao was sitting in the central room, eating breakfast with Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was the first to finish eating. Then, he went back to the west room to pack his bag. Gu Jiao took a sip of porridge and hesitated about how to start the conversation with him. He got up early in the morning and packed his luggage. Gu Jiao looked at the two bags on the chair with a subtle expression. Well, she said calmly, I've thought about the Lin family's matter. Do you want to reconsider it? What's wrong? Xiao Lulang looked at her confusedly. Gu Jiao said seriously, you'll be gone for so long. What will happen to your family? Xiao Lulang was stunned, we don't farm. Gu Jiao continued to be serious, we don't farm, but there are old and young at home. It's hard for me to take care of them alone. Occasionally, I have to go up the mountain. Xiao Lulang was confused. He didn't seem to be of much help at home. He didn't do much work at all. The main thing was that she rushed to finish it. Logically speaking, she should be more relaxed when he wasn't at home. Gu Jiao, I can't always trouble Xuaning Xiong. Xiao Lulang, how about hiring a maid? The family could afford to hire a maid now. He was a man, so it wasn't convenient for him to live under the same roof. But if he wasn't there, there would be no need to avoid arousing suspicion. Gu Jiao, I'm not used to strangers living in my house. This still couldn't convince Xiao Lulang. After all, she was the one who expressed her desire for him to go to the provincial capital yesterday. Gu Jiao also understood, so she gave him another dose of medicine. Also, I heard from Gu Yan that there are many beautiful daughters in the Lin family. Who knows if you will flirt with flowers and grass when you go there? Find me a few sisters. Gu Yan was the young master of the Marquis's household. He was well informed, so it wasn't surprising that he had heard about the Lin family. Moreover, Xiao Lulang wouldn't ask Gu Yan to confirm if he had instilled any strange thoughts in his sister. Xiao Lulang looked deeply at Gu Jiao, so you're jealous? Gu Jiao, can I say no? Xiao Lulang scooped a spoonful of millet porridge, I know, I won't go. No way? So easy to talk to, Gu Jiao glanced at him, I just mentioned it casually. The decision is up to you. It's 2,000 taels of silver. Don't you feel the pinch? Xiao Lulang said lightly, it seems like you feel the pinch. Gu Jiao was embarrassed, is it that obvious? Then she said without changing her expression, actually, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. The main thing is to save a determined young man. Forget it, it's useless to talk about it now. If he didn't go to the Lin family, how could he earn the money? Xiao Lulang looked at her and pretended as if nothing had happened. He probably didn't know that his little mouth was pouting so hard that it could hang a pot of oil. Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong went to town. He first sent little Jing Kong to the private school, then went to Tianxiang Academy. Steward Zhou had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Xiao Lulang, he greeted him with a smile, Scholar Xiao, what's your decision? Xiao Lulang said lightly, I can teach your son, but I have a condition. Steward Zhou was overjoyed, don't mention a condition. Even 10 conditions will do. Xiao Lulang said, I won't go to the provincial capital. If your son really wants to teach, let him come here. I'll arrange for him to enter the academy and sit with me. Steward Zhou opened his mouth. How about I add some money? Xiao Luling said lightly, it's useless even if you add money. If he comes, I'll teach him. If he can't come, I'll find someone else. Digression, Beauty Xiao, what should I do if my wife is jealous? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. I mainly want to show off to you guys, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/115451113. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Not long after Xiao Luling left, Marquis Gu came looking for her. He came behind Madame Yao's back, mainly because he was worried about Gu Yan. He always felt that this kind of remote place would spoil his precious son, so he hoped to bring Gu Yan back. The one who opened the door was Gu Yan. When Gu Yan saw his father, he quickly closed the door. Marquis Gu was so angry that he stomped his feet, but the door didn't open even when he shouted. When he finally got to the back door, Gu Yan had already bolted the door in his room. Marquis Gu, who was so angry that his teeth were chattering, the little chicks hadn't started their day's activities and were quietly locked in the chicken coop. Marquis Gu found Gu Jiao, who was busy in the backyard, and pointed at the tightly shut door. You don't care about him. Gu Jiao looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot, her eyes direct and cold. Ignoring him, she took out a shining axe from the woodshed. Marquis Gu gasped, You. What are you doing? Are you planning to kill? Before he could finish, he heard a loud crash. Gu Jiao had split a piece of wood in half. The wood was split into 2 halves. The cut was complete and the force was even. With one look, he could tell that she was an expert in chopping people. No, chopping firewood. Marquis Gu swallowed his saliva and found his voice after a while. Your place is not suitable for Yen to live in. He grew up spoiled and spoiled, his food and clothes are not comparable to a normal person's. His body is finally getting better. If you don't take care, I'm afraid that his illness will act up again. You're his sister, don't harm him. If you two really want to be together, then move back to the villa. The villa is so big, you can live in whichever courtyard you want. If you don't like the current one, you can have the servants build a new one. He swore that this was the most sincere and earnest words he had ever said to this girl. He had made a huge concession, so he should be moved now, right? He didn't yell at her, didn't hit her, and spoke to her so nicely. She should be satisfied, right? But who would have thought that Gu Jiao was not moved at all? She only said indifferently, he's living very well here. Marquis Gu said angrily, look at this poor place. How could he possibly live well? Gu Jiao chopped down with her axe. The manner of the Marquis and the manner are so good. How did he recover from his illness all these years? Marquis Gu was rendered speechless. That's right, Gu Yan had been living in the most luxurious house, eating the most exquisite delicacies, and having a large group of servants. However, his body was still deteriorating. It was only after encountering Hui Chun Hall that he finally came back from the dead. Marquis Gu knew that this matter could not be resolved. Otherwise, why would they be called fraternal twins? The siblings were exactly the same when it came to opposing him. Marquis Gu put his hands on his hips and took a few deep breaths. When do you plan to return? If he insisted on staying, he would definitely succeed, right? But there had to be a time limit, Consort Shu was urging him. He had to bring people back to the capital by June at the latest. He could not allow the siblings to continue messing around. If he wants to go back, he will naturally go back. Gu Jiao did not mention herself because she had never thought of going back. Marquis Gu finally understood what was going on. This girl was stubborn. Was she going to go against him to the end? Forget it, forget it. He would let Xiaoshi deal with this matter later. If she spoke, it would be easier to accept fraternal twins. Marquis Gu remembered his second reason for coming here. It's fine if you don't go back with me for now, but you must separate from that little cripple. Gu Jiao's chopping motion paused. Marquis Gu said, while the two of you have not consummated your marriage, you are still a virgin. When you return to the capital, say that you have never married. I will find you a good marriage. Dong, Gu Jiao chopped the axe into the wood. If he urged her to return to the capital with Gu Yan, she could still reluctantly treat it as a fart. But to ask her to separate from Xiao Lulang was too much. What kind of dog father would inquire about whether his daughter had consummated her marriage? Gu Jiao had actually misunderstood Marquis Gu. He only knew that she had the chastity mark on her face. But this was not important anymore. Gu Jiao was already angry. Marquis Gu was still prattling on, even listing a long list of famous young masters in the capital. But before he could finish, he saw Gu Jiao stand up with a cold expression. Marquis Gu felt his scalp tighten under Gu Jiao's death stare and his hair stood on end. This girl, how could she have such a frightening gaze? You, what right do you have to interfere with my matters? Because I am your father. Then did you raise me? Did you raise me for even a day? Marquis Gu choked and after a while, he stammered, isn't that because we carried the wrong child? Am I not back to make it up to you now? As long as you return with me, you will be the daughter of the Marquis. Your mother and I will dote on you. Gu Jiao sneered, you have no sincerity at all. Marquis Gu said unhappily, how am I not sincere? Gu Jiao said slowly, if you really want to take me back, then chase out that Gu Jinyu who has taken over my identity for more than 10 years. That is the sincerity you should have. Marquis Gu's face darkened, how can you say such vicious words? None of this is Jinyu's fault, but you want to blame it on her. To think that she keeps speaking up for you, saying that her illness is not because you bullied her. But look at yourself, how are you an elder sister? Gu Jiao said indifferently, I don't have a younger sister. You. Marquis Gu thought of how Jinyu always called her elder sister affectionately. Looking at this girl again, he felt that there was nothing good about her and was thoroughly disappointing. I will not chase Jinyu away, stop dreaming. Who cares? Gu Jiao chased him out and slammed the door shut. Huang Zhong was waiting at the entrance of the village for his marquis not to come, thinking that he might have ruined something again. He was about to go look for him when he saw his marquis coming over with his hand covering his nose. Marquis, what's wrong? He asked worriedly. Marquis Gu put down his hand covering his nose. Huang Zhong was stunned, you were beaten again? Why was his nose bleeding? And his nose was swollen? Isn't it because that girl slammed the door too quickly? He wanted to step in but was slammed out by the door and his nose was almost knocked crooked. Huang Zhong sighed, can't you not make eldest miss angry? Marquis Gu glared at him, what do you mean I made her angry? It's clearly her who made me angry. Huang Zhong asked, how did she make you angry? Marquis Gu snorted, she actually shamelessly asked me to chase Jinyu out. Why is she so petty that she can't even tolerate a younger sister? Did Jinyu say anything when he found out that he had an elder sister? This was different. Second Miss was not his biological daughter and she had taken over the identity of eldest Miss for so many years. It was good enough that she was not sent back to the main family, how could she complain? Second Miss was innocent, but wasn't eldest Miss the same? She suffered the hardships that Second Miss deserved and Second Miss enjoyed the blessings that she deserved. Who would be happy? But Huang Zhong had followed the Marquis for many years and knew his character well. He was extremely rebellious in his bones and was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The more he was not allowed to do something, the more he would do it to the end. On this point, the father and daughter were 100% alike. Huang Zhong sighed, Marquis, let's go back. Marquis Gu's gaze was dangerous, the matter has not been settled, how can I go back? Huang Zhong was speechless, no, you can't do anything to eldest Mississippi, I can't do anything to her, but that doesn't mean I can't do anything to others. Marquis Gu said coldly, let's go to the academy. Class had just ended at the academy. Xiao Lulang came out of Tianxiang Academy and was about to go to the private school to pick up little Jing Kong. Marquis Gu called over the academy servant and asked him to point out who was Xiao Lulang. The servant pointed, "It's him." Marquis Gu looked at Xiao Lulang and with just one glance, his eyeballs almost fell out. Wasn't this the young man that he met on the way out of the village and looked similar to Zhao Du's young marquis? How could it be him? Marquis Gu and Zhao Du's young marquis had not met much, mainly because there was no interaction between the two manners. Although they were both Marquis manners, Marquis Xianping's rank was higher than Marquis Ding An's. Marquis Xianping was a true first-grade marquis. He had power and influence, wealth that could rival a country, and he dominated the capital. Marquis Xianping's younger sister was the current Empress Xiao. When his own sister, consort Xu, saw her, she had no choice but to perform the etiquette of a concubine. A son from such a family was definitely worthy of being called a favored son of heaven. His birth was already so outstanding, but he still did not disappoint. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he became the young chancellor of the Imperial College. His magnificence did not lose to his biological father, Marquis Xianping. Unfortunately, heaven was jealous of such talents. Marquis Gu looked at Xiao Lulang again. This time, he did not feel that they were similar. Zhao Du's young marquis was a pure and kind young man. He was gentle like jade, and his eyes always held a clean and beautiful smile. Xiao Liulang's eyes were too cold, and his heart was dark. Marquis Gu narrowed his eyes unhappily. At this time, Xiao Lulang came closer. The servant waved at him, "Xiao Lulang. Someone is looking for you." Xiao Lulang glanced at Marquis Gu and stopped in his tracks. Marquis Gu did not insist on waiting for him to come over. He walked over himself and looked at Xiao Lulang with disdain. "You are Xiao Lulang?" Xiao Lulang looked at him calmly. "What is it?" Marquis Gu gave Huang Zhong a look. Huang Zhong took out a stack of banknotes. Marquis Gu said arrogantly, "Leave my daughter and these banknotes are yours." Xiao Lulang did not even look at the banknotes. He said expressionlessly, "Isn't this too little?" Marquis Gu raised his chin and said, 5,000 taels is enough for you to squander for a few lifetimes. You can also marry a few beauties and live a carefree life for the rest of your life. Don't think that your future is limitless just because you took the first 2 exams. I have seen many people like you, but not many of them can really make it to the court examination. If you are unlucky, you will fail the provincial examination. How much effort did the aristocratic families spend to raise their children? There was no lack of intelligent and diligent students among them. How could these poor students compare to them? Even if they were lucky enough to enter the capital, did they really think they could make a name for themselves? Perhaps the provincial examination was still a competition of strength, but the higher you went, the more influence you had. Every year, the top 3 were born from the candidates of the major powers in the capital. How much of this was due to the emperor's helplessness and how much of it was due to unspeakable political struggles? This was something that Xiao Lulang and the other poor and pedantic bookworms could never imagine. Studying could turn a group of small shrimps into small fish, but it was impossible for a carp to leap over the dragon's gate. Marquis Gu looked at Xiao Lulang and said, "People are destined to be rich and poor from birth. You are not fit to be my son-in-law. Know your place and take these banknotes and disappear from my sight. If you think it is too little, I can add a bit more for you." Huang Zhong took out another 1,000 taels of banknotes. Xiao Lulang smiled coldly. "Marquis Gu, have you forgotten something?" "What?" Marquis Gu asked. Xiao Liulang's lips curled. "She is still not your daughter." Heart-wrenching, Marquis Gu's arrogance froze. Xiao Lulang lightly mocked, "If you are referring to the daughter you already have, then there is no need. I have no interest in the daughter you have raised by your side since childhood. Even if you give me 5,000 taels of gold, I won't even look at her." What kind of disdainful tone was this? Wasn't this brat too arrogant? Did he know how many people in the capital wanted to marry Jinyu? They were all young masters who were thousands of times more outstanding than him. No, now was not the time to be angry about this. He had almost been led astray by this brat. Marquis Gu clenched his fists, planning to teach this brat a lesson. Huang Zhong. Where was he? Where did he die to? Marquis Gu turned around, wanting to see where Huang Zhong went. But suddenly, a slender hand reached out from behind him, grabbing his collar and dragging him into a side alley. Half an hour later, Gu Jiao calmly walked out of the alley. Xiao Lulang looked at her strangely. She clapped her hands, revealing a gentle smile. Sorry for making you wait. We have finished communicating, he won't bother you anymore. Marquis Gu, who had been communicated, sat in the corner of the alley like a puppet with its strings cut. His body that had lost consciousness from the pain helplessly leaned against the wall. Beside him, Huang Zhong had also become a soulless puppet. Both of them had lifeless expressions, their faces were bruised and swollen, their noses were crooked and their mouths were slanted. It was a tragic sight. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels to read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/115447491. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. It was already late at night when Marquis Gu and Huang Zhong limped back to the villa. They wanted to go back earlier, but they couldn't move for a few hours. Gu Jinyu saw the two of them covered in injuries and wondered, "Father, bodyguard Huang, what happened to you?" Marquis Gu was too ashamed to tell the truth, so he said sullenly, "We had a car accident." Gu Jinyu was stunned. What happened to the carriage? Why was there a car accident? Marquis Gu glanced at Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong drove under the influence. Huang Zhong, he was in the house, but trouble fell from the sky. Gu Jinyu frowned. Bodyguard Huang, why did you drink? Huang Zhong glanced at Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu asked me to drink. Marquis Gu, it was the end of April and Tianxiang Academy's holidays were coming. Gu Xiaoshan, who had stayed in the dormitory for many days, could finally go home. Even though he wasn't in the village, he was very clear about what was happening at home. To be exact, as long as little Jing Kong knew about it, he knew about it too. The main reason was that after little Jing Kong went to the private school, the three of them would have lunch together every day. Little Jing Kong's private school provided lunch, but there was lard in the food, so little Jing Kong couldn't eat it. Xiao Lulang could only bring him out to eat. They were all younger brothers, so there was no reason to bring only one. Little Jing Kong was a quiet child in the private school, but in front of Gu Xiaoshan, he immediately turned into a loudspeaker and told him everything that happened at home. When he first heard that Gu Jiao had carried the wrong child, Gu Xiaoshan was shocked beyond words. When he heard that the young master of the Marquis Gu's residence directly moved into the house, Gu Xiaoshan was so shocked that his head almost fell off. Little Jing Kong was obviously displeased with Gu Yan, who suddenly appeared at home to compete with him for favor. His tone was full of helplessness. However, it's not like there's nothing to be happy about. You have your own room now. You can live at home in the future. Gu Xiaoshan quickly became happy. No, he had been quite happy. Gu Xiaoshan was not a child who knew how to fight for favor. His mind was neither sensitive nor meticulous. He simply could not react when others were jealous of him. Perhaps it had something to do with the environment he grew up in. He had always been the one who was neglected by his family. His heart gradually became numb, and he did not develop the possessiveness of little Jing Kong and Gu Yan. Because of this, little Jing Kong was very receptive to Gu Xiaoshan. After arriving home, Gu Xiaoshan met Gu Yan. Wow, little Jing Kong had been complaining about Gu Yan for the past few days. He had never said that Gu Yan was so good-looking. Gu Xiaoshan was stunned. With Gu Xiaoshan's silly look, it was obvious that he was not someone who could compete with him. Gu Yan had a judgment in his heart. He was not so repulsed by Gu Xiaoshan. Although he was jealous of Gu Xiaoshan growing up with Gu Jiao, he was also grateful that he had accompanied Gu Jiao during her most lonely days. He had even been beaten up for Gu Jiao. This was a strong friendship. Gu Yan patted Gu Xiaoshuan's shoulder very loyally. Before he could say, "From now on, we are brothers," he felt his palm go numb. Damn it, was this silly guy's shoulder made of iron? It was so hard. The pampered baby Gu's palms immediately turned red. Gu Jiao went to get water. "Jiao Jiao. I'll go too." Little Jing Kong immediately took out his small carrying pole and small wooden bucket. He carried them and went to get water with Gu Jiao. Gu Yan also wanted to go. In fact, he could only carry little Jing Kong's small carrying pole and small wooden bucket. But that was too embarrassing, wasn't it? Gu Yan tried to grab the wooden bucket next to the water tank with both hands, but he could not grab it for a long time. Gu Xiaoshan said, "I'll do it." Gu Yan asked, "You'll help me get water?" Gu Xiaoshan thought, "I just want a bucket to get water myself. But since you said so, I'll do it." Gu Xiaoshan helped Gu Yan to get water. He grew up being ordered around by Mrs. Liu. He had no place to use his strength, so he could only fetch water with a swishing sound. Gu Yan watched as Gu Xiaoshan poured buckets after buckets of water into the vat, and the corners of her lips curled up in satisfaction. Gu Xiaoshan helped him to get water. It was his. Gu Yan suddenly found Gu Xiaoshan more pleasing to the eye. When they were eating at the table, he and little Jing Kong waited for Gu Jiao to pick up food for them. There was only one sweet potato ball left. "Xiaoshan can give it to me," he said generously. "Okay." Little Jing Kong nodded seriously. He had no objection. After the meal, Gu Jiao cut a plate of fresh fruits and ate until there was only one piece left. Gu Jiao was most afraid of this kind of situation, so she usually calculated before giving out food. But Gu Xiaoshan came back today, so the rhythm of eating was disrupted. If it was in the past, they would argue about who should get the last piece of Jiao Jiao. But today, give it to Xiaoshan. He hasn't been at home these days, so he should eat more. Gu Yan said generously again. Little Jing Kong nodded. He still had no objection. Gu Xiaoshan felt that Gu Yan was quite good. He was not like what little Jing Kong said. As a reciprocal gift, he should show more concern for him. Gu Xiaoshan looked at Gu Yan and said, "Are you used to living at home?" He said at home. This word successfully pleased Gu Yan. Gu Yan smiled, "I'm used to living here. Our rooms are very close to each other. They could communicate more." "You live at the back." Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan were thinking about different things. "When I'm not here, who do you play with?" Gu Yan was stunned by this question. Gu Xiaoshan continued, "What do you do during the day?" "That's right." What did Gu Yan do during the day? Gu Jiao was busy with the mountain affairs recently. She was rarely at home during the day. If she was at home, Gu Yan would stick to her. What if she was not at home? When little Jing Kong was at home, Gu Jiao was not worried about what he did during the day. He was a child with a good plan. He had a full day. Moreover, there were many children of the same age in the village. Little Jing Kong could go and play with them. Old Madam was often at home alone. However, Gu Jiao was not worried about her at all. She could tease Go Hua, talk to Xuan Ningxiang's mother-in-law, or tell the villagers the play. Her life was more exciting than Gu Jiao's. Gu Yan was a very antisocial person. It was difficult for him to get along with the young people in the village. He had been here for several days, but he did not even go out of the door. He was a person who was waiting for death since he was born. He was not like little Jing Kong who would find things for himself to do. It was not that he did not want to find things, but there were many things that he could not do. He was most afraid of the sudden silence. Gu Xiaoshan did not feel the tense atmosphere at all. "Aren't you bored? First kill. You can go and find Zhu Zi and the others during the day. But you are so soft and tender. You won't be able to play with them. Second kill. We don't have any land for you to plant. Third kill. You can't help me with the work. You can't do all the heavy work. Fourth kill. Eh? Oh right. You are so good looking. Why don't you go to school? Fifth kill." Gu Yan slumped on the back of the chair soullessly. "What does being good looking have to do with studying? I treated you as my brother, but you turned around and stabbed me in the back." Gu Yan did not expect this to happen even in his dreams. He hated studying. When he was in Ho Fu and the mountain villa, his family had invited a tutor for him. But he was either late or left early. Otherwise, he would fall asleep during class. He was not in good health. The tutor did not dare to scold him. He could not control him. In the end, he simply gave up. There was a tutor who stayed in the mountain villa. But the tutor only taught him for less than 10 days a year. In Gu Xiaoxun's words, he was a slacker. Gu Yan looked at Gu Jiao with grievance. He wanted to tell her with his eyes, he did not want to go to school. No, no, no. Gu Jiao did not object to Gu Yan going to school in Little Jingkong. Naturally, she would not object to Gu Yan going to school now. Moreover, Gu Yan's condition was very stable now. Studying was not a problem. She could unconditionally tolerate other things, but there was no discussion about going to school. Gu Jiao automatically ignored Gu Yan's little eyes. You are old enough. It's time for you to go to school. Gu Yan roared in his heart, no. I am still a baby. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling seriously discussed Gu Yan's school matters. Gu Jiao said, I still hope that he can stay with you as much as possible. This way, you can take care of each other. The private schools in Tianxiang Academy and Little Jingkong are both good. Private school. Xiao Luling said after thinking about it. Tianxiang Academy was not easy to enter. Xiao Luling could ask Deanly to open the back door for him. However, after entering the academy was the key. The students in Tianxiang Academy were all very basic. They were at least scholars. Most of them were scholars. Their learning progress was very fast. The atmosphere was also very tense. Gu Xiaoshan was an exception. He was simple-minded and unaffected. However, Gu Yan was not necessarily so. Gu Jiao also preferred private school. She looked at Little Jingkong. How is your private school? Little Jingkong said with a serious face, it's very good. The teachers are both virtuous and talented. Their lectures are very exciting. The teachers who wished they could be scolded by Little Jingkong 3 to 5 times a day. The overall standard of the private school was not as high as Tianxiang Academy. However, at the same time, the learning pressure was not as great as Tianxiang Academy. It was suitable for Gu Yan who could not survive in a high-pressure environment. Gu Jiao felt that this arrangement was perfect. What do you think? Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yan and asked. Can I refuse? Baby Gu asked weakly. If Marquis Gu arranged for him to study, he would have torn up all the old man's antique paintings. However, he could not be angry with Gu Jiao. He loved her so much. How could he be angry with her? Gu Jiao thought for a while and nodded, then let's change the question. Will I send you to school tomorrow, or will your brother-in-law send you to school? Baby Gu, you send me to school. Eh? There seemed to be something wrong. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115411420. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Gu Jiao made a school bag for Gu Yan overnight. At dawn the next day, Gu Yan was packed up by his sister and sent to Luo Dazhuang's bullock cart. Xiao Luling asked Gu Xiaoshan to go to the academy to ask for an hour's leave for him. Then he and Gu Jiao sent Gu Yan and Little Jingkong to the private school. Xiao Luling paid the money and went through the admission procedures. Little Jingkong asked Gu Yan, who was waiting in the corridor, which class do you think you will be in? Gu Yan snorted with a cold face, anyway, I won't be in the same class as you. Little Jingkong studied elementary school. Gu Yan was already 14 years old. Of course, it was impossible for him to enter the elementary school class. He was assigned to teacher Chang's class. The students in the class were about his age and had some foundation in the 4 books and 5 classics. Gu Yan was somewhat satisfied with the assignment. However, before he could sit down, teacher Chang brought in another new student. There was an empty seat beside Gu Yan. Teacher Chang let the new student sit beside Gu Yan. Gu Yan looked at the 3-headed little monk beside him. His eyes widened. Why are you in this class? Little Jing Kong spread his hands. I skipped a grade. Gu Yan, how could this work? Gu Yan's days began. He couldn't lose to a little monk, especially a little monk who was competing with him for favor. If the little monk could skip a grade, then so could he. Gu Yan, who had been eating and waiting for death, became serious for the first time. The 2 secret guards were confused. They had been assigned by the old marquis to stay by the little young master's side for several years. It could be said that they had a clear understanding of the little young master's character. But why did the little young master seem to have changed into a different person after acknowledging his sister? Can you believe that he has actually started studying? After completing the topographic map, Gu Jiao began to plan for the reclamation of the wasteland. She marked out on the map where the medicinal fields were to be cultivated, where the crops were to be planted, and where the ponds were to be built. This mountain started from the back of Luo's second uncle's house. It was shaped like a small mountain range, with 1 big mountain top and 4 small mountain tops. Halfway up the first small mountain top, there was an open space. What should we do with that empty space? Ever since Marquis Gu's threat to divorce the 2 failed, he did not come again. Instead, it was Xianxia who came a few times. Each time, she would bring some pastries that she had personally made. The old lady liked it very much. Xianxia also brought a few sets of clothes that she had personally made for Gu Jiao. She knew that Gu Jiao needed to work, so her sleeping clothes were made of the finest silk. Her daytime clothes were mostly made of durable cotton. Nurse Fong did not quite understand her actions. Since eldest young miss is living a hard life, just give her more money. Why make clothes that even the maidservants would wear? Xianxia only smiled when she heard this. Jiao Jiao does not need my money. Xianxia had spent her entire life in the inner residence, living a life of dependence on men. Everyone thought that she should be like this. She herself also thought so, until she met her daughter. She felt that her daughter had lived the life she wanted. It was not money, but freedom. Ever since Xianxia was rejected the first time, she did not mention anything about living here. She also did not force Gu Jiao to call her mother. She only came to see Gu Jiao, and then let Gu Jiao treat her illness. After she finished her medicine, Gu Jiao gave her another 4 boxes. Gu Jiao interacted with Xianxia as a doctor, so they were quite comfortable. Nurse Fong also came. She apologized to Gu Jiao for offending Gu Jiao earlier. The apology was sincere, but she still had some complaints about some of Gu Jiao's actions. She thought that Gu Jiao should go back with Xianxia and properly show filial piety to Xianxia and support her status as the eldest young miss. Because Gu Yan went to school, Xianxia and Nurse Fong did not see him several times. However, there was one time when Gu Yan and little Jing Kong's private school was on holiday, and Xianxia finally saw her son that she had not seen for a long time. Then, Xianxia discovered that her son had gained weight. Xianxia was so excited that she almost cried. Even in her dreams, she did not expect that her seriously ill son would grow into a little bun. Gu Yan was still not considered fat, but his original face was too thin, and his cheeks were sunken. Now, there was baby fat on his cheeks, and he looked like a cute round little bun face. Xianxia could not help but pinch it. It felt so good. Gu Jiao nodded in agreement. She pinched it every day, so it felt so good. After getting on the carriage, Xianxia cried with joy and said to Nurse Fong, "See, it was the right decision to let Yen'er stay here, right?" Nurse Fong could not refute. Yes, the young master has put on weight, and his complexion is much better. In the past, Gu Yan would get angry every few days in the residence. He would not eat properly or sleep well. Xianxia could only coax him and could not force him. After coming here, Gu Yan's bad temper calmed down a lot. He also had his own friends and playmates, Gu Shaoshun, who killed him 5 times, and little Jing Kong, who learned how to hang and beat him. Mother. When Xiaoxia's carriage arrived at the courtyard, Gu Jingyu had been pacing back and forth at the entrance for a long time. Yaosher pulled her hand and used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Have you been waiting for me here the whole time? The sun is so strong, aren't you afraid of getting burned? Gu Jinyu did not sunbathe in the past, afraid that she would not look good if she got tanned. Gu Jinyu smiled sweetly. I missed you, mother. How was it? Did meeting elder sister and younger brother go smoothly? Your younger brother's private school is on holiday today. I saw him in Jiaojiao. They are both doing well. When Yaosher said this, she could not hide the smile in her eyes. Gu Jinyu could not help but be dazed for a moment. She could not remember how long it had been since she had seen her mother so happy. What's wrong? Yaosher sensed her daughter's absent-mindedness. Gu Jinyu returned to her senses and smiled. I also want to see them. When elder sister is no longer angry at me, I will go and visit her. Yaosher said sincerely, she is not angry at you. You have misunderstood her. She is not a petty person. She is just used to her current life and does not wish to be disturbed. Gu Jinyu bowed. Yes, daughter should not make such assumptions about elder sister. Yaosher smiled and let go of her hand to enter the room. Gu Jinyu's eyes flickered and she followed. Madam, the clothes for young miss have been dried. A young servant girl walked over with a set of soft silk pajamas. Gu Jinyu smiled in surprise and reached out to take the pajamas. Is this for me? After unfolding it, she realized that the size was not right. Her pajamas were not this long. Her fingers tightened. The young servant girl had not noticed her earlier and only saw her now. She was so embarrassed that her face turned white. The young servant girl did not know whether to take it or not. Gu Jinyu smiled. Mother, my clothes are too long. You should let elder sister wear them. Yaosher had originally made the pajamas for Gu Jiao, but Gu Jinyu had already said so. If she told the truth, it would put the child in a difficult position. She warmly said, then mother will make a new set for you. To be honest, she had not made clothes for Gu Jinyu in a long time. The main reason was that the clothes she made could not keep up with the trends in the capital. Gu Jinyu found them old-fashioned and did not like to wear them. Gu Jinyu affectionately held Yaosher's arm. As long as mother makes it, Jinyu will wear it every day. Gu Jinyu stayed in Yaosher's courtyard for dinner. Marquis Gu also came over. He had only recovered today after being beaten up. He was too embarrassed to say that he had been beaten by a servant girl, so he could only slander Huang Zhong for being drunk and causing the carriage to get into an accident. After dinner, Gu Jinyu had the servant girl carry a large box over. Yaosher asked, what is this for? Gu Jinyu warmly said, this is a gift I chose for elder sister. I don't know what elder sister likes, so I prepared some of everything. Yaosher had the servant girl take away the food and opened the box. The items inside were laid out one by one. There were jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, needles and embroidery. It could be seen that he had put in a lot of effort. Everything was not ordinary. But the most eye-catching item was still a guqin. Yaosher opened the box. When she saw the quaint 5-stringed guqin inside, her breathing stopped. Jinyu, this is, Gu Jinyu smiled and nodded, that's right, this is the lunar shadow fushi guqin. This was not an ordinary guqin. It was a gift from His Majesty. There was only one in the entire country of Zhao. The real antique fushi guqin had been lost in the previous dynasty. This guqin had come from Qin dynasty's top guqin master, Lunar Shadow. It was the most successful imitation of the fushi guqin to date, so it was also called the Lunar Shadow fushi guqin. Gu Jinyu had once played the guqin in Imperial Concubine Shu's palace and had been heard by His Majesty. His Majesty praised her skill in the guqin, second only to the future wife of the third prince. The future wife of the third prince was the most talented woman in the country of Zhao. She had studied the guqin for 17 years and had lived longer than Gu Jinyu. His Majesty felt that Gu Jinyu's talent was rare and bestowed the Lunar Shadow fushi guqin to Gu Jinyu. Yaosher felt that this was inappropriate. How can you give such a valuable thing to someone else? Gu Jinyu smiled sweetly, it's fine. His Majesty said that if he gave it to me, it's mine. I can do whatever I want with it. Yaosher shook her head, what I mean is that it's too valuable. Marquis Gu was in complete agreement, that's right. Also, that girl, your elder sister doesn't know the guqin. Wasn't giving it to her for nothing? What a waste, Gu Jinyu hugged the Guqin in his arms and lowered his eyes in grievance. But this is the best thing that Jinyu can offer. Jinyu likes sister and wants to make it up to sister. Jinyu can't wait to give sister my life. What's a mere Guqin worth? Xianxia tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and sighed, silly child. In the end, Xianxia did not want the Guqin. She kept everything else and would give it to Jiao Jiao another day. If Jiao Jiao liked it, she could keep it. If not, she would bring it back. Gu Jinyu hugged the Guqin and returned to her courtyard. Marquis Gu caught up to her and solemnly said, "Don't do this kind of thing in the future." What? Gu Jinyu looked at her father in confusion. Marquis Gu glanced at the Guqin in her arms and said, "Aren't you afraid that your mother would really accept it?" Gu Jinyu's eyes widened and dazedly said, "I originally wanted to give it to elder sister. Unfortunately, mother didn't want it." Marquis Gu let out a long sigh. "Fortunately, your mother didn't want it. Your elder sister grew up in the countryside and doesn't know music. She only knows how to make rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Giving something like this to her is a waste." Gu Jinyu's eyes were sincere as she said, "If elder sister is willing, I can teach elder sister." Marquis Gu snorted coldly, "That depends on whether she appreciates it. Alright, keep the lunar shadow Fushi Guqin well. Don't take it out and give it away casually." Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes. No one could make a better imitation of the Fushi Guqin. She never intended to give it away. The private school was on holiday, but Tianxiang Academy wasn't. Gu Jiao was cooking dinner in the kitchen. She calculated that Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshun should be arriving at the entrance of the village, so she started to cook the last dish. "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. My abacus is missing." Little Jing Kong ran into the kitchen helplessly. Gu Jiao filled the pot with water and covered it with a lid. "Don't worry, I'll help you look for it." Little Jing Kong brought back many things from the temple. Gu Jiao placed them in 2 large boxes for him. Although he was a child, Gu Jiao still respected his privacy and wouldn't touch his things. His boxes were very messy and had all sorts of things. "Which box is it in?" Gu Jiao asked. "This one." "No, it seems to be this one." Although little Jing Kong was a very well-planned child, he was still not very good at organizing things. Gu Jiao rummaged through the box on the left and soon found a shiny golden abacus. It was made of pure gold. Gu Jiao asked in a daze, "It's this?" "Yes." Little Jing Kong nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. Gu Jiao asked, "Who gave it to you?" "Master." Little Jing Kong took the abacus and started tapping it. He had an abacus lesson today, so he had to revise. Was his master so rich? He actually gave him a golden abacus? Gu Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Do you know that it's made of gold?" Little Jing Kong nodded, "Yes, I know. Master has many abacuses, so I specially picked this one." "Why?" "It's beautiful." Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. Gu Jiao put the things on the ground into the abacus one by one. When she picked up a big object wrapped in a rag, she suddenly heard the sound of a string. Gu Jiao opened it and found that it was a Guqin. It was very shabby and didn't even have a case, but the sound was good. The sound just now was very pleasant. Gu Jiao plucked it again. The sound was really good. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao. "Oh? Jiao Jiao, do you know how to play the Guqin?" Gu Jiao didn't answer his question, but asked him, "Do you know how to play?" Little Jing Kong thought seriously, "I know a little. But I don't like it." Gu Jiao didn't understand, "Why is there a Guqin if you don't like it?" Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. Sigh, "It's a gift from master." The things inside were all given by him. Gu Jiao found that there was a blackened spot on the upper right corner of the Guqin. Little Jing Kong explained, "There was a time when there was no more firewood, so master threw the Guqin in to burn it. But it didn't burn for a long time, so he took it out again." Gu Jiao was stunned. Even if it was a broken Guqin, it shouldn't be used as firewood to burn it, right? "What kind of master did you have?" Little Jing Kong said, "Jiao Jiao, if you like it, I'll give it to you." Gu Jiao stroked the Guqin in her hand and inadvertently glanced at the 2 words engraved on the bottom of the Guqin, Fushi. Digression, invisible little nouveau riche, little Jing Kongo, Oh, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/115408760. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. During dinner, the whole family saw little Jing Kong playing with a golden abacus. They all felt that their eyes were about to go blind. Little Jing Kong didn't have much concept of gold. He only knew that copper coins and silver coins were the only two currencies that his family had ever used. As he said, he liked this golden abacus purely because it looked good. Gu Jiao thought, probably every child likes things that are made of gold and silver. Any bead on the golden abacus could be sold to feed the family for a year. However, they still had moral integrity. No matter how poor the family was, they wouldn't have any ideas about little Jing Kong's abacus. At night, Gu Jiao helped little Jing Kong organize all his things again. She found that other than the golden abacus, Buddhist scriptures, and other books, there were no other valuable things. They were all old and shabby things that didn't seem to be worth much. Gu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. It's scary for a monk to have too much money, okay? It seemed that little Jing Kong's master doted on him very much. Even though he was very poor, little Jing Kong liked the golden abacus and spent all his money to make one for him. There were abacuses in the private school, so the students didn't need to bring their own. Therefore, little Jing Kong only took out the golden abacus when he was revising at home. He didn't bring it to the private school. It saved a lot of trouble. The next day, Xiao Lulang took the family's eldest child, second child, and third child to school as usual. Madame Yao brought Gu Jinyu's gifts to the house. As expected, Gu Jiao didn't accept any of them. Madame Yao didn't force her. Nanny Fong advised softly, "Madam, you should persuade eldest Mississippi. Although second Miss isn't her biological sister, she should accept the gifts." Nanny Fong wasn't speaking up for Gu Jinyu. She wasn't her biological sister, so she was already flattering her by giving her a look. However, there were times when people had to do things in front of everyone. Eldest Miss should have the bearing of a eldest Mississippi. Yao Shi, however, warmly said, "Jiao Jiao, as long as you're happy, that's good. In this world, there is no reason to force someone to accept someone else's good intentions." Nanny Fong sighed. After Yao Shi left, Gu Jiao went to town to order iron tools. Jiao country had strict control over iron and salt. Gu Jiao needed a lot of farm tools, so she had to go to the county government to register and get a permit. Gu Jiao went to the county government. The county magistrate personally received Gu Jiao. He asked with a smile, "Madam Xiao, why did you come to the yamen? But who in the village is restless?" His question stunned Gu Jiao. If he hadn't reminded her, Gu Jiao would have almost forgotten about those restless people in the village. When the Gu family was suppressed by Marquis Gu, Magistrate Lu was the first blade. He was the one who removed Old Master Gu from his position as Li Jing. Later on, he was the one who arranged for the grain delivery to Xiao Lulang. Of course, he didn't know Gu Jiao's identity. He only knew that she had some relationship with the Marquis family and that she was Scholar Zhao's wife. Thus, he treated her with extra courtesy. "Madam Xiao, please forgive me for offending you at that time." He was talking about how he was ordered by Marquis Gu to put Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong in the prison carriage. Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. I came here today to make some iron tools. Is it convenient for Magistrate Lu to stamp them with your official seal?" Magistrate Lu hurriedly said, "It's convenient. It's convenient. How much does Madam Xiao want?" Gu Jiao reported the number. Magistrate Lu was shocked, "So much? Can I ask Madame Xiao what they are for? Gu Jiao showed her land deed. I bought a mountain and want to open up a wasteland. Magistrate Lu understood that opening up a wasteland was not a trivial matter. It required a lot of manpower and material resources, so it was not surprising that she needed so many farming tools. Generally speaking, this kind of document would take a few days to go through the process. However, because Magistrate Lu handled it personally, it didn't take long for Gu Jiao to finish it. Before leaving, Magistrate Lu smiled and said to Gu Jiao, "If you need anything from the yamen, please don't hesitate." Gu Jiao nodded slightly, thanked him and left. As soon as she stepped out of the gate of the county yamen, she saw the second boss running towards her, panting. Miss Gu. I've finally found you. I went to the village just now. Your great-aunt said you came to the county yamen. Are you all right? I'm fine. I just want to buy some iron tools and stamp my official seal. Gu Jiao said and looked at him strangely, but you, why did you go to the village so early in the morning? The second boss rubbed his hands and didn't know what to say. Gu Jiao said, "Tell me, where is the patient?" Ahem. The second boss gestured for Gu Jiao to give him the document with the official seal. Gu Jiao gave it to him and he asked, "What kind of iron tools do you want? How much do you want?" Gu Jiao gave him the list. He gave it to the coachman and said, "Go to the blacksmith shop in a moment and get it done." Yes. The coachman took the document and list. Let's talk inside the carriage. The second boss said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao got into the carriage with him. Let's go to Huichun Hall first. The second boss ordered the coachman. The coachman obeyed and waved the whip to start the carriage. He took the two to the medical center first and then to the blacksmith shop. The second boss wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed, "There's a patient who's a bit difficult to deal with. I had no choice but to come to you. I owe you a favor this time." Gu Jiao paused and said, "No need. Count this as my consultation this month." The second boss was stunned. "Ah? Then you're not going to young Master Gu's place?" Gu Jiao nodded and said, "Yes, I'm not going. He's already living in my house." Gu Yan went to the private school today and the second boss only saw his grandaunt. Naturally, he didn't know that Gu Yan had already moved into Gu Jiao's house. The second boss nodded thoughtfully, "I see that young Master Gu's condition has improved greatly. It's fine if you don't go. You can go next month." Gu Jiao didn't say anything. After a while, they arrived at the medical center. When Gu Jiao entered the main hall, she understood why the second boss was in such a hurry to find her. The medical center had already been emptied of patients. All the doctors and workers, including shopkeeper Wang, were restrained by a group of guards wearing embroidered clothes. The main hall was filled with a dangerous and quiet atmosphere. A young man in his early 20s with handsome eyebrows and cold facial features walked over. There was a treasured sword at his waist. He coldly glanced at the second boss and also glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. However, he clearly didn't care about Gu Jiao. "Where's the doctor you went to invite?" The second boss tried to calm down and looked at Gu Jiao. "It's her." The young guard frowned. "An ugly girl?" Gu Jiao changed into the clothes made by Yao Shi. They weren't shabby, but she still looked like a commoner. It was hard for people to connect her with a doctor who saved lives. Moreover, she was still so young. "It's her." The second boss wiped away his cold sweat. "She is the most skilled doctor in our rejuvenation hall. If even she can't cure him, then no one in town can." The young man looked at Gu Jiao with suspicion. She was a bit young, but she had a pair of eyes that could see through life and death. They were cold and emotionless. The young man knitted his brows and finally said, "Come with me." Gu Jiao carried the small basket on her back and went with the young man to the side room in the backyard. There were dozens of guards guarding the backyard. Almost every 5 steps, there was one guard. The entire backyard was packed. Gu Jiao also noticed that there were several guards hiding on the roof and in the alley. With such a strict defense, the other party was afraid that they had a great background. However, Gu Jiao didn't ask anything. She was calm from beginning to end. "You, wait outside." The young man was also a guard. With an unfriendly tone, he stopped the second boss outside the door and let Gu Jiao in. Just as the young guard was about to step in, Gu Jiao suddenly said to him, "You also wait outside." The young guard, without waiting for the young guard to react, Gu Jiao closed the door with a bang. The young man, the second boss, couldn't hold back his laughter. The more he interacted with Gu Jiao, the more he found that she was actually very protective of her own people. There was no limit to how protective she could be. There was a landscape screen in the room. Outside the screen, there were two servants who were waiting to serve. The servants were not young. They were about the same age as Gu Zhonghai and Gu Chenglu. However, they had a particularly feminine temperament. They didn't seem like normal men. When Gu Jiao was about to go around the screen, one of the servants stopped her. "Please wait." "What do you want?" Gu Jiao asked. The servant took a piece of cloth and was about to cover Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao blocked his hand and said indifferently, "How can I treat people with my eyes covered?" The servant said, "You can feel the pulse." Gu Jiao said coldly, "Chinese medicine is about looking, smelling, asking, and feeling the pulse. Do you think I'm a god just by feeling the pulse?" The servant frowned and was about to scold her when the man behind the screen said in a hoarse voice, "Let her in." The servant immediately bowed to the screen respectfully, "Yes." Gu Jiao went around the screen and came to the bed. The man was lying in the curtain. Only a skinny hand was exposed. Gu Jiao sat down on the stool and felt his pulse. "You can see what you want to see," he said, and was about to open the curtain. Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed his wrist. "No, I don't want to see your face." Would she still be alive after seeing such a big shot's face? Gu Jiao covered his face with the curtain. Only the area below his waist was exposed. After the examination, the man's face turned red. Gu Jiao's face was as calm as water. The man cleared his throat. "May I ask what disease I have?" Gu Jiao looked at the screen. The man understood and said, "They are trustworthy people. You can just say it." Oh. The patient didn't care, so Gu Jiao had no scruples as a doctor. "Venereal disease," Gu Jiao said bluntly. "Nonsense." A servant outside the screen rushed over and stared at Gu Jiao fiercely. "My family." Before she could finish, she was stopped by the man's stern voice. "Shut up. Back off." The servant clenched his teeth and retreated behind the screen. "Please don't blame me if I offend you." The man's voice and breath didn't have much panic. It was obvious that he had been through a lot. "You know about it, right?" Gu Jiao asked. The man nodded sadly. A doctor had seen him and said that he had venereal disease. But he didn't dare to believe it. He never went out to have sex. How did he get venereal disease? Gu Jiao didn't have much interest in the man's private affairs. She only told him about the transmission of venereal disease. As for how he got it, he had to figure it out himself. Gu Jiao continued, "Your disease has been in the second stage for some time. If you don't treat it, you will enter the late stage." The first and second stages of venereal disease were relatively easy to cure. Although the late stage could be controlled, the damage to the body was irreversible. The man was silent for a long time and asked in a low voice, "Can you cure me?" Gu Jiao glanced at him. "If not, why did I come in?" The man was stunned. You can really cure me?" Gu Jiao put down the small basket. "I will try my best. But you better let them go out first. They are always in a panic here. It will affect my treatment." The man looked at the screen and said, "Did you hear me? Go out." "Master. Do you want me to say it again?" "I don't dare." The two servants went out worriedly and helplessly. "Why did you come out?" the young guard asked. One of the servants said, "Master asked us to come out. We can't do anything. But she is just a little girl in her teens. She doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken. She doesn't know martial arts. She can't do anything to our master." Before he finished his words, the young man clenched his fist and rushed into the room. But before he could completely open the door, he was kicked out by Gu Jiao. The young guard was like a sandbag that was hit. With a bang, he hit a big tree and hung upside down on the branch. The young guard spat out a mouthful of rotten leaves. "Didn't you say that you don't have the strength to truss a chicken?" Gu Jiao inserted the door bolt and took out a penicillin skin test from the small medicine box. "Give me your hand." The man looked at the strange needle through the curtain and was inexplicably scared. What are you going to do? Gu Jiao said, I am going to give you an injection. If you want to be cured, you have to be obedient. The man expressed that he didn't want to be obedient. Gu Jiao said earnestly, alas, I am the doctor of the medical center. The whole medical center is controlled by your subordinates. Do you think I can still escape unscathed if I hurt you? The man felt that Gu Jiao's words were not unreasonable, but he didn't suspect that Gu Jiao had ulterior motives. He was simply scared. Gu Jiao decisively grabbed his wrist. She was too good at dealing with disobedient patients. The man didn't even have time to react before Gu Jiao finished the skin test. The man looked at the small bag on his wrist. The best drug to treat venereal disease was penicillin. Unfortunately, there was no penicillin in ancient times, so it was very troublesome to cure it. There were few cases of complete recovery. This was also why the man felt that he had no hope. However, this disease was not a terminal illness for Gu Jiao. The result of the skin test showed that he was not allergic. Gu Jiao held the needle and walked towards him. Bear with it. When the man saw that the needle was several times bigger than the previous one, he was so scared that his hands and feet fluttered. Facts proved that no matter how powerful a man was, he might be afraid of injections. Ugh, the man bit the pillow and endured the most terrible torture so far. Gu Jiao packed up and said to him, isolate him and come back in 7 days. After Steward Zhou negotiated with Xiao Lulang, he immediately sent a pigeon back to the Lin family in the provincial capital. When Master Lin found out that Xiao Lulang was willing to teach his son, but he wanted his son to personally visit him to learn, Master Lin packed his son up and sent him over without another word. Therefore, on a sunny afternoon, the white and fat Lin Xianxia appeared at the gate of Tianxiang Academy. Lin Xianxia's face was young. He was already 21 years old, but he looked like he was 16 or 17 years old. He held the heavy bag and asked nervously and uneasily, Is this here? He stuttered since he was young, and the more nervous he was, the more he stuttered. Steward Zhou secretly shook his head. Such a smart child, but he stuttered. He didn't know if he would be laughed at when he went to school. That's right, Lin Xianxia had always hired a tutor at home because he was worried that he would be laughed at when he went to school. But now there was no other way. Although Lin Xianxia was a scholar, he was only a scholar. If he wanted to stand out from the other scholars, he still needed to put in a lot of effort. It's here. Steward Zhou said earnestly, Scholar Xiao will come out in a moment. Do you remember what I said to you, 6th young master? Yes, I remember. Lin Xianxia nodded, speak less. Steward Zhou nodded happily, yes, speak less. This way, no one will find out that 6th young master stutters. Yes. Lin Xianxia lowered his head. The two didn't have to wait long before Xiao Lulang came out from the private school. Behind him were Feng Lin and Gu Xiaoshen. Recently, Feng Lin had also eaten with them. Steward Zhou walked forward with a smile, clasped his hands in greeting, Scholar Xiao. His gaze fell on the person behind Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang introduced, this is my younger brother, Gu Xiaoshen. My classmate, Feng Lin. Steward Zhou smiled politely, so it's little brother Gu and little brother Feng. Sorry for the disrespect. Feng Lin clasped his hands in return. Gu Xiaoshen glanced at him and asked Xiao Lulang, brother-in-law, who is he? Xiao Lulang said, the steward of the Lin family, surnamed Zhou. It's him. Gu Xiaoshen of course knew that his brother-in-law was going to be a teacher. In the past 6 months, his brother-in-law seemed to have been possessed. His grades improved rapidly and there were many people who wanted to learn from him. Steward Zhou pulled Lin Xianxia over and introduced him to Xiao Lulang. This is our family's 6th young master, Lin Xianxia. He's introverted and doesn't speak much. I'll have to trouble Scholar Xiao to take care of him in the future. Xiao Lulang looked at him and said, there's an exam today. You can only enter if you pass the exam. Do you understand? Lin Xianxia nodded, yes, I understand. Steward Zhou was secretly relieved that he didn't give himself away. Actually, it didn't matter if he didn't pass the exam. At most, he would be shoved into Headmaster Li's Zhongjing Hall. He could even skip classes to tutor him. But this time, Xiao Lulang didn't say anything. Xiao Lulang led Lin Xianxia to find Headmaster Li. In order to win over his beloved disciple, Headmaster Li went all out. For the first time in his life, he let someone get in through the back door. However, Lin Xianxia didn't disappoint. He finished all the exam papers that Headmaster Li gave him. His grades for the essay and essay were acceptable. His 8-part essay was a little worse, but he was still qualified to be admitted. He was assigned to Xiao Lulang's class B and sat at the same table as Xiao Lulang. Since Lin Xianxia didn't live in the dormitory, Steward Zhou spent a lot of money to buy a house in the school district nearby. Xiao Lulang took out bits of time every day to tutor him. He would tutor him for 2 hours in the afternoon and an hour after school. If he came early in the morning, he could tutor him for another hour. Why don't Scholar Xiao also stay here? Wouldn't it save you from a long journey? Steward Zhou suggested with a smile. My wife will be angry. Xiao Lulang heartlessly refused. Steward Zhou, since he couldn't keep Xiao Lulang overnight, Steward Zhou had to find another way. For example, he replaced second Uncle Luo's small broken ox cart with his own luxurious horse carriage. Another example was to provide a place for lunch and afternoon rest for Xiao Lulang and his group. Gu Yan and little Jing Kong were people who needed afternoon naps. It was better for them to lie down in the wing room than to lie down in the classroom. Xiao Lulang had no objection to these two arrangements. Because they tutored Lin Xianxia, they returned to the village late. But knowing that Xiao Lulang wanted to earn money to support his family, Gu Yan and little Jing Kong had no complaints. Gu Xiaoshan concentrated on carving wood and had no complaints. Are you hungry? Why don't we have dinner here? Steward Zhou said to Gu Yan and his 2 brothers. The 3 of them said in unison, no. Steward Zhou was shocked. No, isn't the food here delicious? It's all cooked by the chef. How can your wife's cooking be better than the chef's, the 3 of them, Jiaojiao's? My sisters, cooking is so delicious that you mortals can't imagine it. The provincial examination was held once every 3 years. Xiao Lulang was lucky to pass the county examination this year. However, many candidates had waited for 2 years. With the approach of the provincial examination, the atmosphere in the academy was unprecedentedly tense. Even the teachers no longer went to the examination every day and began to simulate the provincial examination for the examinees. Xiao Lulang also set questions for Lin Xianxia. His questions were more profound and tricky than the teachers'. Lin Xianxia seriously suspected that Xiao Lulang didn't sleep every night to read the 4 books and 5 classics to give him sentences that no one had ever memorized before. At noon, Gu Yan and little Jing Kong went to the wing room to rest. Gu Xiaoshan was carving wood in the courtyard. Lin Xianxia felt a headache coming on because of Xiao Lulang's questions. Steward Zhou was guarding at the door. Suddenly, a servant came over. Steward Zhou moved aside and whispered, "What's wrong?" The post station was flooded. Brother Zheng was washed away by the water. He returned to the Lin mansion a few days ago and is now recuperating in the Lin mansion. Brother Zheng was the young man who went to invite Gu Jiao earlier. He was the son of a deputy steward of the Lin family. Last time, after Xiao Lulang refused to go to the Lin mansion, the young man surnamed Xing went back home. Who would have thought that he would encounter a flood on the way? When did it happen? Half a month ago. The journey to the provincial capital was slow because they went up the mountain. But the journey from the provincial capital was fast because they went down the mountain. Therefore, Lin Shui, who came from the provincial capital, perfectly avoided the flood. But if Xiao Lulang and Steward Zhou went to the provincial capital, they would have encountered the flood at the post station like the young man surnamed Xing. Xiao Lulang came out after tutoring Lin Xianxia. Seeing Steward Zhou's expression, he couldn't help asking, "What happened?" It's like this. Steward Zhou told him about the flood at the post station half a month ago. Xiao Lulang knew that post station. It was the only post station on the official road. In other words, as long as they went to the provincial capital, they would definitely live in that post station. Judging from the time, it was just right for them to catch the flood. Lin Xianxia couldn't catch up. It was faster to travel from the provincial capital. He had already passed the post station in half a month. Xiao Lulang thought about how Gu Jiao stopped him from going to the provincial capital. This was not the first time such a coincidence happened. Because she asked him to buy osmanthus cake, he avoided the medical dispute at the medical center. Because she came to find him for lunch, he avoided the collapse of the dormitory. And because she wanted to spend the night in town, he didn't catch the snowstorm on the way. Once or twice was a coincidence, but 3 or 4 times was a bit thought-provoking. In the evening, Xiao Lulang went to the kitchen to help Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao cooked, and he added wood to the fire. The 2 pots on the stove were used. One was steaming sweet potatoes and cornbread, while the other was boiling fungus soup. The thick soup gurgled, and the stove was very fragrant. Xiao Lulang broke a dead branch and put it in the stove. He said casually, "Today, Steward Zhou said that there was a flood at the Qishan post station half a month ago. Fortunately, I didn't go to the provincial capital. Otherwise, I would have been washed away by the flood." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Xiao Lulang looked at her. "Aren't you surprised?" Gu Jiao paused. "Oh." Xiao Lulang asked her, "Did you know that there would be a flood?" Gu Jiao said calmly, "No." Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply. He lowered his head and broke a dead branch. "This time, I plan to live in the Lin family's residence in the provincial capital." Gu Jiao's hand that was holding the spatula paused. "Didn't I say that I won't live there?" Xiao Lulang said seriously, "It's convenient to live in the Lin family's residence. Moreover, I've asked Steward Zhou. Steward Zhou said that although the daughters of the Lin family are beautiful, they are all married. None of them are unmarried. You don't have to worry about that." Was she worried about the daughters of the Lin family? She was worried about her cousins of the Lin family. What kind of good fortune would he have for the rest of his life? Did he still want it? Gu Jiao held her breath, but she couldn't spit it out. Her little face instantly darkened. Xiao Lulang almost laughed at the way she wanted to flare up but couldn't. The conversation was about to continue. At this time, little Jing Kong ran in angrily with a little chick in his arms. "Jiao Jiao. Gu Yangi's dog bit my little chick." After Gu Yan's little puppy also moved into the house, the whole family experienced what it meant to be in a real mess. As long as the little puppy and the little chick came out of the cage at the same time, they would be able to bite the chicken feathers all over the floor. The little puppy was big, but it was no match for the many chicks. It also knew how to set up a formation. Both sides were fearless when they fought. Gu Jiao asked him, "Did your little chick peck Gu Yangi's little puppy?" Little Jing Kong instantly fell silent. Little Jing Kong raised his head and said cutely, "The food smells so good. I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished my homework. I'm going to do it now." The little monk, who was the one who complained first, jumped out of the house. He was sure that he was extremely cute. Jiao Jiao was so charmed by him that she forgot to get angry. As he jumped, he stuffed the little chick back into the chicken coop. Then, in a spurt of energy, he ran away and disappeared. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/115376718. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. After being interrupted by little Jing Kong, the topic just now was not continued. 7 days later, Gu Jiao went to the medical center again. The medical center was cleared out again. Gu Jiao frowned. She forgot to tell them not to ruin the medical center's business last time. The young guard who was kicked up the tree by Gu Jiao last time had not arrived. He brought the other guards to clear out the medical center first. Gu Jiao was a little angry. Huichun Hall was the only medical center in town. Many patients came to see the doctor every day. If they were all kicked out, it would delay the patient's treatment. The man did not let Gu Jiao wait for long. He wore a bamboo hat and entered the medical center. There was a layer of gauze outside the bamboo hat, which covered his head appropriately. He could see outside, but the people outside could not see his face. Mississippi, the man greeted her with a pleasant expression. His tone was lighter than last time. Mrs. Medicine is really magical. My condition has not worsened. There was even a slight improvement. He did not say this for the time being. He was afraid that it was just his illusion. Gu Jiao was not in a hurry to see him. Instead, she said, in the future, you are not allowed to occupy the medical center. The medical center is not your private territory. You have no right to ask other patients to leave. The young guard gritted his teeth. What do you know? Do you know who my master is? Shut up. The man stopped the young guard. The young guard realized that he almost said something wrong and shut his mouth resentfully. Gu Jiao said lightly, I don't care who you are. In short, you are a patient here. All patients are treated equally. You are not judged by your status, but by the severity of your condition. The man slapped the table and said passionately, not judged by status, but by the severity of your condition. If all the doctors in Zhao country can be like you, why worry about not being able to cure the people? You are a woman, but you have such awareness. Take off your pants. Gu Jiao interrupted him. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. Couldn't he wait for him to finish flattering him? Gu Jiao began to examine him. All. The servants had left, leaving only the doctor and the patient in the room. Even so, the man's face still turned red. On the other hand, Gu Jiao was extremely calm. The man finally couldn't help but ask with a red face, Miss, how can you be so calm? Gu Jiao said, Oh, I've seen a lot. Man. What kind of vicious words were these? The second injection today. Gu Jiao took out the penicillin. The fear of being injected surged into his heart, and the man panicked. Wait, can I? Ugh, the man's body stiffened and he bit the blanket. The current dynasty's provincial examination was around the same time as the previous dynasty's, in the 8th month. However, in order to get to the provincial capital early, some of the examinees from the more remote areas set off from their homes in the 6th month. Xiao Lulang was escorted by the Lin family's 1,000-mile horse carriage, so there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. However, he couldn't leave too late either. The two of them made breakfast in the kitchen. Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang, when do you plan on leaving? In 3 days. Xiao Lulang said. Is Feng Lin going as well? Yes, he's going as well. That's good. We'll have someone to look after on the road. Gu Jiao was at ease with Feng Lin's work. He might not take good care of himself, but he would definitely take good care of Xiao Lulang. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked, will we pass by Song County? Song County was Feng Lin's hometown. Xiao Lulang, his mother, and his older brother had also lived in Song County. Xiao Lulang shook his head. No, the direction is different. If we go to the capital by water, we can pass by. Song County had a canal, and the imperial court had 2 major salt transportation routes. One of them was near Song County. Gu Jiao said, Oh. On New Year's Eve, Feng Lin's family had shed many tears. If he could go home, it would be very comforting. Gu Jiao said, Then I wish him success in the provincial examination. Next year, he'll go to the capital to take the exam. While he's there, he'll go home. These words had no hidden meaning, but Gu Jiao felt that something was wrong. How could she forget that Principal Li had told her that Xiao Lulang did not want to go to the capital to take the exam? She had never tried to persuade him to do anything. He had his own life and his own choices. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the day that Xiao Lulang left for the provincial capital. Steward Zhou had rushed the carriage to the village early. He knew that they needed to load the luggage, so he had the carriage stop in front of Gu Jiao and Xiao Liulang's door. The Lin family was the richest family in the provincial capital and was the overlord of the salt transportation. Their family's carriage was even more luxurious than the marquis's. There were 4 tall and powerful horses that were taller than a grown man. According to the rules, merchants were not allowed to enjoy such a high-standard carriage. This was a privilege given to the Lin family by the imperial family. The carriage was large enough, and there was even a soft couch inside. It was an ancient caravan. Gu Jiao was quite satisfied with sitting in this carriage to go to the provincial capital. There were many people in the village who came to watch the fun, but they did not dare to approach because of the guards and the horses. Only Go Hua, who always grew grass next door, did not fear the tiger. He climbed onto the carriage with all his might. Xianxia awkwardly wanted to carry him down, but Go Hua refused. Steward Zhou smiled and said, "It's fine. Let him sit on the carriage. Just make sure he doesn't fall." Xianxia understood that she was riding on the coattails of her neighbors. She was a young widow in the village and had been looked down upon by many people behind her back. Sometimes, people were not evil, but the environment was cruel. When evil became a custom, good people would also raise their butcher's knife. But today, she, a young widow who was looked down upon by others, could openly sit in the carriage with her son in her arms, which the villagers did not dare to approach. She suddenly felt a sense of exaltation and elation. They were going to be back for a long time, so Gu Jiao prepared a lot of luggage for them. Feng Lin jumped off the carriage to help her carry the luggage, and listened to her explain what was in each bag. Little Jing Kong found his brother-in-law and started a conversation with him. The location was still the latrine. Xiao Lulang was speechless. What was the little monk's weird habit? Did he have to take off his pants to talk to people? Little Jing Kong sat on his small toilet bowl majestically. Those who did not know him would think that he was sitting on the dragon throne. He was very domineering. He said seriously, "You are going to leave home again. This time, you will be away for a long time. Take care of yourself and don't let the family worry." Xiao Lulang did not want to hear the little trumpet girl's voice at this time. Little Jing Kong continued, "Also, you are a mature examinee. Don't rely on others to motivate you. You must learn to be the first in the exam." Xiao Lulang was speechless. "Are you the one who helps me to be the first in the exam every time? Okay, stop talking so much. Take care." After saying that, little Jing Kong stretched out his little hand, intending to pat his brother-in-law's shoulder like an elder. However, he forgot that he was sitting on the small toilet bowl, so he only patted Xiao Liulang's butt. Xiao Lulang turned his head to look at the little hand that was grabbing his butt. He was speechless. There were no classes in the private school today. Gu Yan was a person who liked to sleep in, but he still asked Gu Shaoshan to wake him up and get up to say goodbye to his brother-in-law. Then he went back to his room to sleep. "Is this all?" Feng Lin took the last bag and asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, this is Liulang's food. I also made some pickles for you to eat on the way." "Okay." Feng Lin happily went to the kitchen to get the pickles. Seeing him come out with a big jar of pickles, Steward Zhou thought to himself that the Lin family was the richest family in the provincial capital. How could they lack good food? Not long after Steward Zhou tasted the pickles, he began to complain that Feng Lin did not bring 2 more jars. This time, they were really done packing. Gu Jiao sent Xiao Lulang to the carriage. Seeing that the carriage was about to leave, Madame Zhou and Gu Dashun, who had not appeared for many days, rushed over. "Jiaonyang! Jiaonyang!" Madame Zhou changed her usual cold face and put on an extremely flattering smile. "Are you going to the provincial capital?" While talking, Madame Zhou and Gu Jiao had already arrived in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Dashun was a little reluctant to come over. Holding the bag, he was a dozen steps behind them. Xiao Lulang frowned slightly. Gu Jiao lowered the curtain, indicating that he did not need to come down. Gu Jiao turned to look at Madame Zhou. "What are you doing here?" "Hey, look at what you're saying. My nephew's son-in-law is going to the provincial capital to take the exam. How can I not send him off? Look, this is a little gift from eldest aunt." As Madame Zhou spoke, she handed a basket of eggs to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao knew what she was up to and did not reach out to take it. Madame Zhou was embarrassed. She gave her husband a look. Gu Jiao coughed lightly and said to Gu Jiao, "Jiaonyang, the journey to the provincial capital this time is long. Liulang's legs are inconvenient. Why don't we let Dashun go with him? They can take care of each other on the way." "Who will take care of whom?" Gu Jiao asked bluntly. Even if Xiao Lulang was a little cripple, he usually did more work than Gu Dashun, who was able-bodied. Gu Dashun was spoiled since he was young. He did not know anything other than studying. He would be a burden if they brought him along. Gu Zhonghai choked. He was Gu Dashun's biological father. How could he not understand that Gu Dashun could not take care of himself when he left home? His clothes in the academy were brought home to be washed. If not, how could he beg Gu Jiao to let Xiao Lulang bring him along? Originally, Gu Zhonghai planned to bring Gu Dashun to the provincial capital himself. But life was hard at home and they could not afford the travel expenses of 2 people. He also heard that Xiao Lulang was tutoring people recently. The other party was from a wealthy family in the provincial capital and did not lack money. With Dashun's help, not only did they save on travel expenses, they also did not have to fork out money for food and clothing. He advised earnestly, Jianyang, eldest uncle has wronged you in the past, but your eldest brother has never offended you, right? Your eldest brother is focused on his studies and does not know about our grievances. He has never interfered. Your parents doted on your eldest brother so much when they were alive. How can you bear to see your eldest brother suffer? Gu Sanlang and his wife did dote on Gu Dashun when they were alive. But how did Gu Dashun, who was loved by them, treat Gu Jiao's mother? When Gu Jiao's mother was bullied, did Gu Dashun stand up for his sister? In that dream, Gu Dashun even framed his own brother-in-law, Xiao Lulang, for his own selfish reasons. He did not do so in the end, not because he found his conscience, but because Gu Jiao intervened. So even if the grievances between Gu Jiao and the elders were ignored, Gu Dashun was definitely not innocent. Zhou helped, that's right, Jianyang. Just let them bring Dashun along. Look at how spacious this carriage is. 1 more person won't be a problem. Just let Dashun sit for a while. The coffin underground is also quite spacious. Why don't you go in and lie down? The matriarch casually walked out. The villagers laughed. Liulong's grandaunt's eloquence really did not disappoint. Zhou almost choked on her words. How can you say that? The matriarch spread her hands. I use my mouth to speak. Could it be that you use your butt? Zhou was so angry that she fell backwards. The villagers laughed until they fell down. She was mocking Zhou for her nonsense. But Zhou was also to blame for digging her own grave. Did she not know that there was no joke in the world that the matriarch could not answer? In any case, she was the champion of the last imperial harem. The 3,000 concubines in the harem were all obedient to her. What was a mere Zhou to her? He's not even a child of your Gu family. Why are you still blaming us? The matriarch pointed at Gu Dashun, who was not far away. If you really want to bring him along, it's fine. But let's make things clear first. Liulong's legs are not good. He's not going to be Liulong's boss. He's going to take care of Lulang. Gu Zhonghai politely said, of course. Of course. It was fine as long as he could get on the carriage. If he really went to Dashun and did not take care of Lulang, could Lulang chase Dashun away? Scholars valued their reputation the most. If Xiao Lulang really dared to do this, they would go to the yamen and make a fuss. They would ruin Xiao Liulong's reputation, the matriarch said. Words are no proof. I'll write it down. Xiaoshun, bring me a pen. Gu Xiaoshun went to the west room to get a pen. The matriarch said slowly, write it down clearly. Gu Dashun will wake up at 3 o'clock every day to buy breakfast for Lulang, iron his clothes, wake Lulang up, help Lulang take off his clothes, wash his face, and rinse his mouth. He has to personally deliver everything to Lulang. He has to wash Liulong's clothes and empty Liulong's chamber pot. Zhou expression changed drastically. Why is there a chamber pot? The matriarch ignored her and continued, when the weather is hot, he has to fan Lulang. When there are too many mosquitoes, he has to kill mosquitoes for Lulang. He can only sleep when Lulang is asleep. If Lulang wakes up in the middle of the night, he has to wake up. In short, he has to unconditionally satisfy any request of our Lulang. Also, he is not allowed to talk back. He is not allowed to be disobedient. Otherwise, Lulang can beat him. You. Zhou was so angry that her heart hurt. She almost leaned on Gu Zhonghai. However, Gu Zhonghai's expression was not much better than hers. Mrs. Zhou burst into tears and snot. My fellow villagers, please be the judge. How is this taking care of him? He is clearly ordering our Deshun servants around. The matriarch looked innocent. Huh? This is a servant? You have been treating the orphan of the third branch like this for so many years. I thought that your Gu family likes to take care of people like this. No matter how thick-skinned Zhou was, she couldn't stand it anymore. She left Gu Jiao's house with her husband and son in disgrace. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain of the window and handed a money bag to Xiao Lulang. I put some broken silver and banknotes in it. There were 10 taels of silver and 100 taels of banknotes. In fact, the card of the bank was also in it, but it was sewn secretly. Xiao Lulang nodded, took the money bag and said to her, "Let's go." Okay. Gu Jiao nodded and watched him leave the village. When the carriage disappeared at the entrance of the village, she turned and went into the house. Gu Jiao looked at the empty West house. Oh, he really left. As soon as she finished speaking, she sensed a shadow suddenly appear on the ground. She turned her head in a daze and saw Xiao Lulang appear at the door for some reason. "Why are you back?" she asked with her eyes wide open. Xiao Lulang stared deeply at her. "I left something behind." Gu Jiao watched him walk towards her and a series of little red hearts suddenly flashed through her mind. Was it me? Was it me? Was it me? Did he leave me behind? Gu Jiao looked at him with blinking eyes. Then, he walked past Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang came out of the West House with a certificate for the provincial examination in his hand. Without this, you can't enter the examination room. Gu Jiao opened the door expressionlessly. Take care. I won't see you out. Xiao Lulang looked at her and a light flashed in his eyes. After he left the house, he suddenly stopped. If I said that no matter what the final result is, I won't go to the capital for the examination, would you still think that I need to go to the provincial examination? Yes. Gu Jiao said firmly as she looked at his back. I hope that you won't go to the capital in the future because you choose not to go, not because you don't have the qualifications to go. Xiao Lulang clenched his fists and a complicated look flashed through his eyes. Then Gu Jiao smiled, if there's trouble or danger, I'll protect you. He didn't mean that, but... Xiao Lulang's chest inexplicably filled with a strange emotion. This time, he really left on the road. Gu Jiao returned to the West House and found that there was an extra envelope on the table. Gu Jiao opened it and a matching card of the bank fell out. You found it so quickly. Dropping the examination card was a lie, but returning the matching card of the bank was real, right? There was also a small note in the envelope. Gu Jiao could recognize quite a few words by now. She opened it and saw the words written in clear handwriting. Don't live in the Lin family, don't be jealous. The word jealous was written in a particularly bold and forceful manner. Gu Jiao frowned strangely. Why did she feel a little smug from the plain handwriting? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115345323. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. Today was the day of the follow-up visit with the mysterious person. The other party had been waiting at the Huichun Hall for a long time. This time, he didn't let people clear the medical center. Gu Jiao came a little late to see Xiao Lulang off, so she made the other party wait for a long time. The young guard's face was completely dark. Humph, you're the first person who dares to make my master wait. Gu Jiao spread her hands. Oh, I'm honored. The young guard turned his face away. Gu Jiao entered the side room. The man wore a bamboo hat with a veil that covered his face. but his noble temperament couldn't be concealed. He was still guarded by two effeminate servants. After seeing Gu Jiao a few times, the servants were already used to her rudeness. When they saw Gu Jiao sitting down without even greeting their master, they could only criticize her in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything sarcastic. There was no other reason. Their master's illness was really cured by this little girl. Gu Jiao gave him a total of 3 injections of benzathine penicillin, one every 7 days. The last one was done last month. Today, he came for a follow-up visit. Gu Jiao took his pulse and examined him. "I'm cured, right?" The man's voice couldn't hide his joy. Gu Jiao took off her gloves and said to him, "You seem to be recovering well, but you need 2 years before you can be considered completely cured. It's not suitable for a follow-up visit." The man was silent. Gu Jiao noticed that his mood was different from a few days ago. "What's wrong? You can't follow up?" The man smiled and said, "To be honest, I have to leave." "Oh." Gu Jiao was not surprised. Given his accent, Gu Jiao knew that he was not a local. He might not even be a native of Yuzhou province. He came from a place further away. As for the specific location, Gu Jiao could not guess. The man said amiably, "However, I believe that I have been cured by Mississippi. May I take the liberty to ask, Miss, your medical skills are so brilliant, where did you learn them from?" Gu Jiao said, "I have many teachers." This was the truth. In her previous life, she had studied medicine at a university and a research institute. After that, she had entered the research institute. There were indeed many teachers who had taught her. The man was not someone who did not have good eyesight. Since Gu Jiao was not willing to talk about this topic, he did not pursue the matter any further. He said, "Many thanks to Miss for curing my illness. I came here today for another matter. I hope that I can solemnly thank Mississippi. You've already paid the consultation fee, so there's no need to thank me." Gu Jiao was halfway through her sentence when she saw the man take a brocade box from a servant and place it on the table. That brocade box was clearly not an ordinary item. Gu Jiao seamlessly changed the topic. "If you really want to give me a gift of thanks, then I can only reluctantly accept it." The servants simply couldn't bear to watch. If you have the ability, then have some backbone. Continue to say that you don't want it." The man gave a tolerant smile and pushed the brocade box to Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao opened it and saw that it was an exquisite jade folding fan. Gu Jiao held the fan in her hand. It was slightly cold to the touch, and the jade was clear. It was truly a good fan. "Do you like it?" the man asked. Gu Jiao had a hesitant expression. The servants were dumbfounded. No way, a fan made of 1,000-year-old cold jade. She didn't even like it? "If you don't like it, you can exchange it for something else," the man gently said. "Oh, then do you have a fan made of gold?" Gu Jiao asked. The servants couldn't help but tremble. "You really don't know how to be polite. You want to exchange it for gold, but is gold worth as much as it?" "Country people really don't know much," the man smiled and said, "I don't have a gold fan, but I have other gold things here." After saying that, he called one of the servants over and whispered a few words in his ear. The servant's eyes widened. "Master, this is not appropriate, right?" "That is." The man didn't treat the servant as nicely as he treated Gu Jiao. "Just take it." "Why are you talking so much nonsense? After going to Jiangnan, I found that you have other abilities. You are more talkative." "Yes." The servant didn't dare to neglect. He glared at Gu Jiao with hidden bitterness and went to the carriage to take a new small box. It was actually a Huarong road made of pure gold. Huarong road was a kind of ancient intellectual toy. Many shops sold it, but it was all made of wood. Gu Jiao saw a gold one for the first time. It was fun and sparkling. Little Jing Kong would definitely like it. Gu Jiao nodded with satisfaction. The man looked at her serious little face and finally had a little expression. He couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, do you like gold or Huarong road?" Gu Jiao said, "It's not me who likes it. It's my younger brother who likes it." The man smiled. "Miss, you have a younger brother?" Gu Jiao pointed with her fingers, "Not one, but 3. Man, Then it doesn't seem good to only give one. The man gave Gu Jiao 2 more gifts. The servants at the side all felt their master's pain. Why didn't you say it was good? Didn't you kill the conversation? Had he dug his own grave? There was no one to talk about it. It was you who cared about your face. When Gu Jiao left the medical center, there were 3 more luxurious gift bags in the small basket. The man cupped his hands at Gu Jiao at the gate of Huichun Hall. Miss, we will meet again. Gu Jiao glanced at him. We will meet again. What's wrong with you? After that, she carried the small basket and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. The servant was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, look at her. The man was also a little startled. After all, no one dared to talk to him like that for many years. But he was in a good mood after he understood and laughed. Yes, what's wrong with me? Why do I want to see a doctor? Isn't it good to be healthy? Master, it's time to go back to the capital. Let's go. After Gu Jiao left Huichun Hall, she set off for the only iron shop in town. This iron shop had been open for more than 20 years and could be considered an old shop. Gu Jiao had just walked to the door when she heard the sound of iron being hammered. The iron shop's business was very good. The blacksmiths were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. There was no counter in the shop. Gu Jiao called a waiter and asked, I ordered iron here last month. Today is the day of delivery. The waiter carried a heavy basket of iron ore and shouted into the hall, Old Wang. Someone is here to pick up the goods. Coming, coming. A blacksmith drenched in sweat hurriedly ran out. He had a handkerchief around his neck. He wiped the sweat off his face with the handkerchief and looked at Gu Jiao. Who wants to pick up the goods? You? Last time, it was Huichun Hall's coachman who ordered the goods, so the old blacksmith didn't recognize her. Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement and handed the cards to him. There weren't many scholars in ancient times and not many blacksmiths were literate. Therefore, they used matching cards. Each pair of cards had a corresponding number on it. Based on the number, one would know which batch of goods it was. You haven't finished this. The old blacksmith said with a frown. Gu Jiao said, but last time, you said you would pick up the goods today. The old blacksmith used the handkerchief to wipe his sweat and said, but it really isn't finished. We can't do anything about it. How much longer will it take? Gu Jiao asked. This? The old blacksmith thought for a moment, 1 or 2 months. Gu Jiao was puzzled, that long? I didn't ask for too many farm tools, right? The old blacksmith sighed and said, it's not yours. Last month, my shop received a job before yours. It's about 1,000 pieces of ironware for mining iron ore. How can a small blacksmith shop like ours make it in time? We're still short of half. We don't have enough manpower and we don't have enough furnaces. Old Wang. It's time to forge. One of the blacksmiths shouted from inside. Hey! Coming! The old blacksmith shouted into the shop and then turned to Gu Jiao and said, Miss, you should come back next month to take a look. Gu Jiao didn't want to wait that long. After the old blacksmith went in, she also went into the shop. The shop assistants and blacksmiths were so busy that no one paid attention to a little girl. In all fairness, the blacksmith shop had a lot of manpower. According to this number of people, it was more than enough to make 1,000 pieces of iron a month. Then the problem shouldn't be the shortage of manpower. Gu Jiao looked at their blast furnace and suddenly found the problem. Smelting iron required an extremely high temperature. In order to reach this temperature, blast furnaces generally used blowers. Gu Jiao thought that the iron shops of this dynasty also used water pipes to blow the furnace. Who would have thought that it was the most primitive method of blowing the furnace by human power? The biggest disadvantage of human power blowers, commonly known as human power blowers, was that each port only had one tuah, bag made of horse skin. Every time the human power blowers, the tuah would close once. And a blast furnace had about 4 to 6 ports. In other words, a blast furnace could blow up to 6 times at the same time. This efficiency was much lower than that of water pipes. Water pipes were driven by water power. Every time the water wheel rotated, the tuah could close several times. Not only did it save a lot of time, but it also saved manpower. Gu Jiao told the old blacksmith her idea. The old blacksmith was very surprised. How could a little girl dressed in cloth know this? After being surprised, he said, I've seen what you said. It's only available in the Imperial Quartz blacksmith shop. There were no craftsmen who could make water pipes. I can do it, Gu Jiao said. The old blacksmith was shocked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, but, what I'm going to do next is not water pipes. Gu Jiao said a name. What box? The old blacksmith said that he had never heard of it. Do you have paper? Gu Jiao asked. Ah? The old blacksmith was shocked silly by Gu Jiao and didn't react for a long time. Gu Jiao simply found a piece of bluestone on the ground, took out a charcoal pencil from her purse, and concentrated on drawing. The other blacksmiths were attracted by her. The old blacksmith scolded, What are you looking at? Go to work. The blacksmiths were afraid of the old master's prestige, so they suppressed their curiosity and went to work. However, they still looked at Gu Jiao from time to time. What was this little girl drawing on the ground of their iron shop? The old blacksmith finally couldn't hold back and asked, Miss, what are you doing? Drawing. Gu Jiao said concisely. Why are you drawing on my ground? I'll have to find someone to wipe it later, it's too troublesome. Gu Jiao smiled, I'll let you finish the remaining 1,000 pieces of iron in 10 days, don't you want it? 10 days? The old blacksmith stood up with his hands on his hips, stop joking. He was a blacksmith, so how could he not know? Even if everyone in the iron shop didn't sleep or rest, it would still take at least a month, unless they used the Imperial Quartz water pipes, but that would still take 20 days. I'm not joking. The old blacksmith expressed his disbelief. If I do it, then what? The old blacksmith crossed his arms and looked down at her. If you do it, then I'll make your iron for free and won't charge you a single copper coin. Not only that, I'll also take care of all your iron in the future. I won't take a single coin from you. Gu Jiao seriously thought about it and felt that this deal was feasible. All right, I agree. The old blacksmith pouted, What do you mean you agree? You're bragging to the heavens. Gu Jiao quickly finished drawing and nodded her head in satisfaction. It should be like this. Go and find a carpenter later. The old blacksmith's mouth opened wide. What? Gu Jiao rolled up her sleeves. Don't be in a daze. If you keep on being in a daze, you won't be able to finish your iron. After saying this, Gu Jiao stood up and put the charcoal pencil back into her purse. Then she washed her hands and turned around to leave. The old blacksmith's face was filled with confusion. This can't be, right? Was this little girl toying with him? How could she understand these things? But for some reason, the old blacksmith thought of the other person kneeling on the ground and calmly drawing. He still went to call the carpenter next door. The carpenter was knowledgeable. After looking at the blueprint on the bluestone board, his eyes immediately changed. Who drew this? What's wrong? The old blacksmith asked strangely. The carpenter didn't answer his question. He knelt down and touched the blueprint on the ground with both hands as if he was looking at a treasure. However, he was afraid that he would touch it, so he didn't dare to touch it. This cautious look made the old blacksmith puzzled. The carpenter's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, he went back to the shop and grabbed a pen and paper. He knelt on the ground and began to copy the blueprint devoutly. He had a vague premonition that this might be the most amazing thing he had ever done in his life. The old blacksmith was confused. He stared at the blueprint on the bluestone board. What's going on? Can it really be made? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826115341479. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. When Gu Jiao returned home, Gu Yan was already awake. He was sitting in the living room with the old lady and eating sweet and sour eggs. Seeing Gu Jiao enter the room, the old lady quickly pushed the sweet and sour eggs in front of Gu Yan. She said righteously, "I said I won't eat it. You have to be filial to me." Gu Yan was speechless. Who was the one who took away half of his sweet and sour eggs? The sweet and sour eggs were made by Xianxia. Of course, the old lady didn't show up. She just encouraged Gu Yan to ask for it. Xianxia couldn't resist Gu Yan's charm. She cooked a big bowl for him without hesitation. Little Jing Kong and Gu Shaoshan also had a small bowl each. Gu Shaoshan ate quickly. He had already returned to his room to study his wood carving. Little Jing Kong was still practicing on the tree trunk. He hadn't started eating yet. Gu Jiao decisively confiscated the old lady's sweet and sour eggs. In fact, the old lady who had already eaten half a bowl wiped her mouth and returned to her room. "As long as I eat fast enough, Jiao Jiao won't be able to catch me." Gu Jiao gave the 3 gifts from the man to her 3 younger brothers. She didn't need to ask, and the 3 of them accurately found what they liked. Little Jing Kong picked up the shiny golden Huarong Dao and couldn't put it down. Gu Yan picked a jade thumb ring made of 1,000-year-old cold jade. It was better than the original one. Gu Shaoshan got a dagger that could cut iron like mud. This dagger was smaller than a normal dagger. It was easy to carry and could be used as an excellent carving knife. The 3 of them were very happy. Xianxia was helping Gu Jiao clean up the backyard. Xianxia often came over to help. In return, Gu Jiao would help Xianxia to work in the fields. Occasionally, the old lady would help Xianxia to look after the children. The main reason was that Go Wa was a man of few words. If you gave him a candied fruit, he would lick it for the whole morning. The old lady's ears were very quiet, so she naturally felt that Go Wa was easy to take care of. "Little Jing Kong, great aunt. You're eating the candied plums again." "Jiao Jiao. Great aunt is eating candied plums again. She already ate 5 today." Little Jing Kong, who caught the old lady right after he finished practicing, thought, "Great aunt is too naughty. I told you not to eat, but you always secretly eat." The old lady's hands trembled. "Stinky little monk, Xianxia came here today to look for Gu Jiao. Jiaonyang, Go Wa's second uncle sent us a letter again. Help me read it." Xianxia handed a folded envelope to Gu Jiao. Ever since Gu Jiao learned how to read from Xiao Lulang, Xianxia didn't ask Xiao Lulang to read the letter. Gu Jiao opened the letter and glanced at it. "Eh? What's wrong?" Xianxia asked. Gu Jiao said, "Oh, this letter is different from the previous one. It seems to be written by Go Wa's second uncle himself." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Really? His second uncle also knows how to write?" Gu Jiao looked at her proud face and didn't have the heart to tell her how she could tell that it was written by himself. It was because his handwriting was too ugly. It was even uglier than her calligraphy. Moreover, the words he used were very immature. It was at the level of a primary school student. However, it was still able to express the meaning clearly. The letter said that Go Wa's second uncle was promoted and became the deputy general's personal guard. Although he was only a small soldier, it was still a great honor to be able to follow the deputy general. However, because of this, his original plan to visit his family this year would have to be cancelled. He would have to follow the deputy general back to the capital to report on his work. The deputy general only brought 100 personal guards. He is one of them. It's a rare opportunity, Gu Jiao said. However, these words didn't comfort Xianxia. Xianxia's expression darkened. After Go Wa's father passed away, the person my mother missed the most was Go Wa's second uncle. My mother hoped day and night that he would come back to see her. When she heard that he might pass by our village this year, my mother was so happy that her old leg almost recovered. Now that he isn't coming back, how do you want me to explain this to my mother? Xianxia was only 2 years older than Gu Jiao. In her previous life, she would still be a young high school student. Now, she was already a sister-in-law, mother, and daughter-in-law. Gu Jiao didn't know how to comfort her. She continued to read, Gowa's second uncle also sent you some money. He said that your birthday is coming soon and wants you to use the money to buy 2 sets of jewelry. It's a total of 20 taels. Xianxia worriedly said, why did he send so much money? Did he not eat properly? He gave all the money to the family. Gu Jiao knew how to comfort her, don't worry. He won't starve in the military camp. It's just that he doesn't have anywhere to spend the money, so he sent it all back. Xianxia slightly relaxed. Gu Jiao continued to read, Gowa's second uncle said that he doesn't want you to farm anymore. The money he gave you is enough for you, your mother, and Gowa to spend. You can rent the land to the villagers for a cheap price. Xianxia hurriedly said, how can that be? We have to save up the money and use it for him to get married in the future. Gu Jiao thought, a man wants to buy jewelry for you. Do you really not have any other thoughts? After lunch, Xianxia went to the bank to get the money. Gowa hugged her thigh and refused to let go. Xianxia had no choice but to take Gowa with her. There weren't many people in the bank. Xianxia waited for a little while before she received the 20 taels of silver. She put the money into the cloth bag, carried Gowa on her back, and hugged the cloth bag in her arms. When she came out of the bank, she was bumped into by a young man who was dressed like a scholar. Do you have eyes? How can you walk? The scholar impatiently patted the arm that Xianxia bumped into. Xianxia embarrassedly apologized, I'm sorry, the scholar's companion said, forget it. Don't mind her. We still have to rush to the exam. We can't afford to be late. When she heard that she had to pay, Xianxia's face turned pale. Fortunately, the scholar was persuaded to leave by his companion. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, she found that there was something wrong with her cloth bag. It seemed to be a lot lighter. She hurriedly took out her bag and was instantly dumbfounded. Her 20 taels of silver were all gone. Xianxia thought of the scholar just now. The expression in her eyes changed and she chased after them, wait. The 2 young men stopped in their tracks. The scholar who bumped into her turned around and looked at her impatiently, what are you doing? Xianxia gathered her courage and said, You stole my money. What? The scholar was puzzled. There was also a trace of shame and anger from being wrongly accused. Xianxia was originally a bully at home. She was amenable to the soft but afraid of the hard. If she really confronted 2 grown men, she was more or less afraid. But that was 20 taels of silver. It was such a large sum of money. Gowa's second uncle risked his life to earn it. She couldn't let others steal it. It's you. She forced herself to gather her courage, I just came out of the bank. The whole way, I covered myself up tightly. Just now, I was bumped into by you, and the money was gone. The scholar rolled up his sleeves and was about to get angry. His companion pulled him back, what are you doing? Why are you arguing with an ignorant woman? The scholar snorted, it's not that I want to argue with her. She's the one who blackmailed me. His companion sighed, forget it. The exam is more important. Don't pay attention to her. For your sake, I won't report it. The scholar snorted coldly and turned around to leave with his companion. Xianxia rushed forward and grabbed the scholar's arm, give me back my money. You're crazy. The scholar angrily stomped his feet and pushed her hand away. Xianxia rushed over again. As the 2 of them pulled and pulled, the surrounding commoners surrounded them. The scholar indignantly said, you said that I stole your money. Can you show me the evidence? If you blackmail me again, I'll report it. Since you're a woman and you're carrying a child on your back, I thought you were honest. Don't you feel ashamed bringing a child to do such a despicable thing? You. Xianxia's face turned green from his words. The surrounding people began to point at them. In today's world, men were superior to women. Moreover, everything was inferior except for studying. No one would believe that Xianxia was a widow compared to a scholar. The scholar bitterly said, I'm kind and won't report it. First, because you're a woman. Second, because we're rushing to the provincial exam. We don't have time to argue with you. This is too much. How can she blackmail a student who's rushing to the exam? Does she have any conscience? Isn't that right? She studied hard for 10 years just to be blackmailed by her? Look at her. She's not a good person. The passers-by began to criticize Xianxia. Xianxia felt so wrong that tears came out of her eyes. She didn't blackmail them. She really lost the money. Gowa was originally asleep, but he was also woken up by the noise. Seeing that he and his mother were surrounded by a group of people, he cried out in fear. Deanley had just come out of the dessert shop and was about to go to the town's medical center when he heard a heart-wrenching cry. This voice was a bit familiar. Deanley paused and then walked over. At this moment, Xianxia was being criticized by everyone behind her back. No one believed what she said. Deanley quickly recognized her. She was his beloved student's neighbor. Then he recognized Go Hua, the little fatty who called him father. Deanley walked into the crowd. He was the dean of Xianxia Academy. Even if he wasn't wearing the clothes of a teacher, his scholarly and noble aura could still suppress the crowd in an instant. What happened? He asked. Xianxia was already sobbing. The scholar said, "This little woman blackmailed me." Deanley asked, "What did she blackmail you about?" The scholar angrily replied, "She said I stole his silver." Deanley asked again, "Did you steal it?" The scholar exploded, "What are you talking about? Of course I didn't steal it. I already said that she blackmailed me." "Didn't you hear me?" An auntie who was watching the commotion said, "That's right. The two of them are students who are going to the provincial capital to take the exam. They are really unlucky to be blackmailed by this woman." Deanley looked at the two of them. "Which private school are you from?" The scholar straightened his back and said, "We are from Xianxia Academy." Deanley's eyes slightly narrowed, "Is that so? What are your names? Which class are you from? What does it have to do with you?" The scholar impatiently asked. Deanley faintly smiled, "I am the dean of Xianxia Academy. I don't remember the academy accepting you two as students." The scholar and his companions' faces changed. The surrounding people were shocked. Deanley calmly said to a young man beside him, "I'll have to trouble little brother to report this to the authorities. Just say that someone here is pretending to be a student of Xianxia Academy to cheat and bully women and children." The two of them were making a lot of noise, but they didn't report it to the authorities. Now that he had reported it to the authorities, who was real and who was fake, it would be clear. The young man's mind was filled with one sentence: "Deanley is talking to me. Deanley is talking to me. I'll have to trouble little brother." Deanley gently said. The young man nodded solemnly and dashed toward the county office like a wisp of smoke. This was like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. The scholar and his companions saw that the situation was not good, so they broke into a run. Deanley calmly said, "I'll have to trouble the two of you to stop them." His words didn't have the slightest hint of a command, but they were inexplicably convincing. The two men who were watching the commotion caught the two of them. My money!" Xianxia cried. Deanley slightly nodded and walked forward. He searched the two of them and found Xianxia's money. Seeing the money that she had lost and then regained, Xianxia cried and was excited. In the end, she burped, "Many. Burp. Many thanks. Burp. Father." Gowa saw Deanley. Xianxia was so shocked that she didn't even burp. This child was randomly recognizing a father again. Deanley was a mature and experienced man. Of course, he wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. He had already asked the experienced teachers in the academy. When children first learned how to speak, they would call a woman mother and a man father. It wasn't a rare thing. Father. Gowa wanted him to hug her. Xianxia was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. "You're injured." Deanley saw the inch-long wound on her wrist. Blood was gushing out of it. She was so focused on getting the money back that she didn't notice that her wrist was cut by the other party's pendant. Deanley politely said, "Give the child to me. The medical center is nearby. I'll take you to bandage it." Xianxia hurriedly covered her wrist with her sleeve. No need. It's just a small injury." Deanley sternly said, "You still need to see it. The weather is hot and it's easy to get infected." Xianxia thought for a moment, "I'll go by myself." I'm also going to the medical center. It's just on the way. Deanly said as he carried Go-Wa, who kept reaching out to him. After Go-Wa had a father, she didn't want her mother anymore. She wrapped her chubby little hands around Deanly's neck and buried her head in his arms. Xianxia was so embarrassed. The two of them went to the medical center one after the other. Deanly sent his old mother to the medical center. The reason was that when the servant was cleaning the courtyard, he found that his old mother was eating mulberries and suddenly fainted on the rattan chair. Old Madame Lee was old and it was very dangerous for her to be in such a situation. Deanly couldn't wait to invite the doctor home and directly sent her over. In the end, the doctor said, "She's fine." Old Madame Lee just fell asleep. Deanly was speechless. He was worried that old Madame Lee would be hungry when she woke up, so he hurriedly went to a nearby snack shop to buy some osmanthus cakes that old people liked to eat. After entering the medical center, Deanly found a doctor to treat Xianxia's injuries. Go-Wa was pressed down on the chair by Xianxia. Deanly gave Go-Wa a piece of osmanthus cake. Go-Wa ate it heartily. As he ate, he looked up and realized that his father was gone. He climbed down from the chair and sneaked to find his father. In the end, he followed him into a side room. Old Madame Lee slowly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a little bean. The little bean was chubby, round, and cute. Old Madame Lee waved at the little bean. Go-Wa was timid and retreated in fear. Coincidentally, Deanly walked out from behind the green screen cabinet. Little Go-Wa rolled over and hugged his leg. "Dad. Dad, Dad?" Old Madame Lee looked at her son and then at the little bean. Her cloudy old eyes lit up. The Bodhisattva had appeared. She had a little grandchild. Because Gu Jiao was unwilling to return home, Marquis Gu and Gu Jinyu's return to the capital was delayed. Marquis Gu's original plan was to bring Yaoshi and the twins back to the capital by the end of June at the latest. However, Yaoshi and Gu Yan were both staying here because of Gu Jiao. This made Marquis Gu very vexed. Gu Jinyu was even more vexed. Consort Shu had promised to hold a grand hairpin ceremony for her and confer her the title of county princess during the hairpin ceremony. Being a county princess was a rare honor. As long as she became a county princess, even if the news that she was not the Gu family's flesh and blood spread, it would not be too degrading. But if she could not even return, how could she talk about a hairpin ceremony? Gu Jinyu was so anxious that a blister appeared on her mouth. Marquis Gu came to visit her. Seeing her so angry, he could not help but feel distressed. "How are you serving, young miss? The weather is so hot. Don't you know to cook fewer spicy dishes?" A young servant girl said, "Marquis, we're innocent. Young Miss's diet has been very light recently. Young Miss is angry because she is depressed." Gu Jinyu sighed. "Don't speak nonsense. You can all leave." "Yes." The servant girls left. Gu Jinyu said to Marquis Gu, "Father, daughter is really fine." Marquis Gu frowned and said, "Nonsense. You just have something on your mind. You haven't smiled recently." Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes. "Daughter just misses grandmother. Grandmother is old and fell last year. Although she has recovered, her body is not the same as before. Daughter doesn't know how much more filial piety I can perform for grandmother." These words struck a chord in Marquis Gu's heart. Marquis Gu was usually filial. Furthermore, the old madam only had him and Consort Shu as her children. After Consort Shu entered the palace, the old madam rarely saw her. As a son, he could not attend to his mother. Just thinking about it made him feel unfilial. Marquis Gu frowned and decided to give Yaoshi more trouble. Who knew that Yaoshi's heart was as firm as a rock? "If I don't go back, Yanner won't go back either." Marquis Gu said. "Mother hasn't seen Yanner in many years?" Yaoshi said, "But she doesn't like Yanner either." Marquis Gu retorted, "When did mother not like Yanner? Yanner is her grandson. She dotes on him too much." But she did not dote on her 3 precious grandsons as much as she did on her previous 3. The previous Marchioness and the old madam were of the same clan. According to seniority, she called the old madam aunt. The marriage between the 2 families made them even closer. The old madam naturally doted on her children. In addition, her 3 sons had lost their mother early. the old madam's heart ached. Thirdly, the old madam looked down on Xiaoshir's birth. When Xiaoshir gave birth to the sick Gu Yan, the old madam felt that it was Xiaoshir's own illness that implicated the Gu family's descendants. At first, the old madam treated Gu Jinyu indifferently. However, Gu Jinyu was too outstanding and gave face to the Marquis Fu. Imperial concubine Shu also thought highly of her. Only then did the old madam gradually change her opinion of Gu Jinyu. Marquis Gu's rebuttal did not have much confidence. He cleared his throat and said, "But Jinyu is about to become of age. How can mother not be at her side when she holds the ceremony?" Xiaoshir said, "Then holding it in the villa is the same." Marquis Gu said, "I can't always stay in the villa. If mother is here, father must also be here." Xiaoshir thought for a moment. "How about you return to the capital first and come back on the day of your birthday?" Marquis Gu, why was it so hard to kidnap his wife and children back to the capital? Marquis Gu used all kinds of tactics, but Xiaoshir refused to relent. "Marquis Gu, what exactly will it take for you to return to the capital?" Xiaoshir said seriously, "If I return on Jiaojiao, I will return." Marquis Gu, how could that girl possibly return? Gu Jinyu came to deliver ginseng soup to Xiaoshir and inadvertently heard the two's conversation outside the door. The young maidservant was also present. The young maidservant served Gu Jinyu and already knew about her and Gu Jiao's past. The young maidservant complained on behalf of her mistress, "Why did eldest young miss only return to the capital after madam? Could it be that second young miss is not madam's child? It was second young miss who has been filial to madam all these years. Madam is too biased." Gu Jinyu held the ginseng soup on the tray and did not speak. The young maidservant said, "Agreed, on such a hot day, second young miss personally went to the kitchen to make ginseng soup for madam. She even burned her hands." "What did that eldest young miss do?" "She caused madam to be so biased." "Don't say any more. She is my older sister. She has suffered a lot. It is only right that mother dotes on her." Gu Jinyu finished speaking and left with a gloomy expression. For a few days, no one in the manor mentioned returning to the capital. The villa seemed to have returned to its peaceful days. It was not until the end of the month that a carriage arrived at the villa that the many days of peace were broken. Marquis Gu put on his official robes and tidied up his appearance. He personally went to the entrance of the villa to welcome the arrival of the other party. Dozens of guards lined up in a row, and a young man dressed in white slowly walked down from a carriage pulled by 4 horses in the lead. The young man's clothes were as white as snow and he looked extremely noble. Marquis Gu flicked the wide sleeves of his official robes and stepped forward. He cupped his hands and bowed, "This official greets Royal Princein." The young man who was called Royal Princein slightly raised his hand and said coldly and politely, "Marquis Dingin does not need to be so courteous. My younger sister and I have traveled the world. This time, we are rushing back to the capital to take the examinations. We were passing by and suddenly came to disturb you. I hope Marquis Dingin will not take offense." Marquis Gu smiled, "Royal Princein is too serious. It is this official's honor for Royal Princein and your younger sister to visit my humble home. The weather is hot. How about Royal Princein and young Miss Shuang move to the villa and speak inside?" Royal Princein nodded and slightly turned his head. He said to the carriage behind him, "Why haven't you alighted yet?" The curtain of the carriage was lifted and a mischievous little girl stuck her head out. Her eyes darted around as if she was curious. She then jumped down with the help of the servants. She came to Royal Princein's side, "Older brother. Is this the villa with the hot spring?" "Greetings Marquis Dingin," Royal Princein said to his younger sister. The little girl curled her lips and bowed to Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu's title was below Royal Princein's. Although the little girl was his younger sister, she did not have a rank. According to the rules, she should have bowed to Marquis Gu. However, putting etiquette aside, the little girl's status was too high. Although she bowed due to her older brother's authority, her attitude was not very respectful. Marquis Gu smiled and acted as if he did not see anything. He amiably led the brother and sister into the villa. Inside the villa, Xiaoshir and Gu Jinyu also received the news. They were female and could not go out to welcome them. Thus, they waited in the listening wave pavilion's reception pavilion for Royal Princein. Xiaoshir had left the capital for many years and did not care about the situation in the capital. She had never heard of this royal prince, and Gu Jinyu patiently told her about this royal prince and's legendary life. He is Imperial Tutor Zhuang's grandson. He is only 18 years old this year. He was conferred the title of prince at 18? Yaoshi was very surprised. Even imperial princes and Qinhuang were rarely conferred the title so early. Gu Jinyu shook his head. He was not conferred the title of royal prince at 18. He was conferred the title when he was 8. However, this conferment was not his good fortune. Rather, it was his misfortune. 10 years ago, the country of Zhao and the country of Qin fought, and the country of Zhao lost. The country of Qin proposed to use the crown prince of Zhao as a hostage. The emperor could not bear to part with his son, and the court officials were all against it. At this time, Imperial Tutor Zhuang stepped forward and was willing to let his most outstanding grandson replace the crown prince as a hostage in the country of Qin. If it was any other official son or grandson, the country of Qin probably would not have agreed. However, the Zhuang family was the Empress Dowager's maternal family. Imperial Tutor Zhuang was the Empress Dowager's elder brother. His grandson was Empress Dowager Zhuang's grandnephew. Everyone knew that Empress Dowager Zhuang had been in charge of politics for many years. Her power was greater than the emperor's. Using her grandnephew as a hostage was not much less than the crown prince. Thus, the emperor conferred the title of Imperial Tutor Zhuang's grandson as royal prince and used his status as a prince to enter the country of Qin as a hostage. It was not until 3 years ago that the two countries fought again. This time, the country of Qin lost and royal prince and finally returned to the country of Zhao. There were many stories of royal prince in the capital. Gu Jinyu had only heard of them and had never seen him in person. She was curious, but her expression was respectful and courteous. She did not overstep her boundaries. When Marquis Gu's group finally arrived at the reception pavilion, Yaoshi and Gu Jinyu finally bowed to royal prince, and Yaoshi had her eyes lowered the entire time. Gu Jinyu was still young. No matter how well-behaved she appeared, she could not help but glance at the other person curiously. Then she froze. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? He was noble but not arrogant. He was elegant and refined. His every movement was noble, and there was a hint of otherworldly immortality. "This is my wife, Yaoshi. This is my daughter," Marquis Gu introduced. Royal Prince nodded slightly. "Madame Gu, Miss Gu." Miss Zhuang walked forward. "You are Gu Jinyu? I know you." Gu Jinyu was slightly stunned. Yaoshi and Marquis Gu also looked at Miss Zhuang in astonishment. Miss Zhuang raised her eyebrows and said, "My fourth uncle praised your handwriting. He said that among people of the same age as me, your handwriting is the best." Miss Zhuang's fourth uncle was the provincial governor of Pingqing Prefecture, Zhuang Xianxia. Miss Zhuang smiled coldly. Bring me a pen. I want to compete with you." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online can be found here. https://zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/115311140. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found online are available here. This was very awkward. Gu Jinyu's handwriting was famous in the capital for being outstanding. Although this Miss Zhuang was provincial governor Zhuang's niece, she would probably lose badly against Gu Jinyu. Miss Zhuang did not look like a magnanimous person. If she lost badly, she might make things difficult for Gu Jinyu. Marquis Gu looked at Princeton for help, hoping that he could stop his sister. But Princeton had no intention of speaking at all. Marquis Gu secretly broke out in cold sweat. He gave Gu Jinyu a look without batting an eyelid, hoping that Gu Jinyu would deliberately lose to Miss Zhuang. When Yaoshi saw Miss Zhuang making things difficult for Gu Jinyu, she inexplicably thought of Gu Jiao. Gu Jinyu was a daughter who grew up in the Marquis' household, but she could still make things difficult for her. If Gu Jiao, who grew up in the countryside, returned to the capital, would she not encounter this kind of situation? The group entered the reception hall. The servants brought over brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. How does Miss Zhuang want to compete? Gu Jinyu asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Miss Zhuang raised her eyebrows and said, each of them will write a poem. My brother and Marquis Gu will be the judges to see whose handwriting is better. The same poem? Gu Jinyu asked. Miss Zhuang snorted, of course. Otherwise, how can we compete? This was what a layman would say. Gu Jinyu saw through it but did not expose it. Miss Zhuang, please give us a poem. Zhuang Mingyun thought for a while, then waved her hand and wrote a poem written by Prince An. This was written by Prince An in his second year in the Qin Kingdom. He was not even 10 years old that year, but he had already written a 7-character quatrain filled with homesickness. His talent shocked the Qin Kingdom. The king of the Qin Kingdom pitied his talent and did not kill the hostage to vent his anger after the Qin Kingdom was defeated. Gu Jinyu knew which poem it was from the beginning. This poem was widely circulated in the Zhao Kingdom. While she admired Prince An's talent, she finished writing the entire poem smoothly. She was even faster than Miss Zhuang by a few strokes. After the two put down their brushes, the servants on both sides brought their works to Royal Prince An and Marquis Gu to judge. Marquis Gu had originally intended to say that Miss Zhuang was more powerful no matter what, but after he saw the two's handwriting, he didn't even have the courage to lie through his teeth. Was this really written by a human? In any case, Miss Zhuang was the granddaughter of Grand Tutor Zhuang, and her uncle was the literary master, Provincial Governor Zhuang. It could be said that the Zhuang family was full of scholars and none of them were cowards. Why did Miss Zhuang turn a corner? Marquis Gu broke out in cold sweat. Daughter, didn't I tell you to give in to Miss Zhuang? Forget it, with such poor handwriting, there was no way he could give in. Miss Zhuang clapped her hands and arrogantly asked, how about it? Who won? Royal Prince An smiled faintly, is there a need to ask? Naturally, you win. Marquis Gu was taken aback. How could he be so good at lying through his teeth? Gu Jinyu was also very surprised. Was Royal Prince An the kind of person who felt wronged by the truth? Miss Zhuang smiled proudly and was about to taunt Gu Jinyu when she heard Royal Prince An speak again. In terms of making a fool of yourself, who can compare to you? Miss Zhuang was stunned. Marquis Gu and Gu Jinyu were also stunned. He was too disrespectful to his own sister. After Miss Zhuang recovered from her shock, she put her hands on her hips and stomped her feet. Brother, how could you say that about me? Royal Prince An calmly said, even a 3-year-old's handwriting is better than yours. If you can't even see this, then it's not that your handwriting isn't good, it's that your brain isn't good. Miss Zhuang was choked until her face and neck turned red. Royal Prince An said, if you want to continue making a fool of yourself, then let's do it again. This time, do you want to compete in poetry, or do you want to take turns to lose to others in poetry? Miss Zhuang was so angry that she didn't want to bother with him anymore. She flung her sleeves and walked away angrily. Marquis Gu was embarrassed. Royal Prince An's way of teaching your sister is really original. Royal Prince An said unhurriedly, she's the youngest sister in the family. Her family has spoiled her. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Marquis. Marquis Gu laughed dryly, how can it be? How can it be? Miss Zhuang is delicate and lively. She's quite cute. Royal Prince An nodded slightly, it's getting late. I'll go rest first. See you tomorrow. Marquis Gu, Lady Yao, and Gu Jinyu bowed to him and respectfully sent him out. Watching his figure disappear into the night, Gu Jinyu murmured emotionally, this Junwang is different from the other princes. Gu Jinyu often went to the palace to accompany consort Shu and had seen many princes and princes. They were all not as outstanding as Royal Prince An, whether it was appearance, talent, or temperament. This kind of man, there was no woman in the world who could match him. Royal Prince An and Miss Zhuang were arranged to stay in the most elegant courtyard in the mountain villa. After Miss Zhuang returned to her room, she locked herself in her room. The maids wanted to comfort her but were all chased out by her. There was a knock on the door. Miss Zhuang said angrily, get out. No one is allowed to come in. It's me. Royal Princeton said. Brother? Miss Zhuang stood up agitatedly. But when she thought of her brother's embarrassment, she sat down with grievance. I'm coming in. Royal Princeton said. He waited for a while before pushing the door open and entering. Miss Zhuang turned her back and showed him the back of her head. Royal Princeton said softly, you were the one who wanted to travel with me. I said that I wouldn't spoil you like father and mother. You also agreed. Miss Zhuang choked. She didn't expect her brother to keep his word. She thought that he would be like father and mother. He said that he wouldn't spoil her, but in reality, he would indulge her without any bottom line. She choked, I'm your sister, but you're helping outsiders bully me. Royal Princeton didn't argue with her. He walked forward and handed her a palm-sized box. What is it? Miss Zhuang asked indifferently. You'll know when you open it. Royal Princeton said. Miss Zhuang looked at the box in her brother's hand. Her brother's hand was really beautiful. It was as exquisite as a jade carving. Even if jade was in his hands, it wouldn't be as good as his. Miss Zhuang sighed and took the box. She opened it and found a luminous pearl inside. She loved these exquisite and fun things, and her attention was immediately attracted. Royal Princeton said, it's a 5-colored luminous pearl. It's the treasure of the king of Qin country. I used 2 poems to exchange for it. Once she heard that it was the treasure of the king of Qin country, Miss Zhuang loved it even more. Her brother still loved her, Miss Zhuang was happy. However, when she thought about how she compromised so quickly, she felt a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said seriously, you're not allowed to help outsiders bully me in the future. After comforting his sister, Royal Princeton returned to his room. A man in black walked out from behind the screen. He cupped his hands and bowed, Royal Prince. Royal Princeton said, are all your people here? The man in black said, they're all here. They're hiding outside the villa and waiting for your orders at any time. Royal Princeton said, tell them that they don't need to hide in the dark. Just change into civilian clothes. The man in black thought and said, Royal Prince, are you sure she's in Xianxia town? Royal Princeton thought for a moment and said, previously, His Majesty's people lost news of the Empress Dowager in Xianxia town. In other words, the Empress Dowager did wander here. As for where she went, we still need to find her carefully. The man in black hesitated and asked, did the Empress Dowager really get leprosy? Royal Princeton said, yes. The man in black frowned and said, but His Majesty's people have already turned the town upside down. They even searched the villages under his rule. They didn't find anyone suspicious. Could it be that the Empress Dowager is already dead? Royal Princeton's eyes were deep and dark. He said, if she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. No matter what, search her again. Everyone thought that this royal prince was ignorant of worldly affairs and was a weak young man who only knew how to play with words. However, if he was as weak as he looked on the surface, how could he live well after being a hostage in Qin country for so many years? No one knew how much the royal prince had suffered in Qin country. The royal prince didn't even tell his biological parents. However, the man in black stayed by the royal prince's side and witnessed the royal prince's dark days with his own eyes. He knew the royal prince's methods better than anyone else. Once he made up his mind to do something, he would definitely do it to the end. Because Miss Zhuang felt embarrassed when she lost to Gu Jinyu in the competition, she decided to ignore Gu Jinyu. However, even though she didn't look for him, he came to find her. What are you doing here? The next morning, Miss Zhuang looked coldly at Gu Jinyu, who suddenly appeared in her courtyard, and questioned him angrily. Gu Jinyu smiled. I'm here to deliver a copybook to Miss Zhuang. Miss Zhuang's expression changed. You still dare to mention copybook? You're here to humiliate me, aren't you? Gu Jinyu shook his head slightly and said with a gentle smile, Miss Zhuang, you're mistaken. Why would I humiliate you? I saw Miss Zhuang's calligraphy yesterday and realized that the problem doesn't lie with Miss Zhuang. Miss Zhuang's interest was piqued. She raised her eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Gu Jinyu said tirelessly, Miss Zhuang's strokes are impressive. A normal girl's style is too small and doesn't suit Miss Zhuang's strength. If Miss Zhuang changes her handwriting, you'll definitely be able to create a majestic feeling. Everyone liked to hear good words, and Miss Zhuang was no exception. Her repulsion towards Gu Jinyu instantly lessened. At least you have some eyesight. I've always felt that there was something wrong with the handwriting. No matter how I practice, it doesn't work. Why don't Miss Zhuang try this? Gu Jinyu took out a copybook and placed it on the stone table. Whose handwriting is this? Miss Zhuang asked. It's the young duke's calligraphy, Gu Jinyu said. Miss Zhuang immediately exploded. You want me to practice a man's handwriting? Gu Jinyu smiled and shook his head. Handwriting doesn't differentiate between men and women. It's just that women have less strength and it's easier to learn the style of a hairpin style. But if we're talking about handwriting, the young duke's handwriting is still the best. This was the truth. Gu Jinyu had also practiced it in private. Even if it wasn't the essence, it was still much better than the style of a hairpin style. She had begged this copybook with great difficulty from Imperial Concubine Shu, and Imperial Concubine Shu had used all her effort to get it from His Majesty. It was extremely precious. She had also made a great deal of determination before she was willing to take out the invitation. Gu Jinyu said gently, Miss Zhuang, why don't you try it? You can start by copying it. Miss Zhuang felt that the handwriting was indeed beautiful. It was 10 times, 100 times better than the copybooks the Zhuang family had collected for her. Gu Jinyu had also persuaded her so nicely, giving her a way out. She had someone bring over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. After copying a few words, she compared it with yesterday's handwriting. Indeed, there was an obvious improvement. Gu Jinyu praised, Miss Zhuang is indeed extraordinarily intelligent. I practiced a lot in the past, but I still couldn't reach Miss Zhuang's handwriting. As long as Miss Zhuang works hard and perseveres, it won't be long before you surpass me. Miss Zhuang was pleased. Of course. After Xiao Luleng and Feng Lin went to the provincial capital for the imperial examinations, Gu Xiaoshen brought Gu Yan and little Jing Kong for lunch. Among the three of them, Gu Yan was the oldest, but he had the least life experience. He was truly Baby Gu. Baby Gu was also picky. I don't want to eat noodles today. Baby Gu pouted and said. But you should eat noodles today. Little Jing Kong spread his hands. Little Jing Kong was a person with a plan. He arranged their meals in an orderly manner every day. Xiao Luleng didn't care what he ate, so he let him eat. Gu Xiaoshen didn't care either. In the past, Gu Yan thought that it was his brother-in-law's idea and cooperated. Ever since he found out that it was little Jing Kong's plan, he started to disagree. I don't care. I don't want to eat noodles. Gu Yan looked up at the sky. Gu Xiaoshen looked at little Jing Kong, who was frowning, and then looked at Gu Yan, who didn't want to cooperate. He had a headache. He really missed his brother-in-law. How did he keep these two guys under control? Before Gu Yan appeared, Xiao Luleng and little Jing Kong were two people who were at odds with each other. After Gu Yan appeared, the internal conflict changed. In fact, if little Jing Kong wasn't a huge threat, Gu Yan and Xiao Luleng would also be at odds with each other. To put it bluntly, Xiao Luleng, the fisherman, benefited from the quarrel between his two younger brothers. Gu Xiaoshen was in a terrible fix and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. His eyes lit up. Sister. The two who were at odds with each other instantly quieted down and turned their heads to look at her. Gu Jiao came to the gate of the academy with a small basket on her back. She looked at the three of them and said, "Why haven't you eaten yet?" "It's all because of brother Gu Yan. He didn't eat according to the plan," little Jing Kong said with a serious face. Gu Yan snorted. "You only know how to complain all day long." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips. "I'm not complaining. I'm just stating the truth." Gu Yan snorted and said, "You made the plan yourself." "I didn't agree to it." Little Jing Kong said reasonably, "I used to eat like this." Little Jing Kong had a little obsessive-compulsive disorder. Unless someone could persuade him with reason, he would change his plan. But obviously, no one could win against him. Gu Jiao asked little Jing Kong, "What are we eating today?" Little Jing Kong said, "Xianxia noodles." Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yan. What do you want to eat? Gu Yan stared at little Jing Kong and said, rice and fish. Gu Jiao nodded. Just in time. I brought some rice and fish. Let's go to a noodle restaurant and order another bowl of noodles. The two of them had no objection to this arrangement. Gu Yan was confused. How do you know I want to eat fish? What if I said I wanted to eat meat just now? Gu Jiao smiled. Because I really want to eat fish today. A pair of twins was just that magical. They had lunch at the noodle restaurant. Gu Xiaoshan didn't need anyone to send him back to the academy. Gu Jiao sent Gu Yan and little Jing Kong to the private school. Then she went to Huichun Hall and sold the herbs she picked from the mountain to them. It was still early. She planned to go to the iron shop to check on the progress of the farming tools. She would catch up with Gu Yan and the other two after school. 12 days had passed since Gu Jiao left the drawings. It took the carpenters 3 days to make the piston bellows designed by Gu Jiao. In the remaining 9 days, the iron shop really rushed out more than 1,000 pieces of iron for mining. The blacksmiths were all stunned. There was really such a magical treasure in the world. Old Wang, this thing is much more useful than the imperial quartz drainage pipe. A young blacksmith said. The old blacksmith nodded in shock. Yes, not to mention the imperial quartz drainage pipe, I'm afraid that the Liang Kingdom's drainage pipe is not as good. In terms of ingenuity and various small inventions, the Liang Kingdom was the best among the 6 kingdoms. The drainage pipe technology of the Liang Kingdom had already reached the peak. In order to obtain this technology, the Zhao Kingdom did not hesitate to exchange 3 mines. But even so, the Liang Kingdom only taught the Zhao Kingdom the basic drainage pipe technology. Who is that girl? The young blacksmith thought of something and opened his eyes in shock. Is she a spy of the Liang Kingdom? The old blacksmith slapped his head. Are you stupid? How? Could a spy of the Liang Kingdom casually pass such a powerful technology to us? That's right. The young blacksmith finally realized how much his head hurt. He bitterly glared at the old blacksmith. Don't you know how heavy your blacksmith's hand is? If you hit me again, I'll be a piece of fucking iron. Old blacksmith, he. The young blacksmith said, what about that girl? The old blacksmith said, what do you mean what to do? Oh, you're talking about the farming tools. Since she really let me finish more than 1,000 pieces of iron in 10 days, then I will keep my promise. I won't take a single cent of her farming tools. Not only that, the old blacksmith also wanted to thank that girl in person. Unfortunately, he waited for an entire afternoon, but Gu Jiao did not come. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/115273153. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao had planned to go to the iron shop, but she ran into some trouble. When she first arrived in town, she had already noticed that there were many more officers on her. She didn't know why, so she asked the boss of a bun shop. The boss of the bun shop was a warm-hearted person. He didn't ignore her just because she didn't buy any buns. Miss, you don't know? I heard that a prince from the capital came to our town. Those officers are under orders to protect him. It wasn't just the officers on the surface. Gu Jiao also noticed that there were many experts dressed as commoners among the seemingly unremarkable crowd. What a grand display. As expected of a prince. The road to the iron shop was blocked. Gu Jiao decided to go another day. She came to the private school to wait for little Jing Kong and Gu Yan, but she didn't expect to run into Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu had accompanied Miss Shuang to town to shop. The two of them were waiting for Li Ji's osmanthus cakes. Miss Shuang naturally wouldn't line up obediently. She spent money to buy all the osmanthus cakes behind her, but the cakes took some time to come out of the oven. Sister. Gu Jinyu saw Gu Jiao. She let go of Miss Shuang's hand and came over to greet Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't want to bother with Gu Jinyu. She glanced at her and didn't intend to stop. Gu Jinyu chased after her. Sister. Gu Jiao was annoyed. I said I'm not your sister. Don't call me that in the future. Gu Jinyu opened her mouth. But, hey. How can you speak like that? Miss Shuang suddenly appeared beside Gu Jinyu. Because Gu Jinyu had given her the calligraphy and flattered her, Miss Shuang and Gu Jinyu had turned hostility into friendship. She even saw Gu Jinyu as her friend. Miss Shuang felt that she had been humiliated when her friend spoke to her in such a humble manner and even received a cold face from the other party. Gu Jiao didn't know Miss Shuang, and she didn't intend to know her. She kept a distance from the two of them with an expressionless face. Miss Shuang had never been ignored like this before. She was furious. Stop right there. Gu Jinyu tugged at Miss Shuang's sleeve. Miss Shuang, forget it. Miss Shuang said angrily, what do you mean by forget? She was just an unruly commoner, yet she dared to give the daughter of an aristocratic family a hard time. Who did she borrow the guts from? She. Gu Jinyu said awkwardly. She's my elder sister. Miss Shuang sneered, what kind of sister is she? Do you think an unruly commoner is worthy? Gu Jinyu explained, I'm not lying. She really is my father's child. Miss Shuang looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe. Poor and ugly. Ah, I understand. She is your father's illegitimate daughter. Marquis Gu only had one daughter who had acknowledged her identity. If he had other children, then they must be mistresses, and mistresses were illegitimate children. Gu Jinyu tugged at her and said, no, Miss Shuang. Things are a little complicated. I'll explain it to you later, Miss Shuang snorted coldly. You don't have to speak up for her. She's just a cheap wretch who can't be seen in public. Why do you have to give her face? I've seen many people like her. She thinks that she's a proper master just because her mother is a fox. She doesn't know that a pheasant will always be a pheasant. Even if she flies to a branch, she can't become a phoenix. She was scolding Gu Jiao, but Gu Jinyu felt as if she was scolding herself. Her face burned. Gu Jiao's expression was extremely calm, as if she wasn't the one being scolded. This made Gu Jinyu feel even more stifled. This Miss Shuang was too good at scolding others. Miss Shuang scolded Gu Jiao for a long time, but the other party didn't do anything. She felt that her fist had hit cotton. She took a few steps forward, pointed at Gu Jiao's nose, and said, you, apologize to my friend immediately. Gu Jiao looked at her as if she was looking at an idiot. This look completely infuriated Miss Shuang. At this moment, school was over. Gu Yan and little Jing Kong walked out. The two of them saw Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong ran to Gu Jiao's side. Gu Yan couldn't run away. He could only watch as the little monk threw himself at Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong hugged Jiao Jiao. Miss Shuang and Gu Jiao were very close to each other. When little Jing Kong ran past her, he accidentally brushed against her skirt. Miss Shuang was instantly enraged. How can you walk like that? You've dirted my skirt. Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. Gu Yan's expression also turned cold. Little Jing Kong didn't sense the hostility in her words. He let go of Jiao Jiao's hand and carefully studied Miss Shuang's skirt. Did I dirty your skirt? Let me see. Miss Shuang suddenly pulled her skirt. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Gu Yan walked over coldly and took out a handkerchief. He squatted down and grabbed the little monk's hand to wipe it carefully. After that, he threw the handkerchief on the ground without hesitation. Don't touch dirty things outside in the future. Miss Shuang widened her eyes in disbelief. Did she hear it wrong? Did this guy say that her skirt was dirty? Miss Shuang was furious. Just now, she was still thinking that this person was so beautiful. Now, she turned around and found that he was an arrogant bastard. Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Yan and said, Yan this is Miss Shuang. She's Prince and sister. Miss Shuang frowned. You know him? Gu Jinyu nodded. He's my father's son. He and elder sister are fraternal twins. Miss Zhuang looked at Gu Yan with disdain. Fraternal twins. That means he's also an illegitimate child? I heard that there's a short-lived ghost in Marquis Ding and Fu. Don't tell me you're also a short-lived ghost? These words were too hurtful. Even Gu Jinyu's expression changed. Gu Jiajia's expression didn't change. She said to Gu Yan, the two of you, go over there and wait for me. Oh. Gu Yan grabbed little Jing Kong's hand and brought him back to the private school. Once the two disappeared, Gu Jiao gave Miss Zhuang a slap. Miss Zhuang was stunned. You hit me? Gu Jiao coldly said, if I hit you, I'll hit you. Do I need to pick a date? Gu Jinyu's face turned pale. Elder sister, how could you, slap? Gu Jiao also gave her a slap. Will it kill you to speak properly? Are you stuttering or stuttering? You can't explain clearly in one sentence and have to divide it into 3 or 4 parts. There's too much money in the Marquis Fu. Did it all run into your brain? You. Gu Jinyu staggered from the rebuke. Not far away, Marquis Gu and Royal Prince An heard the commotion from the servants and came over to see what happened. In the end, they saw Miss Zhuang and Gu Jinyu swollen like buns. Elder brother. Miss Zhuang threw herself in front of Royal Prince An and let him see her injured face. She pointed at Gu Jiao. She hit me. She hit me. When Marquis Gu saw Gu Jiao, his head exploded. Why was it this girl again? Royal Prince An's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face. Because of the birthmark on the left side of her face wasn't considered pretty. But the coldness between her brows made her more elegant than the so-called beauties in the capital. Gu Jinyu also returned to Marquis Gu's side. Her eyes were filled with tears and she looked aggrieved. Marquis Gu's heart ached. What happened? Royal Prince An also looked at Gu Jinyu, waiting for her explanation. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said, Elder sister and Miss Zhuang had some misunderstanding. Actually, it's my fault for not making things clear. It's all my fault. Father, don't blame elder sister. Marquis Gu was so angry that he leaned back. So, she really hit you? Crazy. This girl was so daring. Not only did she hit her own father, she even hit her younger sister and the Marquis' younger sister. How many heads did she think she had? Wasn't she afraid that the entire Marquis Fu would be buried with her? Marquis Gu cupped his hands. Royal Prince An looked at Gu Jinyu. What misunderstanding? Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said, I said this is my elder sister. I didn't make it clear and caused Miss Zhuang to misunderstand that she's my father's illegitimate daughter. Miss Zhuang glared at Gu Jiao angrily. What misunderstanding? Isn't she? Marquis Gu gritted his teeth and cupped his hands at Royal Prince An. She's my wife's blood. Royal Prince An's confused gaze landed on Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu only felt a prickle in her back, but Royal Prince An didn't ask further. Miss Zhuang couldn't help but ask, she's your biological daughter. What about her? The first one she was referring to was Gu Jiao, and the second one was Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu clenched her fists. Marquis Gu broke out in cold sweat and said awkwardly, Jinyu. Jinyu is also my wife's daughter. Miss Zhuang asked, so they're not fraternal twins, but triplets? Marquis Gu wanted to say no, but when he turned his head, he saw Gu Jinyu's red eyes. Her aggrieved look made his heart soften. He didn't say anything, so Miss Zhuang thought she guessed right. Miss Zhuang looked coldly at Gu Jinyu. She's your own elder sister. Can't you make things clear? Gu Jinyu said softly, I wanted to say it, but Miss Zhuang didn't give me a chance. Royal Prince An said, just because she misunderstood that she was an illegitimate daughter, my sister spoke rudely to her? Gu Jinyu said guiltily, Anne. Miss Zhuang thought that I was bullied by my elder sister. She stood up for me and said a few words to my elder sister. Royal Prince An looked at Miss Zhuang. What did you say? Miss Zhuang's eyes flashed. I didn't say much, just those few words. What few words? Royal Prince An asked sternly. Miss Zhuang muttered softly, those few words about the illegitimate daughter. Royal Prince An looked at the crowd and pointed at a commoner. Come over and tell me. That person was brought to the front by Royal Prince An's guards. His face was full of fear. Just now, he heard the old master call him Royal Prince. He was the prince from the capital. What did she say? Royal Prince and looked at the commoner and glanced at his younger sister. That person didn't dare to say. I'll pardon you, Royal Prince and said calmly. That person looked at Miss Xuang. Miss Xuang used her eyes to threaten him. Royal Prince An's tone was clearly easygoing, but he strangely felt that Royal Prince An was more dangerous than Miss Xuang. He broke out in cold sweat and confessed. She called that girl an illegitimate daughter, a wretch. She called that girl's mother a vixen. She also called another person. She said, there is a short-lived ghost in Marquis Ding An's foo. You wouldn't also be a short-lived ghost, right? It was not important who the other person was. When she said, there is a short-lived ghost in Marquis Ding An's foo, anyone could tell that she was scolding Gu Yan. Gu Yan had been ill since he was young. The imperial physician said that he would not live past 15. But the imperial physician's diagnosis was one thing. Being ridiculed as a short-lived ghost was another. That girl was Marquis Gu and Yao Shi's direct blood relative. That meant that she was Gu Yan's direct elder sister. She called her an illegitimate daughter, a wretch. She called her mother a vixen and even called her younger brother a short-lived ghost. If she didn't slap her, who would she slap? This time, Marquis Gu did not speak. Royal Prince An raised his hand and slightly bowed towards Marquis Gu and Gu Jiao. My younger sister's words and actions were rude. I will apologize to Marquis Gu and Miss Gu here. Marquis Gu quickly supported him. You cannot. You cannot. This is just a quarrel between young girls. Royal Prince does not need to take it to heart. Royal Prince An sincerely said, later on, I will properly discipline my younger sister. Marquis Gu was embarrassed. Royal Prince is too serious. As he responded, he gave Gu Jiao a look. At this time, she should also apologize. She should say that she had hit someone in a moment of impulse. In the end, Gu Jiao ignored his gaze and turned to leave. Marquis Gu, young Miss Xuang angrily rebuked, You. I will not let you go. I don't care if you are the Marquis Fu's direct daughter. You hit me. I will remember you. You better kowtow to this young miss and admit your wrongs. Perhaps this young miss will be merciful and forgive you. Otherwise, when you return to the capital, this young miss will make you pay. Marquis Gu's eyelids twitched. Gu Jiao continued to ignore her and walked towards the direction of the private school. Young Miss Xuang's lungs were about to explode. Outrageous. Do you know who I am? Grand Tutor Xuang is my grandfather. The Empress Dowager is my great-aunt. When I return to the capital, I will make the Empress Dowager sentence you to death. Marquis Gu was so anxious that cold sweat broke out. The ruthless Empress Dowager Xuang was famous for being protective. Whoever bullied her grandniece, she would really twist the person's head off. This stupid girl, what will happen if you admit defeat? Must your head be chopped off? Shut up. Royal Prince An coldly scolded and said to the guard beside him, Send young miss back to the villa. Yes. Young Miss Xuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. I am not going back. I don't want to. Where did this dog come from? How dare he touch me? I will chop off your hand. Sorry. The guard took a cloak from a maid and put it on young Miss Xuang's arm. Through the cloak, he sent her into the carriage. Royal Prince An nodded slightly at Marquis Gu and glanced at Gu Jinyu's face. Gu Jinyu lowered his head. Royal Prince An didn't say anything and also got into the carriage. Young Miss Xuang saw her eldest brother and was furious. You didn't keep your word. You said that you won't help outsiders to bully me. Royal Prince An said softly, Let me take a look. Young Miss Xuang turned her back. Stop it. You don't care about me at all. Royal Prince An, I will give you. Young Miss Xuang covered her ears. No, I don't want any gifts. Don't even think about bribing me. I want to return to the capital. I want to see my parents. I want to see the Empress Dowager. I want to tell you that you are working with outsiders to bully me. Royal Prince An sighed faintly. I wanted to take you to play in town for a few more days. Since you insist, then let's return to the capital. Fourth uncle is also returning to the capital. Let him test you on your homework and see if you have made any progress. Hearing that she was going to be tested on her homework by Provincial Governor Zhuang, young Miss Zhuang did not make a sound. She removed her hands from her ears and weakly said, Then how about playing for a few more days? Royal Princeton said, Then you are not allowed to cause any more trouble. I know. Young Miss Zhuang said perfunctorily, but she secretly swore in her heart that when she returned to the capital, she would immediately go see the Empress Dowager. She would have the Empress Dowager drag out that little wench from Marquis Ding and Fu and give her 100 slaps in front of everyone. Digression, note, if I want to hit you, then I'll hit you. Is there a need to pick a day? Lines from the Hong Kong drama Palace Intrigue. The newest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115268292. HTML genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, zhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Little Jing Kong had a serious expression on his face on the ox cart on the way back. He met a very fierce benefactor today and she said a lot of things that he didn't understand. It didn't seem to be anything good. But that was not the point. He seemed to be protected by Brother Guyen today. He was much smarter than Guyen. He skipped grades and got first place every time. Brother Guyen was like a baby. But when Brother Guyen squatted down to wipe his little hands and pulled him to the private school, he had the illusion that he was the baby. Little Jing Kong fell into deep thought. For the first time, he was confused about his position with Guyen. On the other side, Royal Princeton and Miss Zhuang returned to the villa. Miss Zhuang was exhausted and fell asleep immediately. Royal Princeton ordered her personal maid, Don't let anyone disturb her rest. Don't see anyone who comes. The maid hesitated, What if Miss Gu? Royal Princeton's eyes were cold, I won't see her. Yes. The maid hurriedly responded. Royal Princeton returned to his room. Not long after, the black-robed man flashed in and saluted him with cupped hands. Your Highness. Royal Princeton poured himself a cup of tea and said lightly, Did you find anything? The man in black shook his head, I've secretly checked all the inns and clinics in town. I didn't find any trace of the Empress Dowager. Royal Princeton murmured, Maybe she didn't go to the clinic or the doctors in town. She didn't stay in the inn either. The man in black was puzzled, Then where did the Empress Dowager go? Did she hide in a commoner's house? Royal Princeton was silent. The man in black didn't care, Royal Prince, that's impossible. Have you forgotten that the Empress Dowager has leprosy? In the early stages of leprosy, there were only some small red spots on the body and face, which looked like frostbite or allergies. But as the disease progressed, the symptoms of leprosy would become more and more obvious, and eventually become completely different from normal people. It was impossible for a leper to remain hidden, unless she had gone into the mountains and lived alone. But that was even more impossible. The Empress Dowager had lived like a princess all her life. She didn't even know how to cook. If she really stayed in the old forest, she would starve to death sooner or later, even if she didn't die of illness or get bitten to death by wild beasts. Royal Princeton said thoughtfully, You're right, but if she didn't hide, where did she go? She has leprosy and causes a commotion wherever she goes. The man in black said, Are you really not considering the possibility of the Empress Dowager's death? Royal Princeton said, I've said it before. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The man in black was at his wit's end. Perhaps someone took her in and cured her. The man in black said, Leprosy is incurable. Even the most skilled doctor in the state of Chen could only delay the symptoms of leprosy. The earlier they interfered, the better the effect, but a complete cure was unheard of. Royal Prince obviously knew how unreasonable his guess was, but compared to being cured, he didn't want to believe that the Empress Dowager had died alone in a corner. He ordered, "Go and investigate the old woman who came to Qingchuan town last winter. Don't leave out the villages under her rule." Yes. The man in black accepted the order and went to investigate. His efficiency was much higher than Huang Zhong's group. In a few days, he found 2 clues. One was in Dinyo village, the other was in Qingchuan village. The 2 villages were in the north and south of the town. This one from Dania village was stranded there last winter. When the villagers found her, she was curled up in an abandoned cowshed. The villagers pitied her, so they let her live in the cowshed. Occasionally, someone would send her some food, so she wouldn't starve to death. Royal Prince asked, "What about the other one?" The man in black continued, "The one in Qingchuan village is a distant relative of a scholar in our village. Something happened to her family and she had no one to rely on, so she came to seek shelter from him." From the clues, the old woman in Dinyo village was more likely to be the person they were looking for. However, for some reason, Royal Prince chose Qingchuan village. There was no reason. It was just his intuition. In order not to alert the enemy, Royal Prince decided to go there personally. The man in black and his men were waiting in the town. Royal Prince rode his horse to the village. The summer days were long and the evening sky was still bright. Royal Prince tied his horse to the old locust tree at the entrance of the village and walked to the house according to the map drawn by the man in black. Little Jing Kong was feeding the chickens in the backyard. He was worried that the chickens would run out, so he closed the door. Royal Prince knocked on the door. Little Jing Kong opened the door. That day, before Gu Jiao took action, little Jing Kong was taken into the private school by Gu Yan. Therefore, he didn't know what happened later and didn't see Royal Prince. However, Royal Prince looked back after getting into the carriage. He saw Gu Jiao holding little Jing Kong's hand and walking out of the private school. There was a young man who looked like Marquis Gu beside them. He must be Gu Yan, who the imperial doctor said would not live past 15. It was strange. Why was this little guy here? Is this your home? Royal Prince asked. Little Jing Kong didn't open the door completely. He only opened it a little and a round head popped out. Of course it's my home. Who are you? What are you doing here? Royal Prince said gently, I'm passing by and want to ask for a bowl of water. Then wait. Little Jing Kong didn't invite him in but closed the door. After a while, he brought him a bowl of water. Here. This little guy was very cautious. Royal Prince took the bowl and drank all the water in one gulp. Then, he returned the empty bowl to him. Are you alone at home? Little Jing Kong immediately became alert and closed the door a little. Are you a trafficker? Why are you asking about this? Royal Prince said without batting an eyelid, no. I just wanted to thank your lady for drinking your water. Little Jing Kong said seriously, I was the one who brought the water to you. You just have to thank me. Royal Prince had never seen such an unconventional child. He was stunned and said, thank you very much. By the way, can I ask you how to get to Dania village? Little Jing Kong would know if it was Apricot Blossom village or Yanglu village. However, Dania village was beyond his knowledge. Little Jing Kong was stunned. Royal Prince smiled. Can you help me ask your family's lord? My lord is very busy. You can ask elsewhere. Go east. The 7th family's surname is Luo. Second uncle Luo is an ox cart driver. He knows all the villages. Little Jing Kong closed the door decisively after showing him the way. He didn't forget to bolt the door. Jiao Jiao had said that strangers shouldn't be allowed in when there were no adults in the house. He was a child and his great-aunt was an old woman. They were not adults. In any case, Royal Prince was someone who had been abroad before and had rich experience. Unexpectedly, he was rejected by a child. However, he didn't give up so easily. If the front door didn't work, he would go through the back door. He had to see that old lady today. Royal Prince went to the back door. The back door of the kitchen was also closed but not locked. Royal Prince paused and gently pushed the door open. Then, he walked in. His footsteps were very light and almost didn't make any sound. Just as he took 2 or 3 steps, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind the door and hit him on the head with a rolling pin. With a bang, Royal Prince fainted. The old lady threw the rolling pin back on the chopping board and looked down at the unconscious Royal Prince. She snorted, "Sneaky. I can tell you're not a good person." The old lady heard the conversation between Royal Prince and little Jing Kong. He kept asking if the Lord was in the house. After being rejected, he sneaked in through the back door. Thief, he was a real thief. It wasn't strange that the old lady was so suspicious. After the family's life was not so difficult, they were indeed targeted by thieves. However, the thieves were all at night. At night, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan's secret guards were there. They could get rid of the thieves easily. However, she didn't expect the thieves to be so bold. They dared to steal things in broad daylight. The old lady looked at the handsome side profile and clicked her tongue. Even if you rely on your face to make a living, it's still better than being a thief. But, why do I feel that this boy looks a little familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? The old lady hit him hard. When Gu Jiao, Gu Shaoshun, and Gu Yan returned from cutting firewood in the mountains, he was still unconscious on the floor of the kitchen. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshun put down the 2 bundles of firewood on their backs. Gu Yan also put down the half-basket of dried branches and leaves that he had packed. "Jiao Jiao, there was a thief in the house. Great Aunt is so powerful. She knocked the thief out." Little Jing Kong turned into a little loudspeaker in a second and told them what happened. Gu Jiao quickly recognized that he wasn't a thief. He was the young man in embroidered clothes that she saw outside the private school a few days ago. He was the royal prince and that Gu Jiao mentioned. Gu Jiao didn't have a good impression of him. He didn't shield his biological sister and even apologized to Marquis Gu and her. He was so understanding at such a young age. She didn't know if he was too fair and kind or if he wasn't simple at all. No matter what, he couldn't get into trouble in their house. Gu Jiao grabbed him with both hands and brought him to Gu Shaoshun's room. The old lady didn't show any mercy. There was a big bump on his head and he even bled a little. Gu Jiao applied medicine for him and wrapped him in gauze. After that, Gu Jiao took out silver needles and pricked his acupuncture points a few times. Royal Prince slowly opened his eyes. Royal Prince's facial features weren't particularly exquisite, but he had an aura that could make people sink into him. His eyes were beautiful, but his gaze didn't seem right. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. She took out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. He didn't react. What was going on? Was he blind? At this time, the sky was dark and there was only a weak oil lamp in the room. Gu Jiao made the wick brighter, but he still couldn't see. However, he didn't panic and didn't show any abnormality. He calmly closed his eyes and said, "My eyes hurt." The first thing he said when he woke up wasn't to ask where he was or who she was, but to cover up the fact that he couldn't see. What a strange person. Since he said so, Gu Jiao naturally wouldn't expose him. After all, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any consequences after exposing him. The more you know, the faster you'll die. Then don't open your eyes. I'll find some herbs for you, Gu Jiao said. She randomly took some mint leaves and wrapped them in a cloth to cover his eyes. "Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong poked his head in the door. "Is he awake?" It was the little fellow's voice. And Royal Prince began to guess Gu Jiao's identity. If he didn't guess incorrectly, she should be the woman who argued with his younger sister that day. But wasn't she Marquis Dingyan's daughter? How could she live in this kind of place? "He's awake," Gu Jiao asked. "Are you hungry?" Hungry." Little Jing Kong nodded honestly and asked, "Then is there something wrong with him?" Gu Jiao said softly, "He's fine. His eyes are just a bit uncomfortable." Little Jing Kong asked again, "Will he blame Grandaunt?" Gu Jiao looked at an royal prince. "Recently, our home has been burglarized a few times. You came in through the back door, so my Grandaunt thinks you're a thief." "It's my fault," and Royal Prince said. "He won't blame Grandaunt." Gu Jiao turned to little Jing Kong and said, "Go eat some snacks first. I'll cook immediately." Only then did little Jing Kong feel relieved and leave. And Royal Prince listened to Gu Jiao's voice and found it hard to connect her with the woman who slapped his younger sister and Gu Jinyu. It was as if they were two different people. It was also as if her patience and gentleness were all given to her family. When there was no one else in the room, Gu Jiao asked again, "Royal Princein, why did you suddenly come to visit?" Originally, it was just a guess. Now that she called him an royal prince, it confirmed his identity. After all, it was impossible for people who had never seen him to know that he was an royal prince. Commandery Prince and could not tell her that he suspected that the Empress Dowager was hiding in her house. He hesitated for a moment and said, "To be honest, I'm here to apologize. Miss Gu has been wronged because of my sister." Gu Jiao, oh. And Royal Prince couldn't tell if she believed him or not. "You're saying, the person who knocked me out was your grandaunt?" Gu Jiao asked, "What's wrong?" And Royal Prince smiled without batting an eyelid, "She's really strong." It seemed that the person wasn't the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager recognized him. And Royal Prince planned to leave. At this moment, little Jing Kong complained in a small voice from the backyard, "Jiao Jiao. Grandaunt secretly ate candied plums again." "I didn't." "Little monk, don't talk nonsense." "I'm not a monk." "You're little Baldy." This voice, and Royal Prince felt his whole body tremble and his whole body stiffen. Digression, begging for monthly votes. XX gave out monthly votes in a red packet. Friends who voted for the monthly votes, remember to receive them. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115239314. HTML Genius remembered the website address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao walked out and looked at the jar that the old lady was holding tightly in her arms. "Great aunt, you said that you can only eat 3 a day." The old lady refused to admit her mistake. "I only ate 3. Gu Jiao pointed at the jar. "But there are clearly 6 less in this jar." "He ate it." The old lady dragged Gu Xiaoshun into the water. Gu Xiaoshun, who was chopping firewood, was confused. "What's wrong? What did he eat now?" Gu Jiao cruelly confiscated the old lady's candied plums and searched her room for the stock that she had kept for a long time. The old lady's face turned green. Royal Prince heard the familiar voice and his heart tightened. Was it the Empress Dowager? It was a pity that he couldn't see now. But it didn't matter. When the sun rose, his eyes would recover. Gu Jiao finished confiscating the old lady's candied plums and turned around to see Royal Prince walking out blindly. He was standing at the door and looking over. "What are you looking at?" "You can't see." Gu Jiao walked over and said lightly, "Where does Royal Prince live?" "I'll have someone send you back later." Gu Yan's secret guards were in the dark so they could do it for him. Royal Prince had already made up his mind to stay. He said softly, "I feel a little dizzy. Can I stay at Miss Gu's house for a night?" Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Was this guy here to extort money? "I don't have an extra room in my house." Royal Prince was about to say, "It's okay. I can squeeze with someone." But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Royal Princeton?" The person who came was none other than Marquis Gu, who she hadn't seen for a long time. Marquis Gu came to find Gu Jiao. He thought about what happened last time. That domineering Miss Zhuang was indeed asking for a beating. But what did Jinyu do wrong? Why did this girl slap Jinyu's mouth too? After hesitating for a few days, he finally decided to come to the village and have a good talk with her about bullying Jinyu, no matter if she returned to the manor or not. she couldn't vent her anger on Jin Yu just because she didn't like him. The door was open, and he walked in directly. Unexpectedly, as soon as she passed through the central room, she saw Royal Princeton, who she had not seen for the whole day. Didn't he say that he went to the town for a stroll? And by some Ji osmanthus cake for Miss Zhuang, why would he appear in his daughter's house? Could it be that they were also here to denounce him? Marquis Gu took a few steps forward and found that Royal Princeton seemed to be injured. His head was wrapped in gauze and his eyes were also covered with gauze. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that girl also beat up Royal Princeton? Oh heavens, what kind of devil incarnate did he give birth to? Marquis Gu bowed so hard that his waist almost broke. Your Highness, my daughter is rude, please forgive her. Royal Princeton looked at him in confusion. Marquis, you don't think that your daughter caused my injury, do you? Anne? Marquis Gu was startled. Was it not? Royal Princeton gently tugged at the corner of his lips. I was careless. I still have to thank your daughter for treating me. Ah? Marquis Gu was dumbfounded. Royal Princeton probed, I didn't expect your daughter to be proficient in the art of medicine. However, Marquis Gu did not understand and said embarrassedly, Royal Princeton, you flatter me. She worked as a medicine boy in the town's clinic for a few days. She can't be considered proficient in the art of medicine and only knows the most basic things. In my opinion, we should ask Royal Princeton to quickly move to the manor and let the manor's imperial physician treat you carefully. Marquis Gu said this because he was indeed worried about Royal Princeton's injury. Secondly, he thought that Royal Princeton came here to denounce Gu Jiao. No matter how much he disliked Gu Jiao was still his and Yao's flesh and blood. He couldn't really let her be punished by Royal Princeton. He had to quickly coax Royal Princeton away. Royal Princeton wanted to use the same trick again. He said that he was dizzy and should not be tired from traveling. Marquis Gu said that he brought the best carriage in the manor and guaranteed that he wouldn't feel any bumps. Marquis Gu was so determined that Royal Princeton couldn't persuade him in the end. Royal Princeton unwillingly sat on the carriage back to the manor. Marquis Gu heaved a sigh of relief, however, Royal Princeton's heart was filled with doubts. Why did Marquis Gu insist on bringing him back to the manor? Was he worried that he would find something in his daughter's house? Why did his daughter live in the countryside? Was it to hide the Empress Dowager? Marquis Gu didn't know that his actions had made Royal Princeton think so much. After returning to the manor, in order to appease Royal Princeton's anger, he gave him many expensive antiques and paintings. It really hurt him. Royal Princeton became more suspicious of Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu was Imperial Concubine Shu's brother and Imperial Concubine Shu was one of His Majesty's people. Marquis Gu never stayed in the manor for so long in the past. Could it be that he didn't leave this year because of the Empress Dowager? As more and more clues were pieced together, a reasonable truth was pieced together. Royal Princeton called the man in black into the room. After listening to Royal Princeton's deduction, the man in black asked in confusion, but if she really is the Empress Dowager, why didn't she recognize you? According to what you said, she didn't see who you were when she knocked you out, but she should have seen you when you fainted. Royal Princeton said thoughtfully, I understand this point, so I want to confirm it again. I've already gone there once. If I go there again, it'll arouse suspicion. Go there tomorrow and say that. I want to apologize for the two misunderstandings. I hope that the two families can bury the hatchet. I also hope that she won't mention my sister's bullying to anyone in the capital, so as to not ruin my sister's reputation. The man in black replied, yes. Royal Princeton said, you must see the Empress Dowager and tell her about the situation in the capital. The man in black cupped his fists, yes, sir. But... Thinking of something, the man in black frowned and said, if she really is the Empress Dowager, what do you plan to do? Royal Princeton's eyes were cold, what can I do? Of course I'll bring her back to the capital. I can't let her fall into anyone's hands. It doesn't matter if it's His Majesty or someone else. The man in black hesitated for a moment and said, I'm afraid that the capital isn't safe now. It's still a mystery how the Empress Dowager got leprosy. His Majesty hid the truth about the Empress Dowager's illness and claimed that she was recovering in the palace because of a sudden illness. If we bring the Empress Dowager back like this, won't we be telling His Majesty that we know everything? And we'll bring the Empress Dowager back without saying anything. Will His Majesty think that we're disloyal to him? Royal Prince snorted, is this the first time he's afraid of the Zhuang family? From the moment he and Marquis Xuanping's marriage alliance, he's been thinking of ways to contain the Zhuang family. I'm afraid that the Empress Dowager's illness has something to do with His Majesty. The situation in the imperial court is getting worse for the Zhuang family. If the Empress Dowager doesn't come out to control the situation, the Zhuang family will become the second Lu family. There used to be 4 hegemons in the capital: Marquis Xuanping's Xiao family, Duke Luo's Luo family, Duke Ding's Lu family, and Grand Secretary Zhuang family. His Majesty didn't come from a good background. His birth mother didn't even have the right to raise him. He was raised by concubine Jing. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a son. Because she didn't get along with the Crown Prince's maternal family, the Lu family, she defeated the Crown Prince and the Lu family and put concubine Jing's adopted son on the throne. However, His Majesty was an ungrateful wretch. Not only was he not grateful to Empress Dowager Zhuang, but he was also afraid of her after seeing how powerful Empress Dowager Zhuang was. The daughter sent to the palace by the Zhuang family should have been the Empress, but he made Marquis Xuanping's sister Empress in the throne room and married his favorite Princess Xianxia to Marquis Xianping. With the support of Marquis Xuanping's family, His Majesty was like a tiger that had grown wings and weakened the Zhuang family's power. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang was still too powerful. As long as she suppressed His Majesty couldn't shake the Zhuang family's foundation. While the Empress Dowager was recovering in the palace, the Zhuang family was suppressed by Marquis Xuanping's family. If this continued, the Zhuang family would be finished. Therefore, even if the Empress Dowager would be in great danger once she returned to the capital, the Zhuang family couldn't care less. Wu Yang, this is our fate. It was his fate to be a hostage in the Qin kingdom. It was also the Empress Dowager's fate to go through fire and water for the Zhuang family. Early the next morning, the man in black changed into a guard's uniform and went to Qingchuan village with a large box of gifts. Gu Yan and the other 2 went to school. Gu Jiao opened the door for him. Who are you? Gu Jiao asked. He cupped his hands and smiled. My name is Wu Yang. I'm Prince En's guard. I'm here to apologize to Miss Gu on the orders of the prince. Gu Jiao said, didn't he already apologize yesterday? Wu Yang said politely, the prince was injured yesterday and had some things to say. He asked me to come again today. Gu Jiao waited for him to continue. Wu Yang asked, can I move these gifts inside for Miss Gu first? Gu Jiao didn't refuse. Wu Yang moved the large box into the central room. He opened the box and took out several large brocade boxes. He said to Gu Jiao, the prince hopes that Miss Gu won't mention to anyone that my miss spoke rudely when you return to the capital. My miss has been spoiled by her family and has a domineering personality. The prince apologizes to you. However, reputation is too important to a girl. If people know that she bullies others like this, I'm afraid that she will suffer a lot of criticism in the future. I hope that Miss Gu can understand the prince's love for his sister. It sounded like he was here to shut her up. Gu Jiao didn't say anything and indicated for him to put the things down. Wu Yang jumped out of 2 brocade boxes and said to Gu Jiao, I scared little brother and old madam yesterday. The prince ordered me to apologize to them personally. She went to school in Jingkong. I'm afraid you won't be able to see her. Grandaunt doesn't like to see strangers. I'll pass on your apology. Was she really on guard? Wu Yang originally only believed 30% of it, but now he believed 50%. He stood up and said, then I'll have to trouble Miss Gu. May I borrow the latrine? Gu Jiao glanced at him, please. Wu Yang went to the latrine with a normal expression. Wu Yang was stalling for time. He had to see the Empress Dowager today. He was lucky that the old madam had a nightmare and woke herself up. She came out to the courtyard to get some fresh air and bumped into Wu Yang. Wu Yang was Prince En's confidant. He had followed Prince En to see the Empress Dowager many times. He was familiar with the Empress Dowager's appearance, unlike Marquis Gu who had only seen her twice. The person in front of him was dressed like an old lady from the countryside. She was calm and composed. Her aura was far from that of the ruthless Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, Wu Yang could still recognize that she was the Empress Dowager. There was a mole on the Empress Dowager's right earlobe. Wu Yang was sure that he didn't recognize it wrongly. Wu Yang was so excited that he took a big step forward. The old madam had just finished a nightmare and was still in shock. Then, a 7-foot-tall man appeared out of thin air in the backyard. She was shocked. "Who are you?" she asked fiercely. Wu Yang was stunned. "This one is Wu Yang." "What, 5 or 6 sheep? I've never heard of it." Go away." The old madam anxiously pushed him away. "Jiao Jiao. Why is there another strange person in the house?" Gu Jiao put down the brocade box and walked over. She glanced at Wu Yang and said to the old madam, "He is the bodyguard of the prince from yesterday. He came to apologize." The old madam raised her eyebrows and said, "Did he send anything?" Gu Jiao nodded, "Yes." The old madam went to the main room to look through the porcelain, jade, and tea. She had a look of disgust. "There isn't even a piece of osmanthus cake. Not sincere." "Humph." Wu Yang was stunned. What was going on? The Empress Dowager was different from what he thought. "I want to eat sugar egg," the old madam said to Gu Jiao. "All right." Gu Jiao agreed. It was fine as long as there wasn't any sugar water. "Give him a bowl as well," the old madam said in a serious manner. "He sent so many gifts, so you have to ask him to stay for a meal." "That's fine." Gu Jiao nodded. She went to the kitchen to cook 2 bowls of sugar egg. One bowl was half full, and the other bowl had less sugar. The old madam generously said, "Jiao Jiao, you can go do your work. I'll take care of the guests." Wu Yang gave the Empress Dowager a thumbs up in his heart. First she used the excuse of eating sugar egg to make him stay. Then she thought of a way to send the Gu family away. She was worthy of being the wise Empress Dowager. Gu Jiao carried a pole to the entrance of the village to fetch water. There was no third person in the room. The old madam's expression instantly became excited. Wu Yang was also excited. The Empress Dowager's great wisdom was really just an act. The Empress Dowager wanted to recognize him. Quickly. Jiao Jiao will be back soon." Yes, quickly," Wu Yang nodded like he was pounding garlic. In the end, he saw the old madam exchange a bowl of sugar egg with him. She then picked up a spoon and ate happily. Wu Yang, digression, monthly votes. Bite a small handkerchief to beg for monthly votes. Also, remember to receive a monthly vote red packet. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/115235375. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found online are here. In order to eat sweets, the old lady let Wu Yang be a tool at home for the whole day. Wu Yang said, "Miss Gu, I'm hungry, I want to eat candied fruit. Miss Gu, I'm thirsty, I want to drink mung bean soup, the super sweet kind." When he returned to the villa, Wu Yang was doubting life. Prince saw him in the room. "How was it? Did you see the Empress Dowager?" Wu Yang's face was green. "I saw her, but was that really the Empress Dowager?" Wu Yang told Royal Prince about his miserable day. Prince was shocked. He remembered that when he was in the village yesterday, he seemed to have heard the Empress Dowager say some strange things. But he was too excited and didn't take it to heart. Later, he thought that the Empress Dowager was pretending to be crazy in order to numb the Gu family who put her under house arrest. "I don't think so." Wu Yang pondered. When Miss Gu went to get water, only the Empress Dowager and I were left in the room. If the Empress Dowager was pretending to be crazy before, then there was no one else. She should be honest with me. However, she didn't. The Empress Dowager only focused on eating the poached eggs. Every time he wanted to speak, the Empress Dowager would raise her hand to stop him. Why didn't he realize that the Empress Dowager was so greedy before? In Prince An's impression, the Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't someone who would ignore business for a little food. But it was true that she couldn't eat too many sweets. The imperial doctor told him that it was better for the elderly to eat light food. Prince An murmured, how could this be? Did the Empress Dowager lose her memory? And caused her personality to change? Or was this the Empress Dowager's true nature? The Empress Dowager was pretending all those years in the palace, but what kind of person could pretend for decades? He had been wearing a cruel and merciless mask for dozens of years. Wouldn't he be exposed? Prince An was more willing to believe the former. The Empress Dowager forgot some things, so the change in her personality disappeared. She became a complete stranger. Wu Yang didn't dare to guess. What do you plan to do? Do you want to bring the Empress Dowager back to the capital? I don't know. Royal Prince An sighed. An Empress Dowager who only knew how to eat and drink would not be a match for the Emperor, but leaving her here under the eyes of the Marquis of Ding'an, he was not at ease. Royal Prince An thought for a while and thought of something. He asked Wu Yang, I have a few things that I don't understand. What? Wu Yang asked. Royal Prince An pushed open the window and looked at the courtyard filled with flowers and plants. How did the Empress Dowager lose her memory? Does this matter have anything to do with Ding'an Marquis Fu? Wu Yang followed him and walked over. Does your highness mean that they deliberately made the Empress Dowager silly? Royal Prince An shot him a cold look. Wu Yang shrunk his neck and lowered his head. This subordinate has misspoken. How could she say that the Empress Dowager was stupid? Although it was indeed a little silly. Royal Prince An asked, have you investigated the identity of that Miss Gu? Wu Yang said, I've investigated clearly. She's the older sister of the twins. Back then, the Marquis gave birth in the temple and was swapped with a village woman's child. Gu Jinyu should be from that village. However, because they had nurtured her for so many years, they did not send Gu Jinyu back even after discovering the truth a few days ago. As for the real Miss Gu, it said that she did not want to return to the Fu. Also, she is already married. Her husband came here from outside. Royal Prince An said, who did you ask? Wu Yang said, this subordinate directly asked the Marquis. Yaoshe did not feel that this was a secret. When Wu Yang asked, Yaoshe told him the truth. Royal Prince An thought for a while, then, Miss Gu was not purposely placed in the village by Marquis Gu. Wu Yang shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. This subordinate guessed that the Empress Dowager was taken in by Miss Gu after she lost her memory. But, how did she become the great-aunt of Miss Gu's husband? Leprosy. Royal Prince An narrowed his eyes and said. What? Wu Yang was stunned. Royal Prince An raised his hand to touch the potted begonia on the windowsill. Didn't you just say that Miss Gu's husband is from outside? Wu Yang was confused. That's right, but what does this have to do with them taking in the Empress Dowager? Could it be that Miss Gu's husband is the Empress Dowager's relative? This could not be. The Empress Dowager had a noble status. How could she be a relative of a poor boy from the countryside? Royal Prince An thought for a while. If the Empress Dowager got leprosy and fainted in front of Miss Gu's house, and Miss Gu touched her without knowing it, what would you do if it was you? Wu Yang's eyes widened. How could that be? Leprosy is so infectious. If she touched it, she would be sent to Leprosy Mountain. Could it be? Royal Prince An faintly raised the corner of his lips. That's right. In order not to be sent to Leprosy Mountain, they could only take in the Empress Dowager and cure her. In order not to arouse suspicion, they lied that they were the great-aunt of Miss Gu's husband and came to seek refuge with them. Wu Yang suddenly realized, that's right. Miss Gu's husband is from outside. Her husband's great-aunt is also from outside. No one will suspect them. Royal Prince An fiddled with a blooming begonia in front of him. What I'm curious about is, how did Miss Gu cure the Empress Dowager's leprosy? Marquis Gu said that she was only a little medicine boy. It seemed that he still did not understand his own daughter. Wu Yang suddenly looked into Royal Prince An's eyes. Royal Prince, if she can cure leprosy, then, Royal Prince An raised a finger and stopped him from continuing. This prince still does not trust her. Wu Yang sighed with a complicated expression. Yes. Then, What does Royal Prince plan to do with the Empress Dowager? Royal Prince thought for a while. The Empress Dowager has lost her memories. If we really went to meet her, she would not leave with this prince. Moreover, her identity might be exposed. This is not a wise move. Call a few people and steal the Empress Dowager out in the middle of the night. Wu Yang, steal people? Why did he feel that there was something wrong with this statement? Wu Yang moved very quickly. At night, he brought 7 experts to Clear Spring Village to kidnap people. When he arrived at Miss Gu's house, he found that there were 2 hidden guards hiding nearby. They should be the hidden guards of Marquis Ding An's manor that were secretly protecting the twins. Wu Yang thought that it would be best to lead the 2 away. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they woke up the Empress Dowager. But hidden guards were different from normal guards. It was unlikely that they would leave their master's side at the same time. Just as Wu Yang was pondering how to carry out his plan, the 2 hidden guards walked out of the house and fled into the forest. It was unknown where they went. Wu Yang, this was also possible? He did not care that much. Time was precious. He had to move quickly. Wu Yang gestured for them to attack. The 7 black-cloaked people soared into the air and flew into the backyard. Wu Yang also planned to fly into the yard. Unfortunately, he had just assumed a posture. Before he could jump, he heard a loud bang. One of the black-cloaked people was kicked out like a sandbag. Wu Yang was a little confused. Was the method of entering wrong? Wu Yang jumped onto the wall. At this time, the second black-cloaked person flew past his eyes. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell heavily onto the empty ground outside the room. Wu Yang was completely dumbfounded. Didn't the hidden guards already leave? Could they have returned so quickly? He looked towards the backyard, but where were the hidden guards? It was clearly the young Miss Gu who had slapped Gu Jinyu and Shuang Kaidai. That day, he had felt that young Miss Gu had gone too far. She even bullied a weak girl who did not even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Now, it seemed that she had been merciful. Otherwise, with the strength of her hand that could send an expert flying with a single punch, if she really wanted to kill them, wouldn't Gu Jinyu and Shuang Kaidai's heads be smashed? Although the people that Wu Yang had brought over were not top-class experts, they were still much stronger than the average expert. Even so, they had been beaten up by young Miss Gu to the point of not being able to retaliate. Wu Yang wanted to cry. He finally understood why the 2 hidden guards of Marquis Ding and Fu had suddenly fled into the forest. They were worried. They were afraid that with him here, they would not dare to charge in and ruin this young Miss Mood. Wu Yang calculated in his mind. He was afraid that he was not this young Miss Gu's opponent. Apologies for the offense, young Miss Gu. Wu Yang took out a crossbow from his back and knocked a short arrow. He aimed at Gu Jiao's shoulder and pulled the trigger. But in the blink of an eye, the matriarch's door suddenly opened. She walked out with a yawn. What is it that is so noisy? Wu Yang's hand trembled in shock. The arrow had missed, it had missed in the matriarch's direction. Wu Yang's heart trembled. The speed of a crossbow was several times faster than an arrow. It was already too late for him to grab his arrow back. In the nick of time, he saw Gu Jiao jump up and land in front of the matriarch. She pulled the matriarch to the side. The arrow brushed past the back of her hand and nailed itself to the wall behind the 2 of them. The back of Gu Jiao's hand had been scratched and was covered in blood. She used her other hand to pull out the arrow and fiercely threw it in the direction of Wu Yang in the night. That arrow was too fast. It was so fast that even an expert like Wu Yang could not dodge it. His right shoulder was hit by the arrow. He gave a grunt and said to the black-cloaked men on the ground, "Retreat." After the group of people left, the village regained its tranquility. The matriarch saw the blood on the back of Gu Jiao's hand. "Jiao Jiao, you're injured." Gu Jiao did not care. "It's nothing. It's just a scratch." The matriarch scolded, "Our family's life is getting better, but now we're being targeted by thieves." Thieves? The thieves that came the previous few times didn't have such skills and equipment. Gu Jiao looked at the boundless night sky. She felt that these people did not come for the money. They went straight to the small east room. That was her great-aunt's room. Wu Yang returned to the villa with an injury. He did not have time to heal himself before he went to the study to see Royal Prince and looked at him in confusion. What happened? He knelt down on one knee and said with shame, "I failed in my duty. I couldn't bring the Empress Dowager back, and almost hurt the Empress Dowager." He didn't dare to hide anything and reported everything to Royal Prince An. A trace of surprise flashed through Royal Prince An's eyes. "I didn't expect," Wu Yang agreed. "Yes, I didn't expect that Miss Gu, who grew up in the common people, would have such skills." Royal Prince An pursed his lips. "No, I didn't expect that she would sacrifice herself to save an old lady who has nothing to do with her. She did it to protect herself. Now that she had recovered, she could have sent her away, or at least she did not have to risk her life to save her." According to Wu Yang, if she dodged a little, her heart would have been pierced by the arrow. He really did not understand this Miss Gu more and more. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and whispered, "Miss Gu, how much do I not know about you?" Wu Yang begged. "Royal Prince, tomorrow night." Royal Prince An interrupted him lightly, "No need. Since she protects the Empress Dowager so much, let the Empress Dowager stay by her side." Wu Yang was shocked. "Royal Prince." Royal Prince An looked into the distance. "Now is not the best time to bring the Empress Dowager back to the capital. Let me go back and report to grandfather. After making all the arrangements, I will bring her back safely. Miss Gu, we will meet again soon." The next day, Royal Prince An bid farewell to Marquis Gu and Lady Yao. "The provincial examination is around the corner. I can't stay here any longer. I must return to the capital as soon as possible. I am indebted to Marquis and Lady Marquis for your hospitality these few days. I am very grateful." For the first time, he used Junior. Marquis Gu was so scared that he was tongue-tied. Royal Prince An's gentle gaze fell on Lady Yao's face. "Lady Marquis, your daughter is very outstanding. She is better than countless daughters in the capital. If there is a chance, please bring your daughter to the manor to have a chat with Meng Dai." Lady Yao bowed and thanked him. Gu Jinyu, who was behind the two, could not help but blush. Was the royal prince praising her? Zhuang Meng Dai also thought that her brother was praising Gu Jinyu. She pursed her lips. She already knew that there was no such thing as triplets. Gu Jinyu was the Gu family's wrong child. That girl was the real daughter. Neither of them were good people. She did not like either of them. The brother and sister set foot on the road back to the capital. The carriage had gone far away, but Gu Jinyu still had not recovered from Royal Prince An's praise. There wasn't a single girl who wouldn't like Princess An, but most of them were just wishful thinking. But what if Royal Prince An was interested in a girl first? From what she knew, Royal Prince An had not discussed marriage. His words just now, were he hinting at something to her father and mother? Gu Jinyu secretly glanced at Marquis Gu and Lady Yao. Their expressions were calm. It was obvious that they did not think in this direction. She could not help but feel anxious. Father was a blockhead in this area. She could not count on him. Mother only had her own daughter in her heart. She did not care about her at all. If mother knew that Royal Prince An was interested in a girl from the Marquis' manor, would she let Gu Jiao marry over? In just a moment, Gu Jinyu's mind filled in many possibilities. Her mind was in a mess. On one hand, Royal Prince An's praise evoked her unrealistic fantasies. On the other hand, she desperately wanted to return to the capital and find Imperial concubine Shu to make a decision. Gu Jiao received the farm tools from the blacksmith shop. There were a lot of farm tools. The worker from Huichan Hall went to get them. Before she left, the old blacksmith called out to her, "Little brother, what is the surname of your young miss?" The worker said, "You mean Miss Gu? She is not my young miss." The old blacksmith was stunned. "Ah? Then she is." The worker did not know that Gu Jiao practiced medicine. He said, "She is a friend of our boss." The old blacksmith asked, "Can I trouble little brother to tell me where she lives so that I can go and thank her?" The worker said, "Miss Gu said that if she succeeds, she can be exempted from paying for the farm tools." The old blacksmith, but there were no buts. The worker left with the large carts of farm tools. The old blacksmith looked at the back of the horse carriage as it left. He was in a daze for a long time. Gu Jiao did not touch the empty space halfway up the mountain for the time being. She hired the nearby villagers to cultivate a large medicinal field on the mountain. She also dug a fish pond and a ditch to draw water from the bottom of the waterfall into the fish pond. Gu Yan's secret guards became the coolies in the mountain. They were sent to dig the ditch every day. After a month, the two of them became really tanned. In the blink of an eye, it was autumn. This year's summer was not particularly hot. Instead, it was the return of the hot autumn that made people sweat profusely. Xiao Liulong's group had been in the provincial capital for a period of time. Under the careful arrangements of the Lin family, they stayed in the most advanced and luxurious inn closest to the provincial capital's tribute court. Steward Zhou had asked several times to invite Xiao Lulang to the residence as a guest, but he was rejected by Xiao Lulang every time. Lin Xianxia had been tortured by Xiao Lulang for the past few months. When he went to Qingchuan town, he was still a little fatty. When he returned to the provincial capital, he had lost 2 sizes of weight. Every time Xiao Lulang taught him questions, he would feel enlightened. He also did not understand why Xiao Lulang was so knowledgeable. He was more knowledgeable than all the teachers in the residence combined. However, when it was Xiao Liulong's turn to give him questions, he was done for. In any case, he was someone who had experienced the county exam, the capital exam, and the academy exam. Normal questions were not difficult for him. However, were the questions Xiao Lulang gave him questions? They were knives. In fact, even the 4 books and 5 classics had a scope of examination. Some chapters had to be memorized, while others were not. Xiao Lulang did not care about this. He casually gave a set of exam questions, and more than half of them were not important chapters. Lin Xianxia's head was about to explode. He had lost weight from Xiao Liulong's examination. Lin Xianxia complained to Feng Lin. Feng Lin made an "oh" sound and said, "You misunderstood him." He did not deliberately not test the important chapters. He simply did not know which chapters were important. He had never highlighted the important points. He directly went from head to back to tail. And he even memorized it backwards without missing a word. Even after being tortured by Xiao Lulang, Lin Xianxia still did not choose to return to the residence after returning to the provincial capital. He, Xiao Lulang, and Feng Lin stayed together at an inn. The provincial examination had a total of 3 rounds, and each round lasted for 3 days. The first round was on the 8th day of the 8th month, which was tomorrow. The inn was filled with provincial examination examinees, and the entire inn's atmosphere became tense. The only person who could be calm was Xiao Lulang. Feng Lin was also a little nervous, but he had too many things to do, so he did not have the time to be nervous. "Little Lin, come and help." Feng Lin called Lin Xianxia to the inn's small kitchen. This small kitchen was rented by the Lin family for a large sum of money, and they had even arranged for a chef to be in charge of it. The provincial examination did not care about the examinees' meals. The chef wanted to cook for them, but was rejected by Feng Lin. Before leaving, Gu Jiao gave him a list of things to take note of and related recipes. The recipes were very detailed. Gu Jiao even took the weather into consideration. If the weather was cold, the first recipe would be used. If the weather was hot, the second recipe would be used. Biscuits, jerky, oranges, pickled vegetables. Feng Lin and Lin Xianxia fiddled in the kitchen for an entire afternoon, and finally prepared everything they needed. The jerky was roasted by them, and the aroma of the meat filled the air, making all the examinees in the inn hungry. The pickled vegetables had been pickled a few days ago, and now that it was done, Feng Lin filled 3 small jars. The biscuits could not be left for too long, and were made by the chef before dawn. Feng Lin instructed the biscuits to be dry, without any moisture. Every provincial capital's provincial examination had 2 main examiners, appointed by the imperial court. They and the local examiners entered the examination courtyard on the 6th day of the new year, and first held a banquet. The inner curtain officials entered the inner curtain area in the back hall, and the examiners closed the curtains. The inner curtain officials were also known as the marking officials. They stayed from the day they entered until the end of the provincial examination, and only left after marking all the examination papers. The entire process could take up to half a month. During this time, they were not allowed to interact with the outside world, and even the examiners outside the curtains were not allowed to interact with each other. On the 8th day of the new year, the examinees came to the examination venue early. Although each round had 3 days, the real examination only had 1 day in between. The first day was for the entrance inspection, and the third day was for the exit inspection. Early in the morning, there was a long queue outside the examination courtyard. Xiao Lulang and the other two came neither early nor late, and were in the 100th place. They were not in a hurry, but Steward Zhou was beside them. The provincial examination did not allow people to line up for them, otherwise their Lin family would have outsourced the examination courtyard. "Have you brought the water?" Steward Zhou asked Lin Xianxia. Lin Xianxia nodded, yes. Steward Zhou asked again, "Have you brought all the food?" Lin Xianxia nodded again, yes. He could still say these two words without stuttering. Steward Zhou was still worried, then, "Are your clothes thick enough? I'm afraid you'll catch a cold at night." "It's hot," Lin Xianxia said. Steward Zhou sighed. The weather this year was abnormal. It wasn't hot when it should be hot, but it wasn't cold when it should be cold. He heard that the crops in the countryside were not growing well. Steward Zhou wanted to say something more, but Lin Xianxia frowned, "Leave, annoying." Steward Zhou, Steward Zhou had just taken 2 steps when he was shocked by Feng Lin, and almost fell. "What's wrong?" He turned around and asked. Feng Lin said, "I forgot to give this to you." Jianyang said that if the weather is hot, we should bring this into the examination hall. It can refresh the mind and also drive away mosquitoes and stop itching. It was 3 bottles of essential bombs. However, Gu Jiao had replaced the glass bottles with jade bottles. After adding a stopper, she sealed the bottles with wax. "Can we bring this?" Steward Zhou asked. Other than water and food, they couldn't bring anything else with them. Feng Lin explained, "This can be used externally, but it can also be taken orally." Jianyang said that if anyone asks, we should drink it and show it to them. Xiao Liulang's gaze was subtle, "You two are very close now." Feng Lin didn't notice his companion's dangerous gaze and said, "I was ignorant in the past and misunderstood Jianyang. She's actually a very good person. Lu Lang, really, to be able to get such a wife is a man's good fortune. I also want to." Xiao Liulang's gaze was like a knife, and Feng Lin finally couldn't ignore it. Feng Lin shrunk his neck resentfully, "Okay, I don't want to." Xiao Lulang took the essential bombs. Was it the strange things in the box again? He had seen these words before. That night, most of the things that rolled out of the box had these words on them. However, that night, he didn't see these few bottles of green things. So it wasn't his imagination. That small box was able to produce strange things, and they were always different? Did it have some kind of strange trick or mechanism? Since these bottles were medicine, then could the ones he saw before also be medicine? Was it a small medicine box? Even someone as smart as Xiao Lulang couldn't understand Gu Jiao's small box. Soon, it was his, Feng Lin's, and Lin Xianxia's turn to be searched by the guards. Feng Lin indicated that they had brought water. When he opened the bottle and drank a drop, he almost died from the taste. "Oh my god, this is too refreshing." After entering the examination hall, the examinees were assigned to their respective examination sheds. Some people also called them rooms. The rooms were simple and crude. There were only 2 wooden planks. One was used as a table, and the other was used as a chair. They were respectively embedded in the grooves on both sides of the room. At night, the examinees would put the 2 planks together to make a bed and spend the night there. During these 3 days, the examinees weren't allowed to leave their rooms. They had to eat, drink, go to the toilet, and sleep inside. The first test was about memorization and poetry. It was reasonable to say that it would be the Analects of Confucius, the Doctrine of the Mean, or the Great Learning, or the Mencius, as well as a 5-character 8-rhyme poem that he had composed himself. However, this year's provincial examination questions were especially abnormal. There was an additional test, the Classic of Filial Piety. Strictly speaking, the Classic of Filial Piety wasn't long. It was less than 2,000 words. However, the problem was, it wasn't tested. If it wasn't tested, who would memorize it, right? When he saw that he had to memorize the Classic of Filial Piety, Lin Xianxia's hair stood on end. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was excited, because Xiao Lulang had tested it. Xiao Lulang was a very strict teacher. As long as Lin Xianxia didn't know how to answer the questions, he would retest him a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th time until Lin Xianxia knew how to do it. Not only did Xianxia lose weight, but he also became bald at a young age. It was all because of Xiao Liulong's torture. However, at this moment, Xianxia loved Xiao Liulong's torture to death. Xianxia knew that there would be very few people memorizing the classic of filial piety in the provincial examination. Just the first test alone was enough for him to lead many people. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/115206174. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. End of chapter 114. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.